Chapter 1. Return to the pre-apocalypse. A beautiful woman bestows a treasure. Young master, this is all I can do for you. No matter how long it takes, I am willing to wait until we meet again. In the void of space, Luo Tianhe found himself amidst a myriad of fleeting images from this lifetime. As the scenes of his life played in reverse, a golden light suddenly illuminated the emptiness. At last, I have waited for you. From within the golden glow emerged a captivating and enchanting woman, leisurely puffing on a long pipe. Even the most casual of her movements could evoke boundless fantasies in any man. However, the beautiful woman appeared rather urgent, hastily stepping closer to Luo Tianhe and thrusting a token into his hand. After 3,000 years, my dear adversary, we are finally destined to meet. With that parting remark, as the golden light faded, the woman's figure gradually dissipated, leaving only the token nestled in Luo Tianhe's embrace. Moments later, with a splitting headache, Luo Tianhe felt a sudden brightness before his eyes. Upon reopening them, he found himself in a room that was both familiar and strange. Startled awake, drenched in sweat, he glanced around his modest apartment and rushed to the window. Outside, the dazzling lights of countless homes painted a serene scene, starkly contrasting with the ominous and dilapidated apocalypse etched in his memories. Checking his watch, Luo Tianhe took a deep breath. 3 hours before the Eerie apocalypse descends. Though time was scant for preparation, the memories etched in his mind were more than sufficient for Luo Tianhe. Sinner, fear not in this lifetime. I shall find you with utmost haste. 3 hours later, the bizarre apocalypse arrived, heralding the resurgence of spiritual energy. Numerous eerie and supernatural realms emerged within the fabric of reality, as the entire Blue Star, with its 8 billion souls, faced an impending cataclysm. Under the influence of this spiritual energy, the very foundations of technology, order, and common sense crumbled, as rules became the dominant force in the world, offering humanity a fleeting chance at evolution. Survivors who harnessed this eerie power could become spirit masters, gaining the ability to absorb spiritual energy, extending their lifespans, and augmenting their strength. This became an irresistible temptation for the survivors. In his previous life, by the late stages of the apocalypse, humanity and the Eerie had even reached a tenuous balance. Though not harmonious, they coexisted under the same sky. Luo Tianhe was among the many spirit masters who survived the apocalypse, even achieving a modest reputation in those dire times. Yet, he never anticipated that the reward from an SS-level realm would lead former friends to turn against him, orchestrating his descent into despair. Reflecting on the past, Luo Tianhe clenched his fists, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. My good teammates in this life, I hope you can still stand before me. Otherwise, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude for the opportunity you have unwittingly bestowed upon me. Grinding his teeth, Luo Tianhe recalled the beautiful woman he had encountered in that void. Instinctively, he reached into his bosom, and to his astonishment, he pulled out an ancient token. Drunken Immortal Pavilion? Furrowing his brow, Luo Tianhe painstakingly deciphered the 3 intricate characters inscribed upon the token. As soon as he spoke, the token erupted in radiant gold, transforming from a mere piece of broken wood into a resplendent treasure adorned with gold and jade. Who disturbed my slumber? As the token transformed, a crystalline, youthful voice echoed in Luo Tianhe's mind. The seasoned survivor quickly grasped the situation. A soul-infused item, a spiritual artifact? Luo Tianhe exclaimed. Yet before he could revel in his discovery, the voice returned, tinged with disdain. Ha! How could such trash be compared to me? I am the soul of a spiritual treasure, a congenital divine object. If it weren't for the pitifully low spiritual energy outside, I could easily. The voice abruptly ceased, replaced by a tone of sheer astonishment. Who are you? How can there be such abundant yang energy? As if discovering a new world, the visage of a young girl with a cherubic face emerged from the token, unable to suppress her drool. I have no time for idle chatter. Whether a congenital divine object or a spiritual artifact, without a master, you are merely a worthless stone. Speak again, and I shall toss you into the depths of the sea, ensuring you never see the light of day again. Destruction befalls that which cannot be possessed if it cannot serve one's purpose. It is deemed worthless. Having endured one eerie apocalypse, Luo Tianhe was no longer the indecisive novice of yore. Why so fierce? I haven't been out in ages. Realizing Luo Tianhe was not jesting, the little girl instantly wilted. The spiritual energy you require will become sufficiently abundant in 3 hours. Now, tell me your abilities and the conditions necessary for their activation. Displaying no tenderness, Luo Tianhe spoke coldly, his intentions clear. I can open a space governed by its own rules. In simpler terms, it can become a large house with unique regulations. The condition for activation is the provision of ample spiritual energy. Of course, should spiritual energy be insufficient, the yang energy within you or the blood vitality of living beings will suffice. Fearing she might be cast into the ocean, the little girl eagerly complied, clearly outlining her abilities. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianhe pondered briefly before a spark of brilliance flickered in his eyes. Isn't this akin to a supernatural realm? Understanding the specific function of the token in his grasp, Luo Tianhe could not help but swallow hard. A controllable supernatural realm is, for the spirit masters among the survivors, a natural sanctuary. Healing the Eerie, earning spiritual currency, enhancing the Eerie's level. All the insurmountable problems would become easily resolvable with possession of a supernatural realm. And if he were to combine this with his memories from his previous life, who could stand in his way in this apocalypse? With this thought, a smile crept onto Luo Tianhe's face. Though he knew not who the beautiful woman was, nor why she had bestowed upon him such a delightful surprise, he certainly had no reason to refuse the fortuitous gift presented to him. Then I shall find you a prime location. Murmuring to himself, Luo Tianhe rushed out of the room, a flurry of information racing through his mind, ultimately honing in on a specific place. South of the city, Putuo Temple. As the most revered temple in Jinghai City, Putuo Temple had become a rare sanctuary after the Eerie apocalypse's arrival. The power of incense and the wishes of the faithful were sufficient to deter the advance of most low-tier Eerie's, and this sanctuary quickly attracted a multitude of survivors. However, such safety was merely temporary. Both the power of incense and the strength of wishes were destined to wane. Moreover, the deities enshrined within the temple showed no inclination to manifest, leading to Putuo Temple becoming a site of tragic demise under the care of numerous Eerie's. But that was a matter for over 10 days, hence the initial stability was of paramount importance to Luo Tianhe. With this in mind, he sprang into action. Chapter 2. The Eerie descends. Drunken Immortal Pavilion is established. After 2 hours of travel, Luo Tianhe arrived outside Putuo Temple, casting his gaze upon the dilapidated building across from him, a smile creeping onto his face. Another reason for selecting this location was the derelict structure. While he was still unaware of what the Drunken Immortal Pavilion truly was, it was evident from the little girl's demeanor that she was not exaggerating. An artifact surpassing spiritual tools would undoubtedly require a significant amount of spiritual energy to manifest. Furthermore, he recalled that within this vast expanse of abandoned buildings, 2 supernatural realms had been activated, and the strategies for flawlessly clearing both realms resided in Luo Tianhe's mind, providing him with a distinct advantage. This location is quite suitable, however. That decrepit temple across the way is rather bothersome. I shall dismantle it at the first opportunity. The little girl's excited voice echoed in Luo Tianhe's mind throughout the journey. She had been quite the chatterbox, ceaselessly commenting on everything she saw. What a waste to demolish it. Wouldn't it be better to convert it into our territory? Casting one last glance at Putuo Temple, Luo Tianhe leisurely stepped into the dilapidated building. As Luo Tianhe awaited the arrival of the Eerie, an hour slipped by unnoticed. With the midnight bell tolling, he slowly rose from his meditative state. They're coming. No sooner had Luo Tianhe spoken than the once pure moon transformed into a blood-red orb, while a chilling aura suddenly engulfed the entire blue star. It was as though the gates to the underworld had been forcibly breached, unleashing a torrent of eerie beings of all shapes and sizes from across the globe. Immediately, under the pervasive influence of the ominous aura, certain edifices began to transform at a pace visible to the naked eye, ultimately manifesting a distinct sense of isolation from the surrounding areas. As the transformations settled, the cacophony of explosions, wails, and cries of sorrow became the prevailing soundscape of the entire city. Death had begun to descend. The spiritual energy has finally become abundant. Although it falls slightly short of what it once was, it is nonetheless sufficient. Quickly release me. The eager voice of the little girl echoed in Luo Tian's mind. Responding to her call, he grasped the token of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion firmly in his hand. A drop of blood fell onto the token, and a faint, almost imperceptible connection was established between Luo Tianhe and the token. Subsequently, the token radiated with a brilliant golden light, soaring into the air, greedily devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. As time elapsed, the rate at which the token absorbed spiritual energy increased dramatically, gradually forming a vortex of spiritual power above the dilapidated building, even drawing in the incense and wishes from within the Putua temple. Witnessing this scene, Luo Tianhe could not help but feel a twinge of unease within his heart. He had never anticipated that the Drunken Immortal Pavilion could consume such a vast amount of spiritual energy, and the magnitude of this disturbance would undoubtedly attract the attention of the malevolent entities lurking in the city. For them, spiritual energy was sustenance, and such an abundance was sufficient to pique the interest of a grade anomalies. As expected, just as Luo Tianhe had surmised, he observed several swirling clouds of darkness rapidly approaching the dilapidated building from the rooftop. Moreover, on the ground, numerous low-tier anomalies were rushing towards this location. Yet upon nearing the Putua temple, they were all halted by a barrier of golden energy surrounding it. Little one, how much longer must I wait? As the dark mist drew nearer, Luo Tianhe felt a surge of anxiety. Encountering anomalies of a grade or higher at this juncture would undoubtedly spell disaster. His only reliance now rested upon the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Done! In a mere span of seconds, the once towering structure transformed into a quaint five-story building adorned with traditional aesthetics. With a glazed tile roof, fragrant sandalwood, intricately carved beams, the three gilded characters' Drunken Immortal Pavilion stood out prominently on the entrance, while a pair of vibrant red lanterns hung high beneath the eaves, imbuing the entire establishment with an air of allure. With a mere thought, Luo Tianhe found himself within the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, simultaneously receiving a wealth of information about the establishment in his mind. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion boasted 5 levels. The first floor served as a grand hall, furnished with scattered tables and a stage for performances. Beyond the hall, there were pathways leading to the kitchen, firewood storage, warehouse, cellar, and staff quarters, all equipped with necessary facilities. Yet the sole predicament was the absence of employees. The third floor featured 4 spacious private rooms, each capable of hosting banquets for hundreds. Additionally, there were 26 independent rooms, each significantly larger than those on the second floor. The fourth floor was entirely comprised of independent rooms, totaling 50, with the environment markedly superior, adorned with intertwining flora and fauna. The fifth floor contained a mere 8 suites, the largest of which could hardly be described as merely luxurious. It rivaled the opulence of an emperor's palace. As the overall structure of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion settled in Luo Tian's mind, the initial excitement he felt was swiftly replaced by a sense of foreboding. Could this Drunken Immortal Pavilion be? Indeed, it is a brothel, and one of the most renowned establishments of its kind. Just as Luo Tianhe voiced his confusion, a little girl suddenly appeared before him. With her hair styled in twin buns and clad in a shimmering dress, her cherubic face appeared so delicate that one might think it could yield water with a mere pinch. Especially when she exclaimed the word brothel, her face brimmed with a pride that seemed to showcase her most cherished creation. Are you the spirit of the establishment? Bending down to pinch the girl's cheek, the smoothness of her skin elicited a silent exclamation of delight from Luo Tianhe. I have a name. I am called Qingyi. And do not mistake me for a mere child. I am over 2,000 years old. It's simply my appearance that belies my age. Let it be a brothel, then even if it is a brothel, I shall transform the Drunken Immortal Pavilion into the most formidable brothel in history. Releasing Qingyi, Luo Tianhe slowly rose, directing his gaze toward the entrance of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Then, with a swift motion, a thick tome materialized in front of him. As he opened the first page, the fundamental details of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion unfolded before his eyes. Chapter 3. Recruitment of employees at Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Current level. It had existing anomalies. None. Current rules. None. A level instance with a maximum of 6 basic rules, 2 special rules, and 1 hidden rule. Available soul coins, 0. Building special ability. Soul healing, capable of treating the injuries of residents with anomalies. Boss privilege. Within the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, the boss can move freely, manipulate the spiritual energy at will, and utilize soul abilities at discretion. Soul Spirit, Chingy A-level anomaly, special ability, illusory sound, capable of controlling sound waves to harm and claim lives. Luo Tianhe had just acquired all the information about the Drunken Immortal Pavilion when a dark mist appeared at the entrance. As the mist dissipated, a female anomaly clad in a red wedding dress slowly revealed herself. The establishment was not yet open for business. It was only accepting job applications, so those interested could contemplate their options. As the wedding dress anomaly stepped into the hall, Luo Tianhe calmly positioned himself before her, his voice devoid of any trepidation. Anomalies, particularly those in wedding attire, belong to a high-tier energy category, with even the weakest being A-level. In his previous life, encountering such a formidable presence would have left Luo Tianhe with no choice but to flee, but the circumstances were different now. This Drunken Immortal Pavilion was his domain. Do I appear to be a lowly anomaly seeking employment in a brothel? The wedding dress anomaly spoke coldly, a chilling aura emanating from her. However, as this aura met Luo Tianhe, it dissipated instantaneously. Akin to snow encountering a blazing hearth, in that critical moment, Chingy stepped forward, and as a fellow A-level anomaly, her presence elicited a flicker of caution on the wedding dress anomaly's face. Are you truly a pure young body? With her head tilted, the wedding dress anomaly's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Otherwise, how do you suppose your negative energy is dissipating? Chingy interjected, and Luo Tianhe discerned a hint of hesitation in the wedding dress anomaly's gaze. Sensing an opportunity, he scrutinized the wedding dress anomaly's appearance. Indeed, she would suffice as an employee for the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Although the establishment bore the label of brothel, he had no intention of allowing his ladies to sell their beauty. Had she not heard the phrase selling art, not bodies? As a solitary anomaly, you must understand how challenging it is to survive alone, that if you choose to remain with us, I assure you a monthly salary of 20,000 soul coins, given your A-level strength. Furthermore, you will have the privilege of selecting a dedicated room within the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, a significant opportunity you ought to comprehend. Having presented an exceptionally lucrative offer, Luo Tianhe quietly observed the wedding dress anomaly. Upon hearing his proposal, her hesitation deepened further. Even the most powerful anomalies experienced moments of vulnerability, and when injured, they could only recover through two means: possessing special restorative items or finding a unique instance that offered accommodation for anomalies. The former was rare, while the latter was hardly better, at least. Within the current Jinghai city, it seemed the Drunken Immortal Pavilion was the only option available. Moreover, should other lodging instances emerge in the future, their prices would undoubtedly be exorbitant, far beyond the means of most solitary anomalies. Not to mention what our boss has mentioned. Do not forget, he is a pure yang body, with just a modicum of yang energy from him. Advancing to S level would not be a daunting task. Chingy seized the opportunity to reinforce the significance of the pure yang body. Luo Tianhe, however, felt a flicker of doubt regarding this pure yang body that both Chingy and the wedding dress anomaly had frequently referenced. In his past life, he had encountered numerous anomalies, yet none had ever mentioned being a pure yang body. Had his rebirth led to a transformation of his physique? I shall join. After a prolonged silence, the wedding dress anomaly gritted her teeth, her expression resolute as she gazed at Luo Tianhe. Despite the unfavorable reputation of brothels, the terms he had presented were far too enticing for any anomaly to decline. Sign here, and you shall become a member of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, he said, producing a blank employee register and extending it towards the wedding dress anomaly. As she inscribed her name, the formerly vacant register was instantly filled with her details. Mu Xiling, a level wedding dress anomaly, jilted by her fiancé, who conspired with others to commit murder. Accumulated resentment transformed her into an anomaly, wandering for a millennium. Special ability: puppet strings, capable of controlling targets through invisible threads. Exclusive rule: curse of betrayal. Those who betray her in her presence shall be cursed, with the curse draining their blood essence, spiritual energy, and ultimately consuming their souls. Personality overview: betrayed by her fiancé. A millennium of solitude has sealed the softness within Mu Xiling's heart, yet her coldness is not her true nature. With care, there will be a time for the ice to melt. Note: from this day forth, every 30 days, 20,000 soul coins, or an equivalent price recognized by Mu Xiling must be provided. Failure to comply will be considered a breach of rules, leading to the mortgage of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Welcome to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. From now on, we are family, Luo Tianhe declared, excitement coursing through him as he tucked away the employee handbook. Although the roles of employees and spirit guardians differed, they were, after all, allies now. With the arrival of two A-level generals right from the outset, his position was undeniably formidable. What is my next task? Mu Xiling inquired, her demeanor shifting into that of a dedicated employee. Patience. We have esteemed guests arriving, Luo Tianhe replied, as three more dark mists materialized at the entrance of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. As the mist dispersed, three grotesque anomalies emerged. Point one was a grotesque figure over 2 meters tall, exuding a putrid stench, wielding a battered cleaver and a dark chain. An A-level anomaly, the Flesh Mountain Butcher. The second appeared as if freshly retrieved from the depths of water, dripping incessantly, with skin so pale it resembled parchment, an A-level anomaly. The Drowned Corpse. The final one was even more unsettling, with a visage entirely composed of eyes, and countless closed eyes visible on its exposed skin. Had Luo Tianhe harbored a fear of clusters, he would have fainted on the spot. An A-level anomaly, the Hundred-Eyed Monster. Each of these anomalies radiated a palpable malice. Who would have thought such a fine establishment existed? Where's the boss? I demand to speak with him. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianhe swiftly positioned himself before the three anomalies. That an icy tone escaped his lips, and simultaneously, the spiritual energy within the entire Drunken Immortal Pavilion surged to life. This is my territory. It is not your place to act so brazenly. Chapter 4. Slaying Anomalies. Messenger of the Underworld, ordinary human. Seeking death. Upon sensing the human essence emanating from Luo Tianhe, the butcher's expression twisted into a snarl, raising his cleaver to strike at Luo Tianhe. Yet, just as the cleaver was about to descend upon his head, the butcher's entire body became as if petrified, unable to advance even a fraction despite his efforts. In our establishment, raising a hand against my boss is the height of arrogance, Mu Xiling coldly observed from a distance, her right hand gradually forming a fist. Invisible threads tightened around the layers of the butcher's flesh, causing foul blood to ooze forth. You too, if you remain dazed, the next to die will be you. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, the butcher let out a roar, prompting the Drowned Corpse and Hundred-Eyed Monster to spring into action. The Drowned Corpse transformed into a puddle of water, surging straight towards Mu Xiling. Lacking a physical form, it could evade the effects of the puppet strings, scatter. With a cold huff from Qingyi, invisible sound waves radiated outward, shattering the Drowned Corpse's watery form into countless droplets, forcing it to retreat. However, seizing the opportunity, the Hundred-Eyed Monster unleashed its ability. All of its eyes opened, casting forth beams of dark light that ensnared everyone present, rendering them as if mired in a quagmire. Movement became exceedingly arduous for both their spiritual essence and bodies. Break. The A-level anomaly, Hundred-Eyed Monster, wielded the special ability Stasis Light. Those illuminated by it found all abilities ensnared in a state of delay. Yet, this ability was not without countermeasures. As long as one vanished from the Hundred-Eyed Monster's line of sight for even a brief moment, the effect would dissipate automatically. Furthermore, the Hundred-Eyed Monster harbored a critical weakness, the back of its neck. With the combination of Luo Tianhe's teleportation ability and the precision of illusory sound targeting its vulnerability, a shriek erupted from the Hundred-Eyed Monster as its weak point was pierced, causing blood tears to stream from all its eyes. Boom! Having dispatched the Hundred-Eyed Monster, Luo Tianhe struck again, manipulating illusory sound to create a sound wave barrier, effectively trapping the Drowned Corpse within. The Drowned Corpse's ability to transform into water allowed it to ignore all physical attacks. However, while in its aqueous state, it suffered double damage from energy-based assaults that as the sound waves repeatedly shattered the Drowned Corpse into minute droplets, the barrier erupted in a burst of blood mist, and the Drowned Corpse's essence faded entirely. With two A-level anomalies vanquished, Luo Tianhe turned his attention to the butcher, who was now nearly severed by Mu Xiling's puppet strings. That I can work for you without charge. If you deem me worthy, I can also serve as your spirit guardian. My lord, I am but a fool. I beg you, release me. Startled by the palpable killing intent emanating from Luo Tianhe, the butcher began to plead for mercy in a frenzy. Yet Mu Xiling's silken threads continued to slice through his flesh with relentless slowness. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion has no need for such an unsightly employee. Luo Tianhe spoke softly, issuing a definitive sentence of death upon the butcher. Upon hearing this, a faint, cold smile appeared at the corner of Mu Xiling's lips that I in the next instant. The puppet show was unleashed with full force, and in the blink of an eye, the butcher was reduced to countless shreds of meat. Simultaneously, Luo Tianhe retrieved the rules of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, the first ordinary rule already vividly inscribed upon the parchment. Within the confines of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, the abilities associated with the rules of non-members would be rendered ineffective. This rule was nearly universal for scene-based instances, and it provided Luo Tianhe with the confidence to confront 3 Class A anomalies directly. Any anomaly would find its rule-based abilities nullified, effectively having their strength. What remained would be solely their unique abilities, and as someone who had endured a previous anomalous apocalypse, Luo Tianhe was acutely aware of the powers and weaknesses of most common anomalies. The trifling Class A anomalies that ventured into the Drunken Immortal Pavilion were no different from walking to their own demise. After the trio of anomalies perished, 3 blood-red orbs floated from their remains. The moment Mu Xiling laid eyes on the orbs, her gaze brightened significantly. The anomaly orbs, which contained the essence of an anomaly's spiritual energy, were invaluable treasures for both anomalies and spirit tamers, capable of swiftly enhancing their power. With a single motion of his hand, Luo Tianhe summoned the 3 Class A anomaly orbs into his grasp through the manipulation of spiritual energy. Point 1 for each of you. Fear not. Follow me, and you shall have your fill of such treasures in the future. Distributing 2 of the orbs to Mu Xiling and Qingyi, Luo Tianhe proceeded to weave a grand vision of prosperity. As Qingyi and Mu Xiling accepted the anomaly orbs, an eerie aura suddenly wafted through the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, and moments later, a figure gradually took shape. That I no need to be alarmed. Esteemed owner, I harbor no ill intent. I am merely a humble merchant. Observing that Luo Tianhe and his companions were poised for action, a plump little fellow with a pair of comically small mustaches and a sly expression quickly raised his hands in surrender. Recognizing the figure, the 3 relaxed immediately. They were acquainted with this fellow, the harbinger of the Underworld, representative of the Nether Realm, who traversed the apocalypse to conduct trade with all anomalies and spirit tamers. It seems my esteemed lords are already aware of my identity. However, as per custom, I must introduce myself. Sighing in relief and brushing off the dust from his attire, the little fellow began his formal introduction. I am Wuliang, the only licensed harbinger of the Underworld in Jinghai City. Here is my business card. Should you require my services in the future, simply infuse it with spiritual energy, and I shall arrive post-haste. As Wuliang handed the card to Luo Tianhe, he eagerly inched closer to the 3 anomaly corpses. Esteemed lords, these anomaly corpses hold little value for you. I propose a fair price. How about selling them to me? Wuliang's gaze swept around, ultimately landing on Luo Tianhe, a competent merchant. He could discern who held the authority in the situation. 20,000 each, bundled for 55,000. No haggling. Before Wuliang could finish, Luo Tianhe decisively stated his offer. In his previous life, he had been taken advantage of by harbingers of the Underworld regarding pricing. However, experience had taught him well. This offer was profitable for Wuliang while ensuring Luo Tianhe did not incur losses. His esteemed boss, you. No need for further discussion. This is the price I know you can accept. Moreover, we are bound to collaborate frequently, so do not attempt to swindle me. To be reliable, and I assure you, your business will flourish. The straightforwardness of the proposal left Wuliang momentarily questioning his own life choices. What on earth is this? Why does it feel like this kid understands the market better than I do? Suppressing his inner turmoil, Wuliang quickly composed himself. Regardless, this was his first transaction, and any profit was a win. Since the esteemed boss has spoken, I shall not prolong matters that I believe our future collaborations will be exceedingly pleasant. With a flourish, Wuliang collected the 3 anomaly corpses that a dark red card materialized before Luo Tianhe. With a single wave of Wuliang's hand, as a testament to our friendship, I present this bloody great Underworld card to you. Esteemed boss, that I hope we meet again soon. With a hearty laugh, Wuliang vanished within the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. The Harbinger of the Underworld possessed the ability to bypass any conditions and enter a scene once. Any subsequent visits would require Luo Tianhe's summons. Nonetheless, the Underworld card he left behind was indeed a valuable asset, even causing the seasoned Luo Tianhe to feel a surge of joy within. Chapter 5. Enchantingly Alluring Knight Lioli. The Underworld card, a special item introduced by the Underworld Bank, functions similarly to a bank card from before the apocalypse. However, its utility far surpasses that of a mere bank card. With the Underworld card in hand, the holder can instantly convert the numbers into actual Underworld currency, akin to an ability to open spatial portals. The Underworld card exists in 5 grades: Bloody, Calamity, Underworld King, Underworld Emperor, and the highest grade, the Yellow Spring. The first 4 grades correspond to Dark Red, Dark Purple, Crimson Gold, and Black Gold, respectively, while the legendary Yellow Spring grade is said to manifest in various colors depending on the holder's abilities. All 5 types of Underworld cards possess the capability to open portals to the Underworld Bank, allowing for transport that can bypass most rules and even facilitate escape from certain horror-themed instances. However, the number of portal openings allowed differs by grade, and the required amount of stored Underworld currency varies as well. The Bloody grade requires a minimum of 1 million Underworld coins, usable once in a lifetime. The Calamity grade requires at least 10 million coins, usable once a year. The Underworld King grade requires at least 100 million coins, usable once a month. The Underworld Emperor grade requires at least 10 billion coins, usable once a day. As for the fabled Yellow Spring grade, the required amount remains unknown, but it is rumored that possessing such a card allows one to reside at the Underworld Bank indefinitely. Thus, Wu Yang's prompt gifting of a Bloody grade Underworld card demonstrated considerable goodwill and enthusiasm. For Luo Tianhe, it undoubtedly represented an additional opportunity for survival that I doubt any Class A anomalies will approach again. When I arrived, only those 3 were behind me. The lower-tier anomalies were kept at bay. What shall we do next? After dispatching the butcher and his 2 associates, an unsatisfied Mu Xiling could not help but inquire. Were it not for the restrictions imposed by the Drunken Immortal Pavilion's rules, encountering the butcher trio alone would have made victory exceedingly challenging for her. Her rule-based abilities were rather lackluster. While the butchers were anything but, for anomalies, the power of rules was where true strength lay, that we must expedite the instance conversion of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion to ensure a steady influx of Underworld currency. Upon completing the instance conversion, half of the rewards obtained by players would be derived from the instance itself, while the other half would be funded by the Underworld. The Underworld's funding would be directly deposited into the account of the instance holder based on the number of players entering the instance. Thus, once the instance conversion was complete, as long as the number of players who ultimately cleared the instance was below 50%, Luo Tianhe would profit. As he spoke, Luo Tianhe produced the rules document, which clearly outlined the 3 requirements for instance conversion. First, complete all rules. Second, recruit at least 5 employees. And third, independently attract the first batch of players for an instance test. Completing the first requirement was trivially simple. However, fulfilling the second was considerably more challenging. Luo Tianhe was disinterested in hiring those deemed subpar or peculiar. In his mind, any employee representing the Drunken Immortal Pavilion must be a goddess-level anomaly. If that's the case, we shall need to venture out to recruit other anomalies. Would you like to accompany me? Mu Xiling pondered for a moment before cautiously voicing her thoughts, given Luo Tianhe's current capabilities. Stepping outside the Drunken Immortal Pavilion would render him an ordinary person, and surviving in a world rife with anomalies was a cause for concern for Mu Xiling. After all, she had just secured a boss, and her future salary depended on Luo Tianhe. Do not look at me. I cannot leave the Drunken Immortal Pavilion until it reaches Class S, and I would not recommend you accompany me. With your aura of death, lower-tier anomalies would steer clear of you, and against higher-tier anomalies, you may not fare well enough, let alone recruiting them as employees. Qingyi spoke slowly, categorically dismissing all options. Hearing this, Luo Tianhe let out a sigh. That it's fine. I can manage on my own. Trust me. Why be so troubled? Contracting a spirit to assist you is a simple matter. Just as Luo Tianhe's optimistic words escaped his lips, a languid female voice suddenly rang out, causing the hearts of the 3 to tighten simultaneously. Following the sound, they beheld an exquisitely enchanting woman sitting barefoot on the high platform of the 2nd floor, her legs swaying like jade. Upon recognizing the woman's breathtaking beauty, Luo Tiana's eyes widened in astonishment. That wasn't she the one who had granted him the token for the Drunken Immortal Pavilion in his dreams? Who are you? Reacting instinctively, Mu Xiling activated her puppet strings. However, before her technique could take effect, her entire body was lifted into the air. Considering your intent to protect little Tianhe, I shall spare you this time. Should there be a next, do not blame me for being merciless. The soft voice echoed as the woman gracefully descended from the second floor, step by step, until she stood before Luo Tianhe. Long time no see. Have you missed me? She delicately lifted Luo Tianhe's chin with her slender index finger, her captivating fox-like eyes shimmering with an alluring glow. From such proximity, Luo Tianhe could distinctly detect the faint fragrance that enveloped the woman. And in that fleeting moment, he felt an intoxicating dizziness wash over him. Thank you, Senior. He quickly steadied his mind, prepared to express his gratitude, but before he could finish his sentence, the woman raised her finger to silence him. Dear little brother, no need to call me Senior. Just call me Sister. Or you can refer to me as Lioli, for I quite fancy the name Yi Lioli. She spoke in a tone that brooked no refusal, gently releasing her hand thereafter. Thank you, Sister Lioli. Swallowing hard, Luo Tianhe, who had weathered countless storms in 2 lifetimes, now felt utterly ensnared to S.A. man. It was nearly impossible to remain indifferent to a temptress like Yi Lioli. Ah, you are quite obedient. Tonight, do not wander off. I shall teach you a few tricks to ensure you are not bullied outside, Ditto. By the way, hand over your employee roster. I can easily play the role of a courtesan. A satisfied smile graced Yi Lioli's lips as a brilliant light flickered in her right hand, and a long pipe materialized within her grasp. She took a shallow puff, releasing a rich fragrance with a gentle exhale. Immediately, Luo Tianhe followed suit. The employee roster unfurled, and with a single wave of Yi Lioli's hand, the smoke drifted towards the roster, inscribing her name upon it. Subsequently, the roster glowed, revealing all of Yi Lioli's information. Luo Tianhe glanced at the roster again, his mind momentarily frozen in disbelief. What on earth? What is this situation? Chapter 6. The Yin-Yang Pact, Free and Easy Travel, Yi Lioli. S-rank anomaly, transformed by fate into a peculiar entity. Trapped in a chaotic time-space for 3 millennia, accumulating vast amounts of Yin energy to form a 9 Yin body. Special ability, free and easy travel, capable of controlling all gaseous substances and freely moving by utilizing any gaseous material as a foothold. Exclusive rule, freedom. Any attempt to restrict Yi Lioli's actions will rebound with double intensity upon the initiator. Special constitution, 9 Yin body, possessing an extreme Yin constitution that rapidly nurtures Yin entities, facilitating swift growth, simultaneously exerting a powerful suppressive effect on non-Yin entities. Personality overview. Queenly demeanor, fearless in love and hate, decisive in action. Note: from this day forth, it is required to provide Yi Lioli with pure Yang energy at least once every 30 days, or it will be deemed a violation of the rules. The Drunken Immortal building will be mortgaged and utterly reduced to Yi Lioli's slave, an S-rank anomaly, a buggy ability, and a rare special constitution. What perplexed Luo Tianhe the most was an item that should have pertained to his salary. What does it mean to provide pure Yang energy? Could it be, dear little brother, why are you standing there in a daze? Yi Lioli called out to Luo Tianhe, beckoning him with a gesture, and an invisible force immediately pulled him towards her. Sister will lend you my S-rank ability as a guardian spirit. Why do you still seem unwilling? Yi Lioli displayed a feigned expression of grievance, a stark contrast to her regal beauty, prompting Luo Tianhe to wish he could slap himself. That I'll do as Sister Lioli says. It was evidently futile to resist. There was nothing to do but indulge. As Yi Lioli led Luo Tianhe away, disappearing at the staircase's end, Mu Xiling finally regained her ability to move. Do you know her? Unable to contain her curiosity, Mu Xiling inquired of Qingyi, who had not dared to breathe throughout the entire ordeal. That a Mu Xiling's question. Qingyi swallowed hard. Take my advice. Whatever you do, do not provoke that old witch. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Qingyi's forehead as she recalled something terrifying. Her youthful face etched with fear. All right, but how come she seems to know the boss, yet the boss doesn't seem to be very familiar with her? Mu Xiling continued, and upon hearing this, Qingyi shook her head. I don't know about that, but one thing's for sure. Being the guardian spirit of our boss is definitely not a loss. After Qingyi spoke, Mu Xiling quickly understood her implication. Are you suggesting the yin-yang pact? I have considered it, but even for a pure yang body, wouldn't it exhaust the innate yang energy after 2 or 3 yin-yang pacts? Pausing for a moment, Mu Xiling gazed again in the direction where Yi Liuli and Luo Tianhe had vanished. A hint of envy flashing in her eyes that I wouldn't want a day to come when the boss encounters a more suitable anomaly, but regrets turning me into his guardian spirit. Therefore, unless he brings it up, I won't mention it myself, that I thought you were still worried about the previous incident, that if that's the case, you're overthinking it. Approaching Mu Xiling, Qingyi wore a mysterious expression, though unsure of the situation. It seemed that this fellow's innate yang energy could suffice for 200 or 300 yin-yang packs. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiling was momentarily stunned, her delicate features filled with disbelief. 200 or 300 times? What sort of monster is this? Meanwhile, as Mu Xiling and Qingyi deliberated over Luo Tianhe, Yi Liuli had already brought him to the largest suite on the 5th floor. How much do you know about the guardian spirit contract? Slowly sitting on the edge of the bed, Yi Liuli crossed her legs, gazing intently at Luo Tianhe. There are 2 primary methods. The spiritual contract, which uses spiritual power as a medium to establish a specific pact, requiring a price for each use of the guardian spirit's abilities. The advantage of the spiritual contract lies in its unlimited number, but the downside is that the anomaly's strength decreases by 30% to maintain the contract. The second method is the blood contract, which uses one's life essence as a medium to establish a lifelong unique pact. After signing the blood contract, utilizing the guardian spirit's abilities incurs no cost, and the anomaly's strength only decreases by 10%. However, the drawback is that each person can only sign a blood contract once. Luo Tianhe explained, as this was common knowledge among all guardian spirit masters in his past life. That is correct, yet not entirely so. In fact, there exists a third method of contracting a guardian spirit. With a hint of seduction in her smile, Yi Liuli gently patted the space beside her, inviting Luo Tianhe to sit down. Once he was settled, Yi Liuli once again lifted Luo Tianhe's chin, that if the guardian spirit master possesses a pure yang body, they may establish a yin-yang pact with a female anomaly. By signing a yin-yang pact, the anomaly's strength not only remains intact, but may also receive varying degrees of enhancement due to the nourishment of the innate yang energy. Furthermore, during subsequent cultivation, both the guardian spirit master and the anomaly can mutually complement each other, accelerating the accumulation of spiritual power. Upon hearing Yi Liuli's words, Luo Tianhe finally comprehended how he differed from others. Yet he was perplexed as to why he had never heard of being a pure yang body in his previous life. Sister Liuli, what does pure yang body refer to? In response to Luo Tianhe's question, Yi Liuli patiently elaborated. Humans possess innate energy, which is divided into yin and yang. Ordinary individuals are generally balanced in both, hence their normality. However, there are exceptional cases where the yin and yang within a person are imbalanced. An excess of yin results in frailty, while an excess of yang leads to robustness, often accompanied by character flaws. Among these, there are 2 extremes, pure yang bodies and pure yin bodies. Such individuals possess solely innate yang or yin energy. And once they reach these extremes, their peculiarities are not evident in their personal traits. Pure yin and pure yang constitutions draw the yin and yang energies from those around them, which can lead to an imbalance and ultimately demise. Hence, such individuals are typically referred to as heavenly calamity lone stars. Pausing, Yi Liuli once again fixed her gaze on Luo Tianhe, her eyes gleaming with a predatory glint. And you, my dear, are a pure yang body. So, I can establish a yin-yang pact with you. Sister Liuli? A flicker of delight crossed Luo Tianhe's features as he envisioned a bright future. Hearing this, Yi Liuli could not help but lick her lips, ultimately nibbling on them gently. Of course, I brought you here to teach you how to establish a yin-yang pact. With that, Yi Liuli firmly pushed Luo Tianhe onto the bed. Following her guidance, Luo Tianhe felt the innate yang energy within him begin to flow gently. Soon he found himself enveloped entirely by Yi Liuli's cool, moist yin energy. At the moment of their energies merging, an overwhelming sense of pleasure surged through Luo Tianhe. The entire process of establishing the pact lasted nearly half an hour, during which a substantial amount of innate yang energy flowed into Yi Liuli's body, officially completing the contract. Chapter 7. If you don't want to die, You must not stop now. You can rest assured as you venture outside. Having balanced the yin energy within her after receiving Luo Tianhe's innate yang energy, a noticeable flush and vitality returned to Yi Liuli's face. Merely by sensing her aura, one could hardly discern that she was an anomaly. Simultaneously, with the completion of the yin-yang pact, Luo Tianhe gained the ability of free and easy travel from Yi Liuli. This is yet another advantage of the yin-yang pact, whether it is a spiritual contract or a blood contract. For a spirit master to wield the powers of their spirit, the spirit must reside within the master's body. However, this is not the case with the yin-yang pact. Once the contract is fulfilled, as long as the spirit remains alive, the spirit master can freely utilize the spirit's abilities. Moreover, unlike the previous life, after completing the pact with Yi Liuli, Luo Tianhe could distinctly sense that the spiritual energy within him was at least twice as robust as in his past existence. Aware of this transformation, Luo Tianhe could not help but lament that he had ultimately failed to witness the full scope of this apocalyptic world in his previous life. Such extraordinary abilities. And he had received not a single hint. Are there any precautions? He swallowed nervously and cautiously inquired. Luo Tianhe could hardly have anticipated that the method of the yin-yang pact would be so explosive. Having just tasted the sweetness of power, he found himself at a loss on how to face Yi Liuli. Just as Yi Liuli had remarked, Luo Tianhe had always been a veritable lone star, devoid of even a single friend, let alone a girlfriend. Yet, a single yin-yang pact had utterly transformed his perception of the world. It turned out that this world was so wondrous. You have reminded me of something. Taking a shallow puff from her pipe, a peculiar glimmer flickered in Yi Liuli's eyes. The yin-yang pact has allowed half of my innate yin energy to enter your body. However, compared to the amount of innate yang energy you possess, this bit of innate yin energy is merely a drop in the ocean. In other words, your body is currently in a state of yin-yang imbalance, but since it is not innate, you will not immediately exhibit any abnormal symptoms. Yi Liuli spoke with an air of calm, yet Luo Tianhe could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Just as he was beginning to relish the joys of life, was he to face imminent doom? Don't panic just yet. I haven't finished speaking. Yi Liuli interjected, tapping Luo Tianhe lightly with her pipe. As a body of 9 yin, I naturally possess more innate yin energy than the average person, which should sustain you for about a month. If you can supplement your innate yin energy within this month, the onset of the yin-yang imbalance will be further postponed. Hearing this ray of hope, Luo Tianhe's eyes instantly brightened. If he could absorb more innate yin energy and merge it with his own innate yang energy, not only would he avoid death, but his spiritual power would also increase once more. Wouldn't that be killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Overwhelmed with joy, Luo Tianhe envisioned a bright future ahead, but suddenly, he froze again. The method to replenish innate yin energy couldn't possibly be swallowing hard. Luo Tianhe looked at Yi Liuli, who revealed a knowing smile. I'm not sure about other methods, but I do know that the yin-yang pact is undoubtedly the fastest way to replenish your innate yin energy. As she spoke, Yi Liuli leaned closer, gently lifting Luo Tianhe's chin. Do not worry. I am quite magnanimous. Regardless of how many spirits you possess, I will assist you in managing them well. After all, it is only in this way that you can survive. And I certainly do not wish for my dear little brother to perish so easily. Before Luo Tianhe could respond, Yi Liuli seized his lips without hesitation. Even though I can no longer absorb your innate yang energy, your acquired yang energy is still a great tonic for me. After a lengthy moment, their lips parted. Yi Liuli gazed at Luo Tianhe with sultry eyes, exuding an assertive allure. So, remember to be proactive and diligent from now on. My ascent to SS rank relies on your efforts. It was difficult to discern how much time had passed when Luo Tianhe finally escaped the room, gasping for breath. Hastily wiping away the lipstick marks on his face and sensing the increase in his spiritual power, he was at a loss as to whether he should feel elated or anxious. Others entered into contracts with spirits to enhance their strength, but for Luo Tianhe, it was purely a matter of prolonging his life. To avoid death, he absolutely could not afford to pause. With this thought in mind, Luo Tianhe focused his intent and instantly appeared in Mu Xiling's room. At that moment, Mu Xiling was preparing to enjoy a restful sleep, hoping to heal her body, which had been injured by Yi Liuli. Sensing the sudden presence of someone in the room, Mu Xiling jolted awake, activating her thread puppet technique, with numerous threads swiftly converging on Luo Tianhe. "It's me." Luo Tianhe's voice rang out at the perfect moment, and Mu Xiling's control was strong enough to halt the lethal threads in their tracks. "Could you please announce your arrival next time?" If I hadn't reacted swiftly, you would have been torn to shreds. That Mu Xiling, still shaken, could not help but voice her irritation, realizing how close she had come to losing her job. "That I'm well aware of the capabilities of my employees. Even if you had startled me a bit more, I'm certain you would have been fine." Luo Tianhe chuckled, delivering a compliment at just the right moment. "You didn't come here in the middle of the night just to test my strength, did you?" Relaxing, Mu Xiling looked at Luo Tianhe with a hint of curiosity, her gentle features illuminated by the soft moonlight. "That I in a sense, saying I came to test your strength is not entirely inaccurate." Pausing for a moment, Luo Tianhe took a deep breath. "Would you be willing to become my spirit, a spirit of the Yin-Yang Pact?" As soon as Luo Tianhe finished speaking, Mu Xiling stood frozen in place. Was there truly any difference between this and asking a girl if she would like to have a child with him? However, there was indeed a distinction. The difference lay in the fact that the individual before him was an entity that had lived for several centuries. In this bizarre world, one could easily board the ship before purchasing a ticket. As long as you possess sufficient strength and could offer enough benefits to persuade the other party, you could gain passage. And at this moment, Luo Tianhe held that leverage. The Yin-Yang Pact represented an irresistible boon for the enigmatic. Mu Xiling understood all too well that by acquiring Luo Tianhe's innate Yang energy, she could undoubtedly break through to become an S-rank enigma. Should she miss this opportunity, even if she could earn 100,000 soul coins a month, it would still take her several more years to achieve the same rank. "No problem." Without much hesitation, Mu Xiling responded with firm resolve. However, after Mu Xiling agreed, Luo Tianhe was left momentarily speechless regarding how to proceed. What should come next was undeniably abrupt. "What, do you expect me to take the initiative?" Chapter 8. Dual SS Abilities B-Rank Dungeon. Abandoned building. As Luo Tianhe remained motionless for an extended period, Mu Xiling bit her lip, struggling to utter a few words. Even after having been an enigma for hundreds of years, one thing had not changed for Mu Xiling. Like the Luo Tianhe from moments ago, she had yet to hold hands with any member of the opposite sex. Hearing this, Luo Tianhe could not help but grit his teeth. It was merely a Yin-Yang pact. He could just go for it. He pulled Mu Xiling into his embrace, the icy yet soft sensation causing him to shudder involuntarily. Simultaneously, Mu Xiling felt the unusual warmth radiating from Luo Tianhe. For an ordinary person, merely approaching Mu Xiling would likely result in being corroded by Yin energy. Yet, Luo Tianhe remained unscathed, even providing Mu Xiling with a long-lost warmth. After a brief moment of adjustment, Luo Tianhe immediately summoned his innate Yang energy, guiding it to flow within Mu Xiling's body. Nourished by Luo Tianhe's innate Yang energy, Mu Xiling's previously pallid complexion gradually transformed, replaced by a hue that resembled that of human skin, rosy and delicate. Finally, as Luo Tianhe completed the pact, an abundant surge of innate Yang energy flooded into Mu Xiling's body, causing her aura to skyrocket. "You leveled up?" With the contract fulfilled, Mu Xiling became Luo Tianhe's spirit, and as the spirit master, he naturally gained insight into her rank information. "Yes, my husband," Mu Xiling softly responded. Not only did her aura change, but her voice and demeanor also transformed entirely, as if she were a different person. Especially that gentle utterance of "my husband," which left Luo Tianhe utterly parched. With Mu Xiling's ascension to S rank, the power of her thread puppet technique was further enhanced, with the strength, sharpness, and range of her threads all experiencing significant improvements. Most importantly, her Enigma's rule underwent a transformation. The new rule, Shared Heart, ensured that if Yun Tianhe were injured, Mu Xiling's abilities would be amplified. The greater his wounds, the more significant the enhancement. The most overpowered aspect was that Shared Heart could ignore all scene rules that were of a lower rank than Mu Xiling. Simultaneously, as a result of acquiring Mu Xiling's innate Yin energy, Luo Tianhe's lifespan was extended by half a month. With such joyous news, Luo Tianhe's spirit soared. "Good Xiling, rest well at home. I must go out for a stroll." Armed with 2 S-rank abilities, Luo Tianhe felt an unparalleled confidence, ready to sweep through the 2 dungeons near the Drunken Immortal Tower. "Rest assured, my husband, Xiling will behave herself at home," Mu Xiling said. a hint of blush gracing her cheeks. After receiving the nourishment of innate yang energy, she also began to exhibit characteristics of a human body. Gently kissing Mu Xiling's rosy cheek, Luo Tianhe focused his thoughts and found himself at the entrance of the Drunken Immortal Tower. Spotting Qing Yi, who was still aimlessly wandering in the hall, Luo Tianhe suppressed the urge to form a contract with her. Though Qing Yi was over 2,000 years old, Luo Tianhe found it difficult to disregard her youthful appearance. Let it remain as a lifeline, for when the day comes that I can no longer endure, it shall not be too late to forge a contract. Taking a deep breath, Luo Tianhe stepped out of the Drunken Immortal Tower. A surge of gallantry swelling within him that I in this apocalyptic world, I have returned. As night enveloped the surroundings, Luo Tianhe's figure gradually faded away. Meanwhile, at the fifth-floor window, Yulioli could not help but smile with satisfaction. My foolish little brother, how quickly he has come to his senses, already securing that girl Zi Ling. Why, Yulioli murmured to herself, devoid of any jealousy, her face instead reflecting a hint of comfort. Having met her sister, it is hoped that she will be more accommodating in the future. As fellow spirit companions of Luo Tianhe, Yulioli and Mu Xiling now shared a unique bond. One that, in a sense, surpassed that of biological sisters. There is no need for concern. From this day forth, we are family, and I shall wholeheartedly assist my foolish brother. As Yulioli spoke softly, the newly formed sisters began sharing tales of their millennia-long experiences. In the meantime, Luo Tianhe had already arrived at one of the two unfinished building instances. B-level instance. The unfinished building, with the opening condition requiring at least 5 players. Upon arriving near the unfinished building, Luo Tianhe found 4 individuals struggling nearby, that a young couple seeking thrills within the derelict structure, a homeless man who had made the unfinished building his home, and a yellow-haired individual hoping to scavenge materials to sell. No matter their efforts, they could not escape the confines of the unfinished building. Such is the advantage of an instance. Once the instance is activated, all those near the designated area are forcibly turned into players. Unable to leave until the opening conditions are met, as Luo Tianhe stepped into the instance's range, the conditions for activating the unfinished building were fulfilled, accompanied by a flicker of dim light. The surroundings transformed in an instant. The once barren, unfinished building morphed into a 3-story sales center, its exterior splattered with paint and adorned with various slogans demanding repayment. Welcome, players, to the urban legend instance of the unfinished building. In this instance, your roles are those of homebuyers seeking payment. You have 1 day's time. Successfully demand more than 50% of the owed funds to clear the instance. The more funds you recover, the higher your completion rate. The young trio was aware of the nature of urban legends, while the homeless man believed he had angered some deity. Amidst their individual concerns, a receptionist clad in a deep blue qipao approached with enthusiasm. The high slit reached her thighs, revealing black thigh-high stockings that accentuated her exquisite legs. Welcome to the prosperous lakeside. I am the receptionist, Ero. May I ask if you are here to view properties? I can introduce suitable sales representatives. As Ero spoke, Luo Tianhe could not help but scoff internally. Even in a state of disrepair, they dare to sell. Truly, they have taken the concept of unscrupulous merchants to the extreme. Forgive my rudeness, O celestial being. Before others could react, the dazed homeless man suddenly lunged forward, kneeling before the receptionist and fervently begging for mercy. Witnessing this, Luo Tianhe could only shake his head in resignation. This was certainly the end for him. And indeed, shortly thereafter, a burly man burst from the sales office, shielding Ero behind him and seizing the homeless man by the collar. Who is this madman? Disrupting our business. With a cold snort, the burly man exerted his strength, snapping the homeless man's neck with a decisive motion. What brings you here? We are here to buy property. In response to the burly man's inquiry, fearing they might meet the same fate as the homeless man, the young couple pondered briefly before providing a safe answer. Hearing this, a hint of amusement flickered across the burly man's face. And then his gaze fell upon Luo Tianhe and the yellow-haired individual. I am also here to buy property. The yellow-haired man began echoing the previous answer, but Luo Tianhe differed from the others. What else could one do at a sales office? However, I have heard that the sales office recently hired muscle. You must be one of them, as long as I do not cause trouble. My actions should not concern you, correct? Luo Tianhe spoke deliberately, and upon hearing this, The three young individuals widened their eyes in disbelief that is he not afraid of death. It seemed they could already envision Luo Tianhe's neck being snapped. Yet to their astonishment, the burly man refrained from acting violently, instead donning a smile. You have sharp eyes, brother. You are correct. I am indeed the muscle here, as long as you do not cause trouble. I will not harm you. The muscle stepped aside, and noticing this, Eerie, the receptionist, stepped forward once more. Since you are all here to purchase property, please follow me. With that, Eerie turned and led the way. Just as they entered through the door, a conspicuously prominent sign immediately captured everyone's attention. Rule 1. Do not trouble the receptionist. She is merely an employee that, if possible, try to befriend her, but do not let others in the sales office see you flattering her. Rule 2. Beware of the muscle. He has a volatile temperament that if he becomes enraged, he will attack everyone, but he will not harm anyone from the sales office. Rule 3. The sales representatives have the prices for each property. Be as precise as possible regarding your funds. Rule 4. The manager is responsible for approving refund requests. Special Rule 1. Pay attention to the stray cats near the sales office. The staff does not particularly like them. Special Rule 2. The sales representative is an old hand with a poor memory. Special Rule 3. The manager has a terrible temper. When communicating with him, ensure you do not misspeak. Open Rule. All rules in the current scene can be found within the scene itself. This is more applicable to lower-level instances, as they have fewer permissions that if hidden rules apply, the number of rules may be very limited, while using open rules can increase the number of rules. Among them, the two special rules appeared in red text, representing uncertainty. Their truthfulness must be judged by the players themselves. The young trio scrutinized the rules for quite some time, while Luo Tianhe merely cast a fleeting glance. The rules of the unfinished building instance had long been deciphered in his previous life, and it had gone bankrupt within a month due to players exploiting it. With his eyes closed, Luo Tianhe would not make a mistake. Hello, which building would you like to view? Upon seeing so many customers, the excited sales representative rushed over, knowing that once they engaged with him, escape would be impossible. You may choose first. May I use the restroom? As the three youngsters were detained by the elderly sales representative, Luo Tianhe decisively spoke, turning to the receptionist to make his request. No problem. Please follow me. The receptionist responded gently and led Luo Tianhe through the sales office for a considerable time until they finally arrived at a secluded restroom that Luo Tianhe entered. The receptionist waited attentively at the door. Meanwhile, a peculiar force began to take effect on Luo Tianhe, the receptionist's strange rule. Drain yang. When alone in a confined space with a member of the opposite sex, they will continuously siphon off the yang energy of the other until it is depleted and they perish. This bizarre rule overlapped with the instance's rules, a common method of killing in lower-level instances. Thus, when Luo Tianhe made his request, the receptionist readily agreed. For in her view, the time it took him to use the restroom would suffice for her to drain his yang energy completely. However, as time passed, the receptionist gradually sensed something was amiss. The yang energy within Luo Tianhe was akin to an insatiable abyss. No matter how much she absorbed, it showed no signs of depletion. On the contrary, she herself began to feel overwhelmed by the influx of yang energy. Realizing something was wrong, she turned to flee, but as she attempted to move, she was horrified to discover that she had lost control over her own body. Now you wish to leave? Isn't it a bit too late? Luo Tianhe slowly pushed the door open, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the receptionist, who appeared on the verge of bursting from the excess yang energy. Lin Eerie, B-level anomaly. Her ability is Burn Spirit, releasing powerful Yin energy that has a strong corrosive effect. The rule Drain Yang is as effective as it appears before you. Luo Tianhe gradually revealed all the information about Lin Eerie. Upon hearing this, the receptionist, now identified as an anomaly, displayed an expression of fear typically reserved for players. Now you have two choices. 1. Continue absorbing my yang energy until you burst. Or 2. Become my spirit companion, thus ensuring your survival and potentially elevating you to at least an A-level anomaly. Presenting Lin Eerie with these two choices, Luo Tianhe revealed a faint smile that do not blame me for not warning you. You probably have 3 minutes left to consider. Having spoken, Luo Tianhe observed as Lin Eerie felt the yang energy within her nearing its critical point, and ultimately, she made the correct choice. I am willing to be your spirit companion. As Lin Eerie's words fell, Luo Tianhe immediately pulled her into an embrace. The conditions were somewhat lacking, and time was a bit hurried, but there was no room for further deliberation now. Without additional explanation, Luo Tianhe promptly initiated the contract of yin and yang, channeling the innate yang energy within him directly into Lin Yiru, with the innate yang energy from Luo Tianhe's guidance. The yang energy within Lin Yiru, which had been poised to surge chaotically, immediately settled down and obediently coalesced. Simultaneously, half of the icy, innate yin energy within Lin Yiru separated and flowed towards Luo Tianhe's body. Adhering to the principle of swift resolution, the entire contract process was exceedingly straightforward and blunt. Under Luo Tianhe's assertive manipulation, the innate yang energy surged into Lin Yiru's body at an astonishing speed, culminating in the signing of the yin-yang contract. Lin Yiru was utterly unprepared for the revelation that Luo Tianhe's method of contracting was indeed the yin-yang contract, although she was violently inundated with the innate yang energy. Causing her immense pain, her level indeed ascended to A rank, just as Luo Tianhe had asserted. Amidst the pain intertwined with pleasure, Lin Yiru's emotions became exceedingly complex. Well, now we are a community of shared interests. Do share everything you can with me. Luo Tianhe never engages in unprofitable transactions. Absorbing Lin Yiru's innate yin energy was merely incidental. His true objective was to transform Lin Yiru into a breakthrough point. After all, this instance would inevitably be exhausted, so there was no need to waste too much time. Better to hasten the collapse. Chapter 10. Safety Measures Master. The only thing Yiru can disclose to you is the actual price of your house, which totals 35,624 Underworld coins. Completely subdued by Luo Tianhe, Lin Yiru's tone instantly softened. Yet, even as Luo Tianhe's spiritual servant, constrained by the rules of the instance, she could not divulge everything she knew to him. This alone suffices. Upon obtaining the price of his house, a hint of relief crossed Luo Tianhe's face. Within the derelict building instance, Luo Tianhe was well aware of the other rules, but the price of the house was a random value assigned to everyone upon entering the instance. Without clarity on this specific figure, the crucial step of demanding the house payment could not be completed. This was also a vital reason why Luo Tianhe directly secured Lin Yiru, for only Lin Yiru possessed the knowledge of each individual's house price and could relay it to the players. The rules at the entrance appeared to convey all pertinent information regarding this instance. However, upon deeper inspection, several significant pitfalls were cleverly concealed. The red font within the special rules served as accurate hints in the derelict building instance, implying that the seller who knew the price of everyone's house was, in fact, someone with a rather poor memory. Should a player approach the manager with this number, they would trigger the manager's rules due to a misstatement of the house price. Having acquired the information he sought, Luo Tianhe turned and exited the restroom. Upon seeing Luo Tianhe return, he was met with a couple and a young man with bleached hair, who were evidently startled. Instinctively, the salesperson glanced at Lin Yiru, who followed closely behind Luo Tianhe. Did we miss something? How is everyone finding it so far? Before the salesperson could speak, Luo Tianhe swiftly inquired. Hearing this, the couple exchanged victorious smiles. Just a moment ago, they had extracted their respective house payments from the salesperson's lips and were now ready to proceed to the next step, that as long as they could lure the manager out and persuade him to refund their payment. This instance would conclude that, of course, this was merely their collective assumption that we intend to speak with the manager about purchasing a house. Would you care to join us? The man among the couple adjusted his glasses, looking quite pleased as he addressed Luo Tianhe. Very well. I trust your judgment that if the price is reasonable, I shall follow suit. Ignoring the man's smugness, Luo Tianhe merely smiled faintly at this. The salesperson's expression brightened considerably. Then please, allow me to escort you all. Our manager would be delighted to meet you. With that, the salesperson turned and led the way, guiding everyone to the VIP room where they were seated. Before long, the salesperson returned, accompanied by the manager. Following closely behind the manager were two burly henchmen, one of whom had previously crushed a homeless man at the entrance. Upon seeing the group, a glint of excitement flickered in Luo Tianhe's eyes. How fortuitous! It seemed all players were present, potentially saving him considerable trouble. Silently marveling at this, Luo Tianhe chose to remain in the shadows, allowing the stage to be dominated by the confident couple. I understand you wish to purchase a house. May I inquire which building has captured your interest? If possible, I can offer you the greatest discounts. That as the manager took his seat, he immediately donned his signature smile, upon which the couple's confidence in their suspicions grew stronger. Through their recent testing, they had deduced that the salesperson possessed an exceptionally strong memory, leading them to conclude that the red font within the special rules was erroneous. Thus, they assumed that the manager before them was a rather affable individual. "Manager, here's the situation. We previously purchased a unit here, but now we find it somewhat small, so we wish to return it and exchange it for a larger one." The man among the couple spoke first, his demeanor serious, reminiscent of a grassroots celebrity auditioning for a film. His words elicited a silent nod of approval from Luo Tianhe, rather than recklessly demanding money. He had crafted a perfectly reasonable excuse that a normal sales office would find hard to refuse. This approach indeed constituted one of the ways to address their predicament. However, there existed a slight problem. Upon receiving the refund, they would need a more plausible reason for not purchasing a second unit. Otherwise, they too would be unable to exit alive. Moreover, they had yet to complete the first step. After all, they did not even know their actual house payments. That being the case, it is not entirely unfeasible, but may I ask what the house number and payment for your previous unit were? The manager inquired hesitantly. Upon hearing this question, Luo Tianhe immediately perked up. "Here it comes. How many will perish this time? I shall go first. My house payment was 45,000 Underworld coins for Unit 16. At the urging of the couple's gazes, the young man with bleached hair stepped forward, his expression brimming with excitement as if victory was already within reach. However, as soon as he uttered those words, his expression froze, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Young man, there are consequences for speaking incorrectly. Our Unit 16 is not priced at 45,000 Underworld coins." The manager's expression morphed into a frightening grimace, a faint blue glow emanating from his body, as he turned once more to the still bleeding young man. "I shall grant you another chance. Are you certain it is 45,000 Underworld coins?" the manager asked. As the terror of death loomed closer, the young man immediately began to falter. "Surely, you must have forgotten to include the tax, which is typically 10%. Hearing this, the young man's mind raced. Yes, it is 49,500 Underworld coins." Upon his utterance, the manager's blue aura brightened, while the young man's eyes widened in shock as he collapsed. The manager's peculiar rule, "speak cautiously," dictated that anyone uttering a known falsehood before him would randomly lose a part of their body. The young man had made two critical errors. The first cost him a portion of his intestines, leaving him grievously wounded but still alive. However, the second mistake cost him his heart. "Remove him with that," the manager commanded, and the newly arrived henchman stepped forward to lift the young man's lifeless body. As the henchman rose, Luo Tianhe promptly stood. "My apologies. I have an upset stomach. Do continue your conversation without me." With that, Luo Tianhe followed the henchman out, while the manager and salespeople, though displeased, had no choice but to watch as Luo Tianhe had not violated any rules, within the realm of any rules. As long as the player adheres to them, the oddities of the instance cannot harm them through combat. In other words, all actions taken by players are entirely free, which is one of the instance's unfortunate realities. Nonetheless, from the perspective of the manager and others, they perceived Luo Tianhe merely as someone frightened and instinctively seeking to evade. Furthermore, they still had two more prey to handle. Once they dealt with those, they regarded Luo Tianhe as nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. However, as Luo Tianhe exited the VIP room, trailing behind the henchman, a devilish smile crept onto his face. The game has come to an end. Chapter 11. Elimination. Why are you following me? The henchman, clearly displeased by Luo Tianhe's persistent presence, snapped. Is it not obvious? I am here to eliminate you. This is your own demise." A furious roar erupted as the henchman suddenly grew in size, transforming into a towering giant over 2 meters tall. The henchman's special ability, giantization, allowed him to double his strength and physical resilience. Almost immediately, an orange-yellow glow enveloped the henchman, further amplifying his size. In a state of rage, the effects of his giantization ability were now doubled. Additionally, Luo Tianhe's provocation had triggered the scene's rules, permitting the henchman to strike at Luo Tianhe. Die! With a thunderous roar, the henchman propelled himself toward Luo Tianhe, his massive hand reaching for his neck. Yet, Just as it seemed he would grasp Luo Tian's throat, the henchman's body suddenly hung suspended in midair. You disdain cats because of your hidden rules. Cradling a stray cat he had just pulled in with a string trick, Luo Tian's calm voice resonated once more. Under Luo Tian's gentle demeanor, the stray cat nestled comfortably in his embrace. Utterly compliant. Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, fear flickered across the henchman's face for the first time. How could you possibly know this? The hidden rules were not meant to be uncovered through any means. The only way to comprehend them was through experimentation and deduction. Yet this was merely the inaugural opening of the dilapidated building's instance, and theoretically, it was impossible to deduce these rules. Go ask the Lord of the Underworld. Oh, my apologies. I forgot that once the anomaly is dead, there is no chance of visiting the Underworld again. That a faint smile appeared on Luo Tian's face as he activated the thread puppet technique once more. The invisible threads instantaneously tearing the henchman into a pile of flesh. After retrieving the anomaly orb, Luo Tianhe employed the leisurely travel technique, effortlessly ascending to the top floor, where he shattered the glass with a single punch. Directly entering the boss's office, fixating his gaze on the safe, he activated the thread puppet technique, and the safe shattered with a resounding crack, revealing a staggering 75,000 nether coins, which Luo Tianhe swiftly pocketed. In every instance, upon its commencement, the funding from the Underworld would be stored somewhere within, remaining inaccessible until the instance concluded, at which point the holder could claim the funds. This was indeed the shortcut to completing the dilapidated building instance. After all, the requirement to clear the instance was simply to retrieve one's housing funds, with no restrictions on the methods employed. However, to follow the standard procedure for clearing the dilapidated building, one would need to accomplish 4 tasks. First, ascertain the amount of one's housing funds. Second, utilize the stray cat rule to eliminate the henchman. Third, converse with the manager and demand the housing funds. Fourth, when the manager claims the boss is absent and requires his decision, identify the boss who is masquerading under another identity. Although Luo Tianhe could also clear the instance by following the standard procedure, doing so would not only yield lesser rewards, but also jeopardize his plan to bankrupt the dilapidated building. Just as Luo Tianhe finished stowing away the Underworld funds, a second henchman, rushing in at the sound, crashed through the door. Hand over the funds. I can let you go. Coldly regarding Luo Tianhe, the henchman's expression was anything but pleasant. You? Let me go. You're just a mere henchman. What gives you such confidence? Luo Tianhe regarded the henchman with keen interest, causing the corner of the henchman's mouth to twitch involuntarily. Are you suggesting that you believe I am not a henchman? Coldly fixing his gaze on Luo Tianhe, the henchman began to lead Luo Tianhe into exposing himself. No, I certainly did not mean that. Your appearance screams henchman. But since you have no intention of making a move against me, I shall not be courteous. As he spoke, Luo Tianhe slowly produced a nether card, and as it swept over the nether coins, over 70,000 nether coins transformed into a golden light, depositing themselves within the card. Upon seeing the nether card, the henchman's eyes widened in disbelief. That a blood-stained nether card. How could you possibly possess such a thing? Gulping hard, the henchman's expression grew increasingly dramatic. To have stored over 1 million nether coins was something he himself had never achieved. A gift from a good friend. Putting away the nether card, Luo Tianhe then walked slowly toward the henchman. Don't just stand there in astonishment. Shouldn't you check your own state? Your time is running out. Standing before the henchman, Luo Tianhe offered a seemingly kind reminder. At his words, the puzzled henchman began to inspect himself, and his previously shocked expression swiftly morphed into one of sheer horror. Burning spirit? Realizing that the spiritual energy within him had dwindled to the brink, the henchman was engulfed in terror, his mind racing with confusion. How could Eerie possibly be willing to become your spirit? No, even if Eerie became your spirit, she is still downstairs, not possessing a body. The yin-yang contract? No, that is not right. Even with the yin-yang contract, you have never come into contact with me. How could you possibly activate burning spirit? Could it be, do you possess other spirits bound by yin-yang contracts? The henchman stammered, and with each hypothesis he voiced, the fear etched deeper into his features. Yet his mind was not devoid of clarity, as he had indeed surmised Luo Tianhe's situation quite accurately. After acquiring the burning spirit ability from Lin Eerie, Luo Tianhe had located the henchman through the perception afforded by leisurely travel, silently activating burning spirit through the medium of air. Immersed in the thrill of his harvest, the henchman had failed to notice his own condition, for in his view, the anomaly had only just descended, and humans were merely cash dispensers. Thus, they found themselves in the current predicament that as for the henchman's identity, Luo Tianhe had already discerned it upon entering through the main door. The fact that he could kill the vagrant indicated that the vagrant had triggered a killable rule. But if he were indeed a henchman, he should have continued his indiscriminate attacks on all humans. Yet he halted, suggesting that his true identity was not that of a henchman, but rather the boss of the dilapidated building. The anomalous rules of the dilapidated building's boss allowed him to bully the weak, dispensing with those who completely surrendered to him. As the sole level anomaly of the dilapidated building, Luo Tianhe was determined to employ a modicum of cunning, denying him any opportunity for resistance. You are correct. Since we have come to an understanding, I believe we can negotiate a deal. With a grin directed at the boss of the dilapidated building, Luo Tianhe revealed a shifty merchant smile. What kind of deal do you wish to negotiate? The boss gulped hard, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. 100,000 nether coins, along with the rules manuscript of this dilapidated building. And I shall grant you a path to survival. Luo Tianhe's voice was calm, yet his words struck the boss like a hammer to the heart. This was, in fact, demanding everything he owned. The rules manuscript is unacceptable. That is, do you truly believe you possess the qualifications to negotiate terms at this juncture? Compared to the rules manuscript, isn't your life far more valuable? Before the boss could finish his sentence, Luo Tianhe interrupted him directly. Yet even so, the boss did not relent. Having invested all his wealth into creating the instance, losing the dilapidated building meant he would have no opportunity for resurgence. Let me finish. As long as the instance remains open, I can continuously acquire nether coins. Once the instance generates profit, I can allocate 30% to you.is. That not a far better deal than exhausting our resources? The boss's mind was racing, and under different circumstances, this would indeed be an offer difficult to refuse. However, regrettably, Luo Tianhe had no intention of leaving a rival alive. Moreover, the rules manuscript, which held little value for ordinary players, was a treasure in his hands that I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. You either agree, or you shall die. Pausing momentarily, Luo Tianhe settled himself onto the sofa. That don't blame me for not warning you. You have no time for hesitation. If I do not cease the burning spirit, you will exhaust your spiritual energy and perish within a minute. And the threat of death loomed ever closer. The boss immediately advanced, raising a hand as the rules manuscript and 100,000 nether coins piled before Luo Tianhe. Sir, everything you requested is here. The thread puppet technique was activated, and the nether coins and rules manuscript were swiftly drawn into Luo Tianhe's possession. He deposited the nether coins and tucked the rules manuscript into his bosom, then quietly gazed at the boss. As promised, I shall grant you a path to survival. You have 30 seconds. If you can escape my range of influence, you shall live. Upon hearing this, the boss cursed Luo Tianhe for being deceitful, yet his feet did not falter. With a leap from the second floor, he began sprinting toward the exit of the dilapidated building. 30 seconds was ample time for the boss to cover the 200 meters. As long as he exited the instance, Luo Tianhe would have no chance of capturing him again. As long as I have the Green Mountains, I need not fear the lack of firewood. As long as I can rise again. The boss was engulfed in countless thoughts, but just as he was about to escape the instance, an invisible wall struck him, causing him to see stars. 25 seconds left. Keep going. Luo Tianhe's voice echoed from the second-floor window. Hearing this, the boss reached forward to touch, and indeed, there was an invisible wall before him. That you're cheating. Didn't you say you would let me go? I merely stated I would grant you a path to survival. I never claimed I could not intervene to impede you. As long as you break free from my constraints. The exit is right before you, is it not? Luo Tianhe feigned ignorance of any trickery, then pointed to his watch once more. 10 seconds remaining. Hearing this, the boss immediately turned and summoned his dwindling spiritual energy, launching a full-force assault against the invisible wall. Yet, no miracle occurred. Before S-level abilities, the remaining spiritual energy of the boss was utterly ineffective. The time's up. Farewell. As the countdown concluded, Luo Tianhe extended his hand from a distance, and leisurely travel manipulated the air to form an invisible hand, instantly crushing the boss into a fine mist. After securing the boss's A-level anomaly orb, Luo Tianhe finally exhaled in relief, despite possessing 2 S-level abilities. Luo Tianha's current true power was roughly equivalent to that of a peak B-level anomaly. Thus, when dealing with the A-level boss, Luo Tianha opted for a conservative approach that in a head-on confrontation. He could not guarantee he would emerge unscathed. However, he had no such concerns regarding the two remaining downstairs. Bring them both up. Through a mental connection, Luo Tianha conveyed the message to Lin Yiru. Moments later, under Lin Yiru's guidance, both the manager and the sales representative approached. As expected, the two pairs of young couples downstairs had already met their demise at the hands of the duo. Although the couples were quite capable, their unfortunate luck led them to encounter a B-level instance right from the first. Had it been a C or D level, they would undoubtedly have survived. Having encountered formidable beings, upon entering the room, the two B-level anomalies immediately knelt before Luo Tianha with a thud, even without Luo Tianha's presence. Lin Yiru alone rendered them completely outmatched. For the anomalies, the disparity in levels meant an overwhelming suppression of abilities. If Lin Yiru unleashed her spirit ignition on them, they would not withstand the boss's onslaught for long. You need not be polite, for I have no intention of sparing you, Luo Tianha coldly remarked. In an instant, the manager and his companion sensed something was amiss, but as they attempted to react, they found themselves unable to move even a finger. If you do not perish, how can I achieve a flawless victory? As he spoke, Luo Tianha unleashed his full power, activating the puppet strings, and the two B-level anomalies were brutally torn apart, leaving a gruesome scene of scattered flesh. Collecting their anomaly beads, Luo Tianha gazed at the carnage and couldn't help but sigh. What a pity. The harbinger of the Underworld cannot accompany me into the instance. Otherwise, it would have been a lucrative gain. Congratulations, Master, on achieving a flawless victory. Thank you for your benevolence. Witnessing the demise of two former colleagues, Lin Yiru's fear of Luo Tianha surged to an all-time high. Simultaneously, due to the hidden rules of the dilapidated building, Lin Yiru absorbed the spiritual energy of the remaining four individuals, her internal spiritual power doubling instantly, elevating her to the peak of A-level anomalies. Let us depart. It is time to leave. As he slowly approached Lin Yiru, Luo Tianha focused his thoughts, and she transformed into a wisp of ethereal light, instantly merging into Luo Tianha's spiritual sea. With Lin Yiru now residing within him, Luo Tianha's spiritual power surged to the pinnacle of ill-level anomalies. This, too, was a benefit of the Yin-Yang contract. As a spirit master of the Yin-Yang contract, Luo Tianha could freely manipulate the spiritual power of the entities residing within him, a privilege unattainable through blood or spirit contracts. In other words, had Mu Xiling or Yi Liuli been the ones residing within Luo Tianha, he would possess the strength of an S-level anomaly. Congratulations on achieving a flawless victory in the dilapidated building instance. Given that you have acquired the rules of the dilapidated building, this instance is now permanently closed. Reward: 100,000 Underworld coins. Reward: B-level Spirit Guardian Mirror. A dark radiance illuminated the space as a palm-sized mirror slowly materialized before Luo Tianha. Spirit Guardian Mirror, B-level defensive artifact, when subjected to attacks from anomalies or spirit masters. It can reduce the effectiveness of the attack by 30%. Satisfied, Luo Tianha accepted the Spirit Guardian Mirror and stepped out of the instance. As the surrounding scenery shifted, the building behind him reverted to the former dilapidated structure. Seizing the opportunity, he set out to see if he could enter another instance. With a heart full of confidence, Luo Tianha headed toward the nearby second instance. However, unlike the dilapidated building, this next challenge promised to be far more complex. Chapter 13. The scheme to make money. Rushing to the second instance in the dilapidated building district, Luo Tianha arrived to find an eerie calm surrounding the area, prompting him to exclaim, "Goodness, did this instance open so quickly?" The absence of a mechanism to retain players indicated that this instance had indeed commenced. As the instance would remain here, he could always enter it later from home. Any player who has entered an instance once could access a list of instances that could be opened at any time, allowing them to re-enter any instance they had previously experienced. Although Luo Tianha did not spend much time in the dilapidated building, it seemed he had missed the initial opportunities presented by the various instances. However, since he intended to select from the instance list, there were numerous potential targets available. The dilapidated building could be set aside for now. Just as Luo Tianha approached the entrance, the voice of Mu Xiling resonated, indicating that she had likely been waiting there since his departure. "Have you been waiting for me at the entrance?" Luo Tianha could not help but inquired his question. Mu Xiling shyly nodded in response, grasping her hand gently. Luo Tianhe, with a look of concern, earnestly reassured her. Xiling, do not be upset. Warmed by his words, Mu Xiling softly replied in agreement. As they entered the lobby on the first floor, they beheld Qingyi cautiously massaging Yi Lioli's legs that Yi Lioli slowly rose. Stepping lightly, and in a flash, she appeared before Luo Tianhe. The innate Yin energy has intensified. It seems you have made considerable gains, Yi Lioli remarked playfully, tilting Luo Tianhe's chin, her teasing demeanor evoking a sensation of impending vulnerability within him. Responding to her, Luo Tianhe quickly released Lin Yiru. Having sensed the presence of Yi Lioli and Mu Xiling while still within Luo Tianhe's body, Lin Yiru, once released, immediately bowed her head in fear and respect. I have met both esteemed ladies, clad in a professional outfit of a shirt and a form-fitting skirt. Lin Yiru was a stark contrast to Yi Lioli, and both women exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback by Lin Yiru's attire. So this is how modern individuals dress. I wonder if my little brother, husband, prefers my style or this young lady's. The thoughts of women swirled in their minds, entirely oblivious to Luo Tianhe, who had begun to act as an introducer, adding Lin Yiru's name to the employee roster. Since Lin Yiru had become Luo Tianhe's entity through the Yin-Yang contract, he, as her master, could unilaterally determine her fate, allowing him to sign on her behalf. With the employee count now at 3, the opening of the Drunken Immortal Tower drew closer to in high spirits. Luo Tianhe began meticulously assessing his current resources. 262,500 Underworld coins, 2 A-level anomaly beads, 3 B-level anomaly beads, and a B-level Spirit Guardian mirror. Over 200,000 Underworld coins was substantial. In his past life, it had taken Luo Tianhe 3 months to accumulate such wealth at his peak. As for the anomaly beads, let alone B-level, he had only acquired his first C-level bead after 6 months. Slaying anomalies was exceedingly challenging before becoming a spirit master. Yet on this very first day of the anomaly apocalypse, Luo Tianhe had already amassed resources that others could only dream of, including 2 S-level anomalies and 1 A-level anomaly as his entities. Most importantly, all his entities were goddesses. A promising future beckoned to Luo Tianhe, who now needed to maintain his momentum and create a significant gap between himself and others. Of course, all of this hinged on Luo Tianhe's survival. The countdown to the demise of his pure young body loomed overhead like a Damoclean sword. Any moment of complacency could bring him closer to death. Let's postpone the chit-chat. I have something remarkable to show you. With a mischievous grin, Luo Tianhe revealed his Pi Seed or assistance. The rules of the dilapidated building. Since the dilapidated building had been revoked by the Underworld, the rules had transformed into something akin to a land deed. My goodness, so this is what it means to dismantle a home. Yi Lioli's eyes sparkled with delight, her voice tinged with surprise. Rest assured, this is merely the beginning. The Drunken Immortal Tower will only improve from here. As he spoke, Luo Tianhe produced the rules of the Drunken Immortal Tower. And as they touched, a golden light illuminated the document, swiftly consuming the land deed. The Drunken Immortal Tower has obtained expansion rights. You may now select one type of facility to expand among combat. Production or barrier types. Production. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Tianhe decisively chose the type of expansion. Following the onset of the anomaly apocalypse, large-scale machinery had been rendered inoperative, leading to a decline of at least 90% in global productivity, making existing resources exceedingly precious. While anomalies could survive without sustenance, spirit masters could not. Consequently, a frenzy of farming began among survivors in his past life, with self-sufficiency becoming the trend. However, this agricultural endeavor soon faced overwhelming repercussions. No one could possibly guard the wilderness around the clock, and the emergence of numerous marauders turned once fertile lands into barren wastelands within mere months. Nobody wished to labor for long, only to end up enriching others. Moreover, some weaker spirit masters even lost their lives as a result. Ultimately, apart from a few powerful large organizations, no one was willing to engage in farming any longer, leading to a resurgence of the resource crisis. A bottle of clean mineral water could soar to a terrifying price of several thousand Underworld coins. It wasn't until the spirit masters with access to instances developed production-type facilities that the situation began to change. The controlled space of an instance promised absolute privacy. Anyone wishing to enter would have to overcome the instance's challenges, And with the support of the instance's spiritual energy, the production rate of resources far surpassed that of the wilderness. Notably, the first spirit master to pioneer this endeavor reaped immense rewards, swiftly rising to a position of prominence. Contemplating these developments, a bold plan suddenly sparked in Luo Tian's mind. The currency of the underworld is power. Judiciously capitalizing on the information gap in this post-apocalyptic world, amassing a substantial amount of this currency is undoubtedly a viable path to enhancing one's strength. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Luo Tianhe could not help but feel a surge of excitement. In his previous life, he had missed the opportunity to profit from resources, but this time, merely being the first to take the plunge would not suffice. If he were to act, he would seize full control over the entire resource market. Chapter 14. The initial establishment of the spirit field and resource plundering as Luo Tianhe opted for the expansion of production capabilities. A plot of land measuring exactly 10,000 square meters was subsequently incorporated into the jurisdiction of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Accompanied by Yi Lioli and others, he arrived at the backyard, which had already been automatically tilled, and he envisioned a future overflowing with wealth. Immediately thereafter, information regarding the backyard flooded into his mind. The first-level spirit field allows for the cultivation of various first-level spirit plants, enhancing the concentration of spiritual energy within the field and accelerating the maturation of the crops. That includes a spirit field warehouse capable of storing up to 10,000 cubic meters of resources. By expending underworld currency, the warehouse's level can be upgraded to increase its capacity. Within the warehouse, one can create various conventional spirit plant seeds by consuming underworld currency, while special spirit plant seeds must be acquired independently. Receiving a prompt from the Yellow Springs, Luo Tianhe focused his thoughts, and the group found themselves within the resource warehouse. With a swift gesture, the available spirit plant seeds materialized before them. The first-level spirit plant seeds that the warehouse could provide were essentially the crops found in the real world, with the only distinction being their astonishingly brief growth cycles. Even the fruits with the longest maturation period would be ready for harvest in just half a month, while vegetables and rice could be reaped in merely 3 to 5 days. Moreover, the prices were quite reasonable. 100 underworld coins could be exchanged for a month's supply of any seed. Leave the planning and planting to me. My abilities are well suited for this task. Noticing Luo Tianhe's troubled expression as he gazed at the plethora of seeds, Mu Xiling promptly stepped forward to take on this significant responsibility. No problem. From now on, this place will be managed by my beloved Xiling. No, not just this place. Henceforth, all logistical operations of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion will be under your purview. In recognition of Mu Xiling's enthusiasm, Luo Tianhe immediately promoted her on the spot and allocated 50,000 underworld coins to her. Although at this point, the entire logistics department consisted solely of Mu Xiling. Taking into account the future development trajectory of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, the weight of Luo Tianhe's words was considerable. That I shall certainly not disappoint you, my husband. Though it was merely a grand promise, the deliberate compensation from Luo Tianhe brought an undeniable joy to Mu Xiling's exquisite visage. With spirit plants at our disposal, shouldn't we find a good chef soon? Otherwise, no matter how abundant our resources are, it would merely be wasted in our hands. That a skilled chef is essential to maximize the benefits of the spirit plants. Having just taken on the logistics role, Mu Xiling contemplated for a moment before immediately assisting Luo Tianhe with the planning. Despite the peculiarities of the situation, the nature of women remained unchanged. In the realm of competition among peers, women could reach extraordinary levels, as none wished to be perceived merely as decorative vases. Given Luo Tianhe's pure yang constitution, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion would undoubtedly attract many women in the future. Thus, solidifying her position was paramount. That a chef is indeed quite necessary. The crops produced from spirit plants could be transformed into dishes with various effects, and the skill of the chef would greatly influence the potency of these dishes. Healing, enhancing spiritual energy, restoring vitality. Each dish would yield different effects, yet a talented chef could elevate the team's stability to a higher echelon. Quickly searching through the memories of his past life, Luo Tianhe's eyes suddenly gleamed with insight. Surely, the chef would be capable of fulfilling the role here. Do you have a target in mind? Yi Lioli inquired, her curiosity piqued by Luo Tianhe's reaction. Just a rather troublesome S-class entity, Luo Tianhe sighed. A hint of conflict evident on his face. Despite the individual from his memories being capable of excelling as the chef of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, their peculiar strength posed a significant challenge for him. S-Class, how difficult could it be? Take me along. If she manages to harm even a single hair on your head, I will wash your intimate garments for a month. With a scoff, Yuli expression turned to one of disdain. Are you really comparing me to other women? Do you think I'm merely a decoration? It's time to teach you a lesson, little brother. Then it's settled. We should depart immediately. The longer we wait, the more formidable she becomes. Without any hesitation, Luo Tianhe seized Yuli's hand and rushed out, as if fearing she might reconsider that moment. Less than 6 hours had elapsed since the onset of the bizarre apocalypse, and the first rays of ominous sunlight had just begun to cast their gloom over the entire Jinghai city. During the daytime, the activities of low-level anomalies would be restricted, offering a rare respite for the survivors just beginning to confront this new reality. However, in this brief span of 6 hours, Blue Star had already suffered a loss of at least 10% of its population, while dungeons and anomalies worldwide were reaping their first bountiful harvest. The unfortunate souls caught in a catastrophic collapse right from the start were a rarity. With only one such instance across the entire Blue Star, it appears nothing has drastically changed. This scene of devastation is quite reminiscent of the past. Luo Tianhe mused as he navigated the chaotic streets. All around, the streets were strewn with accident sites, and the occasional sight of grotesquely deceased individuals could be seen. The once bustling thoroughfare was now home to only a few brave survivors. Yet, the crowd was not large. Luo Tianhe noticed several individuals glancing in his direction before promptly fleeing. Judging by appearances, aside from the low-level anomalies that were barely intact, humans bore little difference from the eerie beings. The instinct to hide from one another was the most common reaction in the early days of the apocalypse. A bunch of cowards. If I were to reveal myself, I would surely frighten them to death. Residing within Luo Tianhe's body, Yuli perceived the same sights he did, and upon witnessing the reactions of others, she couldn't help but scoff. Though unbothered by sunlight, I still find it uncomfortable during the day. So I might as well remain within you. To be frightened by a beauty like you amidst this apocalypse would indeed be a rare fortune for most. Much better than being devoured by some grotesque anomaly. Luo Tianhe complimented, fully aware it was flattery, yet it still brought a hint of pride to Yuli's heart. What woman wouldn't relish compliments from someone she cherishes? Have we arrived? As Luo Tianhe halted before a supermarket, Yuli could not contain her curiosity. The S and S-class anomaly. Yuli's influence was quite extensive. Utilizing her control over the air, she could perceive movements within a 2-kilometer radius, despite the presence of several anomalies within the supermarket. They were evidently not S-class. No rush. Such a large supermarket must be thoroughly looted to justify my resource warehouse. Swallowing hard, Luo Tianhe's eyes sparkled with determination. The first step toward monopolizing resources was to minimize the available supply outside. Chapter 15. The cold and elegant boss lady. Upon entering the supermarket, Luo Tianhe immediately activated his looting mode. The proprietor of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, he could open a portal to the warehouse from any location, making him a veritable resource-gathering artifact. With less than 6 hours since the onset of the apocalypse, the majority of survivors were still in a state of trepidation, unable to contemplate resource acquisition. Thus, the supermarket supplies remained largely intact. Rice, flour, oil, fruits, vegetables, snacks, beverages, and all manner of goods. Anything visible within the supermarket, regardless of its nature, was swiftly stored away in the warehouse. With 10,000 cubic meters of space, Luo Tianhe had the capacity to empty the entire supermarket of Jinghai City. By the time others realized what had transpired, they would have to seek sustenance elsewhere. Anomalies approached. A C-class minion emerged. Salesperson anomaly. Any inquiries about prices or products require the purchase of at least one item. Failure to provide sufficient Underworld coins necessitates compensation through one's flesh and blood. Sir, it seems you're selecting a product. I have many fine items that are sure to pique your interest. Would you like to take a look? Luo Tianhe merely cast a glance, and the salesperson anomaly instantly materialized before him. A small cart of goods shimmering with a faint, ghostly glow, seemingly enticing him. The salesperson's raspy voice echoed, sounding as if it had been shredded by glass shards, rendering it particularly unpleasant to C-class. Even the smallest morsel is still meat. Since I'm here, I might as well stay. With a broad smile, Luo Tian's calm, yet unexpectedly nonchalant reaction left the salesperson anomaly momentarily dumbstruck. Not afraid of me, is he? What does he mean by that? The sales anomaly was puzzled, but Luo Tianhe did not allow him to dwell on it for long, swiftly clarifying his intentions with the activation of his free-roaming ability. Accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, the salesperson anomaly was forcibly contorted into a grotesque ball of flesh. With the C-grade peculiar pearl stowed away, Luo Tianhe appeared to have done nothing amiss, turning around to continue his relentless search for resources within the supermarket. Regardless of the myriad of rules, as a spirit master or any other peculiar being, one could directly take action to eliminate threats. The strength of one's abilities remained the sole reliance for these scattered peculiar entities to endure. This was also one of the reasons Mu Xiling had consented to join the Zui Xian Lu. Even A-grade anomalies would find it exceedingly arduous to survive without a stable residence. The peculiar pearl in your possession should be sufficient to elevate you to A-grade, so why not absorb it? As Luo Tianhe finished looting the entire supermarket, Yi Liuli could not help but inquire. Absorbing the peculiar pearl was a waste of time. One must seize the moment for greater endeavors, and with you by my side, my spiritual energy is temporarily adequate. With that, Luo Tianhe hastily set off towards the next target to Yi Liuli. Having heard this, felt quite pleased, and in her elevated spirits, began to share tips with Luo Tianhe on the application of the wandering technique. Controlling gas may sound simple, yet it can also be rather intricate. By swiftly condensing and compressing vast amounts of gas, one can create an air barrier with formidable defensive capabilities. Utilizing the thrust of gas, one can achieve rapid flight and maneuverability in midair. Moreover, should one's control reach a certain level, the wandering technique could forcibly rearrange the molecules of various gases in the air, transforming ordinary air into desired gaseous substances. With 3 millennia of experience, Yi Liuli had thoroughly comprehended the wandering technique. A few simple reminders enabled Luo Tianhe to achieve a qualitative leap in his mastery. With a light step, Luo Tianhe soared into the air, soon mastering the ability to fly with the aid of the air's propulsion. How exhilarating! Experiencing the joy of free flight for the first time, Luo Tianhe couldn't help but exclaim in delight. With each descent, the major supermarkets of Jinghai City suffered complete plunder in less than half a day's time. All large supermarkets in Jinghai City had been emptied of their goods, leaving the smaller ones, which Luo Tianhe found hardly worth his time. When resources ran low, supermarkets were the first exploration points that came to mind for most people. By securing all the large supermarkets, Luo Tianhe had effectively controlled the lifeblood of resources in Jinghai City. As for cold storage and warehouses, Luo Tianhe was unaware of their exact locations and could only explore them later. Concurrently, during the supermarket looting, Luo Tianhe had also effortlessly dispatched 7 C-grade and 2 B-grade anomalies. With Yi Liuli residing within him, these low-level anomalies posed no challenge, akin to offering their heads on a platter. But shouldn't we get to the main topic? As noon approached, Yi Liuli grew weary of the tedious resource gathering. For in her eyes, these supplies were entirely unnecessary to AT that moment. She was only intrigued by the formidable anomaly Luo Tianhe had mentioned, and her patience until now was a testament to her great tolerance. Dante Rush, we have arrived, Luo Tianhe remarked as he gently descended before a quaint little shop, a noodle shop. Having strolled alongside Luo Tianhe all morning, Yi Liuli had not been idle, having grasped the fundamental knowledge of modern society. Although most of it was of little use, knowing how to read had its advantages. What, can you not sense the presence of high-grade anomalies here? Hearing Yi Liuli's puzzled tone, Luo Tianhe couldn't help but ask. And in the next moment, Yi Liuli emerged from his body to know. It's just unexpected that a dignified S-grade anomaly would choose to linger in such a small place. Her voice carried a hint of excitement. And before Luo Tianhe could move, Yi Liuli stepped confidently into the noodle shop. Welcome. Your arrival brings great honor to our humble establishment. As Luo Tianhe followed Yi Liuli into the noodle shop, he was greeted by the sight of 2 strikingly different women engaged in an intense gaze-off. If Yi Liuli epitomized exquisite beauty, then the woman standing opposite her radiated an aura of chilling aloofness. With a sculpted face and piercing gaze, even clad in a chef's attire, she could not conceal the formidable spirit that seemed to compel attention. You are powerful. Join us or utterly vanish from this world. After a prolonged silence, Yi Liuli finally spoke, her words causing Luo Tian's heart to leap into his throat. Good heavens, could we not be a bit more diplomatic? What am I to do if you two come to blows? If these two S-grade anomalies truly fought, what chance would a mere spirit master, barely at A-grade, have to survive? Chapter 16. Willing to spend money? There are good employees. I thought we had a distinguished guest. But it seems we have a nuisance instead. A confident smile graced the chef's face as she slowly lowered the knife in her hand. In the instant she removed her gloves, an imperceptible strike of spiritual energy shot towards Yi Liuli's vital point. A nuisance? You may be underestimating me. Without any intention to hold back, the wandering technique was fully unleashed, solidifying the air to precisely intercept the strike aimed at Yi Liuli. In an instant, a fierce wave of spiritual energy rippled through the shop, causing the entire establishment to tremble. Meanwhile, the solidified air beside the chef transformed into a gigantic hand, which, under Yi Liuli's control, lunged towards the chef's body with great force. Sister, were you not the one underestimating me first? The chef showed no signs of fear, unleashing her abilities with equal fervor as a barrage of spiritual energy strikes enveloped her, swiftly tearing apart the air-formed hand. And no wonder she exuded such confidence. It appears I was short-sighted. Her abilities pertain to spatial manipulation. Though surprised, Yi Liuli's reaction remained unfaltering. With her initial attack thwarted, a torrent of dark energy surged forth from within her. Thanks to the enhancement from the balance of yin and yang, the spiritual energy within Yi Liuli had nearly doubled. Although she had lost half of her innate dark energy, her control over it had significantly increased. However, to Luo Tianhe's astonishment, the dark energy, which even he, as Yi Liuli's spirit master, could feel the pressure of, failed to suppress the chef's presence in the slightest. Energy surged within her, and the chef also released a copious amount of dark energy, causing both forces to collide within the confined space. In the next moment, a chilling aura enveloped the room, and a thin layer of ice began to form on many surfaces, gradually, as time passed. A look of strain appeared on the chef's face. Although both were S-grade, it was evident from their appearances that the chef had become an anomaly far more recently than Yi Liuli. Time, in this context, served as a crucial indicator of strength for anomalies. Yi Liuli's accumulation of dark energy over 3 millennia was not something the chef, a newcomer, could hope to rival. Just then, as Luo Tianhe observed the chef nearing her limit, he realized it was time for him to intervene. Should this continue, the impassioned Yi Liuli would undoubtedly fulfill her words and ensure the chef's complete eradication from this world. Swiftly stepping between the two, the dark energy ignited by the clash of the two S-grade anomalies surged within Luo Tianhe, causing the innate yang energy within him to erupt. In an instant, the dark energy throughout the room dissipated. You've both been conversing for quite some time. Shouldn't you allow me to speak now? Luo Tianhe's calm voice resonated as the two stunning women flanked him, their expressions a tapestry of intrigue. Meanwhile, the chef scrutinized Luo Tianhe with a hint of astonishment. The ability to disperse both their dark energies indicated that he was undoubtedly a pure yang body, yet he was far from an ordinary one. S-grade anomaly, Chef Yu Wushuang, with spatial abilities known as Shattered Linglong, could transform spatial power into slashing strikes, her unique rule being endless. Every time someone consumed one of her spiritual dishes, she would absorb a portion of their spiritual energy to enhance herself, categorizing her as a rare growth-type anomaly. Turning fully to face Yu Wushuang, Luo Tianhe seemed to have awakened a keen insight, articulating her abilities with clarity in his previous life. When Luo Tianhe had discovered Yu Wushuang, she had already hosted countless guests, her spiritual energy having reached a terrifying level. This noodle shop had become a sanctuary for numerous spirit masters and scattered anomalies. The spiritual dishes crafted by Yu Wushuang often possessed rare healing and restorative effects. And with the infusion of special spiritual materials, they could even enhance one's spiritual energy. Anyone daring to cause trouble here would not only have to contend with Yu Wushuang, but also face the numerous spirit masters and anomalies who willingly guarded this place. Deterring most ill-intentioned individuals, Luo Tianhe had once had the fortune to witness Yu Wushuang in action. During the mid-stages of the apocalypse, a moderately renowned group had attempted to forcibly recruit Yu Wushuang as their spirit master. In her fury, she merely raised a hand, and 7 spirit masters ranging from A to S grade were instantly reduced to nothing but a bloody mess. Since that day, no one dared to approach her with contractual propositions. It was for this reason that Luo Tianhe had brought Yi Liuli along, fearing unforeseen complications. Yet now, it seemed that bringing Yi Liuli was the greatest unforeseen complication of all, while there was indeed little pressure regarding safety. The aspiration of recruiting the chef appeared to be on the verge of collapse. Your intelligence seems commendable. What precisely are you attempting to convey by sharing this? Yu Wushuang regarded Luo Tianhe with a calm demeanor, her clear eyes sparkling with a hint of curiosity that, of course, it is a matter of establishing a mutually beneficial collaboration. Your stay here limits the number of guests you can accommodate, which does not bode well for your growth and strength. Conversely, my restaurant is in dire need of a head chef, and it is destined to be bustling with patrons in the future. The opportunities for you to unleash your potential here could far exceed what you might achieve in this small locale over the course of a month. Within the restaurant, an abundance of rare and exotic ingredients awaits you, allowing you to pursue any culinary endeavor without concern for material shortages. Additionally, I will provide you with a private chamber, a space akin to a replica, the inherent value of which you surely comprehend. Not only that, but I can also guarantee you a monthly salary of at least 50,000 Ming coins, enabling your strength to escalate at an accelerated pace. As Luo Tianhe spoke, he laid forth an array of generous conditions, elevating the salary to 5 times that of Mu Zili. Upon hearing this, Yu Wushuang's brow furrowed slightly. Her hesitation was not due to a lack of interest in Luo Tianhe's offer, but rather because the terms were so extraordinarily favorable that they felt almost surreal. What proof do I have to trust you? Despite your peculiarities, how could someone with mere B-level spiritual power possess such financial might? Yu Wushuang articulated slowly, her gaze fixated on Luo Tianhe's face, searching for any sign of deceit that I in response. Luo Tianhe chuckled that I might be capable of deception, but this matter is beyond that. Yes, he produced a Ming card. The unique aura of the yellow springs emanating from it caused Yu Wushuang's eyes to widen in astonishment. You, a mere human, possess a Ming card? She exclaimed, her mind racing with implications. For a human to acquire a Ming card, the sole avenue is through contact with a Yellow Springs envoy, either receiving their gift or an invitation to. In other words, Luo Tianhe had already encountered a Yellow Springs envoy. Moreover, for a human to meet such an envoy so swiftly, it could only be through the medium of a replica. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Wushuang arrived at a conclusion. Luo Tianhe was indeed telling the truth. I have one final question, she said, swallowing hard and taking a deep breath, her expression turning serious. This. A hint of amusement danced across Luo Tianhe's face. Indeed, in this era, Ming coins are of utmost utility. Chapter 17. S-Class Replica. The Asylum, please, feel free to state your requirements. As long as they are within my capacity, I shall not decline. Luo Tianhe beamed with a sunny smile, appearing to have Yu Wushuang firmly in his grasp. I am inherently quite lazy. If not for necessity, I would not venture out to work. Yet for the sake of my sister, I find myself compelled to do so. Yu Wushuang spoke softly, a trace of melancholy and wistfulness clouding her features. Approximately 40 years ago, my sister and I became anomalies, but at that time, we were far too weak and lacked an understanding of the rules governing the anomalous world, resulting in our subjugation by other anomalies. Having briefly recounted her background, Yu Wushuang cast a pleading glance at Luo Tianhe. Now, that place is transformed into a replica space, and it is inaccessible to anomalies that I cannot enter as a scattered anomaly. Therefore, if you are willing to assist me in rescuing my sister, not only could I join your ranks, but I could even become your spirit companion. As Yu Wushuang's tone grew increasingly fervent, Yi Liuli's eyes sparkled with interest that I have given my consent on his behalf, but you must first become his spirit companion. You can incorporate your demands into the contract, thus alleviating any concerns regarding deceit. Before Luo Tianhe could respond, Yi Liuli readily agreed on his behalf. Have you inquired about my sister's whereabouts? Yi Liuli's swift acquiescence caused Yu Wushuang to feel a twinge of apprehension, worried that Luo Tianhe might underestimate the complexity of the situation. Your ascension to an S-Class anomaly indicates that your sister's potential is equally formidable. She must now be at least A-Class or above. In the entirety of Jinghai City, there exists but one replica capable of ensnaring A-Class or S-Class anomalies. Pausing momentarily, a glimmer of determination flickered in Luo Tianhe's eyes. The S-Class Anomaly Replica, the Asylum. The Asylum, an unassailable titan among replicas in Jinghai City, had claimed the lives of countless high-tier spirit masters in a previous life. Its anomalous powers were formidable, and direct assault held little promise of success. The rules were intricate. Even the known elements were ensnared in a web that could easily lead to one's demise. Simultaneously, the Asylum stood out among many replicas as one of the few that permitted players to attempt a second run. Yet even in a second attempt, players had perished despite having cleared it once. The perilous nature of this replica was evident that in a past life. It was only when the collective strength of spirit masters had risen to approximately S-Class that the completion rate for the Asylum reached a meager 75%. Moreover, the team that achieved this completion was composed entirely of S-Class spirit masters, two of whom ultimately perished within its confines. However, with great risk comes great reward. The completion rewards for the Asylum surpassed mere bountifulness. An abundance of Ming coins, high-tier Ming artifacts, advanced spirit companions, and superior items awaited those who emerged alive from its depths. Every player who exited the Asylum did so with a significant surge in strength. Thus, despite the daunting dangers, players flocked to it.to this end. A strategy point for the Asylum was established, where all survivors united to share their insights and attempt to forge a flawless strategy. This venue was open to the public, aimed at rapidly deciphering the myriad rules governing the Asylum. Hence, although Luo Tianhe had never traversed the Asylum himself, he was familiar with some of its regulations. Knowing all this, you still wish to proceed. A flicker of surprise crossed Yu Wushuang's face as she grappled with the notion that she could exert such a compelling influence on Luo Tianhe, to the point of risking his life. While she was uncertain of the true absurdity of the Asylum's rules, she was acutely aware of the strength of its anomalies. 40 years prior, there had already been more than one S-Class anomaly present. Though fraught with danger, it was not an insurmountable dead end. Extracting a person from within should still be feasible. Luo Tianhe spoke with unwavering confidence, already strategizing how to navigate the twisted rules of the Asylum. For Zui Xianlu, Yu Wushuang was an indispensable asset. Furthermore, should they succeed, it was highly probable that Yu Wushuang's sister was also a high-tier anomaly. Once they gathered 5 employees, Zui Xianlu could commence operations in the form of a replica. Whether it involved securing funding from the Yellow Springs or launching Zui Xianlu's accommodations for anomalies, it would herald a steady influx of Ming coins that in that future, one could recline at home while wealth rained down from the heavens. Such a life would be simply exquisite. For the sake of this promising future, Luo Tianhe was prepared to invest everything. Are you truly serious? Upon hearing Luo Tianhe's declaration, astonishment flooded Yu Wushuang's countenance. Initially, she had posed this request in hopes of dissuading him. But now, witnessing his determination, it seemed rescuing her sister might genuinely be within reach. Absolutely. If you harbor doubts, we could forge a contract, could we not? Luo Tianhe maintained a calm demeanor, though internally, he was engulfed by a tempest of excitement that if he could secure the breathtakingly beautiful Yu Wushuang as his spirit companion, he would possess the capabilities of 3 S-Class spirit companions. Moreover, Luo Tianhe could distinctly perceive that completing this contract would furnish him with sufficient spiritual energy to elevate himself to the status of an A-Class spirit master. Coupled with the few anomalous pearls he possessed, attaining A-Class status would be a mere formality. Armed with the prowess of an A-Class spirit master, his safety in navigating the Asylum would undoubtedly increase. No problem. Shall we proceed with a spirit contract or a blood contract? Taking a deep breath, Yu Wushuang braced herself to relinquish her freedom. Alas, she underestimated Luo Tianhe's intentions. He sought far more than her mere freedom. Such a trivial exchange paled in comparison to the richness of their connection. As he had not forgotten the profound essence of innate yang energy radiating from his younger brother, Lioli smiled subtly, her expression tinged with a different nuance. Hearing this, Yu Wushuang's fair visage shifted slightly, her anxiety palpable as she glanced at Luo Tianhe, timidly inquiring, Is it the yin-yang contract? Swallowing hard, Yu Wushuang's tension intensified, her bashful demeanor igniting a fervor within Luo Tianhe's innate yang energy. That if you consent, we can commence immediately. Luo Tianhe, now well-versed in this process, had shed any initial hesitations. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he gazed steadily at Yu Wushuang. Under his unwavering gaze, Yu Wuxuang instinctively averted her eyes, then took a deep breath and gently nodded. Yes, I am willing. Chapter 18. Advancing to A class. Yu Liuli's thought, since you have consented. There is no need for shyness. As soon as Yu Wuxuang finished speaking, Yu Liuli immediately licked her lips seductively. Raising one hand, with a flick of her power, the buttons of Yu Wuxuang's attire were deftly undone. Yet that was merely the beginning. As Yu Liuli stepped closer, her slender hands moved to her back, unfastening her own chi pao, and she gently drew Yu Wuxuang into her embrace. That I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Although the current conditions for leaving this room remain unknown, it is undoubtedly the first task at hand. Do you have any thoughts? The concept of the Strange Tales dungeon is quite ominous. As someone well acquainted with the Eerie, Yu Liuli understands that there is no room for negligence here, based on the known rules so far. There are 3 matters I must address. First, I need to ascertain my condition as a patient, which should be pivotal in my interactions with the caregivers and nurses. Second, I must comprehend what the patient levels signify, while also determining the situations of the other patients. Third, I need to discover the conditions for exiting this place. Luo Tianhe spoke slowly, his expression growing serious. That in his previous life, Luo Tianhe thrived and even reached the pinnacle of the most challenging dungeons. All thanks to his formidable deductive abilities. Regardless of how perilous the dungeon was, he could navigate it with ease. Of course, during this time, we must also locate Wuxuang's sister. As he spoke, Luo Tianhe approached the iron door. Unsurprisingly, the door was locked tightly, and given the security level of this iron door, even a world-class strongman would struggle to pry it open by brute force. However, to Luo Tianhe, it was merely a decorative barrier. Activating his ability, he aligned the air key perfectly with the lock, and with a click, the door swung open. The door opened. An overwhelmingly potent scent of disinfectant rushed into his nostrils, nearly causing Luo Tianhe to cough. The scent of blood lingered in the air. Activate the ability to purify the suffocating smell. Yu Liuli's voice resonated in Luo Tianhe's mind. Yes, I can smell it too. Luo Tianhe wrinkled his nose. Detecting the strong smell of blood, without the disinfectants filtering, it would have been unbearable. Yet this was not what Luo Tianhe needed to focus on. Once outside the room, his gaze quickly scanned the corridor. The long hallway maintained a pristine white decor, flanked by pitch-black iron doors, each representing a ward identical to his own. That a quick count revealed at least 50 rooms on this floor alone. Standing in the corridor, Luo Tianhe could distinctly hear the cacophony emanating from the various rooms. Roars, sobs, calls. The corridor resembled a concert venue, with the patients in the adjoining rooms serving as the performers. To Luo Tianhe's delight, each iron door was clearly labeled with information about the respective patients. Patient number 8527, cause, schizophrenia. Remembering his own diagnosis, Luo Tianhe then turned his attention to the other iron doors. Since he was confined, it was evident that the hospital did not wish for the patients to leave their rooms. Simply walking out would surely not gain the caregiver's approval. With that thought, a mischievous smile crept onto Luo Tianhe's face. Apologies, caregiver, but you might find yourself quite busy soon. Muttering to himself, Luo Tianhe activated his ability, and the sound of clicks echoed through the corridor, followed by a surge of excited patients rushing out of their rooms. Chapter 20. The substitution of Li for Tao. As all the patients flooded out of their rooms, the corridor erupted into a frenzy of noise that in an instant, a cacophony of sounds filled the air, as if everyone had been given a second chance at life. Among the throng of patients, Luo Tianhe quickly identified one unfortunate soul. Damn it, I finally got out. What kind of place is this? A curse, combined with a bewildered expression, led Luo Tianhe to immediately recognize him as a fellow player. In a dungeon governed by unknown rules, surviving players were rare tools to be exploited. This particular one was the Sea Army de la Sea Army of Tools, bald, tattooed arms with an expression that screamed defiance against the world. As the saying goes, appearance reflects the heart. Such individuals are the easiest to manipulate. With a slight smile, Luo Tianhe approached the bald man, maintaining a respectful distance while patiently awaiting the caregiver's arrival. The caregiver did not disappoint. Before the bald man could push his way through the crowd, a figure clad in white protective gear, wielding an iron rod and a medical box, emerged from the elevator. At the same time, the caregiver approached the bald man. What a new arrival! The caregiver's icy voice rang out, causing the bald man to furrow his brow. However, recalling the patient guidelines within his room, he clenched his teeth and bore it. You can endure this. Seems I'll have to lend you a hand. Otherwise, it would be unfair to your grand tattoos. Muttering to himself, Luo Tianhe stealthily activated his ability, and under the influence of invisible threads, the bald man began to move like a marionette. With a heavy fist, he swung directly at the caregiver. Seeking death, the caregiver roared, swinging the iron rod, and in the next moment, the sound of shattering bones echoed as the bald man's arm went limp at a new patient, exhibiting violent tendencies. It seems he hasn't taken his medication yet. Flipping through the bald man's medical records, the caregiver effortlessly hoisted the still screaming man as if he were a mere chicken. Without affording him an opportunity to resist, the caregiver pulled out a red pill from the medical box and forcefully shoved it into the burly man's mouth. Strangely, the moment the burly man swallowed the pill, his struggle ceased, and he fell silent. Subsequently, the caregiver unceremoniously tossed the man back into his room and locked the iron door once more. The information he sought had been acquired. After a while, the caregiver approached Luo Tianhe. Another new arrival. Let me see. Oh, a case of schizophrenia. Glancing at the diagnosis on the iron door, the caregiver slowly opened the medical box and retrieved a colorful pill. Little one, you seem rather timid. I wonder which personality you're embodying right now. With a cold sneer, the caregiver entered the room, shutting the door behind him. Come now, take your medicine. It will aid in your recovery. Stretching his neck, the caregiver began to twirl the iron rod in his hand, making his intentions quite clear. Either take the medicine willingly or face the iron rod before the medicine. However, what the caregiver failed to notice was that the moment he shut the door, Luo Tianhe, with his head bowed, revealed a cold smile that he took the bait. Activating his ability, under the S-rank control, the caregiver's body suddenly froze in place. You are a spirit master. The caregiver's words were cut short as Luo Tianhe raised his hand, shattering his vocal cords with a swift strike. Then, with the aid of his ability, the caregiver, like a puppet, stiffly raised his hand and shoved the colorful pill into his own mouth. After swallowing the pill, the caregiver's eyes glazed over, as if all consciousness had been drained from him. 2 minutes later, Luo Tianhe emerged from the room once more. However, this time, he donned the caregiver's attire, while the previous caregiver lay on the bed in a patient garb. By utilizing the bald man, Luo Tianhe aimed to test the second piece of information from the patient guidelines. From a different perspective, the rules could be categorized into two types. One type was absolutely non-violable, where any transgression would result in special effects being imposed on the violator without any conditions to resist or remove it, leaving them to endure the consequences. The other type could be violated, typically based on strength, where the danger level of the rule depended on the peculiarities of its execution, i.e. in the case of the bald man striking the caregiver, the second type of rule was triggered. Yet the bald man did not experience any immediate consequence. The only change was that the caregiver transitioned from merely intimidating patients to being able to take real action. Thus, Luo Tianhe confirmed the execution mechanism of this rule. However, for Luo Tianhe, an A rank was hardly worth his concern. He assisted the caregiver in completing the remaining tasks, shutting the doors he had previously opened one by one that the patients on this floor were all clad in white patient attire, indicating they belonged to the lowest tier within the asylum. Although all the remaining individuals were strange, none surpassed B rank. The only puzzling aspect for Luo Tianhe was that these peculiar beings appeared not to exhibit the corresponding symptoms marked on the iron doors. It felt as though they were on the cusp of recovery. Could it be that these pills were beneficial? Glancing down at the medical box in his hand, Luo Tianhe couldn't help but ponder. While there had been caregivers who had survived in the past, there was little useful information regarding the pills. Setting aside his inner doubts for the moment, Luo Tianhe made his way towards the elevator while retrieving the caregiver's manual. Upon seeing yet another heap of rules, Luo Tianhe finally grasped the complexities of this asylum. This place was truly a fortress of rules. Chapter 21. The Power of the Underworld. Upon reviewing the caregiver's manual, Luo Tianhe, now in the role of a patient, was about to disregard it when an uncontrollable wave of hunger suddenly surged within him. Accompanying this hunger was a rapid depletion of his internal spiritual energy. At the current rate of decline, even with the contributions from Yi Liuli and Yu Wushuang, Luo Tianhe sensed he could barely last another 30 minutes. Realizing something was amiss, Luo Tianhe swiftly retrieved a bag of bread from the supply space upon entering the elevator. However, just as he was about to tear open the packaging, he halted. The intensity of his hunger felt exceedingly abnormal, and it had arrived with alarming suddenness. Based on the patient's meal schedule, it was far too early for him to be feeling this level of hunger. Thus, this sensation could only belong to a caregiver. It dawned on him that he had subconsciously assumed the role of a caregiver rather than that of a patient. Therefore, within this asylum, it seemed that the identities of all individuals might be dictated by the garments they wore. With this thought in mind, Luo Tianhe immediately suppressed the urge to consume the bread and instead turned his gaze towards the elevator, that if he were to adhere to the rules of a caregiver. The only permissible dining area would be the cafeteria on the second floor. Moreover, he dared not contemplate the consequences of being without an identity, which further dissuaded him from removing the caregiver's attire. After swiping his elevator card, Luo Tianhe pressed the button for the second floor, all the while enduring the gnawing pangs of hunger as he began to scan the elevator's interior. The first principle of survival in this realm is that regardless of the peculiar circumstances, one must seek out the new rules and restrictions upon entering a new space. The more frantic one becomes, the more likely one is to eat or as expected. After a thorough search, Luo Tianhe spotted several lines of small print on the elevator wall. Elevator usage guidelines. 3 succinct restrictions left him drenched in cold sweat. Had his eyesight not been keen enough to uncover this information, he would have had to look up that as the elevator began its descent. Luo Tianhe remained on edge when the lights within flickered ominously. Damn it, of all times, the lights had a malfunction here. Cursing under his breath, he activated his skill, manipulating strings as he hung upside down from the elevator ceiling. Maintaining his gaze downward, after a brief yet simple maneuver, the lights returned to normal, and he replicated the earlier action to descend once more. Just because he couldn't look up didn't mean he couldn't observe the ceiling. Having resolved the lighting issue, the elevator reached the second floor, and as the doors opened, an overwhelming aroma of meat wafted towards him. The moment he caught a whiff, his already insatiable hunger intensified, leaving him slightly dazed. Forcing himself to disregard the enticing scent, he began to explore the cafeteria. The expansive cafeteria spanned at least 500 to 600 square meters. Yet, as he surveyed the area, he noticed only a handful of caregivers scattered about, each consuming meat in isolation. On the left wall, a voice echoed in his mind, urging him to glance at the sign hanging there. Cafeteria rules. After committing the 3 brief regulations to memory, he proceeded towards the food-serving window. Skipping over vegetables, he approached the meat products window, but just as he was about to serve himself, another voice resonated in his mind that I advise against that. Isn't their fish in the supply warehouse. Slice some sashimi instead. It's not prohibited to bring outside food. Silently accessing the supply warehouse, he retrieved 2 fish, and with a few breaths, he skillfully prepared an entire platter of sashimi. Finding a place to sit, Luo Tianhe began to devour the slices greedily. Once satiated, he turned his attention to the other 2 caregivers present. Given the circumstances, it would be a missed opportunity not to test the rules. Licking his lips, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. The next moment, as one caregiver stood to leave, under the influence of his skill, the caregiver's body unexpectedly levitated, while an invisible force began to constrict around him. Fear etched across the caregiver's face. Why? I haven't broken any rules. The caregiver shouted defiantly, and at the sound, Luo Tianhe immediately retracted his ability. The caregiver fell back to the ground, relief washing over his features. However, this reprieve was short-lived, as a dark quagmire suddenly appeared beneath the caregiver's feet, from which numerous bloodied hands and black tendrils emerged, ensnaring him tightly. The caregiver's body visibly withered before his eyes, ultimately dissipating into a wisp of smoke, as if he had never existed at all. Observing this scene, Luo Tianhe silently nodded that it was indeed as he had suspected. The rules within this cafeteria were absolute and non-negotiable. Such rules were likely established through a request from the realm to the Underworld, and any infraction would invoke a punitive response from the Underworld. In other words, the Underworld had cleverly devised a means of profiting through the various realms. Consequently, the Underworld benefits, and the realm holders also gain, not only receiving funding, but also increasing the difficulty of the realm at a win-win situation that no one would refuse. Having grasped this concept, Luo Tianhe made his way back to the elevator. Coincidentally, another caregiver, having witnessed the previous incident, rushed toward the elevator in a state of panic. Chapter 22. First encounter with Yu Wuxia as the caregiver ahead rushed into the elevator. The unhurried Luo Tianhe lingered at the entrance. A subtle smile gracing his lips. The caregiver who had just pressed the floor button turned to see the expression on Luo Tianhe's face, instinctively feeling a surge of fear. The next moment, as Luo Tianhe slowly raised his hand, the caregiver's gaze was drawn upward to the ceiling of the elevator under the influence of his skill. Once inside, Luo Tianhe concealed the peculiar bead and illuminated the fourth floor button. The fourth floor, the designated level for all nurses. According to the elevator's rules, with his current identity, the floors he could access were limited to 4. The second floor cafeteria, the 8th floor patient wards under his management, the 5th floor caregiver dormitory, and the 4th floor where the nurses congregated. Before long, the elevator doors opened slowly, and the bright light momentarily blinded Luo Tianhe. Once his eyes adjusted to the illumination of the 4th floor, a spacious and luminous hall came into view. At the center of the hall stood a circular nurses' station, where 5 nurses busily attended to their computers, recording various details that he sensed the aura emanating from the 5 nurses. Luo Tianhe couldn't help but inhale sharply. 5 S-rank anomalies? In that instant, he understood why a previous squad of 5 S-rank spirit masters had struggled to clear this realm. Just the nurses alone were S-rank anomalies. It would not be surprising if an SS-rank anomaly manifested among the doctors or the director. The mere presence of 5 S-rank spirit masters managing to escape would be nothing short of miraculous. Swallowing hard, Luo Tianhe's initial intentions shifted at that moment, that he had initially aimed for a flawless completion of the realm mission, but now it seemed he had been overly ambitious. Simply rescuing Yu Wuxia's sister from here would be considered an exceptional achievement. With that thought, he cautiously approached the nurse's station, 8th floor, to retrieve medication. Dismissing any unwarranted thoughts, he scanned for any new rules but found none. Consequently, he obediently adhered to his role as a caregiver and articulated his purpose for being there. As a caregiver who occupied a position just above the patients on the food chain, he could only claim to be there to retrieve medication. The 8th floor, didn't you just retrieve some this morning? As soon as Luo Tianhe finished speaking, one of the nurses looked up with evident displeasure. This. Luo Tianhe felt a surge of joy, assuming that each nurse was assigned to a specific floor. It was likely he had a designated nurse for the 8th floor. However, he was unaware of which nurse that was. The moment the nurse spoke, he immediately had a target in mind, that it was her. My sister, Yu Wuxia. Since she was one of his own, it would be easier to navigate. There had been a minor incident this afternoon, and with 2 new patients arriving, the medication supply had dwindled. Gradually approaching Yu Wuxia, Luo Tianhe began to speak, slowly extending his right hand before her. On his gloved hand, 3 characters were intricately embroidered with thread. Yu Wuxuang. Upon seeing the familiar name, Yu Wuxia's eyes brightened. And after taking a deep breath to calm herself, she proceeded to follow the protocol, placing a brand new medicine box before Luo Tianhe. Prior to this, he had harbored slight worries, fearing that Yu Wuxia might harbor resentment towards Yu Wuxuang for not rescuing her over the years. However, seeing her current excited demeanor made it clear he had underestimated their sisterly bond. Rest assured, I will prepare everything thoroughly. In stark contrast to the bustling nurse's station, the caregiver's dormitory was dimly lit, barely illuminating the path ahead. Following the room number indicated on his access card, Luo Tianhe quickly located his room. Upon entering, he immediately locked the door behind him and proceeded to empty the contents of the medicine box. Various colorful pills, each in dozens, filled the space, but this was not what captured Luo Tianhe's attention. The specific warning Yu Wuxia had given him before leaving held profound significance. Sure enough, beneath a pile of medical supplies, Luo Tianhe swiftly unearthed 2 items: a nurse's code of conduct and a map of the asylum. Nurse code. After perusing several regulations outlined in the nurse's code, Luo Tianhe subsequently retrieved the map of the asylum and began to scrutinize it meticulously. The asylum comprises a total of 10 floors, with the 6th to 10th floors designated as the ward area, housing various patients. Luo Tianhe had already visited the 2nd, 4th, and 5th floors, so no further elaboration was necessary. The 3rd floor serves as the physician's office, accessible solely to doctors or the director. Others are strictly prohibited from entering. Moreover, the map indicates that access to the 3rd floor can only be achieved via the staircase from the 4th floor, as the elevator to the 3rd floor is conspicuously marked with a large cross. The 1st floor is reserved for the director, and only the staircase from the doctor's 3rd floor provides access to the 1st floor. Additionally, the asylum features 2 basement levels, marked on the map as the operating rooms. The director's office and the operating rooms are located on the first floor and underground, respectively, revealing a rather intriguing structure. At this point, one might wonder if this is truly just an asylum. Luo Tianhe mused aloud, as various pieces of information swiftly coalesced in his mind, gradually unveiling the asylum's true nature. What remained was merely to await Yu Wuxia's arrival with her accompanying personnel. Once some information is further verified, the true essence of this asylum shall be fully revealed. Chapter 23. Questions and Answers. The final confirmation clutching a medical kit, Luo Tianhe commenced his exploration of each room. Previously, in his haste, he had not taken the time to closely observe the patients. However, now, to validate his hypotheses further, he began to meticulously study each patient, leveraging the nursing staff's authoritative presence, regardless of their ailments. The patients exhibited remarkable compliance upon seeing Luo Tianhe. Among them, one delusional patient left a particularly profound impression on him. Their interaction flowed so seamlessly that Luo Tianhe began to question whether he himself might be the one afflicted with madness. Through his inquiries, he eventually discerned that the only distinction between him and the others was the brevity of his stay in the facility. Ultimately, after Luo Tianhe administered the prescribed medication for delusions as per the nurse's instructions, the patient's mental state visibly deteriorated. "Let us see how he fares with this," Luo Tianhe remarked as he produced a tablet designated for schizophrenia and promptly placed it into the nurse's mouth. Upon ingesting the pill, the previously agitated nurse immediately fell silent. Moments later, the robust nurse appeared to transform entirely. Cowering in a corner with a countenance of sheer terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. Observing the nurse's reaction, Luo Tianhe gradually exited the room. Following the nurse's duty to assist other patients with their medication, Luo Tianhe decided to take a seat in the hallway. Everything was now in place. He merely needed to await Yu Wuxia and the doctor she would bring along. Yu Wuxia did not disappoint. Shortly after Luo Tianhe concluded his tasks, the elevator began to move. Moments later, the elevator doors slowly opened, revealing Yu Wuxia respectfully following a masked doctor into Luo Tianhe's line of sight. "I heard there were a few newcomers this morning aside from the usual incidents. Please elaborate." In his eyes, Luo Tianhe was merely a lowly nurse, unworthy of his attention. Luo Tianhe quickly responded with utmost respect. But upon hearing his voice, the doctor immediately snorted coldly. "You had better not let me find out you failed to administer the medication to the patients on time. Otherwise, you will have to explain yourself to the director." Just as the doctor turned his back to Luo Tianhe, a subtle smirk appeared at the corner of Luo Tianhe's mouth, and he then stepped forward and gently patted the doctor's shoulder. Upon feeling the tap, a surge of intense anger and fear washed over the doctor's face. Despite having lowered his expectations, merely restraining the doctor's movements had already reached his limits. Truly, an S-class anomaly at its peak. Thankfully, he had not been careless. Enduring the control of the puppet strings and the carefree dance, the doctor intensified his output of spiritual energy, and his previously stiff neck began to move slowly. Just as Luo Tianhe was about to lose control over the doctor, Yu Wuxia gritted her teeth, stepped forward decisively, and pressed her hand onto the doctor's head in that instant, as her ability activated. The doctor's gaze turned bewildered. Although she only managed to restrict the doctor for less than 2 seconds, it was sufficient for their purposes that blood-red spectral hands emerged from beneath the doctor, and amidst his unwilling shouts, his internal spiritual energy and flesh were gradually siphoned away until he completely vanished from existence. Witnessing the doctor's demise before him, Luo Tianhe let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you, but this is not the place for discussions." Swiftly collecting the remnants left by the doctor, Luo Tianhe then led Yu Wuxia to the room of the tattooed bald man from earlier. After securing the door, Luo Tianhe turned towards Yu Wuxia, who wore an expression filled with anticipation. "Before we proceed, let me ask you this," he began, and upon hearing his words, a flicker of joy crossed Yu Wuxia's face. Indeed, prior to arriving here, all the patients were normal individuals. Correct? Correct. The medications administered are, in fact, the very instruments that induce their conditions, correct? Correct. The business targets you are in contact with are connected to Huang Quan, am I right? Not entirely. While Huang Quan is involved, it is not limited to just that, correct? Correct. The director is an SS-class anomaly, correct? Correct. Aside from the director, there are no other anomalies with S-class abilities or higher present here, correct? Correct. Through this new round of questioning, Luo Tianhe was able to firmly ascertain the overall strength of the asylum. Just one S-class peak doctor had already proven to be such a formidable challenge. Confronting an SS-class anomaly like the director was far beyond Luo Tianhe's current capabilities. Therefore, the pressing concern was how to facilitate Yu Wuxia's escape from this place. Contemplating this, Luo Tianhe looked once more at Yu Wuxia. I can take you out of here directly, correct? Not quite. Upon hearing Luo Tianhe finally inquire about her most pressing concern, Yu Wuxia's expression visibly brightened with excitement. Through certain special means, I can assist you in leaving this place, correct? Correct. By utilizing the yin-yang contract, I can transform you into my spirit, enabling your escape, correct? Upon mentioning the yin-yang contract, Yu Wuxia initially paused, but soon her face lit up with ecstatic joy, nodding vigorously at Luo Tianhe. Yes, with the method of rescue now confirmed, Luo Tianhe took a deep breath that I am preparing to leave shortly. This is the only opportunity one have to form a contract with you, that if you are willing, we can commence immediately. Gazing intently at Yu Wuxia, Luo Tianhe asked earnestly that I am ready, biting her lip. As an anomaly, Yu Wuxia understood the implications of what was to come. However, compared to a lifetime of confinement and punishment, this minor sacrifice was inconsequential to her. Moreover, the benefits derived from the yin-yang contract were coveted by all anomalies. Furthermore, sensing the essence of Yu Wuxuang emanating from Luo Tianhe, the prospect of becoming the spirit of the same entity as her sister was a dream Yu Wuxia had long held. Taking a deep breath, she gradually extended her hand toward her collar. Chapter 24. Changing Identities. Escaping the asylum, there is no need for such elaborate measures. We lack the time. Stopping Yu Wuxia's movements with a hand, Luo Tianhe pulled her closer and pressed her against the wall. Skillfully channeling the innate yang energy within him, he directly guided it into Yu Wuxia's body, that as the yang energy flowed in. A harmonious balance between yin and yang emerged, causing Yu Wuxia to involuntarily emit a soft moan. This long-forgotten warmth was immensely precious to an anomaly. Under Luo Tianhe's deliberate acceleration, the signing of the yin-yang contract was hastily concluded within 10 minutes. With a surge of yang energy flooding into Yu Wuxuang's body, signifying the formal establishment of the contract, as Luo Tianhe's internal spiritual energy surged, Yu Wuxia's abilities came under his command, that S-class ability, Dream Huangliang. This ability allows the manipulation of a designated target's dreams, rendering the subject immobile, while only their consciousness may navigate the dreamscape. Should they sustain harm or meet their demise within the dream, the repercussions would directly affect their physical form. Master, I must now reside within your body. Once I manifest as your spirit here, not only will I be trapped, but you will also be in grave danger. With the completion of the contract, Yu Wuxia's speech became increasingly animated. The establishment of the yin-yang contract indicated that she was on the verge of exiting the asylum. The remainder depended on Luo Tianhe's capabilities. Rest assured, leave it to me, and go catch up with your sister, he said, extending his hand to envelop Yu Wuxia in an embrace. She softly acquiesced, gradually transforming into a faint glow that melded into Luo Tianhe's being. Let us hope that the conditions of my departure remain unchanged. Stretching languidly, Luo Tianhe felt a surge of vitality. It was time to showcase his true skills. Donning the doctor's attire, he began to peruse the doctor's manual. Medical Code of Conduct. After reviewing the contents of the medical code, Luo Tianhe's suspicions were further solidified. Upon leaving the ward, he hastily made his way to the 4th floor. The moment the elevator doors opened, the previously calm expression on Luo Tianhe's face was replaced by one of panic. Quickly notify the dean. There's an SS-level spirit master on the 8th floor. I'll hold him off. As he spoke, Luo Tianhe stumbled and collapsed to the ground. The other 4 nurses, hearing his words, immediately fell into a state of alarm. 2 rushed to help Luo Tianhe, while the remaining 2 obeyed his command and ran off in search of the dean. You 2 stay here. It's too dangerous to go up. When the dean arrives, ensure he heads to the 8th floor promptly. That as the other 2 nurses departed, Luo Tianhe quickly forced himself to put on a brave face, struggling to stand and re-enter the elevator. However, once the doors closed, he pressed 2 buttons, one for the 6th floor and one for the 8th. When the elevator halted at the 6th floor, Luo Tianhe stepped out and entered a room that afforded him a view of the elevator's movements. Asa doctor, He had the authority to access all patient rooms. Upon entering, a patient suffering from mania lunged at him. But before making contact, their bodies shattered into countless pieces. With the supply warehouse now open, Luo Tianhe swiftly cleaned up the scene, changed into the patient's clothing, and lay down on the bed. Not long after, the elevator on the 8th floor was summoned down, but when it returned, it did not ascend directly to the 8th floor. Instead, it stopped at the 6th. As the elevator doors opened, the SS level Eerie Dean stepped out, accompanied by a group of doctors and nurses. Check all the rooms to see if there are any unauthorized individuals. The Dean's deep voice resonated, reflecting an air of calmness, while his subordinates, all S-level Eerie entities, began to move. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianhe's heart raced to his throat, that if discovered, he would truly have nowhere to hide. An S-level Eerie, accompanied by so many S-level subordinates, meant that even 10 Luo Tianhes charging out would be tantamount to suicide. Fortunately, one nurse entered, glanced around, and, confirming there was no one else, promptly closed the door as she exited. Dean, Dr. Zhao is not here. He must be on the 8th floor. Failing to locate the doctor, the group reported the situation to the Dean. To the 8th floor, the Dean's voice once again boomed, and the group re-entered the elevator. As the elevator gradually ascended, Luo Tianhe immediately opened the door and dashed out. He didn't call for the elevator. Instead, he activated his spatial power, effortlessly slicing through the elevator doors, revealing the dark elevator shaft. With a leap, he descended, using his skill to halt at the height of the 4th floor, activating his power once more. He shredded the elevator doors and burst out, only to find the 2 nurses stationed there immediately enter a state of alert. However, their movements were no match for Luo Tianhe's speed. Knight Lioli and Yu Wushuang burst forth from within him. And with Luo Tianhe's prior activation of Dream Huangliang to momentarily restrain the nurses, the 2 swiftly transformed them into Eerie orbs. Done. Picking up the Eerie orbs, Knight Lioli and Yu Wushuang quickly re-entered Luo Tianhe's body. With the Eerie orbs in hand, Luo Tianhe sprinted towards the 3rd floor. The map of the asylum was already deeply etched in his mind. Despite having never been there before, it did not hinder his frantic rush to the 1st floor. Along the way, he utilized his abilities to their fullest, becoming little more than a blur. Luo Tianhe was acutely aware that his flimsy lie would only buy him a limited amount of time. After all, nothing was amiss on the 8th floor. Once the Dean arrived there, he would undoubtedly figure everything out in an instant. Thus, the only time gap Luo Tianhe could exploit was the brief moments of ascension and descent in the elevator. As he reached the entrance, an intense chill suddenly enveloped him. But at that moment, his hand was already gripping the doorknob. With a flash of golden light surrounding him, a notification from the Underworld rang out. Dean, until we meet again, I assure you next time I won't be so disheveled. You little thing, you haven't left yet. Don't cry too pitifully later. The Dean glared coldly at Luo Tianhe, his gritted teeth reflecting a desire to devour him whole. He could accept that someone had cleared the level, but he could not tolerate being so thoroughly outwitted by Luo Tianhe. That may disappoint you, Luo Tianhe replied, a smile spreading across his face as he began to elucidate the dark truths of the asylum. Chapter 25, Perfect Clearance. Return to the Drunken Immortal Building. What is known as an asylum is, in truth, a slaughterhouse. Luo Tianhe spoke slowly, and the moment he finished his first sentence, the Dean's expression darkened. The patients at the asylum, upon their arrival, were not necessarily ill, but regardless of their condition, once admitted, they would be required to take special pills at regular intervals. One of the effects of these pills is to accelerate the transformation of a healthy individual into a mental patient. The terms white-clad, blue-clad, and red-clad refer not only to the patient's conditions, but also to the extent of their alteration by the pills. Furthermore, these specially formulated pills have a second function. Different pills can enhance the patient's various internal organs, and in some cases, even improve the quality of their flesh. Pausing briefly, Luo Tianhe directed his gaze at the increasingly grim-faced Dean. Coupled with the makeshift meat source from the cafeteria, it's not difficult to draw certain conclusions. While there are red-clad patients within the facility, none are seen. This is because once a patient reaches the red-clad level, it signifies they have matured and are ready for slaughter. The nurse's role in communication is essentially about organ trafficking or fresh meat procurement, while the doctors are responsible for extracting the corresponding organs and processing the fresh meat. The entire asylum's regulations are designed to ensure that staff members remain unaware of one another's situations and to restrict any potential disruptive elements from entering. For this reason, they even went so far as to apply for a multitude of rules from the Underworld, all in a bid to maintain stability. Luo Tianhe laid bare everything he had seen, thought, and inferred, and by the time he finished, the dean's face had turned a sickly shade of green. Simultaneously, the golden glow enveloping Luo Tianhe grew ever more radiant, and a melodious notification from the Underworld chimed in. Completion rate of the storyline: 58, maximum 60. Rule completion rate: 38, maximum 40. Initial identity as a patient. Additional reward of 5 completion. Total completion rate: 101. Exceeding 100 is deemed a perfect clearance. Congratulations on your perfect clearance of the S-level Eerie instance, the Asylum. You have received a reward of 1 million Underworld coins and the S-level Underworld artifact, the Chinji sword box. As the Underworld's notification faded, Luo Tianhe's figure disappeared at the entrance of the Asylum, leaving the dean to watch helplessly, his expression growing increasingly grim. For any player to achieve a perfect clearance is considered a failure of the instance, and all rewards will be entirely borne by the instance. The reward of an Underworld artifact will also require the instance to pay half of the Underworld coins. An S-level Underworld artifact, even if subpar, is worth at least 10 million Underworld coins. Thus, Luo Tianhe's actions had directly cost the Asylum's dean over 5 million Underworld coins. Phew, that was terrifying. Back outside the instance, Luo Tianhe, still shaken, let out a sigh of relief. The sky had darkened, and the scattered eerie beings that roamed outside had increased once more. Just as Luo Tianhe emerged from the instance, at least 3 Eries had simultaneously set their sights on him. Upon realizing he was alone, their eyes gleamed with excitement. Almost in unison, the 3 Eerie beings charged at Luo Tianhe. The fact that he had exited the instance indicated he must possess a fresh haul of Underworld coins. And even if Luo Tianhe was cautious, they figured that even if they couldn't kill him, extorting some Underworld coins would suffice. With their A-level strength, they felt emboldened to rob him, among the scattered Eries. Their power was certainly formidable, seeking death. In the next moment, 3 figures burst forth from Luo Tianhe's body, confronting the 3 eager Eries. The aura of 3 S-level Eries radiated outwards, causing the 3 who had just charged in to widen their eyes in disbelief. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine available for Eries in this world. With the powers of Xiao Yu, Sulinglong, and Meng Huangliang unleashed by their original master, their might was magnitude stronger than when Luo Tianhe wielded them himself. In just a brief encounter, the 3 Eries were instantaneously transformed into A-level Eerie orbs. Now, this was much more comfortable. Within the instance, Knight Lioli had restrained herself from intervening, fearing her actions might impact Luo Tianhe. However, in this moment, the pent-up frustration was finally released. Wow, can I be a hands-off manager from now on? I barely have to lift a finger. Rest assured, with us around, such trivial foes will never get close to you again. Yu Wuxiang exclaimed, hopping joyfully beside Luo Tianhe and tightly embracing his arm, her ample bosom pressing against him. Having spent so long in captivity, leaving the asylum felt like a rebirth for her. As Luo Tianhe experienced the warm, soft sensation emanating from his arm, he could not help but feel a stir of emotions within him. Goodness, this yin-yang contract is truly remarkable. It even allows one to regain human warmth in such an eerie world. In the days to come, I wonder if my resilience will hold up. Naturally, I am even more eager than you are now. With a nod, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Luo Tianhe's eyes. The meager amount of coins earned from other instances pales in comparison. Once the Drunken Immortal Tower opens, he is absolutely confident that he will earn far more than from the Madman's Institute. At the entrance, Mu Xiling, who had been anxiously waiting, instantly felt revitalized upon seeing Luo Tianhe and dashed into his embrace. Husband, you've been gone for so long. Clinging tightly to Luo Tianhe, Mu Xiling wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom. For her, the brief half-day felt akin to a century of separation. Though Lin Yuru also longed to rush forward, the presence of several S-rank elites made her hesitate. After gently comforting Mu Xiling, Luo Tianhe promptly registered Yu Wuxia in the employee roster. As the number of employees at the Drunken Immortal Tower reached 5, Luo Tianhe's ears were once again filled with the prompt from Huang Quan. Wow, this is rather intricate. Listening to the incessant notifications, Luo Tianhe took a deep breath and began to mentally digest the information conveyed by Huang Quan. Chapter 26. A dual-purpose first floor. The Thousand Machine Sword Box. The Drunken Immortal Tower now has 5 employees, fulfilling the conditions to become either an instance or a shop. By paying a certain amount of coins, a dual opening status can be chosen, wherein the instance will default to being always active. Please complete the rules documentation. Only after all rules are fully supplemented can the instance officially commence. As Luo Tianhe inscribed the long-considered rules into the documentation and designated the Drunken Immortal Tower for dual opening. The Huangquan prompt resounded once more. The instance Drunken Immortal Tower is now open. Players may explore freely, complete 5 experiences in the instance, and if the player death rate exceeds 60%, the Drunken Immortal Tower may be listed in the instance register, permitting players from around the world direct entry. Please set the instance reward amounts. Currently, this instance is classified as A grade, with non-perfect completion rewards capped at 250,000 coins and a minimum of 5,000. Perfect completion rewards will be entirely borne by the instance, with the reward coins fixed at twice the maximum value. After establishing the reward coin amount, the instance must pay a deposit equivalent to 4 times the reward value to serve as the perfect completion reward. The shop Drunken Immortal Tower has opened, acquiring an initial notoriety of 100 points. The higher the notoriety, the higher the shop can set its prices, and the more effective the Huangquan promotional impact, leading to a greater influx of bizarre patrons and an increase in strength and notoriety. Please strive to enhance the shop's notoriety swiftly. If the notoriety falls below 500 points for over a month, the shop's opening eligibility will be revoked. The lengthy prompt from Huangquan finally ceased, and although Luo Tianhe felt somewhat overwhelmed, it did not dampen his excitement. In this bizarre apocalyptic world, nothing could provide a sense of security quite like a safe haven. Moreover, it is a haven that can be developed. Farming is an instinct deeply ingrained in the genes of every Huaguo person. Set the rewards at 250,000. The deposit can be directly deducted from my card. Luo Tianhe's voice rang out, and the 1 million coins he had just received vanished, transforming into the startup capital for the Drunken Immortal Tower. I believe we need to renovate this place properly. Knight Lioli surveyed the surroundings and voiced her thoughts to Luo Tianhe's spiritual companion. She, along with the others, could hear Huang Chuan's prompt. As soon as Knight Lioli finished speaking, her suggestion was unanimously agreed upon by the other women. Without waiting for Luo Tianhe's input, they quickly divided the tasks and set to work. Suddenly, Luo Tianhe felt that perhaps this apocalypse wasn't so dire after all. Watching the busy figures around him, he couldn't help but break into a silly grin. In a moment of boredom, Luo Tianhe took out the Thousand Machine Sword Box he had just acquired. A Ming artifact. It could only be wielded by spirit masters and those bound by contracts with the bazaar. A quality Ming artifact could even double a spirit master's strength. An S-rank Ming artifact is undoubtedly an unparalleled tool for killing and looting in the early stages. Luo Tianhe's previous life, S-rank Ming artifacts only began to emerge in the mid-apocalypse, and without exception, those wielding them were formidable individuals. After all, one cannot acquire an S-rank Ming artifact without considerable strength. Even if one were to stumble upon one, it wouldn't be long before it was taken away by someone else. Taking a deep breath, Luo Tianhe dripped a drop of blood onto the Thousand Machine Sword Box. The spiritual contract's mark slowly coalesced upon the box. And moments later, information regarding the Thousand Machine Sword Box flooded into Luo Tianhe's mind. If sword-type Ming artifacts are collected, they can be combined with the Thousand Machine Sword Box to create a FAGN that can be stored within the Thousand Machine Sword Box for nurturing, steadily enhancing its quality while acquiring all the characteristics of the Spirit Sword. The Thousand Machine Sword Box can nurture up to 9 simultaneously. And once the number reaches its maximum and all levels are elevated to S-rank Ming artifacts, the Thousand Machine Sword Box will upgrade to SS rank. Open. Understanding the Thousand Machine Sword Box's capabilities, Luo Tianhe eagerly said about testing it. As his thoughts shifted, the hefty sword box opened from both sides, and a pure white spirit sword shot forth. Under Luo Tianhe's mental control, the spirit sword darted around the Drunken Immortal Tower, moving with such speed that even he struggled to keep up. Wherever his thoughts led him, the spirit sword would dart there in an instant. Lioli, help me test its power, Luo Tianhe called out. And Knight Lioli, who was tidying up, turned her attention with interest towards the spirit sword hovering in mid-air. With a single hand raised, she solidified the air into a sturdy wall in front of the spirit sword. In the next moment, the two collided fiercely, and the spirit sword was halted midway, caught by Knight Lioli's barrier. However, this was not the end, for Luo Tianhe had yet to infuse it with spiritual energy. As Luo Tianhe continued to channel spiritual energy into the spirit sword, the previously dimmed blade shone brightly, and it swiftly pierced through the air wall, regaining its freedom. This power should easily breach an S-rank Bazaar's defenses, though it likely falls short of matching the Madman Institute's head honcho. The air wall is broken, Knight Lioli remarked in awe. Rest assured, this is merely the beginning. As Luo Tianhe spoke, the spirit sword gently floated back to him. While a second spirit sword manifested within the box, in just 2 minutes, the 1,000 machine sword box could produce a spirit sword. In other words, the true terror of this item lies not in its power, but in its quantity. At this rate, in an hour, it could generate 30 spirit swords, and in a day, 200. By the time Luo Tianhe faced off against the head of the Madman Institute again, he could likely summon millions of flying swords with a mere thought. Close. Satisfied, Luo Tianhe stowed the 1,000 machine sword box on his back. Thanks to the spiritual contract, the once heavy box felt as light as a feather on his back, not hindering his movements at all. Cool, right, he said, striking a pose he believed to be impressive. Seeing this, Knight Lioli couldn't help but roll her eyes. Yes, you're the coolest. You don't need me, right? I have to get back to work. The sooner we tidy up, the sooner we can open for business. With a dismissive remark, Knight Lioli resumed her tasks. Clearly, Luo Tianhe's allure paled in comparison to the novelty of welcoming guests, feeling somewhat neglected. Luo Tianhe forced a wry smile and joined the others in their bustling activities. After an entire night of effort, the Drunken Immortal Tower had finally been transformed into a vibrant establishment. Unlike the eerie, stark white of the Madman Institute, the Drunken Immortal Tower now radiated an atmosphere of sultry allure. Though the number of employees was still quite small, the ambience alone stirred the imagination of Luo Tianhe as a man. Now this feels somewhat like a brothel. With a chuckle, Luo Tianhe inhaled deeply and turned to the assembly of lovely maidens. Ladies, get ready. We're about to open our doors for business. Chapter 27. Review and Reflection. Pre-opening training. Before we commence operations, we need to conduct a brief training session. Gathering everyone together, the 5 top beauties stood in a row before Luo Tianhe, while Qingyi acted as a little housekeeper at his side. Training for what? Are we learning how to attract men's life force? Knight Lioli playfully bit her lip and winked at Luo Tianhe, her flirtatious demeanor making him swallow hard. Goodness, does this even require teaching? Whether Lu Xiahui could handle it is a question in itself. Cough, cough, that won't be necessary. What I want to discuss are other matters. Quickly clearing his throat to shift the topic, Luo Tianhe's expression turned serious. Lioli, Wushuang, Wuxia, you all came out of the Madman Institute with me. What issues did you observe over there? Turning to the 3 women, Luo Tianhe posed the question, and they simultaneously furrowed their brows. Are you referring to the rules? Yu Wuxia tentatively posed a question, to which Luo Tianhe responded by shaking his head. In turn, Luo Tianhe queried, prompting the 3 of them to simultaneously display expressions of sudden realization. In SS-level director, accompanied by a cadre of S-level doctors and nurses, would undoubtedly spell doom for Luo Tianhe should they choose to launch an immediate assault. However, the situation did not unfold in that direction. Bound by the peculiar regulations within the instance that forbade direct confrontation, coupled with the unique system employed by the asylum to segregate players of differing identities, Luo Tianhe found himself with a slender opportunity for survival. Through clever maneuvering, he not only emerged unscathed but also secured the rewards for a flawless completion. Thus, it becomes evident that, at times, the intricate rules of the past and the divisions among employees may not serve as advantageous elements. Moreover, the mastery of the rules within the instance by all members is of paramount importance. If I am not mistaken, Wuxia, you are unaware of all the rules governing the asylum instance, correct? As Luo Tianhe spoke, he turned his gaze towards Yu Wuxia, who immediately shook her head in response. With the lessons learned from past experiences, we must deeply absorb the teachings of the asylum, ensuring we do not watch in despair as the opportunities we could seize slip away. After a brief pause, Luo Tianhe produced the compendium of rules. Herein lies the complete set of regulations governing our establishment. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion, as the group gathered around Luo Tianhe, the 9 rules inscribed within the compendium came into view. Rule 1. Any anomaly entering the Drunken Immortal Pavilion shall find their inherent rule-based abilities rendered ineffective. Rule 2. The kitchen and farm are forbidden zones within the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Any trespassers will face the pavilion's wrath. Rule 3. Employees of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion offer performances, not their bodies. Any attempts to accost the ladies will be dealt with by any means necessary. Rule 4. All services are clearly priced. Lodging in the hall requires a nightly fee of 300 soul coins, with rooms designated by color costing progressively more. 1,000 for yellow, 3,000 for black, 5,000 for earth, and 10,000 for heavenly. Additionally, all items within the pavilion must be paid for at the listed prices, and the bringing of any consumables is strictly prohibited. Rule 5. There must be no waste of food or drink within the pavilion, or one will incur a penalty of tenfold the cost, or must withstand 3 attacks from the chef. Yue Shuang. Rule 6. Rules after sunset. No one may linger outside the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Special Rule 1. Supremacy. Within the pavilion, no individual is permitted to speak in a commanding tone. If detected, any staff member has the authority to take action against the offender. Special Rule 2. A land of etiquette. Any display of rudeness within the pavilion grants the establishment the right to randomly strip the offender of a specific ability until the instance is completed. Hidden Rule. The completion rate for the Drunken Immortal Pavilion is solely dependent on the duration of one's stay. Each day contributes a 10% increment, and if the completion rate falls below 40%, one cannot leave. The rule mode chosen by Luo Tianhe is one of complete concealment. In other words, players must explore the rules independently. The drawback of this choice is the limited number of rules. Should enough individuals achieve completion, the pavilion risks becoming a mere cash cow, facing imminent bankruptcy. However, the benefit lies in the fact that, in the absence of sufficient information, the pavilion presents no distinction to players compared to the gates of hell. Furthermore, the advantage of selecting a fully concealed mode includes the 2 special rules. Whether in a completely open environment like the unfinished building or a dual mode like the asylum, the cost lies in exchanging special rules for the quantity of other rules. The uniqueness of special rules is that, once violated, their effects do not activate immediately, but can be triggered at the discretion of the pavilion staff. Simultaneously, the hidden rules under the concealed mode possess an absolute non-disclosure characteristic. Even those aware of the rules, such as Yi Lioli, would find it impossible to intentionally reveal the hidden rules that in a previous life. Luo Tianhe heard whispers of a rare few anomalies endowed with the ability to discern rules. And should a spirit master acquire such a gift, the double hidden rules serve as a defense against such exceptional beings. While the number of rules is modest, their judicious application can yield unexpectedly effective results. As the women diligently noted all the rules, Luo Tianhe gradually began to elucidate his intentions behind the rule settings. Initially, the group perceived Luo Tianhe's rules as inconsequential, yet upon hearing his explanation, their eyes brightened with understanding. Following Luo Tianhe's method, it seemed unlikely that anyone would fail to exit the Drunken Immortal Pavilion alive. I have a point of confusion. Did you not express a desire to avoid excessive exploitation by the Yin realm? Why then is there a specific Yin rule in place? Yi Lioli furrowed her brow, her expression a mix of perplexity that if the Yin rule is triggered, all of the target's essence, flesh, and soul will become possessions of the Yin realm, leaving only the anomaly pearl behind. Luo Tianhe, adhering to the principle of profit, had not intended to establish a Yin rule. Indeed, that was my initial thought, yet upon drafting the rules, I discovered a critical flaw within the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Should a spirit master possess sufficient strength, strong enough that our collective efforts could do little to hinder them, even if they violate the rules, we would be powerless to act against them. Upon hearing this, Yi Lioli experienced an epiphany. However, in her view, locating such a spirit master now seems somewhat daunting. Very well. Now that we have all absorbed this information, shall we commence operations? After finishing Luo Tianhe's explanation, the impatient Qingyi could no longer resist rubbing her hands together. The spirit of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Her only means of strengthening her power lay in upgrading alongside the establishment. And for the pavilion to elevate its level, it must ensnare a sufficient number of players, among other conditions. Certainly, we can begin, but dear ladies, a bit of embellishment is in order. Luo Tianhe licked his lips, his gaze toward Yi Lioli and the others now brimming with mischievous intent. Chapter 28. Everything is prepared. Unethical winds at our backs, ta-da. Now they truly resemble the ladies of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Following Luo Tiena's guidance, the five donned entirely new work attire. The alluring Yi Lioli, clad in a form-fitting, high-slit cheongsam, showcased her voluptuous figure to perfection. The high slit revealed a tantalizing glimpse of her beautiful legs, capable of igniting boundless fantasies within any man. Coupled with the pipe she carried, she embodied the very essence of a formidable lady from the Republican era, exuding a blend of coldness and allure that could evoke an intense desire for conquest in anyone simply by sitting still. The gentle and serene Mu Xiling swapped her somewhat intimidating red bridal gown for a delicate pink and white hanfu, perfectly accentuating her fragile, yet beautiful demeanor. The aloof Yu Wuxuang donned a stepmother's dress, exuding the aura of a captivating mature woman, sure to strike a chord with any rogue. With her role as the chef, a simple apron further amplified her charm, transforming the kitchen, designated as a forbidden zone within the pavilion, into a bustling hub akin to a popular tourist attraction. Though Yu Wuxia is Yu Wuxuang's sister, their styles diverge entirely. Liberated from the asylum, Yu Wuxia's quirky personality flourished, her every expression radiating joy, while her somewhat youthful visage conveyed the essence of the girl next door. To complement this demeanor, Luo Tianhe selected a JK uniform with white stockings for her, allowing Yu Wuxia's vivacious charm to shine through beautifully. Lastly, for Lin Yiru, Luo Tianhe opted to continue her previous style. Black stockings, high heels, a form-fitting skirt, and a blouse paired with glasses and cascading hair. An intellectual secretary, embodying a deep-seated desire that resides within every man's heart, and Lin Yiru was perfectly cast in this role. Having completed the ensembles for all, Luo Tianhe gazed at the five women standing together, each radiating their unique allure, and even having savored each of them before, he found himself momentarily entranced. Good heavens. These are not mere employees. They are the quintessence of every man's dreams. Any man who enters here is surely destined to leave the Drunken Immortal Pavilion without a trace. Swallowing hard, Luo Tianhe couldn't help but express his sincere admiration. Upon hearing his praise, the five ladies couldn't suppress their smiles. For them, receiving compliments from Luo Tianhe was the highest accolade and honor in existence. Thus, with eager hearts, they began to await their first wave of patrons. However, Luo Tianhe had calculated every detail, save for one. For players, it was simply too early. After waiting an entire day, not a single player had arrived, nor even a solitary anomaly seeking lodging. Let us eat first. We can hold out, but you, my friend, might starve. Approaching Luo Tianhe, Yu Wuxuang carried a steaming bowl of noodles, which, though appearing plain, exuded a rich aroma that invigorated Luo Tianhe instantly. Wuxuang, your presence is truly a blessing. Accepting the bowl of noodles, Luo Tianhe felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Had it not been for Yu Wuxuang during this day and a half, he might have truly starved. Becoming a spirit master amplifies energy consumption, meaning the stronger the spirit master, the hungrier they become. Upon reaching an A level or above, relying solely on ordinary food is utterly insufficient to replenish energy, to derive adequate energy from sustenance. One must seek out spiritual ingredients or, like Yu Wuxuang, transform mundane ingredients into dishes imbued with spiritual attributes. Boss, we cannot simply continue to wait indefinitely. No one is likely to come during the day, and the prospects for the evening seem even bleaker. As Luo Tianhe devoured the noodles with the ferocity of a tempest, Lin Yiru promptly offered him tissues and mouthwash, seemingly having fully embraced the role of a devoted secretary. Indeed, the wait has grown rather intolerable. Yet I have devised a solution. With his hunger satiated, Luo Tianhe's mind began to function once more, and he subsequently retrieved an unscrupulous business card from his pocket. He infused the card with spiritual energy. The impeccably dressed and scrupulous merchant soon materialized within the Drunken Immortal Tower. Truly, Boss Luo is remarkable. The establishment has opened so swiftly. Consider this a modest gift, a token of respect. Upon his arrival, the raucous laughter characteristic of a shrewd businessman erupted, and with a wave of his hand, a red envelope appeared, which he leisurely approached Luo Tianhe. Thank you for your kind gesture, my friend, but I cannot allow you to incur a loss. All these peculiar corpses will be half price. Luo Tianhe, in his generosity, raised his hand, and a pile of bizarre corpses materialized before the unscrupulous merchant. Observing this, the merchant's expression of delight deepened. Indeed, I did not misjudge this treasure. This lad has genuine potential for great success. I shall not hold back. Stepping forward, the merchant swiftly calculated the price of the peculiar corpses that a total of 80,000 Underworld coins has already been transferred to your account. Boss Luo, that if I am not mistaken. You must be troubled by the issue of clientele at the moment. The merchant's words struck home, and Luo Tianhe's eyes lit up instantly. Without hesitation, he divulged his predicament. The messengers of the Yellow Springs are all astute merchants. As long as a reasonable price is offered, there is little they cannot accomplish. Moreover, it is crucial to note that these merchants not only possess formidable abilities, but also place immense value on their reputation. As for gratitude, let us forego that. Bound by duties, I cannot directly assist anyone, yet I can recommend a friend who will undoubtedly help you resolve this issue. With a faint smile, the merchant produced a black and white hair from his pocket. By igniting it with spiritual energy, a person capable of aiding you will arrive shortly. However, he has quite an appetite, so if he offends you, I kindly ask you to let him depart peacefully. Leaving the hair behind, the merchant's form dissipated into a flurry of lights. Once he had departed, the women immediately gathered around, curiously examining the hair in Luo Tianhe's hand. This is mouse hair. After scrutinizing it for a considerable time, the frowning Yu Wushuang finally rendered her judgment. As a seasoned chef accustomed to the kitchen, she was quite familiar with the creature known as a mouse. Nevertheless, this spiritually imbued mouse hair was a first for her. Under normal circumstances, even for demonic beasts, the spiritual energy would dissipate rapidly once the hair was separated from its owner. That a substance that retains its energy in such a manner is something Yu Wushuang had never even heard of. While pondering how long it would take to ascertain the identity of the owner, we would soon know once he arrives. With a faint smile, Luo Tianhe summoned spiritual energy, and upon contact, the delicate hair ignited. Swiftly turning to Ash, Chapter 29, The Spirit-Seeking Mouse, Xiao. Is that the end? The group stood in stunned silence, and seeing nothing had transpired, Yu Wuxia couldn't help but inquired, "It should be right?" Swallowing hard, Luo Tianhe hesitated to confirm, as the stillness was unnerving, that he had expected some radiant display, yet it appeared as ordinary as igniting a common feather. Who disturbs my tranquil slumber, if this does not yield? Just as the group remained perplexed, a languid voice echoed, but the sentence abruptly halted. Esteemed ladies, I assure you, I have been quite well-behaved lately, never engaging in any nefarious deeds. I implore you, please show mercy and spare me. The tone shifted suddenly, and the group turned to see a rotund little figure fervently pleading for mercy before Yi Liuli and the others. Faced with 4 S-level anomalies, it would be effortless to eliminate this mere B-level underling. Young brother, there seems to be a misunderstanding between us. With the scene growing increasingly peculiar, Luo Tianhe awkwardly interjected, causing the little figure to cease its frantic pleas. After a moment of hesitation, the little figure glanced at the reactions of the 5 stunning women behind Luo Tianhe. Realizing they bore no ill intent, and hastily stood up, clearing his throat. Just now, I was having a nightmare and was abruptly pulled here, which caused a bit of confusion. Clearing his throat, the little figure took a deep breath and adjusted his expression, donning a somewhat ingratiating smile. Esteemed gentlemen and ladies, should you require assistance, please do not hesitate to ask that I am Xiao Yao, a wandering merchant. Xiao Yao quickly introduced himself, and upon hearing this, Yi Liuli stepped forward with keen interest. What kind of being are you, spirit, anomaly, or demon beast? Following the advent of the bizarre apocalypse, not only anomalies but also the awakened spirits, monsters, and beasts began to emerge from their hiding places. Unlike the anomalies, they possess greater freedom, and many are formidable beings. As soon as Yi Liuli finished speaking, Xiao Yao's expression of servility deepened. You have a discerning eye, beautiful lady. Indeed, I am a mouse demon, a spirit-seeking mouse. Xiao Yao promptly revealed his identity, and upon hearing this, Yi Liuli's eyes sparkled with excitement. You are a spirit-seeking mouse? Yi Liuli exclaimed in astonishment, prompting Luo Tianhe and the others to scrutinize Xiao Yao anew. To elicit such surprise from Yi Liuli, he must be far from ordinary. However, after observing Xiao Yao for a considerable time, they found no discernible traits that set him apart from an ordinary human. Absolutely, I am indeed the unparalleled spirit-seeking mouse of this era. Realizing that Yi Lioli understood the significance of the term spirit-seeking mouse, Xiao Yao's anxiety dissipated, replaced by confidence and pride that as long as they recognize the meaning of the spirit-seeking mouse. He is assured of his safety. This is the confidence Xiao Yao has in his identity. The spirit-seeking mouse, a variant of the groundhog, is said to have emerged from a wager between the former groundhog king and a demon lord, with the latter fulfilling a wish for the groundhog clan to produce an unparalleled genius. The demon lord honored his promise, and thus the spirit-seeking mouse emerged within the groundhog lineage. Whether the tale holds truth is uncertain, but it is clear that the entire groundhog clan cannot harbor two spirit-seeking mice at once. A variant. The spirit-seeking mouse possesses not only formidable earth evasion techniques, but also a unique gift. Listening to Yi Lioli's introduction and contemplating the name spirit-seeking mouse, Luo Tianhe's eyes brightened. Seeking treasures. The direction is correct, but it is not merely about seeking treasures. Can you guess what the spirit-seeking mouse refers to? Turning to the group, Yi Lioli teased with suspense. Upon hearing this, the others pondered briefly, and Mu Xiling swallowed hard, a look of incredulity spreading across her face. Could it be that they can locate beings with spiritual energy? Mu Xiling ventured her boldest guess, yet it was met with Yi Lioli's gentle shake of the head. No, it is not spiritual energy, but rather spiritual essence. All things possess spirit. Here, the spirit refers to sentience. As long as the spirit-seeking mouse understands the characteristics of the target's essence, it can locate it regardless of where it is hidden. After Yi Lioli elaborated, Luo Tianhe could not help but fix his wide eyes upon Xiao Yao. You mentioned you were a wandering merchant, so you can accept commissions, correct? Indeed, based on the value of what you seek, I will charge a fee to ensure you acquire it. Of course, if the target's strength is excessively formidable. All I can provide is its location. Beyond that, I also have a personal interest in collecting treasures. You may find something useful among my wares, all reasonably priced. Let us set aside the prices for now. I have a proposal that I believe will pique your interest. With a slight smile, the master of grand schemes, Luo Tianhe, made his entrance. You likely have powerful enemies seeking you, yet your abilities offer little in combat. Your only option is to flee. However, when it comes to the act of fleeing, no matter how exceptional your ability to escape may be, encountering an opponent with absolute strength will likely yield quite unpleasant consequences. Wouldn't it? Furthermore, I suspect you would not wish to continue wandering aimlessly without a place to call home, correct? With each sentence he uttered, Luo Tianhe noticed the smile on Xiao Yao's face fading incrementally. While others engaged in negotiations by highlighting the positives, Luo Tianhe's words were increasingly piercing, each phrase striking at the very core of Xiao Yao's heart. From Xiao Yao's reaction since his arrival, coupled with Yi Lioli's introduction of the spirit-seeking mouse, Luo Tianhe adeptly identified these sensitive points. Esteemed sir, what is it that you wish to convey? Fixating on Luo Tianhe, the smile that once adorned Xiao Yao's face had completely vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of tension. For the first time in his life, Xiao Yao felt as though he was utterly at the mercy of another. And no need to call me esteemed sir. My surname is Luo. You can address me as Luo Tianhe, the proprietor of the Drunken Immortal Building, or simply Luo Boss. After this brief introduction, Luo Tianhe turned to reveal the staircase leading to the second floor. My Drunken Immortal Building offers accommodation, and all rooms come with the benefits of healing and enhancing spiritual power consolidation. He continued, once I acquire new regulations, I will initiate a membership system. By becoming a member of the Drunken Immortal Building, you will be able to open a teleportation portal to our establishment from any location. Moreover, I also possess a spirit garden and the finest chefs, ready to serve a variety of special spiritual delicacies at any time. Pausing for a moment, Luo Tianhe once again fixed his gaze upon Xiao. Why, as long as you are willing to assist us with some minor tasks, I assure you that you will become our most esteemed member, enjoying all the benefits of the Drunken Immortal Building for free. Furthermore, should any enemies come seeking you, regardless of who they are, I will certainly intervene to assist you. With this enticing offer, Luo Tianhe's smile deepened. Of course, if you are not interested in such benefits, I can also compensate you with coins in exchange for your services. After all, it's merely business, and it all depends on how we negotiate. Having said this, Luo Tianhe quietly observed Xiao Yao that moment. Xiao Yao's mind was in a whirlwind of turmoil. He could not deny that the future described by Luo Tianhe stirred something within him. For someone like Xiao Yao, who had been adrift, Luo Tianhe's depiction was nothing short of a paradise on earth, albeit a paradise that would take time to manifest. However, if it were to come to fruition, there was no doubt that Xiao Yao would become the happiest spirit-seeking mouse in history. May I ask a few questions? After much internal conflict, Xiao Yao took a deep breath and looked up at Luo Tianhe. Upon noticing this, Luo Tianhe's smile grew even more pronounced at my little friend, you've taken the bait. Chapter 30. Players arrive. The instance begins. What do you mean by minor tasks? What exactly do you need me to do? Xiao Yao inquired hesitantly. As a businessman, he was acutely aware of the potential pitfalls hidden within Luo Tianhe's words. Whether promises could be fulfilled was another matter, and he knew he could not afford to fall into such traps. It's quite simple. For instance, I currently need you to help me find 5 humans to successfully initiate the instance. Luo Tianhe spoke slowly, and upon hearing this, a look of disbelief immediately crossed Xiao Yao's face. Just that? Yes, just that. Quite simple, wouldn't you agree? Luo Tianhe chuckled, while Xiao Yao maintained a cautious demeanor. That is not particularly difficult, but Xiao Yao hesitated, appearing to be organizing his thoughts. And no need to worry. All the tasks I require you to undertake can be turned down at any moment. And I will not impose any restrictions on you through contracts or the like. Your autonomy is entirely yours. Should you feel that our collaboration is unsuitable, you can simply walk away. Sensing Xiao Yao's apprehension, Luo Tianhe spoke again, dispelling the last trace of doubt lingering in Xiao Yao's mind. Are you certain that everything you say is true? Swallowing hard, Xiao Yao could hardly believe that such an accommodating person existed in this world. From the conditions and requests posed by Luo Tianhe, it was evident that this was a lopsided cooperative arrangement. Xiao Yao would enjoy absolute freedom and all the benefits of the Drunken Immortal building, while what Luo Tianhe desired from Xiao Yao would depend entirely on Xiao Yao's willingness. At first glance, it appeared to be so. However, the notion of loss was not something Luo Tianhe would entertain lightly. He had indeed placed no restrictions on Xiao Yao, yet the Drunken Immortal building was his domain. Whether Xiao Yao could remain there was entirely at his discretion. The goal was to ensure Xiao Yao experienced the benefits of the Drunken Immortal building to such an extent that he would become utterly reliant on it. Eventually, even in the absence of a contract, should Luo Tianhe require something within Xiao Yao's capabilities, he would undoubtedly comply without hesitation. Sometimes, such intangible contracts could be the most lethal. There has never been a free lunch in this world. Anything that appears free is invariably a trap, with the only difference being the motives of those who laid the trap. Encountering someone like Luo Tianhe, who merely sought affordable labor while willing to offer compensation, was indeed a stroke of extraordinary luck. Absolutely, Luo boss. I believe you. I will bring you the individuals you seek immediately. With a pat on his chest, Xiao Yao radiated a hue of earthy yellow light, vanishing into the ground of the Drunken Immortal building without leaving so much as a trace. Let us prepare. It shouldn't be long before our guests arrive. That as soon as Xiao Yao departed, Yi Lioli immediately began to organize the others. Capturing 5 ordinary humans was as easy as drinking a bowl of cool water for a spirit-seeking mouse. Spirits and anomalies operated without any constraints. And were it not for their generally benign disposition towards humanity, they would have posed the greatest terror in this apocalyptic world. Subsequently, everyone began to execute Luo Tianhe's prior instructions. Lin Yiru was in charge of the cash register and welcoming guests, while Yu Wushuang managed the kitchen. The lively and playful Yu Wuxia took on the role of a waitress, and with her dream Huangliang ability, merely passing her scrutiny would be a formidable challenge. Luo Tianhe assigned them the task of dealing with the more troublesome targets. As for Luo Tianhe, he assigned himself a rather audacious role, an undercover agent. Once the players entered, he would masquerade as a player himself, extracting all pertinent information from within and helping them quickly acclimate to the Drunken Immortal building. Naturally, the extent of their understanding would depend on the player's fortitude, but as everyone diligently prepared, Xiao Yao returned, promptly depositing 5 individuals at the entrance of the Drunken Immortal building. After giving a slight nod to Luo Tianhe, he activated his ability and vanished once more. The judgment range for an A-level instance extends within a radius of 200 meters. As long as one enters this vicinity and the instance is in a state that permits entry, players will be compelled to enter. The Drunken Immortal building, being a perpetually open instance, meant that entering this range signified the commencement of the game. As the voice of Huang Quan echoed in the minds of the five, their expressions transformed dramatically. Are we entering the legendary horror instance? Before the five could fully grasp Huang Quan's prompt, Luo Tian's voice resonated behind them. Almost simultaneously, all five turned to face Luo Tianhe, who wore a subtle yet palpable excitement on his face. Such acting prowess would indeed be wasted had he not pursued a career in theater. Do you know where this place is? A burly man clad in a black suit and stylish sunglasses inquired, exuding an unmistakable aura of a bodyguard. The other four individuals were also men, a colorful-haired youth in motorcycle attire, an overweight otaku appearing to weigh at least 200 pounds, and two university students seemingly around Luo Tianhe's age. However, from the reactions of the five, it was evident that they were complete strangers to one another. Their faces etched with wariness that I do not know, but I have read numerous novels of this nature before, and you should be aware of the circumstances outside. This place is undoubtedly the sort of instance depicted in such tales. The more Luo Tianhe spoke, the more animated he became, embodying the quintessential image of a delusional youth. Brother, you read such things too? Observing Luo Tianhe's enthusiasm, the chubby otaku leaned in, his eyes shimmering with a similar excitement. Thus, the two exchanged words, swiftly imparting a wealth of knowledge regarding horror instances to the other four. Of course, under Luo Tianhe's deliberate guidance, the practicality of this knowledge was exceedingly low. Nevertheless, for the other four, this seemingly unreliable information was invaluable. Listening to you two, it seems that if one is not careful here, there is a possibility of death. Is that correct? Upon hearing their explanation, the bodyguard's demeanor softened considerably. After absorbing this information, he realized that his meager combat skills would be utterly insignificant in such an instance, that it was likely that death would not merely be an unfortunate fate, but a rather gruesome one. Taking a deep breath, Luo Tianhe buried the concept of fear deep within the hearts of the remaining four. Fear was a taboo in horror instances. Once one succumbed to dread, death would not be far behind. As for the chubby otaku he was discussing, he was currently in a state of exhilaration, blissfully unaware of what fear truly was. However, this was merely the beginning. All right, everyone, we must stay here. We cannot afford to bypass this challenge. No matter the dangers that lie ahead, we must confront them head-on. With that, Luo Tianhe spoke again, and as his words resonated, the gaze of the crowd shifted towards the enchanting lights of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Chapter 31. Welcome to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Today, we have two lovely ladies available for your selection, and we hope you enjoy your time with us. As soon as they stepped through the entrance, Lin Yiru's melodious voice rang out. The instant the crowd laid eyes on Lin Yiru, elegantly clad in an office lady outfit, their eyes widened in astonishment. Is this the peculiarity you mentioned, brother? Two university students leaned in closer to Luo Tianhe, unable to suppress their curiosity. That I have no idea. However, if it were true, I would gladly risk my life for a chance to be with such a beauty. The chubby otaku remarked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Before Luo Tianhe could respond, the rotund otaku was already entranced. Observing the otaku veering off course, Luo Tianhe dismissed any thoughts of rescuing him. Anyone who could walk out of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion alive could never be one to succumb to lust. The moment the chubby otaku entertained such thoughts, he had already sealed his fate. Miss, is there anything we can assist you with? The otaku, driven by impulse, stepped forward, engaging Lin Yiru in conversation. You jest, dear sir. Upon your arrival at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, it is I who should be at your service. What are your desires? Lin Yiru flashed a radiant smile, her rhetorical question igniting a spark of exhilaration in the otaku. I was wondering if there are any rules or regulations here. The otaku, though captivated, remained cautious and inquired about the rules governing the establishment. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion. There are no restrictions, dear sir. Your sole concern should be your happiness, as long as you maintain your joy. Anything you desire can be yours. Lin Yiru spoke slowly, her ambiguous words carrying a semblance of truth. The prerequisite for continued joy, however, was survival. To remain joyful was to remain alive, and surviving for 10 days would mean they could clear the challenge. Can you take us on a tour? The otaku asked once more upon hearing this. Lin Yiru immediately brightened. Of course. However, I can only escort one person at a time. The others will have to explore on their own. But fear not, for we have other sisters who are equally eager to entertain you. Lin Yiru continued, and at her words, the chubby otaku eagerly raised his hand to me. "Take me for a tour," he exclaimed excitedly, that as soon as he finished speaking, a hint of amusement appeared on Lin Yuru's face. One of the special rules is that no one may speak in a commanding tone within the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, that as you wish, dear sir, Lin Yuru replied, gracefully turning and ascending to the second floor. The otaku, entranced by her graceful figure, gulped nervously and hastened to follow her. After their departure, a girl in a JK uniform, Yu Wuxia, entered the crowd's view. "Esteemed guests, after your arduous journey, please follow me to dine." As Yu Wuxia's words fell, the gazes of the remaining four immediately turned to Luo Tianhe. With the chubby otaku gone, they tacitly acknowledged Luo Tianhe as the backbone of their little group. After all, in their eyes, only Luo Tianhe and the otaku possessed any understanding of this place. Strange invitations are usually hard to refuse. "Let's act according to the situation," Luo Tianhe suggested, taking a deep breath before following Yu Wuxia's lead to an empty table in the hall. "What would you like to eat, esteemed guests? Our chef is absolutely top-notch. Whatever you order, she will ensure your satisfaction, that if you are generous enough, you might even meet the chef in person, that as everyone settled down." Yu Wuxia promptly placed a menu before each guest. Luo Tianhe slowly picked up the menu, and the other four quickly followed suit. "That I would like a plate of fried rice," he ordered. "And the rest of you, what would you like?" Yu Wuxia inquired, noting Luo Tianhe's order, "That I'll have the same as him. Please bring me a plate of fried rice." "That me too, that I would also like fried rice. Thank you. May I abstain from ordering? I'm not particularly hungry at the moment." As the group responded, the bodyguard's statement indicated that only 3 remained to order. The biker and the 2 other male university students adhered to a principle of speaking as little as possible, narrowly escaping the ordeal. Among them, the most cautious male student even refrained from ordering entirely. He had no idea what the numbers following each dish signified, but he was convinced that the food here was certainly not free. "Of course, we do not impose on our guest," Yu Wuxia said cheerfully before bouncing off toward the kitchen. Watching her leave, the remaining individuals began to murmur among themselves. "Brother, didn't you just mention that the peculiarities here are exceedingly ruthless and could cost us our lives at any moment?" Yet those 2 beauties seemed more human than human. The male university student who had refrained from ordering frowned at Luo Tianhe. "How would I know? I have read plenty of novels, but have never actually experienced such things." Luo Tianhe replied with a bitter smile as he began to wander the hall in search of answers. "Brother, what are you doing?" The others felt a sense of urgency as they observed Luo Tianhe's actions. "I am searching for the rules. I at least need to know how to leave here," he declared, quickening his pace. Upon hearing this, the biker immediately joined in the search. The remaining 3 hesitated for a moment before glancing towards the kitchen, ultimately opting for quiet anticipation. "Esteemed guests, please enjoy. An absolute value for your money." As Yu Wuxia set down the fried rice, the 4 who had ordered were momentarily stunned, including Luo Tianhe. "This large bowl. Are you certain it's not meant for pigs?" "Forget 1 bowl per person. For people might not even finish one." Luo Tianhe couldn't help but chuckle bitterly at the sight of the massive bowl before him. He had intended for Yu Wuxia to put some thought into the dishes and connect them to the rules to accelerate the player's demise. But he had not anticipated such a blunt approach. "This is truly meant for pigs." As Luo Tianhe continued to inwardly critique the situation, a nearby figure, the one with colorful hair, could no longer contain himself. But as soon as he shouted, a painful expression crossed his face, his countenance reddening as he clutched his throat and collapsed heavily to the ground. That in the throes of violent struggle, the colorful-haired individual's face grew increasingly grim, ultimately suffocating right before the eyes of the others. Special Rule 2. Within the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, any disrespectful individual may have a random ability stripped away by its members. Engaging in unsolicited rummaging counts as 1 offense. Speaking while eating counts as another. Insulting others counts as a 3rd. It must be noted that the colorful-haired individual's luck was remarkably poor. The first 2 abilities stripped were his digestive and regenerative abilities, both of which would not cause immediate death. However, luck is a finite commodity, and on his 3rd offense, he lost his ability to breathe. Chapter 32. 100% kill dear guests. Please continue. Do not let this affect your spirits. I will handle this matter. While the others looked on in sheer terror at the unfolding scene, Yu Wuxia sprang into action, nonchalantly lifting the colorful-haired corpse and making her way toward the kitchen. As she passed by the male bodyguard, she suddenly turned her head, revealing a faint smile. "Dear sir, could you lend me a hand? This one is a bit heavy, and I might struggle to lift him." Listening to her, the bodyguard gulped nervously. "Did it possible for me not to help?" "Of course, but that would require a price to be paid." Yu Wuxiao's voice turned icy, her smile vanishing in an instant. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the bodyguard attempted to flee, but before he could take a single step, his eyes dulled, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Yu Wuxiao's exclusive rule, dream reversal, dictated that anyone attempting to escape her presence would trigger an immediate dream state. "Ignoring all conditions really increasing my workload. Another one comes in," she remarked, stepping forward to grasp the bodyguard's ankle, effortlessly carrying both individuals toward the kitchen. The remaining 2 university students watched Yu Wuxiao's retreating figure, then glanced at the fried rice before them, the tiny bits of meat triggering a cascade of unsettling thoughts. Ugh! The more they thought about it, the more nauseating it became, and the student who had ordered immediately retched. His once full bowl of fried rice now rendered inedible. "Wu Shuang, someone just vomited in your food." Before the student could recover, a sultry voice floated down from above the courtyard, as Yuli leaned against the railing with a pipe in her mouth, her soft, languorous tone breaking through the tension. Upon hearing the commotion, the 2 university students felt as though every bone in their bodies had turned to jelly in that fleeting moment. Once they beheld the beauty of Yi Lioli, their gaze became utterly transfixed, to the point where they could not even bear to blink. "My dear sirs, has no one ever informed you that it is rather impolite to stare at a young lady upon your first encounter?" Yi Lioli spoke again, and at that instant, the second special rule was triggered once more. The one who had just vomited collapsed, his legs giving way beneath him, ability deprivation, standing. The remaining student was plunged into darkness, unable to see anything further, ability deprivation, vision. "What have you done to me?" The paralyzed student looked up at Yi Lioli, terror evident in his expression, prompting him to shout in fear. "Such loud outbursts are quite rude." "You know," Yi Lioli replied once more, and as her words fell, the newly paralyzed student immediately spewed forth blood. Ability deprivation. Liver point one entire organ vanished in an instant, leaving the student on the brink of death. Yu Wuxiang, summoned by Yi Lioli's call, rushed out, initially expecting to claim a life, only to be taken aback by the scene before her. "There remains but a blind man. Take him to the kitchen." A voice suddenly rang out from Luo Tianhe. The last student, now unable to see, recognized the familiar voice, and his face contorted with horror. You two are strange?" Turning towards the direction of Luo Tianhe's voice, the deceived student wore a complex expression. "That I assure you, I do not deceive you. I am indeed a genuine human, albeit somewhat different from what you might envision. As for the remaining matters, you shall inquire with the Lord of the Underworld once you arrive there." Luo Tianhe's words had barely escaped his lips when Yu Wuxiang seized the last 2 individuals and led them toward the kitchen once more. Throughout this ordeal, the blind student had committed but a single error, one that did not activate any rules allowing for action against him. Nonetheless, this did not prevent Yu Wuxiang from ending his life. Even without employing abilities, her physical strength was ample to drag him into the kitchen. According to the stipulations of Rule 2, once inside the kitchen, how one is dealt with lies entirely at Yu Wuxiang's discretion. Luo Tianhe had never stipulated that one must enter themselves to trigger the rules. As Yu Wuxiang escorted the last 2 into the underworld, Lin Yiru, who had departed the earliest, emerged carrying a lifeless corpse. After taking the plump otaku away, Lin Yiru's rule was triggered, as the yang energy dissipated combined with her spirit-burning effect. Within 3 seconds, the otaku transformed into his current state. That should suffice, I trust. With 5 corpses laid out before Luo Tianhe, he promptly summoned Wu Liang through a business card. Such swift action. Upon reappearing at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Wu Liang could not suppress his exclamation that he had anticipated that after recommending Xiao Yao to Luo Tianhe, it would take at least 3 to 5 days for Luo Tianhe to complete the first batch of player eliminations. Yet barely an hour had passed. "It was all thanks to your guidance, brother. Without Xiao Yao's assistance, this would not have come together so rapidly." Luo Tianhe spoke slowly, and Wu Liang then approached the corpses. 5 ordinary corpses, a flat price of 50,000 ghost coins. After a brief inspection, Wu Liang immediately quoted the price. Although the profit was modest, given Luo Tianhe's pace, volume would not be an issue. "In the future, brother, you need not quote. Simply take the corpses and transfer whatever amount of ghost coins you deem suitable directly to my ghost card. Without Wu Liang's guidance, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion would not have opened this swiftly. And moreover, Xiao Yao's assistance was not merely a one-time transaction. Wu Liang effectively delivered a benefactor to the establishment. The trifling ghost coins from selling corpses no longer concerned Luo Tianhe. Boss Luo is generous. Wu Liang exclaimed, his mood lifted. Rest assured, no matter how busy I become, as long as it is your business, I will prioritize it and ensure you have no headaches regarding these corpses that I in high spirits. Wu Liang collected all the corpses and bid farewell to Luo Tianhe before vanishing within the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Once Wu Liang had departed, Luo Tianhe retrieved the rule ledger. The current kill rate at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion stands at 100%, meeting the conditions for instance conversion. All registration processes have been completed, and promotion within the instance list has commenced. The funds from the Underworld are now at your disposal. Please continue to strive to elevate the instance level and eliminate more survivors. As the Underworld's prompt faded, Luo Tianhe's ghost card once again swelled with an additional 625,000 ghost coins, adding the previous balance and the recently acquired 50,000 from selling corpses. Luo Tianhe's ghost coin total now reached 1,075,000, yet, for a proper A-level instance, this amount seemed somewhat inadequate. Upgrading the Spirit Garden, recruiting new employees, promoting the establishment, enhancing spiritual energy from the recent testing. It was evident that the Drunken Immortal Pavilion faced a significant issue. Too few employees. Luo Tianhe pondered silently, simultaneously searching his mind for suitable candidates. Chapter 33. Further cultivation. The awakening of the maidens. Dear brother, it is getting late. Perhaps you should contemplate tomorrow instead and take a rest tonight. Witnessing Luo Tianhe lost once more in thought, Yi Lioli swiftly appeared before him, gently lifting his chin with her pristine jade foot, her eyes shimmering with a predatory glint, as if she intended to devour him whole. Startled from his reverie, Luo Tianhe could not help but swallow hard at the sight of her soft white flesh and the alluring glimpses of beauty hidden within. Are you certain this is your way of suggesting I rest? Husband, it is indeed time for bed. Would you permit me, Ziling, to attend to you? Before he could fully appreciate the captivating scene before him, Mu Xiling had already drawn near, her gentle voice whispering in his ear, her delicate hands beginning to unfasten his clothing. What is happening? Both of them together? The two elder sisters are correct. Besides, shouldn't we celebrate the opening of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion? Yu Wushuang joined in, taking Luo Tianhe's hand and placing it on her slender waist, while Yu Wuxiao followed suit, squeezing into his embrace, that in an instant, the intoxicating fragrance enveloped Luo Tianhe, surrounded by soft flesh from all sides, compounded by the continuous whispers of seduction in his ear, leading to a complete mental shutdown. The restless pure yang energy surged forth, seizing control of Luo Tianhe's mind as he slowly ascended the stairs toward the room. Yiru, go prepare the room. Tonight our esteemed boss shall guide us in our cultivation. Yi Lioli exuded an air of authority, causing Lin Yiru, who had initially hesitated, to brighten with joy. She had thought she was unworthy of joining tonight's festivities and felt a twinge of disappointment. I shall go at once. Lin Yiru quickly sprang into action, racing up to the top floor. When Luo Tianhe and the others finally entered the room, everything had already been arranged, after being provoked by Yi Lioli and the others along the way. Luo Tianhe's pure yang energy could no longer be contained. Upon entering the room, the closest to him, Yu Wuxia, was the first to suffer as he pulled her into his embrace, the pure yang energy surging into her body. Thus, under Luo Tianhe's fervent guidance, Yi Lioli and the others took turns indulging in the abundant yang energy until dawn, at which point they finally allowed Luo Tianhe to sink into a deep slumber. Had it not been for the peak absorption of yang energy achieved, the ladies might not have released Luo Tianhe so easily. When Luo Tianhe finally awoke, the sky had darkened once more. After a full day of recuperation, one can only imagine how arduous that previous battle had been. Luo Tianhe never anticipated that the third day of the apocalypse would pass in such a manner. Yet feeling the enhanced spiritual energy within him, he found a sense of relief that in his previous life, amassing such a substantial amount of spiritual energy would have taken at least 10 days, if not half a month. However, with the assistance of Yi Lioli and the others, such progress could be achieved in a single night, swift and, moreover, immensely pleasurable. The mere recollection of last night's indulgences caused Luo Tianhe to swallow hard. It is increasingly resembling a brothel, albeit one meant solely for me. With a chuckle, Luo Tianhe retrieved the peculiar orbs he had accumulated. Having already rested for an entire day, he saw no harm in utilizing the night to absorb the peculiar orbs and further solidify his strength. With that thought in mind, Luo Tianhe infused his spiritual energy into the odd orbs, and moments later, a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth from them, eagerly rushing into Luo Tianhe's body. "Boss, it is time to eat something." After absorbing spiritual energy throughout the night, Luo Tianhe finally ceased as dawn broke the following day that Yu Wushuang approached him, presenting a sumptuous breakfast. The tantalizing aroma wafted into his nostrils, prompting an immediate reaction from Luo Tianhe's stomach, which had gone a day without food. Dear Schwanger, you are truly a treasure. With a grin, Luo Tianhe rubbed his hands together and promptly made his way to the dining table, relishing the exquisite culinary skills of Yu Wushuang. Her cooking had driven half of Jinghai City into a frenzy, and there was no fault to be found in her culinary prowess. Boss Schwanger is also hungry. Just as Luo Tianhe was savoring his meal, Yu Wushuang suddenly spoke, and before he could react, she had already crawled beneath the table. Immediately, Luo Tianhe felt as if the yang energy within him had discovered an outlet, surging wildly into the warm and moist space of Yu Wushuang under her absorption. After the delightful twin breakfast concluded, Luo Tianhe finally escaped from his room. Upon seeing the long-missed hall once again, an unfamiliar sensation welled up within him. Only 5 days had passed, and he already felt this way. What would happen when there were more employees in the future? Would he not be trapped in his room for eternity? Imagining the bleak future, Luo Tianhe swallowed hard. The troublesome little brother has emerged. Boss, husband, dear brother-in-law. The moment Luo Tianhe appeared, the 4 women instantly became ecstatic. Witnessing this, Luo Tianhe shivered involuntarily, but he decisively activated his boss privileges, teleporting directly to the entrance of Xian Lu. Take care of the house. I am going to research recruitment matters that if there are any issues you cannot handle, have Qingyi contact me. You see, I told you, as long as we work together, even a pure yang body cannot possibly be our opponent. After Luo Tianhe departed, Yi Liuli immediately gathered the others together, her voice laced with a hint of pride. However, will the husband become afraid of us in the future? Mu Xiling's face bore a trace of concern. Hearing this, Yi Liuli stepped forward and patted Mu Xiling on the shoulder. Let Wushuang speak to you. No sooner had Yi Liuli finished speaking than Mu Xiling instinctively looked towards Yu Wushuang, who sighed in response. Just now, I brought food to the boss, and following Sister Liuli's suggestion, I tried it out. In just 1 day, he has fully recovered. The Yu Wushuang reported the situation, and upon hearing this, the group fell silent. Luo Tianhe had recovered, but they had not. Due to the yin-yang contract, once they entered a state of cultivation, they would lose their unique abilities in front of Luo Tianhe, becoming almost indistinguishable from ordinary people. Yet Luo Tianhe, bolstered by pure yang energy, grew ever more formidable. As one side flourished, the other withered, resulting in a lingering sensation of tingling numbness among them after last night's cultivation. Had Luo Tianhe not been startled away, and had he confronted them directly, it was likely they would have fainted by now. The first batch of high-level anomalies to collectively faint would undoubtedly become a sensational gossip in the anomaly community. Remember, no matter what, we cannot let him know our current state, and we must continue to provoke him that if he cannot hold back, we must subdue him, even at the cost of our lives. Yi Liuli spoke earnestly. And as her words fell, the expressions of the women shifted to one of resolute defiance that if they were also subdued by Luo Tianhe in this matter, then their pride as high-level anomalies would utterly dissipate before him. In every aspect, they must overpower him. Chapter 34. Solo Instance. Empty House Mother and Daughter. Having fled Xian Lu, Luo Tianhe was unaware that he had missed a grand spectacle. Once he breathed in the fresh air outside, he felt an overwhelming sense of freedom enveloping him. However, this scent was tinged with a hint of blood. 3 days had passed since the apocalyptic event had commenced, and as he walked along the street, he encountered the remains of survivors, torn and mangled. Finding anyone active outside had become exceedingly difficult at this moment. The incense power of Putua Temple had yet to dissipate, and numerous survivors had taken refuge there, treating it as a sanctuary. But not all news was grim. Over the past 3 days, many had come to accept the reality of the anomaly's arrival, with some even beginning to explore methods to combat it. The most fortunate among them were those who had emerged alive from the Eerie Tales instance. Among them, those who had become outstanding spirit masters had begun to realize that this apocalypse also represented an opportunity for humanity. The revival of spiritual energy allowed humans the possibility of pursuing immortality and ascension. With so many people confined here, it felt like a waste. Observing the survivors within Putua Temple, Luo Tianhe felt his mouth watering. With this thought, he silently planted a seed in his heart. He must find a way to bring everyone here to Zhe Xian Lu before Putua Temple fell to the anomalies. However, that was not the immediate focus. The urgent task was to replenish the staff at Zhe Xian Lu. Reluctantly departing from Putua Temple, Luo Tianhe headed straight for the inner city, activating his carefree travel ability. Before long, he arrived at a location etched in his memory. Qin Yao. Do not worry, your master is on his way. Murmuring to himself, Luo Tianhe slowly approached the 12th floor of a residential building. Activating his fragmented Linglong ability, the glass in the stairwell was sliced open, and as he entered the corridor, Luo Tianhe looked up at the only door on the 12th floor. As expected, no one had visited, which explained why it was absent from the instance list. He stepped forward and gently pressed the doorbell, and at that moment, a crisp voice echoed from within. The next second, the door swung open, revealing a pure, neighborly girl standing before him. At a level anomaly. Luexi, 18 years old, ability. Speed demon, capable of bestowing extraordinary speed upon herself or object she touches. The more spiritual energy consumed, the faster the speed. Exclusive rule, no refusal. Anyone who consecutively refuses Lu Xinyi's 3 requests will face divine punishment. Memories of Lu Xinyi's abilities flooded back to him. In his previous life, she was Luo Tianhe's first spirit master. Gazing upon her familiar face, Luo Tianhe could not help but pinch her cheek. Missing daddy, are you? Look at what I brought you. Saying this, Luo Tianhe casually retrieved a large box of osmanthus cake from his supplies. The moment Lu Xinyi spotted the osmanthus cake, her eyes sparkled like stars. Daddy is the best. Grabbing the osmanthus cake, Lu Xinyi dove into Luo Tianhe's embrace and planted a kiss on his cheek. However, the cold sensation left Luo Tianhe feeling a pang of heartache. Such a lovely girl had become an anomaly, and it was all due to her father's domestic violence, which had brutally led to the deaths of her and her mother. In his previous life, Lu Xin, he had constantly expressed a desire to eat osmanthus cake. Unfortunately, during that time of scarcity, finding a box of osmanthus cake was more challenging than earning 100,000 ghost coins. As a result, Luo Tianhe had never been able to fulfill her wish. Just indulge her. She will be spoiled by you sooner or later. Before Lu Xinyi could release her hold, a voice of complaint rang out. Luo Tianhe turned to see a stunning mature woman appearing before him. Her voluptuous figure radiated vitality, and despite being a mother, she exuded an undeniable energy from head to toe, her slightly melancholic phoenix eyes adding an exquisite touch to her already captivating demeanor. A-level anomaly, Lu Qingyao, ability, indestructible. Upon sustaining damage, as long as her spiritual energy has not been depleted, she can recover rapidly. Exclusive rule, empathy. Any damage Lu Qingyao endures will be mirrored back onto the attacker once she heals. Like Lu Xinyi, Lu Qingyao had also become Luo Tianhe's spirit master. At that time, to complete the contract with the mother and daughter duo, Luo Tianhe had spent all his accumulated ghost coins on the spiritual contract's cost. However, the two had never let him down. It was thanks to their assistance that Luo Tianhe had grown significantly. Therefore, when thinking about needing help, he immediately thought of them, in terms of both abilities and emotions. Luo Tianhe was immensely inclined towards having them join Zhe Xian Lu. I live to pamper you both. Otherwise, what is the meaning of it all? Luo Tianhe chuckled, and upon hearing this, Lu Qinyao's expression froze momentarily, her eyes betraying an uncontrollable glimmer of tears. What do you want to eat? I'll cook for you. My culinary skills have improved significantly lately thanks to a master's guidance. He spoke. Luo Tianhe rolled up his sleeves. Seeing this, Lu Qinyao immediately stopped him. No, don't go to the kitchen. Let me handle the cooking. Anxiously pulling Luo Tianhe back to the sofa, Lu Qinyao looked at him earnestly. Just sit here, don't go anywhere, especially not to the kitchen or the bedroom. seriously admonishing Luo Tianhe. She then turned her gaze to Lu Xi. Keep an eye on your daddy. You know what I mean? As soon as Lu Qingyao finished speaking, Lu Xi, who was enjoying the osmanthus cake, nodded earnestly that don't worry, mommy. I want to let daddy wander off. The mother and daughter harmoniously chimed in, prompting Luo Tianhe to sigh helplessly that it was always like this. The two were too kind to suit the role of anomalies. The rules within this instance dictated that the kitchen and bedroom were the most suitable places for ambushing survivors. If you keep this up, do you think Huang Quan will let you off? Luo Tianhe suddenly interjected, causing Lu Qingyao, who was about to turn away, to freeze in her tracks. You know, I know more than that. I am fully aware of everything in this room, including you and Xne, and I have come here to take you away. Taking a deep breath, Luo Tianhe directly stated his intentions. However, upon regaining her composure, Lu Qingyao frowned after listening to the words, and her gaze towards Luo Tianhe turned icy. Thank you for your kindness. Since you seem to understand, please leave on your OW and that my daughter and I are doing just fine here. With that, Lu Qingyao firmly pulled Lu Xini closer and turned toward the bedroom. Then aren't you curious about how I know so much about you? Qinglan. How do you know that name? Lu Qingyao exclaimed, fixing an intense gaze on Luo Tianhe, that I was told by you yourself that do you believe it? Luo Tianhe met Lu Qingyao's gaze steadily, his expression serious, showing no sign of panic that I don't recall ever meeting you, let alone knowing you. Although Lu Qingyao did not directly refute him, her words suggested otherwise. That is of no consequence, that we can reacquaint ourselves now that as he spoke. Luo Tianhe slowly rose, his demeanor becoming exceedingly solemn. I am Luo Tianhe, and I wish to offer you and Xini a home more warm and welcoming than you could ever imagine. That I am that place. Everything you desire will be delivered to you with utmost effort. No one shall bully you again. You will have complete freedom to act, pursue your passions, and travel wherever your heart's desire. You need not worry about survival, whether it be spirit masters or the underworld. No one can threaten or coerce you until you rise to become a formidable force in your own right. With each word Luo Tianhe uttered, the hearts of the mother and daughter trembled in response. For others, his promises might seem like mere empty dreams, but for them, it was a vision crafted in accordance with their innermost desires. However, due to the lack of spiritual energy, their existence was fraught with hardship. Until the arrival of the apocalypse, when the underworld finally seemed to recall the plight of this unfortunate duo. Seeing the accumulated resentment of the mother and daughter over the years, the underworld presented them with this scenario. Unlike other scenarios, this one was entirely governed by the rules set forth by the underworld, that in other words, if players were to perish here, the mother and daughter would gain nothing. They were merely akin to temporary workers hired by the underworld. Without benefits, they found themselves ensnared in this predicament. Regrettably, the underworld underestimated the deep-rooted desires within the hearts of the mother and daughter. When their most tender emotions were touched, the innate yearning overpowered the accumulated grievances. Even if what you say is true, do you know the cost of taking us away from here? Lu Qingyao's heart wavered, shifting from outright rejection to a desire for Luo Tianhe to retreat. I have said before, I know everything about this place. After a brief pause, Luo Tianhe continued, the underworld has mandated that anyone wishing to take you away must bind you with the same contract, transforming you into spirits. Each person's blood bond can only bind one, which means for ordinary individuals, it amounts to a mere spirit contract. Signing a spirit contract requires a substantial payment of 600,000 ghost coins, which serves as your ransom. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flickered across Lu Qingyao's face. Humanity had only just begun to navigate the Eerie world. How could they possibly gather 600,000 ghost coins? You still... Before she could finish, Luo Tianhe produced a ghost card that I possess 600,000 ghost coins. However, a spirit contract is far too lowly to befit you both. With that, Luo Tianhe summoned his inner spiritual energy, and the pure yang energy instantly permeated the room. As the two, Lu Qingyao and Lu Xini, were exposed to this yang energy, they felt a warm sensation wash over them, a long-lost comfort returning to their bodies. I am of pure yang constitution, so you may choose for yourselves a spirit contract or a yin-yang contract. As soon as Luo Tianhe finished speaking, the mother and daughter exchanged glances that Lu Qingyao's face displayed a fleeting hesitation, while Lu Xini's eyes radiated determination. A yin-yang contract. Stepping forward, Lu Xini declared her choice, leaving no room for Lu Qingyao to object. As the light in the room flickered, Lu Xini swiftly moved through various positions. And in an instant, the entire room was shrouded in darkness. Then, amidst the dim light, Luo Tianhe felt a figure leap into his embrace, followed by a soft, cold touch against his palm. Father, from this day forth, everything about Xini belongs to you. Whispering tenderly in Luo Tianhe's ear, Lu Xini's gentle voice ignited a spark within him. The innate yang energy began to flow, gradually entering Lu Xini's body under Luo Tianhe's guidance. As the pure yang energy coursed through her, Lu Xini couldn't help but let out a soft moan, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sensation that sent shivers through her very soul, observing the contract process unfold. Lu Qingyao felt an overwhelming sense of shame wash over her, yet her eyes remained fixed on Luo Tianhe and Lu Xini, until Luo Tianhe, now fully engrossed, pulled her into his embrace as well, enveloping her with a pure yang energy, causing her long-suppressed desires to erupt uncontrollably. The contracting process for the mother and daughter persisted for nearly an hour to be by the time Luo Tianhe ceased. The eerie chill that had enveloped them was entirely gone. The infusion of pure yang energy restored their bodies to a state approaching that of ordinary humans. When can we leave? On the sofa. Lu Qingyao and Lu Xini nestled beside Luo Tianhe, exchanging shy glances before lowering their heads in unison. At any time. However, before we do, could you provide me with the rules of this place? We will need it in the future. Luo Tianhe spoke slowly, and Lu Qingyao had no reason to refuse his request. With a single motion, she summoned the rules document, which floated before Luo Tianhe. As he accepted it, Lu Qingyao and Lu Xini promptly nestled within Luo Tianhe's body. As Luo Tianhe exited the room, the Underworld's prompt echoed once more. Congratulations on perfectly clearing the B-level scenario Empty Room Mother and Daughter. Given that you have obtained the rules document for Empty Room Mother and Daughter, this scenario is now permanently closed. Reward: 100,000 ghost coins. Reward: B-level ghost artifact Heartlock. Heartlock, a B-level auxiliary ghost artifact that can bind with spirits of blood contract level or higher to achieve a Heartlock state. Targets in a Heartlock state can permanently share spiritual energy. When any target in a Heartlock state perishes, all other targets in a Heartlock state will enter a state of mutual demise. Mutual demise. Loss of all abilities, spiritual energy, and rules until the mutual demise state dissipates. Chapter 36. Re-entering the scenario. Terrifying Academy. Departing from the residential building where Lu Qingyao and her daughter resided, Luo Tianhe activated his leisurely flight once more. Ever since he Liuli taught him the art of flight, Luo Tianhe had become utterly enamored with this convenient ability. The travel time was significantly reduced, allowing him to reach his destination with unprecedented speed, an invaluable asset during this crucial early period. Regrettably, this meant he could not clear out unfortunate, solitary anomalies along the way. However, the trade-off was acceptable compared to the precious time at hand. After a swift journey, Luo Tianhe soon arrived near his second target, Jinghai University. Once a prestigious institution, only two types of individuals were able to attend: genius scholars or the affluent elite. Following the apocalypse, Jinghai University was chosen by the Underworld, transforming the entire campus into a bizarre scenario. Under the influence of the Underworld's power, all who remained at Jinghai University were forcibly compelled to participate in the inaugural game, leading to the transformation of those who perished into anomalies. S-level scenario, Terrifying Academy. This was the only large-scale ghost story scenario in Jinghai City, filled with innumerable rules and boasting a multitude of completion conditions. Countless individuals had risen to prominence here, while equally numerous had met their demise. Yet no one had ever achieved a perfect clearance. Even Luo Tianhe was no exception. Despite his understanding of various completion methods, the perfect clearance conditions of the Terrifying Academy eluded him. Nonetheless, this did not hinder Luo Tianhe's purpose for this visit. With the fourth day approaching its end, the eerie transformation of Jinghai University should be nearly complete. As a gathering place for elite students, it was undeniably the perfect choice for expanding the ranks of Zue Xianlu. You have entered the S-level scenario, Terrifying Academy. Assigning roles for you. As Luo Tianhe stepped into the grounds of Jinghai University, the Underworld's prompt echoed once more. A dark red light enveloped him, and moments later, he found himself in an office. Newcomer, this is the class you are responsible for. currently the lowest performing, that if their grades do not improve within 3 days, you will need to explain yourself to the dean. Luo Tianhe was still acclimating to his surroundings when a middle-aged man, bald and Mediterranean in appearance, approached him, placing a stack of documents before him. After glancing at the man, and then at the papers, Luo Tianhe immediately discerned his own position. The acting head teacher of the second class at the business school. Rest assured, Director, I will swiftly catch up on the grades, he assured. One of the rules for teachers was, one must not show disrespect to superiors, and one must stand when speaking. Otherwise, the other party had the right to impose punishment. Despite the unremarkable appearance of this bald man, as the director of the business school, he was undeniably a true S-rank anomaly. Within Jinghai University, there were a total of 10 faculties, each with its own unique characteristics and rules. Apart from these faculties, there were 6 public facilities: a gymnasium, a swimming pool, a library, a stadium, a grand hall, and a medical room. That in a sense, the Horror Academy was a patchwork of various eerie tales. Each scene, when isolated, could easily serve as a C or B level scenario. Yet, through the accumulation of these smaller scenarios, the Horror Academy had been elevated to an S-level institution, surprisingly perceptive of you. Now, hurry and report to your class, so your students can get to know their new head teacher, the director remarked before turning and leaving. Finally, Luo Tianhe had the opportunity to observe his other colleagues in the office, who were utterly silent and apprehensive. There were 2 men and 1 woman, each responsible for other classes in the business school. Unfortunately, the female teacher did not meet the hiring standards of the Zue Xian Lu esteemed colleagues. From now on, we shall be working together, and I look forward to your guidance, Luo Tianhe said with a slight smile. The 3 head teachers regarded him with peculiar expressions, as if perplexed by his lack of fear towards them. Others might indeed feel intimidated, but for Luo Tianhe, who understood the rules, there was little to fear from the trio. In the head teacher's office, the only prohibited activity among head teachers was fighting. After exchanging greetings with the others, Luo Tianhe sat down to meticulously study the information about his students, having previously completed the task of navigating Jinghai University in the capacity of a head teacher. He knew that the condition for success was for the class to achieve a passing rate of over 70% in the monthly assessments. Participation in additional activities that garnered accolades would enhance the completion rate. However, achieving a perfect clearance required more than just this knowledge. That in his previous life, a certain individual had managed to elevate the class's passing rate to 100% while securing accolades in all possible activities. Yet the final completion rate was merely 90%. Moreover, regardless of the identity one held, be it head teacher, student, or doctor, there remained an insurmountable barrier represented by that final 10%. Such a vexing dilemma was not something Luo Tianhe wished to ponder at present. He was solely focused on gathering as many potential allies as possible while ensuring a successful clearance. The most perilous aspect of the head teacher's role lay within the class he managed. The class assigned to him comprised 32 students, 10 males and 22 females. That to survive this class's treacherous path, he needed to familiarize himself with each student's information before attending class. Classes commenced at 2:30 in the afternoon, and the current time was 2 o'clock, leaving Luo Tianhe with less than 20 minutes after accounting for travel time. Memorizing the detailed information of 32 students in such a short span was a formidable challenge. But fortunately, he had 2 aides at his disposal. With the assistance of Lu Qingyao and Lu Sini, the information of the 32 students was quickly committed to memory by the trio that as the class time approached. Luo Tianhe gathered his teaching materials and, infused with a sense of urgency, dashed to the entrance of Class 2 in the business school. Just as the bell rang for class, Luo Tianhe pushed open the door, instantly adopting a serious demeanor as he turned to face the students. Within one of the classroom rules stipulated that the head teacher must maintain a serious expression at all times. Any display of undue emotion would be deemed a dereliction of duty, leading to penalties from the academy. That moment, the students appeared to revel in their grotesque forms, each bearing ghastly visages, some with blood streaming from their orifices, others with half-exploded heads, and some with menacing features. However, Luo Tianhe was well prepared for such a spectacle. His icy demeanor remained unwavering as he approached the podium, forcefully slamming his textbook onto the desk. Class is in session. Immediately tidy up your appearance. Chapter 37. An unconventional passing rate. What on earth is happening? Am I the anomaly? Or is he? At this moment, within Luo Tianhe, Lu Qingyao and Lu Sini, who provided him with spiritual energy, were filled with pride. After completing the yin-yang contract with Luo Tianhe, both mother and daughter had ascended to S-rank anomalies, effortlessly overwhelming the newly transformed little beings before them. Can you not hear me? I shall grant you 3 seconds to reconsider. Yet 2 boys, resolutely defiant, chose to refuse compliance. That as the 3-second countdown concluded, Luo Tianhe slapped the desk with one hand, and the 2 boys immediately levitated into the air. The second classroom rule dictated that any student who disobeys must be promptly warned. Failure to do so would be interpreted as the head teacher's incompetence. The third rule stipulated that any action taken against a student must be accompanied by their name, and one must not misstate any information during interactions. The fourth rule required that any student committing an error be granted 1 opportunity for correction. Should they err a second time, the head teacher could exercise discretion in their punishment. And upon a third infraction, punishment was mandatory. Under Luo Tianhe's demonstration of decisive authority, the students, already fearful, fell silent. Once they regained their composure, they appeared significantly more energetic. With just 10 days remaining until the monthly examination, Luo Tianhe declared, "In these 10 days, aside from studying, I do not wish to see you engaging in any unrelated activities." Luo Xinhong, present. Luo Tianhe's words had scarcely left his lips when a girl in a long dress, seated in the corner, stood up in a flustered manner. Unlike the others, she was the only ordinary human in the entire class. Her ability to endure thus far indicated that she had fully grasped the rules governing students. From this moment on, you shall be the class monitor. Regulate the conduct of all your classmates according to your standards. Should anyone disobey or make things difficult for you, do not hesitate to inform me." Luo Tianhe said slowly. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinhong was momentarily taken aback. "Report, teacher, I understand." Despite her confusion, she promptly agreed to ensure she did not violate any rules. Meanwhile, the other students cast envious glances towards Luo Xinhong. Had they encountered a head teacher like Luo Tianhe beforehand, perhaps they too could have remained ordinary and not transformed into anomalies. Now, everyone, engage in self-study. Luo Xinhong, step outside with me. As the students complied with Luo Tianhe's directive, he called Luo Xinhong aside. Though she lacked the ability to become an employee of Zui Xianlu, within the current scenario, she represented Luo Tianhe's safeguard for success. "Head teacher," Luo Xinhong appeared hesitant. And noticing this, Luo Tianhe smiled. "As you can see, I am human, so there is no need for formality. I have no interest in your life." Luo Tianhe spoke, instantly alleviating Luo Xinhong's doubts and fears. "It seems you are quite familiar with the rules for survival, but do you understand the conditions for leaving this place?" Just as Luo Xinhong began to relax, Luo Tianhe's words caused her eyes to widen in shock. "You know how to leave here?" As if grasping a lifeline, Luo Xinhong spoke in a hushed tone, filled with astonishment. One of the rules for public spaces states, "In the corridors, loud noise is prohibited." As a student, if you achieve a passing mark on the monthly assessment and submit a proper leave request, you may leave the school during the time frame of 6 to 8 o'clock after class on Fridays. Luo Tianhe explained the conditions for student clearance to Luo Xinhong, and upon hearing this, her expression grew resolute. Having witnessed her classmates transform into anomalies one after another due to rule violations, she had been on the brink of collapse, feeling hopeless about her own survival. If Luo Tianhe had arrived just a bit later, she would have resolved to give up. Yet upon learning of the possibility to leave, she discovered a lingering desire to live within her heart. "So, without your assistance, I cannot escape from here. Can I?" Regaining her composure, Luo Xinhong recognized the crux of the issue and understood Luo Tianhe's intention in seeking her out. "What do you need from me? Please, just ask that I will do my utmost to assist you." Taking a deep breath, Luo Xinhong finally expressed her willingness, and upon observing her determination, Luo Tianhe couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Her ability to swiftly respond to a wealth of information and make sound judgments indicated that Luo Xinhong was indeed someone capable of thriving in a post-apocalyptic world. However, in his previous life, Luo Tianhe had never heard of such a remarkable individual. In other words, during his past existence, she ultimately failed to escape from Jinghai Academy. That if I am not mistaken, those peculiar individuals in the class must have been your former classmates. Correct? Luo Tianhe slowly began, his words piercing straight into Luo Xinhong's sore spot. Indeed, after biting her lip, Luo Xinhong nodded slightly, Among them, there must surely be some of your former friends as well. Luo Tianhe pressed further. And once again, Luo Xinhong nodded. Your first task is to completely eliminate these friends of yours. With a shocking statement, Luo Tianhe's words left Luo Xinhong momentarily stunned, but upon scrutinizing his expression, she realized he appeared to mean exactly that. Could you provide me with an explanation? Swallowing hard, Luo Xinhong's face was a canvas of confusion. If I were to tell you that there is no reason, would you proceed? Luo Tianhe's probing questions bore down on her soul. And even though Luo Xinhong's resolve was typically unwavering, she found herself wavering at this moment. Observing her hesitation, Luo Tianhe ultimately could not bear to press her further. They have transformed into peculiar beings. While you remain among the living. In this apocalyptic world, the most unpredictable element is the human heart. The closer the friendship, the easier it is to gain your trust, and consequently, the more susceptible you become to betrayal. Only by severing these unreliable ties can you traverse farther and more smoothly. If, within this class, your so-called friends were no longer present, your tasks would undoubtedly become more manageable. As Luo Tianhe elucidated. The expression on Luo Xinhong's face shifted from confusion to turmoil, eventually solidifying into determination that I understand now. Looking up at Luo Tianhe, her expression conveyed the clearest response that if you can accept this, then what I require of you will be quite simple. With a slight smile, Luo Tianhe revealed a set of pristine teeth. My condition for your success is that the pass rate of the class in the monthly assessment must not fall below 70%. However, with 32 individuals, the level of control is far too low. Rather than finding ways to raise the numerator, it would be more prudent to decrease the denominator. The assessment demands a pass rate. For me, it would be best if you were the only one in the class, for then the pass rate would surely be 100%. As Luo Tianhe finished speaking, Luo Xinhong gasped in shock. Now she understood why Luo Tianhe was so domineering in class. It was because he had no intention of allowing anyone else to survive. Chapter 38. Director, your ghost money has fallen, I understand now. And I will cooperate with you. Fully grasping Luo Tianhe's intentions, Luo Xinhong suddenly saw her responsibilities with crystal clarity. That is good to hear. Tell me, where do your limits lie? Through a series of inquiries, Luo Tianhe gradually unearthed the lack of records concerning Luo Xinhong's information in the student registry. What he particularly sought to ascertain was Luo Xinhong's limit in learning capacity. Fortunately, Luo Xinhong was one of the few academic stars in the class. And since the onset of the apocalypse, she had diligently studied for several days to survive. One of the student rules was, all assigned tasks from the homeroom teacher must be completed. The majority of the class had transformed into peculiar beings precisely because they failed to complete the assignments left by the previous homeroom teacher. However, Luo Tianhe could not set the difficulty too high. As he too had a rule to follow. One of the homeroom rules states, no tasks may be assigned that no one in the class can complete. Otherwise, it will be deemed neglect of duty. At this moment, nearly all the students were slacking off. After becoming peculiar, the consensus among them was that they need no longer study. The current lack of disturbances was solely due to their fear of Luo Tianhe. During class time, as they failed to focus, each one of them received a reprimand, except for Luo Xinhong, who had been warned once, should there be further infractions, do not blame me for being unmerciful. With that, Luo Tianhe's gaze fell upon Chun Feng and Zhang Dao. The second student rule states, at no time may anyone contradict the homeroom teacher or instructors. Otherwise, the teacher has the right to handle the situation in any manner deemed appropriate. For Luo Tianhe, both had already erred for the third time. If he wished to survive, he had no choice but to eliminate them. In an instant, a marionette-like maneuver was activated, and the two were suspended in midair, only to be torn apart simultaneously before the eyes of their classmates. Then a rain of blood fell, drenching the three girls below, who could not help but emit a startled cry. Hearing this, Luo Tianhe raised his hand once more, unleashing a delicate slicing technique that instantly froze the three girls in place. As fine cutting marks began to appear on their skin, that a gentle breeze swept by, and pieces of their bodies began to disintegrate. Classroom Rule 5. Regardless of circumstances, no one is allowed to make loud noises during class. With two swift actions, Luo Tianhe successfully reduced the number of students to 27. Now, does anyone have any objections? Luo Tianhe surveyed the room, and this time, every student immediately retrieved their books, trembling as they began to study. Although they had transformed into peculiar beings, in a certain sense, those students before Luo Tianhe had not yet adapted to their new identities. Forcing a person to completely forget everything that transpired before and to embrace a new identity within less than 4 days is a Herculean task. What Luo Tianhe was leveraging was the reality that they had not yet had the opportunity to grow. The strongest among them was merely an E-grade peculiar being, not even on par with a supermarket cashier. To extinguish them was as effortless as breathing for Luo. It seems everyone has come to accept this. So next, I shall announce your tasks for today. As Luo Tianhe spoke, he produced a textbook and swiftly marked numerous key points, instructing everyone to memorize everything he had highlighted before tomorrow's morning class. Upon the completion of the task assignment, the class was itching to leap up and vociferously berate Luo Tianhe, but the memory of his recent display of power quelled their discontent. Having turned into peculiar beings made them acutely aware that death was not the end. However, if they could not even maintain their peculiarity, it might spell their true obliteration. Under the pressure of a second death, none dared to defy Luo Tianhe's orders, observing the entire class fervently engaged in their studies. Luo Tianhe, as their homeroom teacher, wore a faint smile of satisfaction. Yet before he could revel in his triumph for long, the director, whom he had encountered in the office, suddenly knocked at the door with a group of people in tow. "Mr. Luo, it seems your class's students are... What on earth is this? The entire class has collectively changed their demeanor." "Director, what has happened to my students?" Luo Tianhe inquired, tilting his head to seek clarification, only to see a hint of embarrassment cross the director's face. "Ahem, nothing at all. They appear to be in excellent condition. So please continue as is." Clearing his throat, the director, feeling somewhat flustered, prepared for a second round of scrutiny. As the homeroom teacher, you should have a comprehensive grasp of your students' conditions. You understand this, correct? Having failed in his initial attempt, the director directly pulled out his trump card. With 30 minutes on the clock, he doubted Luo Tianhe could remember all the information about the class. That is to be expected. As the homeroom teacher, it is imperative that I achieve this. Please feel free to ask any questions. Seeing Luo Tianhe's unwavering confidence, the director paused momentarily but pressed on, determined to challenge him. However, after going through the remaining 20-odd students one by one, not a single piece of information escaped Luo Tianhe's grasp. "That I never anticipated you had put in so much effort, Mr. Luo." The director, gritting his teeth in disbelief, felt a flicker of frustration ignite in his eyes. "All praise goes to you, director. Had you not provided me with the information sheet, I could not have mastered it so thoroughly." Luo Tianhe deftly offered a compliment. But to the director's ears, it sounded more like an insult. "You're doing well. Keep it up. The exams are approaching, and I hope you can maintain this level of cheerfulness." Patting Luo Tianhe's shoulder, the director's expression turned a shade of green as he turned to leave. Just as he stepped into the corridor, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Luo Tianhe's eyes. "Director, is this 100,000 ghost money yours?" However, what he beheld was not ghost money, but Luo Tianhe's impassive countenance. "Director, how could you be so careless?" Luo Tianhe's voice was calm, yet the director's face blanched in terror the next moment. In an instant, a multitude of blood-red, ghostly hands erupted from beneath the director's feet, and within 3 seconds, amid his terrified and unwilling screams, he was reduced to a puddle of blood. All that remained was an S-grade peculiar pearl. Welcome everyone to join the discussion. Jiuling, CC. Chapter 39. English teacher, Sita Lin having dispatched the director, Luo Tianhe glanced at the peculiar pearl on the ground, feeling a pang of regret. An S-grade peculiar pearl. Alas, it could only be observed from afar. Public Space Rule 3. Any valuable items within public spaces belong to the Terrifying Academy. Any attempt to lay claim to them will be considered an infringement on the school's interests and will be met with the utmost punishment. Yet, compared to the potential threat posed by the director, a solitary S-grade peculiar pearl was hardly significant. It was evident that the director had set his sights on Luo Tianhe. If he did not eliminate this threat, his future actions would undoubtedly be curtailed. The director's entourage scattered in haste. The peculiar pearl on the ground, which no one dared approach, gradually transformed into faint energy and dissipated. Before long, the bell signaling the end of class rang, prompting Luo Tianhe to glance at the students in the classroom who dared not move. A flicker of satisfaction passed through his eyes. To confront external challenges, one must first secure internal stability. If he wished to venture out freely to accomplish great tasks, this group of youngsters must be tamed first, and it appeared, for the moment, that he need not worry about them. With that thought, Luo Tianhe rose slowly, preparing to step outside when a striking figure entered, a woman with long, straight black hair, adorned with rimless glasses, radiating an aura of vitality. Her cascading locks shimmered like a waterfall, seemingly speckled with starlight. Her perfectly oval face bore no flaws, and when she smiled, her two prominent canine teeth added a lively charm to her exquisite features. Clad in a form-fitting professional outfit, her curves were accentuated beautifully, and her long, slender legs, enhanced by black stockings and high heels, were undeniably captivating. Every boy during their school years has had a dream teacher, and this enchanting woman could easily become the fantasy of any male student. "Hello, I am Luo Tianhe, the new substitute class teacher for Class 2, he said, stepping forward and extending his right hand. The female teacher regarded Luo Tianhe with a twinge of incredulity. Could it be that this fellow had survived? Was the head of the department not here to cause trouble this time? Although only 4 short days had passed since the apocalypse began, the substitute teacher for Class 2 had already changed 6 times. With this thought, Sido Lin couldn't help but scrutinize Luo Tianhe a bit more closely. "That I am Sido Lin, the English teacher. You are the most formidable substitute teacher I have ever encountered," she said, unable to suppress her genuine admiration. Bound by the rules, Luo Tianhe could only respond with a stoic demeanor. Recognizing the target, he intended to act swiftly. Hesitation was not in his nature, despite the low level of anomaly. Even if Sido Lin were classified as an E-level anomaly, Luo Tianhe was confident he could elevate her to S-level. Resources for cultivation could be procured with effort, but an anomaly with goddess-like beauty was a rarity. Cooperating with the class teacher is part of my duties. Let us meet during evening self-study. I will come to your office then. Upon receiving Situ Lin's response, Luo Tianhe silently noted the time. As the class bell rang, he promptly relinquished the classroom to Situ Lin. Exiting the classroom, he leaped from the 6th-floor window. With the aid of his skill, he descended effortlessly to the ground. The classroom building was fraught with rules, and to save time, taking shortcuts was a necessity. Once outside in the open air, Luo Tianhe scanned his surroundings and immediately fixed his gaze on the direction of the infirmary, one of the 6 public locations. The infirmary had its unique set of rules, often avoided by others who preferred to steer clear of complications. However, to Luo Tianhe, it was a rare stronghold. Firstly, his memory recalled 2 potential candidates for employment here. Secondly, the head of the infirmary was the supreme authority of this space. Once he secured the singular head of the infirmary, this place would be a sanctuary compared to others. Gazing at the tightly shut door, Luo Tianhe took a deep breath, gritting his teeth, and decisively activated his ability to sever his own left arm. One of the infirmary's rules stated, anyone entering must be injured or ill. Enduring the excruciating pain in his left arm, Luo Tianhe slowly pushed open the door to the infirmary. Just as he remembered, the vast infirmary was hauntingly empty. Those who had become anomalies rarely required medical attention, while living players tended to avoid such rule-bound places. The scarcity of people was entirely expected. Arriving at the emergency room, Luo Tianhe quietly sat in the waiting area, beginning to wait in silence. Shortly after he settled in, the hallway lights suddenly went out, followed by a cacophony of heavy footsteps, interspersed with the jarring sounds of metal clashing and the anguished cries of patients. Yet, regardless of the commotion outside, Luo Tianhe remained perfectly still. Moments later, he even felt a rough hand brush against him, carrying a faint scent of blood. Nevertheless, he did not react. After a full 3 minutes, the hallway lights flickered back to life, abruptly ending the eerie atmosphere, and no one appeared beside Luo Tianhe. Seeking medical attention? Which department? What symptoms? Before long, a male doctor clad in a white coat emerged from the emergency room, his face obscured by a white mask, revealing hollow, blood-red eyes. Seeking medical attention for orthopedics. My left arm is broken. One of the infirmary's rules dictated that no one should display fear, mockery, or disdain towards anyone present. Another rule mandated that all questions from doctors must be answered fully. Observing that Luo Tianhe had deftly avoided 3 major pitfalls, the male doctor gritted his teeth, realizing Luo Tianhe had come prepared. "Come with me. I will examine you," the doctor instructed, turning to lead the way into the examination room. Luo Tianhe rose, just as he was about to follow, but halted at the doorway. That dog nearly got me killed. As he retreated, the man attempted to resist, but under the effect of his ability. His entire body shattered into countless pieces. Not a single drop of blood fell to the ground, as Luo Tianhe deftly caught it all with his skill and disposed of it through the window. One of the infirmary's rules stated that the head of the infirmary had a profound aversion to messiness. Any spillage must be cleaned immediately. Luo Tianhe paused, however, because of the doctor's scheduled board at the entrance. Hanging there was the photograph of a stunning female doctor with long hair and luscious red lips. Not a male doctor at all. Within the infirmary, only one doctor could be on duty in the examination room at a time. Therefore, the man he had just encountered was not a doctor, but a patient masquerading as one. Another rule stated that any patient entering the examination room for the first time must obtain the doctor's consent. And two patients could not enter the same room simultaneously. This sixth rule was one of the rules of the Underworld, meaning if Luo Tianhe had been even a moment quicker, he would have met his demise. The man would have received rewards from the Horror Academy for successfully luring Luo Tianhe to his death. Having narrowly escaped such a fate, Luo Tianhe took a deep breath, feeling the weight of his close call. Just then, a soft voice sounded from behind him. "Hello? Why the change in personnel? What happened to the previous patient?" Hearing the voice, Luo Tianhe turned to see the very woman from the photograph standing beside him. Her expression one of confusion. Her chestnut-colored long hair was styled in voluminous curls, perfectly framing her delicate features. Her soft, alluring crimson lips were irresistible, complementing her bright, star-like eyes. Beneath her fair neck, a cropped t-shirt barely concealed her ample curves. And even several concealed weapons would fit snugly in the deep valley between them. Her tight-fitting jeans showcased her flawless pear-shaped figure, while the loose-fitting white doctor's coat added a touch of formal contrast. "I am the attending physician, Su Shirshir T. left. Now it is just me." As Luo Tianhe revealed his severed left arm, Su Shirshir's eyes widened in shock. "Goodness, who on earth did this to you? You must harbor a deep-seated grudge." Observing Luo Tianhe's twisted left arm, Su Shirshir couldn't help but exclaim, and upon hearing her, Luo Tianhe nearly burst into tears. He had not intended for it to be so severe, but who could have known that his ability would be so ruthless? That even a slight exertion would lead to such a result. "Doctor, could you please assist me?" Luo Tianhe looked at Su Shirshir with a pitiful expression, prompting her to finally react. Right, come with me." Su Shirshir turned and entered the examination room, and upon receiving her consent, Luo Tianhe took the final step forward. Once inside, Su Shirshir promptly instructed Luo Tianhe to sit down. "Machen, please fetch some bandages and plaster for me." As soon as they entered the examination room, Su Shirshir picked up the intercom and calmly spoke. Moments later, a bright, chirpy voice responded through the intercom. "Okay, Sister Shirshir." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Luo Tianhe felt a surge of joy. He had encountered this little nurse, Jiang Meichen, in his previous life, that if Su Shirshir was an unexpected gain, then this little nurse was one of the reasons he had chosen to visit the infirmary. Jiang Meichen, a sweet and spicy little minx, coupled with her natural high-pitched voice, would undoubtedly be an excellent asset for attracting business at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. "Let me see how severe the injury is." Upon hearing this, Luo Tianhe suddenly froze. What kind of ability is this? It's even more formidable than Yu Shuang's shattering strike. Strange. Based on these marks, the injury should have been inflicted by a cutting ability. And with this force, you ought to have been severed rather than twisted. Gazing at the wounds on Luo Tianhe's left arm, Su Shirshir's face flooded with confusion, for the first time in her career. She began to doubt her professional competence. "Doctor, it hurts too much. Could you please help me with the pain first?" Enduring the agony while trying to restrain his ability, beads of sweat began to trickle down Luo Tianhe's forehead. "This is quite manageable," Su Shirshir spoke nonchalantly, wielding the scalpel in her hand across Luo Tianhe's arm, and the excruciating pain that had plagued him merely a moment ago vanished into thin air. "I have severed the pain receptors in your arm. Thus you shall feel nothing now," as she reminded Luo Tianhe. Su Shirshir boldly proceeded to operate on his left arm. The absence of pain emboldened Luo Tianhe. "Since you are questioning life, allow me to plunge you into deeper doubts." With this thought, Luo Tianhe stealthily activated his ability, twisting his arm at an uncanny angle once again, which had only just been tidied by Su Shirshir. For the sake of confronting the true master, Luo Tianhe was willing to go all out as a man, One must be ruthless with oneself. Was this a form of sustained damage? What was happening? As Luo Tianhe sustained another mysterious attack, Su Shishir was utterly bewildered. No ability could possess such extensive attributes. Yet the injuries on Luo Tianhe's arm seemed to undergo infinite transformations, far beyond Su Shishir's comprehension. After all, she had never considered that there could exist a seemingly normal individual capable of self-harm to such an extent, and yet remain unfazed. Sister Shishir, I brought the items. The voice preceded the arrival of Jiang Meichen, who bounded into the examination room clad in a pink nurse's outfit. Luo Tianhe glanced over, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. Goodness, though he had seen her in a previous life. He had not anticipated she would be so stunning this time. These items could no longer resolve his predicament. He would need to summon the director, for only the director could remedy his condition. Setting aside the items that Jiang Meichen carried, Su Shishir's expression turned grave as she reached a conclusion. Your injury can only be treated by our director, but don't say, I didn't warn you. If you wish for her to treat you, you must first survive her scrutiny. Su Shishir spoke with utmost seriousness, and upon hearing this, a flicker of amusement graced Luo Tianhe's face. Thank you for your concern. Dr. Su. Please feel free to summon the director. The rest I shall handle myself. Chapter 41. A malady I cannot cure. It seems you are aware of our director, yet you would do well to exercise caution. Observing Luo Tianhe's confident demeanor, Su Shishir offered another kind-hearted warning. Though equally peculiar in the realm of her craft, Su Shishir was decidedly unique. She was indifferent to accolades. Her sole passion lay in treating various complex ailments. Fortunately, the medical office, as an independent setting, afforded her this opportunity. Unlike classrooms with their rigid standards, the medical office bore less pressure, allowing Su Shishir to pursue her aspirations freely. There is absolutely no doubt. I simply wish to heal my injuries. Luo Tianhe spoke once more, and noticing his anxious expression, Su Shishir abandoned her intention to continue persuading him to go summon the director, and inform her that there is a patient here that I cannot treat. She will undoubtedly be intrigued. No sooner had Su Shishir finished speaking than Jiang Meichen dashed back out. Meanwhile, curiosity piqued, Su Shishir leaned closer to Luo Tianhe, meticulously examining his arm. How peculiar. What exactly is this ability? Furrowing her brow, Su Shishir pondered, unable to fathom the enigma, while Luo Tianhe, observing her intense scrutiny, felt a twinge of guilt. This doctor was exceptional in many respects, yet her intellect seemed lacking. Fortunately, she did not expend too much mental energy. As Jiang Meichen soon returned with the medical office's director. Let me see what sort of injury has stumped even our Shishir. That a languid voice broke through, and Luo Tianhe looked up to see a petite girl, barely 5 feet tall, with twin ponytails, dressed in an outrageous outfit, strolling in. Despite her eccentric appearance, her fair skin and delicate features revealed her innate beauty to S-class anomaly, Director Meow Meow. The greatest taboo was to call her cute. Her preference was to be praised for her maturity. After succumbing to a bizarre illness at the age of 16, her appearance had forever been frozen at that age, though she was fortunate that her body had matured in all the right places. Meow Meow firmly believed that had it not been for that strange ailment, she would have grown taller and more voluptuous. The qualities of a well-endowed figure and long legs had always been her aspirations. Those who worked under her were required to meet these standards. Only then would she consider their employment. This was why Jiang Meichen and Su Shishir possessed such caliber, having long heard of Director Meow's allure and maturity. Witnessing it firsthand was indeed a revelation. To win over Meow Meow, Luo Tianhe readily sacrificed his conscience, uttering insincere pleasantries. Little one, you have quite the sweet tongue. Come, let me see what ails you, with a satisfied smile. Meow Meow stepped forward, grasping Luo Tianhe's left arm, which was twisted almost like a pretzel. This moment, the threads from his abilities still lingered on his arm. A trivial matter. After merely a glance. Meow Meow scoffed dismissively. And no sooner had she spoken than her fingertips glimmered with a dark light, and the threads within Luo Tianhe's arm instantly transformed into pure energy, absorbed by Meow Meow. Subsequently, she slightly closed her eyes, raising her hand once more, and astonishingly activated his ability, lifting Luo Tianhe into the air. Little one, tell me, what is your purpose for being here? This injury is not inflicted by another. It is a consequence of your own power. If Luo Tianhe was indeed self-harming, everything would make sense. There was no external energy affixed to his abilities. It was merely Luo Tianhe persistently activating them. The reason they were not severed was that he had not truly exerted himself. Miao Miao was indeed perceptive, discerning the truth with a single glance. Activating his self-healing ability, the threads on Luo Tianhe's body evaporated. And under the effect of his indestructible ability, the injuries on his left arm were healed instantaneously. Witnessing the swift resolution of his self-inflicted harm, Miao Miao immediately stepped back to shield Su Shirshi and Jiang Meichen. Self-healing ability, control ability, and even the capacity to deconstruct energy, that I did not come here with any ulterior motives. Rather, I have a peculiar physical condition and wish to see if you, Director Miao, possess a remedy. Luo Tianhe spoke earnestly, prompting Miao Miao to turn her gaze to Jiang Meichen beside her. He speaks the truth. Understanding dawned, and Jiang Meichen nodded toward Miao Miao. Immediately, Miao Miao's expression softened considerably. So, you are not here to cause trouble. Fixing her gaze on Luo Tianhe, Miao Miao was particularly tense. As a physician, she was not adept at wielding her abilities in combat. Should a confrontation arise with Luo Tianhe, even with the medical office's rules in her favor, she doubted her ability to manage him. Of course not. Moreover, should you and your team assist me in remedying my affliction, I would be willing to reward you with a substantial boon. Luo Tianhe spoke slowly, and Jiang Meichen kept her eyes fixed on him, promptly turning to Miao Miao and Su Shirshi with a nod. Once he finished, it was evident that Jiang Meichen's ability enabled her to discern whether someone was lying. Naturally, when faced with a seasoned individual like Luo Tianhe, the situation was entirely different. At the very least, Miao Miao and the others perceived that Luo Tianhe's expressed intentions diverged vastly from his true thoughts. Then it shall be manageable. There exists no ailment I cannot cure. With Jiang Meichen's affirmation, Miao Miao was determined to secure the boon Luo Tianhe had mentioned, her exquisite features radiating confidence. Healing was undoubtedly her area of expertise. Are you so certain? Would you care to wager? Noticing Miao Miao's unwavering confidence, Luo Tianhe suddenly shifted the conversation, digging a profound pit for her, who already found herself in a precarious position. A wager, so be it. What are we betting on? If you can cure me, I shall hand over 1 million Underworld coins. If you fail, you shall be at my mercy. Luo Tianhe stated matter-of-factly, causing Miao Miao and her companions to collectively widen their eyes in astonishment at the mention of 1 million Underworld coins. How long would it take to accumulate such a sum? Extend your hand. I must see what ails you. Overwhelmed by the prospect of 1 million coins, Miao Miao seized Luo Tianhe's right hand. And as her slender fingers pressed against his pulse, her expression froze. After a lengthy silence, Miao Miao swallowed hard. How have you survived this long? Chapter 42. Healing the sick well. Can you cure me? Luo Tianhe propped his chin on his hand, quietly observing Miao Miao, who had been taking his pulse for nearly 10 minutes, who said it couldn't be treated. Don't rush me. Miao Miao shouted in exasperation. Had she not been a peculiar entity, beads of sweat would have been trickling down her forehead. It's all right. Take your time, but I am in no hurry. Just don't rush yourself. Luo Tianhe replied calmly, subsequently closing his eyes, adopting an attitude of surrendering to Miao Miao's examination. Thus, Miao Miao switched hands, taking his pulse with one hand, then the other, rising repeatedly to inspect various parts of Luo Tianhe's body. After a full 30 minutes, even Su Shirshi and Jiang Meichen found it difficult to continue watching. I have already discerned the situation. You two may leave first. Finally releasing Luo Tianhe, Miao Miao turned to Su Shirshi and the other person. And as soon as she spoke, they obediently exited the examination room. Come in with me. Dismissing the two who were hindering matters, Miao Miao entered the examination room, and upon hearing her, Luo Tianhe promptly followed. Are you aware of your physical condition? As soon as they entered the examination room, Miao Miao asked Luo Tianhe with a serious expression. I suppose I am somewhat aware that if you are aware. How can you be so nonchalant? At this point, you are no different from waiting to die. Do you not realize? I do know, which is precisely why I came to find you. Luo Tianhe replied with an air of casualness. Leaving Miao Miao momentarily speechless, it seems that reasoning holds true. The imbalance of yin and yang is present. Fortunately, it is not congenital, so there remains a possibility for prolonging life and healing. However, the innate yang energy within you is excessively potent. Achieving complete balance requires an overwhelming amount of innate yin energy. Meow Meow spoke to herself, and Luo Tianhe had to concede that she indeed possessed considerable skill, just by taking his pulse. She could ascertain his condition with remarkable accuracy, considering that he himself was unaware of the state of his body. Nevertheless, no matter how adept Meow Meow was, at this moment, she had already lost utterly. There was only one way to treat Luo Tianhe, which was the contract of yin and yang, that if Meow Meow wished to win the wager, she had to contribute her innate yin energy. Conversely, if Meow Meow refrained from treatment, and Luo Tianhe emerged victorious, he would claim her as his prize, that in other words, from the moment this wager commenced, Luo Tianhe was destined to be the sole victor. Regardless, we all must ultimately become allies. Who holds the paper money makes no difference, so how much longer do I have to live? With a feigned ignorance, Luo Tianhe quietly gazed at Meow Meow. Based on the current amount of innate yin energy in your body, you have approximately 4 months left. While providing Luo Tianhe with this answer, Meow Meow couldn't help but grit her teeth. But with me around, I will ensure you do not perish. I am certain to win this wager. With a determined expression, Meow Meow, who could not afford to lose, abruptly pushed Luo Tianhe onto the examination bed. Isn't it just innate yin energy? I shall provide it for you. Grumbling defiantly, Meow Meow prepared herself. Naturally, Luo Tianhe would not refuse such an offer, for it was the very purpose of his visit. Coordinating with Meow Meow's inexperienced movements, Luo Tianhe summoned the innate yang energy within him, gradually channeling it into Meow Meow's body. Unfamiliar with the contract of yin and yang, Meow Meow was wholly unaware that she would lose control over her spiritual power once the innate yang energy entered her. Instantly transformed into an ordinary person. Fixed in her 16-year-old form, she appeared remarkably vulnerable in front of the battle-hardened Luo Tianhe. I will certainly heal you. Enduring the discomfort brought on by the innate yang energy entering her, Meow Meow stubbornly declared, while striving to control her body, still attempting to lead the process of the contract of yin and yang. Leave it to me. Unable to bear witnessing Meow Meow's self-inflicted torment, Luo Tianhe slowly spoke, rising to embrace her. Under Luo Tianhe's guidance, the process of the contract of yin and yang accelerated dramatically. Meanwhile, outside the door, Su Shishir and Jiang Meiqin, who were waiting, exchanged uneasy glances as they listened to the increasingly alarming sounds emanating from the examination room. Sister Shishir, what kind of treatment is this? Why does it sound like the director is in great pain? Jiang Meiqin whispered, and upon hearing this, Su Shishir's curiosity intensified that a condition that could render Meow Meow so exhausted must be an extraordinary and perplexing ailment. It was highly likely that if they missed this opportunity, they would never witness it again. With this thought in mind, Su Shishir bit her lip and turned to Jiang Meiqin. Meiqin, you wait here. I am going in to see if the director needs assistance. No sooner had she spoken than Su Shishir dashed into the examination room. The moment she opened the door to the inspection room, she froze at the sight before her. That moment, Luo Tianhe and Meow Meow had just completed the contract of yin and yang, with the exhausted Meow Meow limp on the examination bed. Appearing like a discarded rag doll, in stark contrast, Luo Tianhe exuded vitality. Upon seeing Su Shishir enter, he wasted no time and directly activated his string-pulling technique. Drawing her before him, as he spoke, Luo Tianhe summoned his innate yang energy, enveloping Su Shishir's body in warmth, instantly invigorating her spirit. You are a pure yang body? Su Shishir, being an astute doctor, quickly grasped the situation after feeling the warmth. Indeed, and a rather special pure yang body at that. Only innate yin energy can sustain my life. Since you wish to assist me, I shall not hold back. Luo Tianhe continued, and simultaneously, his hands began to move over Su Shishir, with practiced ease, in less than 3 seconds. Luo Tianhe had prepared for the contract of yin and yang, pressing Su Shishir down onto Meow Meow, that he then unleashed a torrent of innate yang energy into Su Shishir's body. In pain, Su Shishir could not suppress a cry, but before she could utter more, Meow Meow beneath her suddenly stirred. Relax. I will help guide the yin energy within you. The contract of yin and yang will benefit us as well. Meow Meow spoke softly, biting down on the softness of Su Shishir's chest to establish a bridge for the flow of innate yin energy. Thus, under the guidance of Luo Tianhe and Meow Meow, Both seasoned in this practice, Su Shirshir quickly found her rhythm and began to revel in the enhancements brought by the contract of yin and yang. Give me a bit more. I can take in even more yang energy. Gradually, discomfort transformed into sheer pleasure, and Su Shirshir could not resist repeatedly requesting more from Luo Tianhe. Meanwhile, having undergone the contract of yin and yang with both women, Luo Tianhe felt the surge of spiritual power within him rapidly increasing. The fusion of yin and yang birthed life. For Luo Tianhe, innate yin energy was a rapid means to acquire spiritual power. I'm coming. As the flow of innate yang energy reached its zenith, Luo Tianhe firmly grasped Su Shirshir's curvaceous form, elevating the frequency of the yang energy circulation to its highest point within a short span. Give me. A deluge of yang energy surged into Su Shirshir, prompting her to emit a long, drawn-out moan. The revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades must continue to strive. Chapter 43. 3 helpers for 1 hero Meichen. Do not run away. Meow Meow suddenly called out upon spotting Jiang Meichen, who was caught off guard and startled. Luo Tian had decisively activated his string-pulling technique, directly pulling Jiang Meichen inside. Having come to the medical room, Luo Tianhe had no intention of letting anyone escape. Not only could he enhance his own abilities, prolong his life, and boost his spiritual power, but he could also recruit new staff for the Drunken Immortal Tower. Why not achieve multiple goals with one effort? After all, Luo Tianhe was here for this very purpose. I'm a bit scared. Could you be gentler? Jiang Meichen, timidly gazing at Luo Tianhe, felt a surge of anxiety upon recalling the earlier plight of Su Shirshir and Meow Meow. Yet, the thought of the effects of the contract of yin and yang ignited her anticipation that as a B-level anomaly, Jiang Meichen found it nearly impossible to elevate her rank. But with the contract of yin and yang, it was a different story that if she could acquire sufficient innate yang energy, she would undoubtedly ascend to an A-level anomaly immediately. Once she became an A-level anomaly, it would mean entering the ranks of advanced anomalies. And as a guardian of the contract of yin and yang, her growth rate would far exceed that of other anomalies. Given time, reaching this level would not be out of the question. Rest assured, I will be very gentle. Luo Tianhe smiled softly, his hands already in motion. However, while Luo Tianhe intended to be gentle, Meow Meow and Su Shirshir had no such plans. Just as Luo Tianhe began guiding the innate yang energy into Jiang Meichen's body, the two mischievous seniors quickly closed in, joining forces with Luo Tianhe to overwhelm Jiang Meichen. Under the combined stimulation, Jiang Meichen, whose body had transformed into that of an ordinary person due to the influence of innate yang energy, almost instantly reached her limit of endurance. Accompanied by a prolonged moan, Jiang Meichen's body went limp. However, at that moment, Luo Tianhe had only just begun to find his rhythm, having completed the contract of yin and yang twice in succession. Luo Tianhe's sensitivity had significantly diminished, and the flow of his innate yang energy became sluggish, rendering the entire process of the contract lengthy. With this ebb and flow, Jiang Meichen commenced her unforgettable first contract. After a prolonged hour, during which Luo Tianhe alternated between different forms of the contract, he finally found his groove. Innate yang energy surged within him, rushing eagerly into Jiang Meichen's body. Meanwhile, Jiang Meichen, having reached the peak several times, had entered a semi-dreamlike state. Feeling her spiritual power gradually intensifying, she slowly opened her eyes once more. Has it finally ended? Her voice rasped. The hour-long contract had nearly shattered her vocal cords, leaving her only able to emit soft whimpers. It's over. You are now an A-level anomaly, just like me. Su Shirshir leaned in close to Jiang Meichen's ear, delivering the joyful news. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Meichen's face indeed revealed a trace of excitement. Her spirit visibly lifted as the others tidied themselves once more. Luo Tianhe began to assess the fruits of his hard work. Meow Meow's S-rank ability, Reverse Qian Kuan, allows her to absorb all energy-based powers and completely replicate their effects to release them in turn. It was precisely through this ability that she was able to mimic Luo Tianhe's marionette technique at the outset. Moreover, Meow Meow's exclusive rule harmonizes exceptionally well with Reverse Qian Kuan. Her exclusive rule, Clever Seizure, permits her to choose to siphon off the opponent's spiritual power upon successfully replicating an ability, up to a maximum of 30% of their current spiritual energy, that Su Shirshir's A-rank ability. Spirit Blade enables her to embed spiritual power onto any target, granting it atomic-level cutting capabilities that can directly dismantle the structure of objects. Her exclusive rule, Spirit Control, automatically disintegrates any malicious attacks directed at her, provided their intensity does not exceed the destructive threshold of Spirit Blade, converting them into fundamental spirit particles. Truly the absolute king of crushing the weak. In simpler terms, anyone whose strength falls below Su Shirshers finds themselves passively at her mercy. Unable to approach her in the slightest, of course, should a foolhardy individual dare to confront her with brute strength against Spirit Blade, they might still manage to make contact with Su Shirsher. Lastly, Jiang Meichen possesses an A-rank ability, telepathy, which allows her to sense the thoughts of others to a certain extent. Her exclusive rule, Truthbreaker, renders targets exposed by Jiang Meichen's revelations unable to mobilize their spiritual power for a limited time. Although Jiang Meichen lacks direct combat capabilities, she undoubtedly ranks among the elite as a support character. After absorbing the information on the three abilities, Luo Tianhe could not help but sigh that it is a pity that the Yin-Yang contract can only replicate abilities and not rules. Otherwise, with a few of their rules at his disposal, Luo Tianhe's strength would certainly be elevated by several tiers. The innate Yin energy within you should sustain you for at least half a year. But I still recommend you seize the opportunity to engage with the Horror Academy. As Luo Tianhe paused, Miao Miao, acting as the attending physician, immediately spoke up, her gaze towards Luo Tianhe laden with significant meaning. Rest assured, I have no intention of departing too early. Luo Tianhe understood her unspoken words, and the two exchanged a knowing smile, silently reaching a consensus that as time progressed, an increasing number of players entered. And naturally, some would successfully clear the challenges that a few fortunate souls might even discover suitable spirit controls within the academy, including one or two who would be ideal candidates for employment at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. By getting ahead of everyone, Luo Tianhe could ensure that his journey was worthwhile, swiftly filling the vacancies at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. If that is the case, then let us join you tonight. As there happens to be a match at the gym, perfect for your target-seeking endeavors. Miao Miao had already begun assisting Luo Tianhe in identifying suitable targets, and both Su Shirsher and Jiang Meichen became equally excited. Not just the matches, I have a good relationship with the director of the Art Academy. If time permits, I can take you there for a visit. That Su Shirsher's eyes sparkled as she pointed out a new direction. I know many student council leaders, and there are plenty of people from their ranks as well. Jiang Meichen was equally eager not to be left behind, offering her suggestions as well. All right, no need to rush. One at a time. As long as they are suitable, none will escape our grasp. Having calmed the three, Luo Tianhe took a deep breath and turned to Miao Miao. What time does the match you mentioned start? It begins at 9 and is expected to last 3 hours, the preliminary round of the aerobics competition. Miao Miao promptly replied, and upon hearing this, Luo Tianhe nodded in acknowledgement. 9 o'clock. Then we shall not be delayed. It will be just in time for me to meet with the English teacher. With the assistance of Miao Miao and the others, Luo Tianhe no longer had to worry about finding targets. All that remained was to reap the rewards. The battles at the Horror Academy had only just begun. Chapter 44. Inducing Situ Lin after discussing the arrangements for the upcoming days with Miao Miao and the others. Luo Tianhe left the infirmary, feeling quite fulfilled that as he stepped into the pitch-black office, he braced himself and groped around until he found his spot. Office rule number 2. No one is allowed to turn on the lights in the office after 8 p.m. Once seated, a series of strange sounds echoed within the office, accompanied by the occasional thud of something falling. Yet, regardless of the noises, Luo Tianhe showed no intention of reacting, that if he were to fear such trivial occurrences, he would never have survived in the SSS-level dungeons in his past life. Thus, after a lengthy 10 minutes, the office door swung open once more. Luo Laosher, are you there? Situ Lin's gentle voice emerged, prompting Luo Tianhe to clear his throat in the darkness, that I am here, Teacher Situ. Upon hearing Luo Tianhe's response, Situ Lin's eyes brightened, and she swiftly located him in the dark. Without any hindrance, Situ Lin made her way to Luo Tianhe's side. Unaffected by the murky surroundings, Teacher Luo, you are truly remarkable. I can't believe you are still here. Situ Lin's voice brimmed with astonishment, and Luo Tianhe, through his telepathic ability, discerned that her sentiment was genuine. To her, the survival of an ordinary human wandering freely within the Horror Academy was nothing short of miraculous, that I consider myself rather fortunate. Barring any unforeseen events, I should remain here indefinitely. Luo Tianhe replied with a smile, then turned in the direction of Situ Lin's voice. Speaking of which, how have you managed to do it? Everyone else seems to be striving tirelessly, not even taking breaks after class. Situ Lin appeared to have opened the floodgates of conversation, her words infused with wonder and curiosity. Luo Tianhe tactfully diverted the topic, causing Situ Lin to sigh in slight disappointment. Very well, if you do not wish to share, then so be it. I suppose I shall never experience the day of being a homeroom teacher. Listening to Situ Lin's tone, Luo Tianhe immediately sensed something amiss. You do not believe this school is the same as the previous one, do you? Luo Tianhe inquired with a furrowed brow, and as soon as he finished speaking, Situ Lin displayed a defiant expression. Although there have been some changes, I can still conduct classes as a teacher, and the students are still learning. For me, that is enough, Situ Lin concluded, prompting Luo Tianhe to burst into laughter. Each day, countless outsiders with ill intentions enter the school, and individuals perish within its confines at every moment. The institution is rife with fatal rules, and everyone is preoccupied with devising means to eliminate one another. Even your teaching role is merely a guise, a tool utilized by the realm of the dead to transform individuals into various eerie instruments. You call that a mere change? Luo Tianhe's words pierced through her defenses, silencing Situ Lin almost instantaneously. In truth, she was well aware of the veracity of Luo Tianhe's statements. However, since her transformation into an eerie being, she had been perpetually deceiving herself. What does it matter for you to tell me all this? Aside from continuing to teach as I did before, what else can I possibly do? After a prolonged silence, Situ Lin suddenly erupted, her voice tinged with a sobbing quality, yet as an eerie entity. She lacked even the capacity to shed tears. You can leave this place, Luo Tianhe stated calmly, his telepathic abilities revealing that Situ Lin was genuinely on the brink of collapse, rather than feigning distress. Do you think I haven't considered that? Those who have attempted to escape this place have met with increasingly tragic fates. Don't even mention me. Do you really believe you can leave here unharmed? Situ Lin retorted with a cold scoff, her tone one of resignation. Then what if I told you that I am confident in my ability to leave without harm? I could even take you with me. Luo Tianhe replied once more, causing Situ Lin to freeze in astonishment. Before Situ Lin could finish her sentence, Luo Tianhe released a wave of his spiritual energy, although he had yet to reach S-rank himself. The presence of two formidable S-rank eerie beings, Lu Qingyao and Lu Sini, residing within him infused his spiritual power with overwhelming strength, immediately subduing Situ Lin. You should believe that I can leave this place now. At that moment, the once despondent Situ Lin was revitalized, her eyes brimming with excitement. As long as you can take me away, I am willing to do anything for you. Situ Lin gazed intently at Luo Tianhe, her expression earnest. That I lack your keen eyesight and cannot see where you are, Luo Tianhe remarked, turning his body towards Situ Lin and opening his arms wide. Upon seeing this, Situ Lin's brows furrowed instantly. I am currently an eerie being. Are you truly going to embrace me? Understanding Luo Tianhe's intention, Situ Lin's face was filled with surprise. In her understanding, they should now be on separate paths, one a human and the other an eerie being. What, are you still concerned about that, now that you have become eerie? Luo Tianhe countered, prompting Situ Lin to grit her teeth. That if we must, let us see who meets a more tragic end. Without hesitation, Situ Lin settled into Luo Tianhe's embrace, her curvaceous figure pressing against his thigh, her silky legs entwined before him, the smooth sensation causing Luo Tianhe to inwardly exclaim in delight. As the hands of Luo Tianhe glided over her body, Situ Lin felt a slight tremor coursing through her. Yet, inexplicably, as a warm current surged within her, she found a peculiar comfort in Luo Tianhe's touch. However, it wasn't long before Situ Lin became acutely aware of something amiss. With the influx of warmth intensifying, she was suddenly struck by the shocking realization that her internal spiritual energy had ceased to function. Devoid of its support, the brilliance in Situ Lin's eyes faded, rendering her blind like Luo Tianhe. Yet Luo Tianhe had long since acclimatized to the enveloping darkness, and in this pitch-black environment, he felt a surge of exhilaration. The night, it seemed, concealed not only light but also magnified the darker facets of humanity. With a sudden sound reminiscent of fabric tearing, Sito Lin felt her body tighten as Luo Tianhe's immense, innate yang energy surged into her. It hurts. She cried out involuntarily, inciting Luo Tianhe, who, stimulated by her reaction, struck down with his palm that if you don't want others to hear, just endure it. Soon enough, you shall savor the sweetness. Luo Tianhe's hand fell again, and with it his actions in the yin-yang contract grew increasingly forceful. Overwhelmed by a mix of shame and anger, Sito Lin bit her lip tightly, silently enduring as Luo Tianhe's innate yang energy rampaged within her. Chapter 45. New goals as time progressed under Luo Tianhe's efforts. The yin-yang contract with Sito Lin gradually approached its conclusion. During the 30-plus minutes of this intimate connection, Sito Lin transformed from a state of forced endurance into instinctive enjoyment. Ultimately, as Luo Tianhe infused a substantial amount of pure, innate yang energy into her, the yin-yang contract was officially completed, and Sito Lin experienced a warmth unique to humanity. Although she understood the bizarre nature of her condition, the familiar sensation of having it restored filled her with excitement. Moreover, she could distinctly sense that her internal spiritual energy had surged dramatically, evidently reaching the pinnacle of grade. The yin-yang contract transcends all rules that as you become my spirit, I shall lead you away from here. Luo Tianhe stated, gazing at Sito Lin. Upon the completion of the contract, he had acquired her abilities. With absolute vision, Luo Tianhe finally discerned Sito Lin's form amidst the darkness. After enduring the rigorous contract process for over 30 minutes, Sito Lin now reclined on the desk, exuding a disheveled beauty that hinted at humiliation. Her black stockings were riddled with holes, her short skirt had been torn to shreds, and her small suit jacket had long since disappeared, leaving behind a white shirt that had lost several buttons, barely concealing her full, snowy bosom, leaving a tantalizing allure. Next time, inform me in advance, and I shall cooperate. Sito Lin, now restored to her sight, stared intently, her bright eyes reflecting a complex mixture of emotions, joy and anger intertwined, that I will call for you when it's time to leave. In the meantime, you may proceed as usual. Luo Tianhe spoke again, and upon hearing his words, Sito Lin hastily tidied herself, donning a fresh outfit, biting her lip as she glared at him, reminiscent of a deceived maiden, that if you dare forget me, I will pursue you to the ends of the earth and kill you. Sito Lin declared fiercely that as soon as her words fell, Luo Tianhe broke into a faint smile, then immediately enveloped her in his embrace. Rest assured, how could I ever bear to abandon such a beauty? Comforted by Luo Tianhe's words, Sito Lin felt an uncontrollable warmth in her heart. The yin-yang contract, as the pinnacle of agreements between a spirit master and their spirit, deepened their mutual perception significantly. Thus, Sito Lin could clearly sense that Luo Tianhe's words were genuine. You are perceptive. Do what you must, but do remember to come check on me. Satisfied, Sito Lin spoke again, and as her words faded, Luo Tianhe eagerly dashed out. Fear not, I shall soon lead you out. Indeed, it shall be swift, albeit with a few more individuals in tow. Exiting the office, Luo Tianhe sprinted towards the gymnasium, finally arriving at the entrance 20 minutes before the competition commenced. You have finally arrived. Quickly change into this. At the gym's entrance, Miao Miao and her companions rushed to greet Luo Tianhe, Miao Miao holding a pair of sport shoes and a set of white lab coats. The rules of the gymnasium were clear. One must wear sport shoes to enter, and entry required a valid reason, prohibiting aimless wandering. The issue of sport shoes was easily resolved, as Luo Tianhe had a stockpile from various supermarkets. However, the valid reason hinged solely on the lab coat. This was precisely why Luo Tianhe was eager to secure the infirmary. With Miao Miao's assistance, many previously inaccessible areas within the school would be opened wide. Remember, your identity today is that of a volunteer from our infirmary, assisting us in conducting health checks and providing emergency treatment for all participants. After changing into the clothes and shoes, Miao Miao earnestly instructed Luo Tianhe. No problem, I remember. With Luo Tianhe's affirmative reply, Miao Miao finally felt at ease. However, as she glanced at Luo Tianhe, her eyes widened in astonishment. Your spiritual energy has increased again. The innate yin energy has also multiplied. In such a short time, have you made another contract? Miao Miao exclaimed, marveling at Luo Tianhe's efficiency, that I mentioned it was just the beginning. I wonder how much I will gain later. Luo Tianhe chuckled, eagerly anticipating the upcoming competition. Following Miao Miao and her companions, Luo Tianhe made his way to the resting area for the participants. Each team had a room serving as both a lounge and a changing area. The competitors were all students, some peculiar, others players. What appeared to be a competition was, in truth, a harvest for the players that in such competitions. If a player's team finished in last place, the player would be unconditionally sentenced to death. However, for Luo Tianhe, such matters were inconsequential. He was indifferent to who lived or died, focusing solely on finding suitable prey. Is there anyone in need of assistance? He called as he entered the room, greeted by the eager eyes of a dozen girls upon seeing the adorable version of Miao Miao. Ignoring their enthusiasm, Miao Miao quickly scanned the room, her expression turning slightly disappointed. Although the girls were dressed in youthful, revealing outfits, none met Luo Tianhe's criteria. It seems everyone is quite healthy, though we must assist those in need. We won't disturb your pre-competition preparations. Seeing this, Su Shishir swiftly stepped in front of Miao Miao, blocking the enthusiastic students. Exiting the first room, the four began to inspect each subsequent room. After sweeping through 5 rooms, they were nearly blinded by the sight of long, fair legs and alluring figures. Yet still failed to find an appropriate target. Star team, this one must be promising. They're from the art college. Upon seeing the team name at the resting area, Su Shishir's excitement surged. The art college of Jinghai University was renowned, consistently producing rising stars each year. A gathering of handsome men and beautiful women. Her words, Luo Tianhe felt a rush of anticipation that he recalled that in his previous life, someone had forged a contract with an incredibly powerful spirit within the art college. If he arrived early enough, it wouldn't be impossible to seize such a power. Driven by this expectation, Luo Tianhe stepped forward and gently pushed open the door to the resting area. Chapter 46. In the name of medicine. As he opened the door, 3 pairs of eyes immediately fell upon Luo Tianhe. Simultaneously, an S-rank eerie aura enveloped him, pressing down upon him. However, contrary to expectations, Luo Tianhe was not overwhelmed. An S-rank eerie presence posed no threat to him at this moment. His gaze swiftly swept the room, and his eyes sparkled with brightness. Unlike the raucous groups in the other rooms, this resting area housed only 3 individuals, 2 of whom were clad in aerobics attire. Though few, their quality was extraordinarily high. The leading coach donned a tight, alluring leather outfit, complete with high-heeled boots, sheer black stockings, and a figure-hugging leather skirt, her upper body clad only in a leather bandeau that barely concealed her vital parts, exposing vast expanses of creamy skin that dazzled Luo Tianhe's senses. Nangong Xuanyue, the director of the art college. Personnel from the infirmary, I haven't seen you before. Recognizing Luo Tianhe's S-rank strength, Nangong Xuanyue curiously assessed him from top to bottom. My new assistant. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it? Before Luo Tianhe could respond, Miao Miao leaped forward, followed closely by Su Shishir and Zhang Meichen. Upon recognizing familiar faces, Nangong Xuanyue's expression softened. With a human possessing S-rank power, you truly remain as reckless as ever, willing to employ just anyone. Nangong Xuanyue remarked nonchalantly, her gaze shifting to Su Shishai, that in merely an instant, the expression of Nangong Xuanyue underwent a complete transformation. Turning 180 degrees, with a flicker of brilliance, she materialized behind Su Shishir, promptly wrapping her arms around her, her hands playfully tugging at the ample curves of Su Shishir's bosom. My dear Shishir, after just a few days apart, you've grown quite a bit, Haven Tu. Have you been secretly finding a bow behind my back? Nangong Xuanyue's voice softened unexpectedly, causing Luo Tianhe to involuntarily draw a sharp breath. What the hell? Is she really going down this path? A vivid image flashed in his mind, and he couldn't help but swallow hard, finally understanding Su Shishir's remark about being well acquainted with the head of the art academy. Well acquainted was an understatement. They were practically inseparable. What does she mean by behind your back? Struggling to free herself from Nangong Xuanyue's embrace, Su Shishir quickly hid behind Luo Tianhe, clutching his arm. Witnessing the scene before her, Nangong Xuanyue's expression instantly turned frosty. So, that's why my eyelids have been twitching today. It seems my dear Shishir has taken a liking to someone, you little rascal. Your eyelids are twitching because there's something amiss with you. Luo Tianhe interjected suddenly. Nangong Xuanyue was momentarily stunned by his words, then instinctively turned to glance at Miao Miao beside her. What he said is true. Miao Miao immediately grasped Luo Tianhe's meaning. her innocent little face betraying her as she lied without a hint of hesitation. Not just you, but the two of them as well. All three of you share the same affliction now. If it isn't dealt with swiftly, you might not even make it through tonight. As he spoke, Luo Tianhe gestured toward the two young women waiting for the competition on the side. The two girls, with their perfectly identical and flawless visages, simultaneously displayed expressions of astonishment. They were twins, Zhao Manman and Zhao Lianlian, renowned before the apocalypse as the celebrated twin flowers of the dance department at the Art Academy, capable of singing and dancing with formidable backgrounds. Alas, when the apocalypse struck, no amount of privilege could save them. Chosen by the Underworld, the two had been transformed into aberrations without even partaking in the game. Although they had only just undergone this transformation, bolstered by the powers of the Underworld, their strength had already reached B level. What's wrong with us? Upon hearing this, Nangong Xuanyue immediately tensed up. After becoming aberrations, everyone understood just how terrifying death could be. If they couldn't even become aberrations, they would truly vanish without a trace. Don't look at me. He is the expert. Otherwise, why do you think I invited him in? You must have recently come into contact with someone, right? Someone has planted a peculiar form of spiritual energy within you. Once the time is up, this energy will rapidly explode and assimilate your own, reducing you to mere puppets, or worse, leading to your utter annihilation. Luo Tianhe spoke with utmost seriousness, and upon hearing this, Zhao Manman and Zhao Lianlian's faces immediately registered a hint of panic, while Nangong Xuanyue furrowed her brows. In recent days, she had only interacted with people she knew. Even among a few unfamiliar players, she had not sensed any trace of spiritual energy. Could it be that someone was pretending to be innocent? Meichin, is what he said true? Doubtful yet hopeful, Nangong Xuanyue turned to Jiang Meichin, considering her to be one of her own, as they both belonged to the school's aberrations. That it's true. He isn't lying. Jiang Meichin pretended to sense something, then provided Nangong Xuanyue with false information. That moment, the last of Nangong Xuanyue's doubts vanished entirely. So, you mean you can help us eliminate this trace of spiritual energy? Assisting the participants today with their treatment is precisely the task I came here for, Luo Tianhe replied, and upon hearing this, Nangong Xuanyue took a deep breath. Let us begin then. With a swift movement, she appeared before Luo Tianhe and plopped down, staring intently at him. Director, sure, please help me keep watch. During the treatment, no one can approach. With her scheme successfully set in motion, Luo Tianhe began to clear out unnecessary personnel. And Miao Miao promptly ushered Su Sure and Jiang Meichin out of the lounge. You two come over as well. To eliminate the spiritual energy within you, I need to work on all of you simultaneously. Otherwise, the practitioner will sense something unusual, and if anyone is left out, that energy might explode prematurely. Luo Tianhe spoke again, and upon hearing this, Zhao Manman and Zhao Lianlian obediently approached, sitting beside Nangong Xuanyue, one on each side. Gazing at the three stunning beauties before him, Luo Tianhe's heart raced uncontrollably. Once again, he was faced with a trio of innate energy. This time, it should elevate him to S level. Suppressing his inner elation, Luo Tianhe slowly extended his right hand. Place your hands here and relax your bodies. Do not resist my spiritual energy. As they heard his instructions, the three immediately complied, intertwining their soft hands with his. Luo Tianhe then summoned the innate yang energy within him. Guided by Luo Tianhe, the innate yang energy flowed into their bodies through their palms, and feeling the warmth of the energy, the three completely relaxed. However, soon they realized something was amiss. As the innate yang energy amassed within them, they were alarmed to discover that they had lost control over their own spiritual energy. All right, we're ready. As the innate energy within the three was completely sealed off by the innate yang, Luo Tianhe finally revealed the predatory smile of a hunter. The treatment could officially commence. Chapter 47. Not a single one shall escape. Activating the puppet show technique, Luo Tianhe bound Nangong Xuanyue and the Zhao sisters onto the small bed in the lounge. The fragments of the exquisite binding lost their defensive capabilities, merely serving to enhance Luo Tianhe's attack speed. Your main issue is that you shouldn't have entertained thoughts about Sure. But don't worry. I will correct this mistake for you. Luo Tianhe spoke slowly, using the puppet show to suspend Nangong Xuanyue. Being exposed in such a manner deeply assaulted her sense of modesty, yet this was merely the beginning. Setting Nangong Shuangyue aside for the moment, Luo Tianhe initiated the establishment of the yin-yang contract with the Zhao sisters that he controlled the two sisters to kneel side by side on the table, facing away from him, and began directing the innate yang energy into Zhao Manman's body. Simultaneously, with a divided focus, he ensured that Zhao Yinlian was also engaged as the innate yang energy coursed through their bodies. Combined with Luo Tianhe's rhythmic manipulation, the two sisters couldn't help but emit sounds of pleasure. For aberrations, innate yang energy was the most coveted nourishment. For Luo Tianhe, the well-trained sisters provided a distinctly different experience. Their bodies bore no excess fat. Where there should be softness, there was softness, and where there should be firmness, there was firmness. Coupled with the twins' identical appearances and voices, the double delight caused Luo Tianhe's spiritual energy to surge. Thus, after several exchanges of infusing innate yang energy into the sisters, their bodies gradually regained the warmth only humans could possess. Overjoyed by the changes they felt, the sisters' earlier resistance to Luo Tianhe entirely dissipated, leaving only a profound sense of satisfaction. Master, we will assist you. The director isn't what you think. She merely pretends to be that way with girls. She's simply afraid of men. Zhao Manman and Zhao Yinlian immediately turned against Nangong Shuangyue, each revealing her secrets, and then both moved forward to pull the subdued Nangong Shuangyue down to AT that moment. Having observed the yin-yang contract between Luo Tianhe and the Zhao sisters, Nangong Shuangyue's entire being craved the baptism of innate yang energy. Initially, she intended to continue her fierce resistance, but as the sisters combined their efforts with Luo Tianhe against her evident weaknesses, her mind was swiftly overtaken by primal instinct. Just as Luo Tianhe introduced the innate yang energy into Nangong Shuangyue's body, driven by instinct, she rose and pinned Luo Tianhe down. Immediately, Nangong Shuangyue seized control, desperately trying to absorb the innate yang energy from Luo Tianhe's body. However, regardless of how strong her instincts were, draining all the innate yang energy from Luo Tianhe proved to be quite a challenge. After struggling for over 10 minutes, Nangong Shuangyue lost her strength and slumped down. Yet the yin-yang contract was not yet complete. Luo Tianhe decisively reclaimed control, lifted Nangong Shuangyue, and placed her on the small bed in the lounge, guiding the innate yang energy to continue transforming her body. Under Luo Tianhe's guidance, the exhausted Nangong Shuangyue could only moan softly in compliance. After enduring another 10 minutes of the innate yang energy-s cleansing, the transformation of Nangong Shuangyue was finally complete, as a surge of innate yang energy flooded into her body. Another key member was added to Luo Tianhe's divine spirit army. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy within Luo Tianhe surged once more, successfully breaking through the A-level barrier, bringing his spiritual energy to the caliber of an S-level spirit master. Moreover, upon completing the yin-yang contract, Zhao Manman and Zhao Yinlian's levels rose to A level, while Nangong Shuangyue, though still at S level, also experienced significant enhancement in her spiritual energy. The capabilities of the three individuals were precisely those elite skills that Luotian had longed for in the esteemed Art Academy. Zhao Manman, possessing an A-class ability of gravitational manipulation, could alter the intensity of attraction between objects, with the extent of her influence and the magnitude of gravitational change dependent on her spiritual energy consumption. Her exclusive rule, no approach for the unrecognized, dictated that anyone not acknowledged by Zhao Manman as a companion would experience a tripling of spiritual energy depletion upon nearing her, leading to the exhaustion of their life force, ultimately resulting in death. Zhao Yinlian, also wielding an A-class ability, commanded repulsion, a power that stood in stark contrast to that of Zhao Manman. Meanwhile, Nangong Shuangyue, with her S-class ability, void treading, could traverse any distance within her line of sight by consuming spiritual energy, rendering her impervious to all controlling abilities. Her exclusive rule, Touch of Termination, stated that if Nangong Shuangyue made contact with any target 3 times without being touched in return, she would strip the target of all their spiritual energy, leading to immediate death if they possessed none. At this juncture, Luotian had successfully contracted 14 spirit companions, comprising 8 S-class and 6 A-class entities. This also implied that he commanded a diverse array of 14 unique abilities. Reflecting on this, Luotian's spirits lifted to S-class, yet still insufficient. he murmured, his ambitions crystallizing within, and oh goddess of the terrifying academy would escape this time. He was determined to ensnare them all. Suppressing his inner thoughts, Luotian turned his gaze toward the sisters Nangong Xuanyue and Zhao Manman, as well as Zhao Lianlian. Judging by the sisters' reactions, it was evident they had been thoroughly subdued by Luotian's yin-yang pact. Yet upon regaining her composure, Nangong Xuanyue regarded Luotian with a rather intricate expression. I apologize for deceiving you, but I trust you would prefer not to remain trapped here indefinitely, that if you are willing, I shall facilitate your departure in 9 days. Having wielded the stick, it was time to present the carrot. The allure of escaping the terrifying academy was one that no anomaly could resist. It must be known that being ensnared within the realm of the Yellow Springs was a nightmare for any entity. I hope you are not deceiving us. Otherwise, I shall ensure you pay the price, even if it means our mutual demise. Nangong Xuanyue glared at Luotian, her teeth gritted, as though she could devour him whole. Rest assured, I never deceive my own, Luotian replied earnestly, brimming with confidence about the future of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. The next step was to continue selecting the fortunate souls who would enjoy its bounties. Chapter 48. A setback in the competition, an encounter with the Vice Dean. Oh no, our competition, Nangong Xuanyue exclaimed suddenly after engaging in heartfelt conversation with Luotian. Following her outburst, a flicker of panic crossed the faces of the trio, including Zhao Manman and Zhao Lianlian. What has happened to the competition? Even if you ranked last, it should have little impact on you, Luotian remarked, puzzled that he had participated in such competitions before, which targeted living players. Even in defeat, an anomaly suffered no loss. That we are the seed team arranged by the Academy. They wish for us to maintain our first position to prevent others from achieving too favorable results. But now we have missed the competition, which means we have not participated, and the Academy will surely hold us accountable. Zhao Manman and Zhao Lianlian explained in a flurry of anxious words. The Vice Dean appears to be approaching. Just as the sisters finished speaking, Zhang Meichen pushed open the door, delivering grim news. Fear not. Leave it to me, Luotian reassured them. The Vice Dean, an S-Class peak anomaly, was one of the designated officials overseeing the terrifying academy. Luotian was all too familiar with this individual. As soon as he thought it, Luotian summoned Nangong Xuanyue and Zhao Manman into his own body. By virtue of a bond greater than blood, a spirit master could forcibly ensconce their spirits within themselves. Just as Luotian concealed the three, sounds of delay came from outside the door. Vice Dean. How may I assist you? Enough with the pleasantries. Have you seen Nangong Xuanyue? A raspy voice cut through the air, jarring like shards of glass against the throat. The familiar visage of the Vice Dean appeared. Her wrinkled face marred by a scowl, her gaunt figure revealing the contours of her skeletal frame. An intimidating sight indeed. Who are you? She inquired, frowning at Luotian, her eyes filled with hostility. Although the Vice Dean could not gauge his strength without sensing his spiritual energy, she recognized him as a living player. The acting head of Business Class 2, Luotian, here at the behest of Director Miao to volunteer my assistance, Luotian replied, his demeanor unyielding, his calm tone aggravating the Vice Dean's already grim countenance. Ah, so it is Teacher Luo. I see you can spare some time to assist the infirmary. It seems you are a promising youth indeed. Shall we officially introduce ourselves? The Vice Dean raised her right hand towards Luotian, who inwardly cursed her. The Vice Dean's exclusive rule, Grasp of the Undead, dictated that anyone who shook her hand would experience rapid decay of their life force, ultimately becoming a puppet under her control. However, another Academy rule mandated that when a superior extended goodwill, no one could refuse, lest they incur their wrath. These two overlapping rules had granted the Vice Dean's handshake a notorious reputation, whether one agreed or refused. The outcome remained dire to an S-Class peak anomaly, capable of easily dispatching 3 to 5 other S-Class entities. Luotian felt no confidence in defeating this elderly figure. Even if he could overpower her, the implications would be negligible. Unless he could eliminate her in one strike, a protracted conflict would trigger another rule. Within the Academy, any individual discovered engaging in combat with a Vice Dean or higher would face relentless pursuit from the entire Academy. The Vice Dean herself was manageable, but the Dean was an SS-class anomaly, capable of extinguishing Luotian's life as easily as crushing a chick. You flatter me, he said through gritted teeth, reluctantly extending his hand. Just as their hands were about to meet, Luotian made a decisive choice, biting his lip and activating Shattered Ling Long, severing his right hand on the spot. In an instant, blood gushed forth. Seeing this, Su Shirshir rushed forward, employing her spiritual blade to alter the cellular structure of Luotian's wrist, staunching the flow of blood. "Young man, you are ruthless." The Vice Dean stood frozen for a moment, her blood-spattered visage reflecting a peculiar fluctuation. "You do me too much honor. I merely wish to avoid rejecting your goodwill, feeling unworthy of your contact." Luotian replied, "That we shall meet again. I hope you retain this tenacity then." With that, the Vice Dean gradually faded from sight. Once she had completely departed, Luotian promptly summoned his spiritual energy, activating Indestructible, and his severed hand miraculously reformed at an observable rate. With his injuries healed, Luotian finally exhaled a sigh of relief. "How many abilities do you possess?" He pondered, realizing his earlier concerns had been unfounded. "Perhaps a dozen. While it may not suffice to eliminate the terrifying academy, surviving here until my departure should pose no issue." A smirk crept across his face. But upon hearing his words, Meow Meow and the others froze in surprise. "12 abilities. Does that mean you have undergone the Yin-Yang Pact over a dozen times?" "So, without realizing it, I have gained 10 more sisters?" "Oh no, I misspoke. Do not wear that expression. Trust me, I would never wrong anyone. That if I lacked this level of ability, I would not have entered into a contract with you," Luotian reassured them, patting his chest. At this, the three women could no longer contain their laughter. "Look at you. Rest assured, we are well aware of your constitution and have long been mentally prepared. We merely sought to test you." Meow Meow giggled, prompting Luotian to realize he had been deceived. It seemed the saying held true. The more beautiful the woman, the more likely she was to deceive. However, if this continued, would he not be bled dry? Contemplating his potentially bleak future, Luotian shuddered at the thought. With three women performing in unison, it felt as though a grand gala could be staged at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Chapter 49. Returning to Class. Maternal figures diminished Academy Rule 3. After 11 o'clock, no one may engage in activities outside. Otherwise, they shall face the wrath of the Yellow Springs. As for the teacher's dormitory, Luotian preferred to avoid it if possible. Although he was familiar with the rules governing that space, ensuring he did not fall victim there, the comfort of the infirmary was incomparable to being surrounded by male anomalies or players. With Director Meow Meow present, the meager public rules of the infirmary were insufficient to instill even a modicum of tension in Luo Tianhe. However, a player as well versed in the Academy's regulations as Luo Tianhe was a rarity indeed. Thus, throughout the night, the anguished cries and roars reverberated within the Academy, rendering Luo Tianhe incapable of a restful slumber. Even in the embrace of tranquility, it was time to rise. "You sluggard, if you are late for class. Not even divine intervention can save you." Bursting into Luo Tianhe's room, Meow Meow abruptly tossed aside his covers, forcibly rousing him from slumber. The available food was limited. He needed to finish quickly and head to class. Still in a daze, Luo Tianhe had not yet fully awakened when Meow Meow thrust a simple sandwich into his hands and propelled him out of the infirmary. "Hurry to class. We cannot leave this place. But rest assured, with the right target, we will certainly assist you," Meow Meow said with a cheerful smile. Hearing her words, Luo Tianhe inhaled deeply and grinned at the trio, but he stuffed the sandwich into his mouth and set off toward the teaching building with a carefree spirit. "So, was everything smooth?" Luo Tianhe inquired slowly. Upon hearing his voice, Luo Xinhai glanced outside, then walked straight toward Luo Tianhe, handing him a small notebook. Upon opening it, Luo Tianhe discovered that it contained a record of all the mistakes made by the students in his class after he had departed the previous day. And, as per Luo Tianhe's instructions, the first three names listed were those of Luo Xinhai's former close friends. Excellent. This is more than sufficient. Closing the notebook, Luo Tianhe settled quietly into his seat, with 10 minutes remaining until the class bell rang. The survival of the students hinged on their self-awareness. As time passed, students trickled into the classroom. The moment they spotted Luo Tianhe sitting upright at the lectern, the previously boisterous chatter ceased, and they quietly took their seats. Retrieving their textbooks, the effect of the earlier intimidation was still palpable. At least these few exhibited some degree of self-discipline. Regrettably, this sense of awareness had yet to permeate the entire class. As the bell rang, 5 students remained standing, tardy that it took nearly 10 minutes for the 5 flamboyantly dressed students to rush in. You need not enter. You five are already out of chances for being late. Luo Tianhe called out each of their names, offering no opportunity for explanation, swiftly dispatching them to the afterlife. The class size dwindled by 5 once more, leaving only 25 students. Yet this was far from the conclusion, as Luo Tianhe opened a notebook and began reciting the recorded transgressions. The already trembling students felt their nerves tauten to the breaking point. Those whose names had been called were particularly restless. The 12 individuals I just named, do you acknowledge the actions I mentioned? Luo Tianhe spoke evenly, his expression betraying no hint of emotion. The do not waste my time. I will grant you 3 seconds to deliberate. Should you remain silent, I shall assume you deny everything written here. With that, he raised the notebook, prompting an immediate response from the students below. One by one, they hurriedly confessed to their wrongdoings. Observing this scene, a cold smile crept across Luo Tianhe's face. Ultimately, the mere suggestion of danger had not altered their thinking. It signaled to all that denial would lead to a massacre. However, the truth was quite the opposite. Luo Tianhe's words were a ruse to lead them toward acknowledgement, for only then could he act with justification. Acknowledgement made matters simpler. The 12 would not be lonely on their journey to the Underworld. As he spoke, Luo Tianhe waved his hand, and the ethereal shards enveloped in spiritual blades swiftly transformed the 12 named students into fragmented spiritual particles that dissipated within the classroom. From 32 students, only 13 remained. Yet even this number felt excessive to Luo Tianhe. He demanded a 100% pass rate, with no room for error. That we shall now commence the assessment. I trust everyone has completed the assignment I assigned yesterday, he stated, retrieving the textbook and beginning to call on students one by one. As the class bell rang, C2 Lin arrived punctually, but the moment she opened the classroom door, she froze in place. At that moment, only 5 students remained, their faces etched with terror, none daring to leave their seats even at the end of class. Since you are here, I shall not take up any more time. The remaining 5 should pose no significant issues. Should anyone still lack seriousness, please do inform me. Teacher C. Tuesday Luo Tianhe stood, his tone unremarkable, as though he had merely accomplished something trivial. You are ruthless, C2 Lin remarked as they passed by one another, unable to suppress her genuine admiration. Had it been the C2 Lin of yesterday, she might have engaged Luo Tianhe in conversation. However, after Luo Tianhe had clarified the harsh realities the previous night, C2 Lin had entirely extricated herself from her erroneous mindset. This was merely the beginning. In this world, if one is not ruthless, they can only await the ruthlessness of others. After patting C2 Lin on the shoulder, Luo Tianhe exited the classroom. Classmates, we shall now begin our lesson. C2 Lin's familiar voice echoed from the classroom. But this time, the students' response was strikingly uniform and resounding. Chapter 50. The Academy's attention upon leaving the classroom. Luo Tianhe leaped down once more. Evading the rules was an endeavor that would always prove advantageous. Among the 5 public venues, the library was undoubtedly the most perilous. The library enforced 5 strict rules, all of which were life-threatening. Any transgression offered no opportunity for struggle. Inside the library, one must not make any noise. Refuse any reasonable requests. Make direct eye contact with anyone. Read an entire book before exiting, and check in at the service desk every 30 minutes. Not only were these all life-threatening rules, but they also contained provisions that could easily be violated by mere accident. Yet, this was a place Luo Tianhe was determined to gamble with. The abilities of the library's administrator were of paramount importance to him. Arriving at the library's entrance, Luo Tianhe took a deep breath, steeling himself before stepping inside. At that very moment, in the highest floor of the teaching building facing the library, the elderly vice dean stood respectfully behind a middle-aged man, silently observing the receding figure of Luo Tianhe. Though no signs of spiritual or blood contracts emanated from Miao Miao and the others, they exhibited peculiar signs of reversal, and their powers had significantly increased. Nan Gong Xuanyue and the Zhao twins remained unaccounted for. Based on the information at hand, the last individuals they had encountered were undoubtedly this young man. After a prolonged silence, the middle-aged man sat quietly, toying with a walnut, his eyes glimmering with contemplative insight. Pure yang body, yin-yang contract. Only this could explain the anomalies observed with Miao Miao and Nan Gong. The middle-aged man spoke in a resonant voice, having surmised Luo Tianhe's situation with considerable accuracy. Even a pure young body should not be capable of forming so many contracts, especially not with two S-rank anomalies among them. The Vice Dean had considered this possibility, yet ultimately dismissed it due to common sense. Regardless of the reason, such variables meant that if the young man sought his own demise, she would simply facilitate it. With a cold chuckle, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered across the middle-aged man's face. Arrange for a few individuals to enter. Spare no effort to provoke him into triggering the library's rules. Understood. I shall attend to it immediately. The Vice Dean replied, her previous concerns evaporating. She had come to report to the Dean with the intention of receiving this very directive. Outside the conventional rules, the authority to act and influence a player's progress in the game under the guise of the Horror Academy lay solely with the Dean. Should the Horror Academy issue such a targeted directive, it would signify the activation of the hidden rule. The Horror Academy's final 10% completion rate was designed to thwart the targeted challenges posed by the Horror Academy within the library. This detail had remained undisclosed as no player had ever survived the library's trials. Unbeknownst to Luo Tianhe, who was entirely oblivious to these machinations, he had arrived at the service desk, registering his name. Throughout this process, Luo Tianhe enveloped himself in spiritual power, ensuring that even his clothing moved silently, controlled by his aura, to guarantee that no sound would escape his every action in this manner. He located a children's storybook with merely a dozen pages on the first floor, swiftly perusing it before quietly ascending to the second floor. The library was enveloped in an almost absurd silence. As Luo Tianhe ascended from the first floor to the second, he found the vast space devoid of any human presence. Although it would be more accurate to say he had seen no one, as since entering the library, he had kept his eyes closed except for the moments spent selecting and reading books. Relying solely on his mastery of the air currents through his technique, he navigated through the library in tranquility. It took him a full 20 minutes to traverse from the first floor to the fourth. However, just as he was a mere step away from his objective, he abruptly halted. 5 individuals stormed into the first floor of the library simultaneously, their alarming speed suggesting they were anything but unfortunate players. Had Luo Tianhe not remained vigilant, continuously sensing the other floors, their sudden appearance could have spelled disaster for him. The 5 swiftly searched the entirety of the first floor with singular purpose before darting towards the second. Luo Tianhe quickly deduced their intentions. The previous night, he had conversed with Miao Miao about the library, which was deemed a forbidden zone even within the realm of the Academy's peculiarities. It existed solely to ensnare those players who were insufficiently acquainted with the horrors of the Academy. Clearly, these 5 were affiliated with the Academy, and one among them possessed the ability to circumvent the rule of silence. Otherwise, their searching method would have led to their collective demise long ago. The ability to nullify all sound made it evident that he had underestimated both the library and the Academy. Such individuals existed to eliminate anyone who might attempt to leave the library. Silently musing to himself, Luo Tianhe took a deep breath and sat down on the steps. While the situation was indeed precarious, it was not severe enough to compel him to lie down. His ultimate philosophy, forged from his previous life experiences, was to always anticipate the worst outcomes while preparing comprehensively. It was this mindset that had allowed him to navigate peril successfully in the present scenario. Luo Tianhe identified at least 3 strategies to counter the threat. As he settled down, he summoned his technique, drawing the air from the first to the fourth floors, leaving no exception for the spot he occupied. In a pure vacuum environment, as long as he did not make contact with the floor to transmit sound through solid means, no noise would escape. The next moment, the heavenly mechanism sword box soared into the air, opening to release thousands of spirit swords that surged forth. With the aid of his psychic perception, the positions of the 5 individuals on the second floor became strikingly clear. Within mere seconds, the spirit swords converged upon them, catching the 5 completely off guard. Despite their frantic attempts to defend themselves against the onslaught of over 1,000 swords, they were utterly defenseless in a matter of seconds. The 5 were reduced to mere scraps of flesh, their bodies cleaved apart by the blades imbued with the effect of the spirit edge, and they had no opportunity to even fall to the ground. Instantly transforming into pure spirit particles, it seemed they were merely cannon fodder, intending to use the library's rules to ensure mutual destruction with him. Upon realizing the inadequacy of their strength, Luo Tianhe couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction at the Academy's misguided intentions. Chapter 51. The librarian having dealt with the immediate trouble, Luo Tianhe turned to face the staircase leading to the 5th floor. Surely, no one would disturb him now. As he ascended to the 5th floor, he became aware of a young woman in a light blue long dress, adorned with black-rimmed glasses, quietly seated there. She held a book titled The Origins of the Universe, meticulously flipping through its pages. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her face and casting a serene profile that embodied tranquility, as if the very essence of calm had been tailored for her. Though Luo Tianhe could not open his eyes to behold her, the tranquility radiating from her presence was palpable, allowing him to relax merely through the sensation of the surrounding air. The librarian, Lu Qianqian, was an S-class anomaly with the special ability of rebirth insight, enabling her to perceive the past and present of her targets and fully grasp the information of those with lesser power than herself, while having a vague understanding of those stronger than her. At first glance, Lu Qianqian's ability appeared to hold little significance. Yet in Luo Tianhe's memories from his previous life, she had nearly wreaked havoc upon the entire city of Jinghai after fortuitously escaping the library. Her prowess far exceeded anyone's imagination. Moreover, beyond her extraordinary ability, Lu Qianqian's vast reservoir of knowledge was even more formidable. From the annals of history to the mysteries of the cosmos, she possessed unparalleled understanding of every documented subject. Despite the overwhelming odds against her, Lu Qianqian had risen to prominence as a leader among anomalies, commanding countless high-level beings, all thanks to her inexhaustible wisdom. This very reason compelled Luo Tianhe to gamble everything on this visit, not only for the potential assistance Lu Qianqian could offer to the Drunken Immortal Tower, but also to solicit her help in locating an individual he was determined to find. He approached Lu Qianqian and took a seat beside her. Throughout this interaction, her gaze remained fixed on her book, yet upon his arrival, she discreetly passed him a note. Luo Tianhe accepted the note and glanced at it, whereupon he was met with elegantly penned words. "Accompany me until sunset, and I shall grant your wish," at a simple statement, yet upon reading it, a chill coursed through him. Once he finished reading the note, he realized he had no choice but to comply. The request, while not unreasonable, left him feeling apprehensive about his previous actions. Under Lu Qianqian's calming influence, his normally cautious demeanor had faltered in that moment. Had she wished to ensnare him, she could have easily crafted a more demanding request within the bounds of reason. The thought of her utilizing the library's rules to ensnare him was a frightening prospect. With his heartbeat gradually stabilizing, Luo Tianhe fell into silence. Lu Qianqian, in turn, continued reading her books, one after another, without further communication. Meanwhile, outside the library, the vice principal, who had remained anxiously still, was nearing the brink of exasperation. She had anticipated that sending in 5 individuals would result in only 2 or 3 sacrifices, enough to ensnare Luo Tianhe. Yet, as the closing time of the library loomed, no one had emerged to relay any news. No matter how hard she tried, she could not fathom how Luo Tianhe might unravel the situation. However, as time stretched on, her unease grew. The conviction that Luo Tianhe would indeed emerge alive intensified. Finally, unable to contain herself, the vice principal took a deep breath and stepped into the library. That if Luo Tianhe was still alive, it would be beyond merely eliminating him as a nuisance. The thought of their agreement sent her into a greater panic. Channeling her spiritual energy to envelop herself and silence any noise she could produce, the vice principal began her search floor by floor. At that moment, Luo Tianhe, seated quietly on the 5th floor, immediately sensed her arrival. However, upon realizing who it was, he found himself strangely at ease. He did not perceive himself as a significant threat to warrant the vice principal's deployment of an S-class anomaly to eliminate him. Thus, he remained still beside Lu Qianqian, making no move. Before long, after thoroughly searching the 4 lower floors, the vice principal finally arrived at the 5th floor. Like Luo Tianhe, she chose to close her eyes, yet she lacked the same advantageous abilities. At this moment, her awareness of the outside world relied entirely on her external spiritual energy. While the energy consumption was trivial for an S-class anomaly, probing with spiritual energy posed a significant risk. Should her energy waves fluctuate too greatly, they could inadvertently trigger unwanted noise that in the face of the rules of the Underworld. The notion of equality was not merely as saying that as of now. No anomaly or spirit master possessed the capability to contend with the rules of the Underworld. Upon discovering Luo Tianhe and Lu Qianqian together, The vice principal's expression froze in shock. The worst-case scenario had indeed materialized. "Dean, I can no longer alleviate your burdens," the vice principal silently lamented. And in an instant, her spiritual energy surged dramatically. Her form rapidly expanded, transforming from a frail, elderly woman into a radiant figure akin to a fitness instructor. The vice principal's ability, Golden Light Curse, drastically diminishes damage directed at her during its activation while bestowing immense strength and speed, greatly enhancing her close combat capabilities. Her unique rule, Resistance, grants her immunity for 1 minute after being affected by any rule, allowing her to escape unharmed if she evades the influence within that time frame. As Luo Tianhe sensed the sudden shift in the vice principal's spiritual energy, his eyes widened in disbelief. She's serious? Is she really that expendable? Is she truly willing to exchange her life for mine, a mere pawn? Though his heart surged with dread, his movements did not falter in the slightest. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely activated the carefree escape, rendering the entire 5th floor into a vacuum. That moment, Lu Qianqian suddenly grasped Luo Tianhe's hand, and under the unique vibration of spiritual energy, a voice resonated directly in his ear. "If you can hold out for a minute, you will survive." Chapter 52. Dreaming of Huangliang, the demise of the Deputy Dean. Receiving Lu Qianqian's hint, Luo Tianhe had no time to ponder the rightness or wrongness of the situation, for the Deputy Dean, shimmering with golden light, was rushing towards him with terrifying speed. A fist, the size of a cooking pot, hurtled towards his face. Should he take that blow, even if he did not perish, he would surely be sent flying. In this soundless library, being thrown out was akin to death. However, despite the Deputy Dean's swiftness, it could not rival the speed of teleportation. With the activation of Nangong Shuang's void step, Luo Tianhe, along with Lu Qianqian, instantly appeared at the very spot where the Deputy Dean had just stood. The Deputy Dean, having missed his target, crashed through the wall. Yet the scene Luo Tianhe envisioned, of the Deputy Dean being swiftly defeated, did not materialize. A swirling black mist erupted from within the Deputy Dean, and when the bloodied hand touched the black fog, it dissipated immediately. In that moment, Luo Tianhe comprehended the meaning behind Lu Qianqian's words about holding out for a minute. The Deputy Dean could resist the rules of the Underworld, but only for a minute. With his objective clear, a glimmer of a smile appeared on Luo Tianhe's face, bound by the library's regulations. Defeating the Deputy Dean might be unfeasible, but stalling for a minute was rather simple. The puppet strings technique was swiftly activated. Bolstered by Luo Tianhe's formidable spiritual energy, numerous invisible threads ensnared the Deputy Dean, who had just turned around, binding him like a zongzi. Yet, this was not the end. Imbued with spiritual blades and the effect of igniting spiritual energy, these threads began to slowly erode the golden light surrounding the Deputy Dean. Realizing that Luo Tianhe had discovered the weakness in his abilities, the Deputy Dean roared in fury, abandoning any semblance of luck, and unleashed his full power, instantly illuminating the entire 5th floor with golden brilliance. In the next moment, all the threads binding the Deputy Dean shattered, and he surged towards Luo Tianhe with even greater speed. At the critical moment, Luo Tianhe activated the void step once more. Appearing on the 1st floor of the library, the recent punch had left him drenched in cold sweat. The speed the Deputy Dean had just unleashed had surpassed Luo Tianhe's reaction limits. Had he been a moment slower, that punch would undoubtedly have struck him. Realizing that relying solely on his teleportation abilities was insufficient, Luo Tianhe began to strategize. Simultaneously, the Deputy Dean, bereft of a target, bellowed in rage. Releasing his spiritual energy entirely, he pinpointed Luo Tianhe's location and surged through 4 floors, crashing down directly from above. Yet the time remaining for the Deputy Dean was a mere 26 seconds. "Little one, this time I shall see where you can run." The floorboards lay in ruins, and amidst the debris, the Deputy Dean fixed his murderous gaze upon Luo Tianhe. In the next moment, he stomped down violently, propelling himself towards Luo Tianhe like a cannonball. However, this time, Luo Tianhe did not teleport away. Instead, he activated repulsion control, creating an absolute barrier in front of him. Caught off guard, the Deputy Dean collided with the barrier. But in the face of his terrifying strength, Luo Tianhe's repulsion was evidently insufficient. The entire repulsion field began to compress, and the Deputy Dean's fist drew ever closer to Luo Tianhe. Just then, Luo Tianhe slowly raised his right hand, disregarding the harm from the golden light, and boldly grasped the deputy dean's fist. In the next instant, the overwhelming force struck Luo Tianhe, sending him hurtling backward. As he regained his footing, he could not suppress a spurt of blood. Even with preparation, that punch nearly shattered all his internal organs. With his indestructible ability activated, his wounds rapidly healed, and he exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, the deputy dean stood motionless, his expression devoid of any emotion, eyes hollow. The golden light could counter abilities, so Luo Tianhe relinquished his right hand to penetrate the golden radiance. As he touched the deputy dean's fist, he invoked the jade flawless dream Huangliang. The dream he crafted for her depicted him solidly enduring her punch, triggering the library's rules, thereby becoming a sacrifice to the Underworld. A control skill. The duration of Dream Huangliang's influence was notoriously unstable. As long as the target remained oblivious to the fact that they were dreaming, it could last a lifetime. However, in this instance, the deputy dean had no opportunity to notice. As she observed this scene with evident delight, by the time she sensed something amiss, less than 3 seconds remained. Suddenly jolted awake, the deputy dean hastily turned to face the still closed-eyed Luo Tianhe. With no time for shock, she charged towards him once more, radiating golden light. Time was up. Luo Tianhe murmured softly, but alas, in the vacuum, no sound escaped his lips. Meanwhile, the deputy dean's fist was now but a mere centimeter from Luo Tianhe. Yet ensnared by the bloodied hand of the Underworld, she found herself unable to advance. Restoring the air within the library, Luo Tianhe sensed the deputy dean gradually being consumed by the power of the Underworld. He then ambled towards the original registration desk on the first floor, completing his final registration. Before long, the library's closing hour arrived, and Luo Tianhe exited at a leisurely pace. Behind him, Lu Qianqian trailed closely, her face beaming with joy, clutching a book as she lowered her head until both stepped through the library's entrance together. Upon inhaling the outside air once more, an overwhelming sense of relief surged from the depths of their hearts. Yay! Finally free! Lu Qianqian leaped into the air, her exquisite visage brimming with excitement. Luo Tianhe finally dared to open his eyes, bathed in the glow of the setting sun. Lu Qianqian sparkled, her genuine smile and the surrounding environment forming the most beautiful portrait. Forever etched in Luo Tianhe's memory. Chapter 53. Restricted level anomaly, you ought to fulfill your promise now. Returning to his senses, Luo Tianhe's voice was calm yet firm. Aware of Lu Qianqian's exclusive rules, he dared not phrase it as a question, lending his tone an air of authority. All right, speak your wish. Still caught up in her excitement, Lu Qianqian exuded an attitude of being at one's beck and call. Become my spirit companion. As soon as Luo Tianhe's words fell, Lu Qianqian's expression froze instantly. Isn't that akin to wishing upon a spirit, hoping to obtain countless wishes? Quite the shrewd calculation. With a huff, Lu Qianqian appeared poised to renege on the deal. Helping you fulfill your wish is merely a verbal commitment. If you push your luck, don't blame me for being unscrupulous. Having said that, she turned to leave, but Luo Tianhe could not allow such a prize to slip away. You cannot possibly leave the Horror Academy on your own. Luo Tianhe spoke nonchalantly, and at his words, Lu Qianqian halted in her tracks. What do you mean by that? Turning back, the joy and ease in Lu Qianqian's eyes vanished, replaced by palpable tension. The literal meaning. Pausing for a moment, Luo Tianhe continued. Just now, I thought the deputy dean was after me, but witnessing your reaction upon emerging, I realized that what compelled the deputy dean to risk everything was not me, but you. I am merely a trigger, enabling you to leave the library. If the deputy dean were to eliminate me, you would be unable to meet that condition and would remain trapped in the library. In other words, your existence within the library holds greater significance than the deputy dean's survival. And the only reason an S-level anomaly would risk its life to keep you is that you are a restricted level anomaly. Thus, I assert that you cannot possibly escape the Horror Academy on your own. If I were the head of this place, I would never merely confine a restricted level anomaly. Even if I could not attain it, I would destroy it on the spot. Luo Tianhe spoke eloquently. After he finished, Lu Qianqian fell utterly silent, unable to resist scrutinizing Luo Tianhe closely. Are you suggesting that if I try to step out of the Horror Academy's door, I will die? After staring at Luo Tianhe for a while, Lu Qianqian swallowed hard and inquired. You may certainly try, but by then, regret will come too late. Luo Tianhe maintained his relaxed demeanor, as if he were not particularly interested in Lu Qianqian's anomaly. As for his conjectures about the Horror Academy, they were purely fabrications of his imagination. Using something uncertain as a threat against another sometimes instills more unease than an actual danger, for life is singular. And Lu Qianqian had no opportunity for trial and error. Nevertheless, Luo Tianhe had indeed deduced correctly regarding the restricted level anomaly that restricted level anomalies refer to certain special existences among anomalies, most of which possess unique abilities to alter or influence fate. The emergence of any such entity is sufficient to shift the balance of power significantly. Consequently, when a restricted level anomaly appears, it is almost always immediately concealed from public view, even if she has no personal use for it. She would never relinquish it for others to utilize. Such behavior holds considerable significance for the Terror Academy, a large organization that already dominates a particular sphere. Lu Qianqian's soul judgment is classified as restricted. In order to keep her under their control and ensure her services, the Terror Academy specifically entered into a pact with her. Lu Qianqian is granted 3 opportunities, each allowing her to designate a player entering the library. If that player can remain with her until the library closes, or if they leave the library, Lu Qianqian is free to depart from the Terror Academy. However, should she exhaust all 3 chances, she must remain at the Terror Academy for life, willingly serving the institution. This is precisely why the vice principal was so frenzied to eliminate Luo Tianhe, not anticipating that he could counterattack her without triggering any rules. Unexpectedly, your mind is quite adept. Gritting her teeth, Lu Qianqian fixed her gaze upon Luo Tianhe, and in the next moment, a golden light gradually deepened in her eyes that as the soul judgment activated. It seemed as though she aimed to see through Luo Tianhe. However, what she perceived was nothingness. ISNT, he an S-rank spirit master. How could he see nothing? Unwilling to accept this, Lu Qianqian intensified her spiritual energy output, under the full force of the soul judgment. Amidst the vast whiteness, subtle changes began to emerge. Beside the golden ocean, a small silver lake appeared, delicate and exquisite. Merely observing these, Lu Qianqian found her spiritual energy nearly depleted. Just as she prepared to exhaust her remaining power to continue, Luo Tianhe suddenly opened his eyes wide above the golden ocean, a beam of golden light shooting forth, forcibly interrupting Lu Qianqian's ability. The abrupt cessation of her power caused Lu Qianqian to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. Her eyes now filled with terror as she looked at Luo Tianhe. Everything the soul judgment could perceive exists within a unique space that lies between reality and the underworld that is in this realm. Each individual possesses their corresponding karma, and the soul judgment deduces a person's entire information from these karmic threads that in other words, everything in this space is in a state beyond the control of its master. Even Lu Qianqian, as the wielder of the ability, could only observe as a voyeur that a person like Luo Tianhe, who could react amidst karma, was something Lu Qianqian had never encountered before. From her recent glimpse, Lu Qianqian only gleaned one piece of information. The innate yang energy within Luo Tianhe was alarmingly abundant, not to mention the vast quantities of innate yang energy in that golden ocean. Even the amount of innate yin energy in that small lake would require at least 7 or 8 purine bodies to possess that in that instant. Myriad incredibilities converged upon Luo Tianhe, and Lu Qianqian's gaze towards him became exceedingly complex. You can take me away from here, can't you? What, do you think I am unworthy of the yin-yang pact? Lu Qianqian spoke once more, unable to resist biting her lip. Having witnessed the peculiar karma surrounding Luo Tianhe, she was now utterly intrigued by uncovering the depths of his being. Moreover, she had an inkling that the day she unraveled these karmic threads would coincide with Luo Tianhe's meteoric rise. With this in mind, becoming Luo Tianhe's spirit would perhaps be far more advantageous than any other option. Chapter 54. Peering into Karma, Exploring the Soul Judgment. Come with me. Lu Qianqian spoke again, and Luo Tianhe finally reacted. Although he was unaware of what had just transpired, for Luo Tianhe, the outcome was all that mattered. He turned and led Lu Qianqian to the infirmary, while they were oblivious to the fact that Lu Qianqian was a restricted level anomaly. They were well aware of the perils associated with the library. For Luo Tianhe to dare venture into such a place and emerge alive was, to Meow Meow and the others, nothing short of miraculous. I'll go prepare the room. After a moment of surprise, Jiang Meichen, with great tact, dashed into a hospital room to assist Luo Tianhe in making the bed. By the time Jiang Meichen completed the room setup, Lu Qianqian stealthily followed Luo Tianhe inside. Although she had mentally prepared herself, when the moment truly arrived, her heart still raced uncontrollably. Relax, we have ample time. I will be as gentle as possible. I in the darkness. Luo Tianhe's soothing voice resonated as his hands began the preparations for the yin-yang pact. While Lu Qianqian felt somewhat stiff, she endeavored to synchronize with Luo Tianhe's movements, gradually shedding unnecessary barriers. Lu Qianqian's cool skin came into contact with Luo Tianhe's warm palms, and under his guidance, the innate yang energy began to flow across Lu Qianqian's smooth skin as time progressed. The nurturing effect of the innate yang energy instilled a fiery sensation throughout Lu Qianqian's body, an unprecedented comfort radiating from her very core, causing her to involuntarily emit soft sounds of pleasure. Observing that the preparations were nearly complete, Luo Tianhe gently lifted Lu Qianqian, and the already surging innate yang energy surged into her body under his command. That it hurts. The sudden influx of innate yang energy caused Lu Qianqian, who had never before experienced such a sensation, to gasp in surprise. Yet despite the pain, the innate yin energy within her immediately reacted. Lu Qianqian's body did not require her control. The soft, cool innate yin energy instinctively enveloped the incoming yang energy. As yin and yang converged, it gradually transformed into pure spiritual energy, circulating within Lu Qianqian. Embracing Luo Tianhe, Lu Qianqian, now somewhat dazed, began to actively manipulate her innate yin energy to align with Luo Tianhe's actions. Through their combined efforts, the rate of yin-yang convergence significantly accelerated. Moreover, as time passed, the innate yin energy within Lu Qianqian grew increasingly potent, enhancing its capacity to absorb and extract the innate yang energy. However, despite Lu Qianqian's earnest efforts, her endeavors paled in comparison to Luo Tianhe's vast reservoir of innate yang energy. After 30 minutes had elapsed, the yin-yang pact remained unfulfilled, and Lu Qianqian, succumbing to the intense pressure of the contract, became utterly exhausted. Reluctantly, Luo Tianhe had to position Lu Qianqian on the edge of the bed, supporting her as they continued to progress with the yin-yang pact. As Luo Tianhe gradually increased the volume and frequency of the innate yang energy being infused. The speed at which Lu Qianqian's spiritual energy surged correspondingly quickened. Finally, after taking a deep breath, Luo Tianhe unleashed a torrent of innate yang energy into Lu Qianqian, allowing the two to successfully complete the yin-yang pact. Lu Qianqian's spiritual energy ascended to a new echelon, while Luo Tianhe simultaneously mastered the ability of Lu Qianqian's soul judgment. That you've worked hard. Rest early. Gently cradling the now completely drained Lu Qianqian, Luo Tianhe whispered softly in her ear. Lu Qianqian responded softly, curling up like a small cat in Luo Tianhe's embrace. That I know you now possess the soul judgment, but during its use, you must be cautious. Do not attempt to pry into matters that should remain untouched, lest you pay a tremendous price. Although utterly fatigued, Lu Qianqian earnestly cautioned Luo Tianhe. The soul judgment ability, while not directly applicable in combat, possesses an allure far surpassing that of combat abilities and is exceedingly addictive. The experience of peering into karma bestows a godlike sensation, rendering it almost impossible to resist once one becomes ensnared. Rest assured, I will exercise discretion. Patting Lu Qianqian's back, Luo Tianhe observed her drift into a deep slumber, then began to meticulously study the capabilities of the soul judgment. Peering into karma, exploring the soul judgment. Who's name to remember on the Underworld road? Silently reciting the matters he wished to investigate, Luo Tianhe quietly activated the soul judgment ability. That a flash of golden light flickered in his eyes, deepening gradually with the passage of time. But before long, Luo Tianhe retracted his ability. Phew. Thankfully, I stopped early. Just that brief moment consumed so much spiritual energy. Now he comprehended why Lu Qianqian had specifically advised him earlier. Once one enters the realm of karma, all external perceptions dissipate, and each additional glance at the overwhelming information costs further spiritual energy. Yet, how many can resist the temptation to uncover the truths laid bare before them? Were it not for Luo Tianhe's experiences in 2 lifetimes, he might have succumbed entirely to the allure It seems that within the Terror Academy, I shall gain no substantial benefits. Luo Tianhe murmured to himself. Yet his expression bore no trace of disappointment. What he had just examined was the karmic link between himself and the Terror Academy. Having contracted several S-rank anomalies, killing the Academy's vice principal, and abducting the restricted-level anomaly Lu Qianqian, Luo Tianhe had reached a critical juncture with the karma he had sown within the Terror Academy. Any further advance could become the proverbial straw that breaks the camel's back. The thought of potentially facing the Academy's SS-rank anomaly compelled Luo Tianhe to dismiss all such considerations. The world is vast, but one's life is paramount. Once life is forfeited, everything else becomes irrelevant. That is, for the employees of the Drunken Immortal building, the spirits Luo Tianhe had contracted were already more than sufficient. Moreover, having acquired the ability of the soul judgment, everything indicated to Luo Tianhe that it was time to withdraw while the going was good. With that, he resolved to lay low, patiently awaiting the impending assessment, and then depart at the earliest opportunity. With a chuckle, Luo Tianhe solidified his determination to endure. The moment I choose to recline, even the mightiest cannot dictate my fate. Chapter 55, the final obstacle, just as Luo Tianhe deduced from the rebirth mirror. Ever since he emerged alive from the library with Lu Qianqian in tow, the dean had shifted his entire focus onto him. Under the dean's orders, the entire Academy's various bizarre entities racked their brains with the singular aim of eliminating Luo Tianhe. However, Luo Tianhe remained utterly impervious to their schemes. Not only that, but many even ventured into the infirmary to attempt his demise, only to ultimately meet their own end at the hands of Miao Miao and others. Thus, Luo Tianhe successfully delayed until the day of the examination to ask the homeroom teacher. He escorted his students to the examination venue. Through his efforts, he had managed to reduce the class size to just one remaining member, Luo Xinhui. This was in no small part thanks to the dean's orders. That it was precisely because he had commanded that Luo Tianhe be eliminated at all costs that those previously resigned entities in the class began to stir once more, ultimately falling prey to Luo Tianhe's opportunistic counterattacks. The last remaining Luo Xinhui, under Luo Tianhe's vigilant protection, had made it through unscathed. Now, if Luo Xinhui could pass the examination, the two would leave the terrifying academy hand in hand. Such mutualistic relationships are often the most reliable in a quest. Shared interests fuel collaborative efforts. After sending Luo Xinhui into the examination room, Luo Tianhe quietly awaited at the entrance that he waited for the entire morning. When Luo Xinhui emerged from the examination hall, her expression revealed the answer to him. Though challenging, they had underestimated my capabilities. Luo Xinhui beamed, as if she already glimpsed the dawn of victory, to ensure Luo Tianhe's demise within the academy. This examination's difficulty had been set to the maximum permissible by the quest parameters. Unfortunately, the academy still underestimated Luo Xinhui's determination. Over the past 10 days, while Luo Tianhe had been lying low, she had genuinely exerted herself for the entire duration. Moreover, the terrifying academy's examination had a passing rate requirement. At least 20% must succeed. Even if Luo Xinhui's score fell short, as long as she could place within the top 20% of all students, she would still be deemed qualified. That's fine. Just stay with me in the infirmary until the results are out. Desperate creatures might act out, and we can't predict what these beings might do. Luo Tianhe said slowly, while mentally contemplating the potential obstacles he might face. Once the completion conditions were met, players could fulfill their quests simply by reaching the school gate within a day. However, if they failed to do so, it would be interpreted as a desire to continue the challenge, with rewards accumulating for the next round. But equally, the difficulty would soar. In this regard, Luo Tianhe felt no confidence whatsoever. Should he be forcibly kept within the academy, the dean would undoubtedly assign him the most arduous identity and the harshest conditions for completion. At that point, leaving would become an insurmountable challenge. For them, escaping the terrifying academy is akin to embarking on a second life. Moreover, in recent days, Luo Tianhe had shared with them a rough overview of the outside world, and the prospect of the Zue Xian Lu he spoke of had ignited their anticipation. After all, as Luo Tianhe's spiritual guardians, his territory bore no significant difference from their own home. Furthermore, it was a place with excellent prospects for development. They merely needed to await the news. Passing was absolutely assured. Amidst the eager gazes of Miao Miao and the others, Luo Tianhe promptly delivered good news. expressing his utmost confidence in Luo Xinhui's academic abilities. Hooray! We are finally leaving this cursed place. Meow meow, and the others immediately leaped with excitement. Even the usually quiet Situ Lin and Lu Qianqian could not suppress their joy. All right, you all come in. I will handle the remaining matters by myself. With that, Luo Tianhe opened his arms, and at the sound of his voice, the girls transformed into streams of light and merged into Luo Tianhe's body. Luo Xinhui observed this scene, her face instantly reflecting surprise that we can sign contracts with the bizarre entities, thus becoming spiritual guardians. This will grant you some special abilities, increasing your chances of survival in this world. Noticing Luo Xinhui's astonishment, Luo Tianhe gradually explained. Simultaneously, while waiting for the results to be announced, he utilized the opportunity to impart some fundamental knowledge to Luo Xinhui. For it was clear that he could not escape the terrifying academy without her assistance. As the afternoon wore on, the academy finally released the examination results, and as a student player, Luo Xinhui directly received a prompt from Huangquan in her mind. We can leave. Luo Xinhui instantly sprang up in excitement, but the seemingly slumbering Luo Tianhe showed no signs of movement. Are you trying to say we have too long to live? Luo Tianhe murmured, then flipped over without even opening his eyes. That I'll take a good nap. I'll call for you when it's time to leave. And no sooner had he finished speaking than his snoring began to resonate. While Luo Xinhui found herself unable to sleep, waiting silently beside him. Without Luo Tianhe's aid, she dared not step outside the infirmary for even a moment. As Luo Tianhe had surmised at that moment, the entrance of the terrifying academy was densely packed with bizarre entities of varying ranks, at least 1,000 of them, completely blocking the entrance. Not only the entrance, but even the infirmary's doorway was now occupied by bizarre entities of various appearances, all adopting a posture of imminent threat, their countless eyes fixated intently on the infirmary. Leaving the terrifying academy was a formidable challenge for Luo Tianhe, let alone merely exiting the infirmary. Each bizarre entity possessed its own unique rules. With so many gathered together, it was not inconceivable that one might have an especially troublesome rule that could trip him up. But as things stood, Luo Tianhe could not afford to stumble. Is he still unwilling to leave? In the dean's office, the dean's eyes were fixed on the entrance, while another vice dean reported on Luo Tianhe's situation. 10 hours had passed since the results were announced. Yet he remained asleep in the infirmary, showing no intention of departing. Just 10 hours. And if he wants to stall, we will play along. That I want to see how long he can drag this out. Gritting his teeth, the dean's expression darkened, clearly intent on opposing Luo Tianhe to the end. Before 24 hours elapse, no one is allowed to make a move. That I want to see what he can achieve. Chapter 56. The agreement. Ever since Luo Tianhe began to sleep, time seemed to enter a slow-motion replay. That I end this repetitive cycle. Unbeknownst to them, less than an hour remained until the deadline. As the time drew near, the dean, who had previously boasted, could no longer remain seated. That he firmly believed that someone who could walk out of the library alive would never be foolish enough to stay for a second round. His slumber was undoubtedly a ruse. Yet the dean could not fathom the true purpose behind Luo Tianhe's actions. His checks every 10 minutes were merely routine, interspersed with countless random inspections. Yet, regardless of when he entered, all he found was Luo Tianhe either sleeping or leisurely eating, exhibiting no signs of panic. The dean was aware that Luo Tianhe was undoubtedly up to something, yet the specifics remained a complete mystery. I will personally keep watch in the infirmary. Under immense pressure, the dean finally rose and soon arrived at the infirmary's entrance. Upon seeing the dean approach, the bizarre entities blocking the way immediately parted, creating a path. As he made his way to Luo Tianhe's resting quarters, the dean pushed the door open. Teacher Luo, you certainly seem to be enjoying yourself. Upon entering the room, the dean, with a furious expression, was the first to speak, prompting the feigning slumbering Luo Tianhe to quickly sit up. Just a glance at the dean made Luo Tianhe acutely aware of the immense pressure he was under. Goodness, no wonder he was an SS-grade entity. This aura of spiritual energy was beyond anything found in the entire Xian Lu. Dean, you jest. I am merely exhausted from work, suffering from a splitting headache. And recuperating here, Luo Tianhe responded hastily. Pressure aside, attempting to intimidate Luo Tianhe would require a bit more finesse. The dean spoke slowly, clearly intending to eliminate Luo Tianhe in one fell swoop. With him present, it would be nearly impossible for Luo Tianhe to escape. Thank you for your kind intentions, Dean, but take a look at this, Luo Tianhe said, picking up the rules posted in the room, one of which clearly stated that long-term occupants of the same patient room must not exceed the room's capacity. The room he had chosen was indeed a two-person room, perfectly accommodating both him and Luo Xinhui, thus reaching the limit. Impressive, Teacher Luo. It seems you even anticipated my visit. The dean couldn't help but applaud. And at his words, Luo Tianhe chuckled in response. You flatter me, Dean. Even small characters have their own means of survival, that if you have no further business, I advise you to leave promptly, as these rules are rather obscure. And prolonged exposure isn't easy to manage. Luo Tianhe spoke softly, and then, without warning, collapsed, his even breaths soon following suit. Under the immense pressure of the rules of the Underworld, even an SS-ranked dean had no choice but to comply. Taking a deep breath, the dean gritted his teeth and rose to leave. Yet, due to his position, he could not linger at the entrance like a doorman. However, the sight of Luo Tianhe still being there offered him considerable reassurance. He continued to monitor the situation. As long as Luo Tianhe remained trapped, he assured them they could choose to stay or leave at their discretion. Upon reaching the doorway, the dean openly promised a substantial reward. And as soon as his words fell, the surrounding apparition's eyes gleamed with interest. However, at that moment, within the room, Luo Tianhe had already vanished with Luo Xinhui. Beneath Luo Tianhe's hospital bed, a dark hole had suddenly appeared beneath what seemed to be an intact floor. Hurry up, if you fall, it's not my responsibility to— As they entered the tunnel, Luo Tianhe swiftly lifted Luo Xinhui into his arms, and upon hearing his voice, she immediately clung tightly to his neck, dying the next instant. As Luo Tianhe activated his incredible speed, they traversed the straight tunnel and arrived at its end, which was directly beneath the academy's main entrance. From the moment Luo Tianhe began to sleep, he commenced the grand endeavor of digging a tunnel. Regardless of the myriad of apparitions above ground, as long as he did not engage with them, it was utterly impossible to trigger their rules. Thus, Luo Tianhe wielded the spiritual swords from the Qingquan sword box as a shovel, diligently carving out a passage that led directly beneath the main entrance. The excavated earth was disposed of into the supply warehouse. After all, it was impossible to exit through the front door while underground. To leave the academy, Luo Tianhe ultimately had to burst forth to the surface. When the dean arrived, considering the dwindling time, it was inevitable that the old man would be somewhat negligent. For Luo Tianhe, this was more than sufficient, that as long as he could ascertain that the dean was not entirely focused on the main entrance. The rest was inconsequential. At the tunnel's end, Luo Tianhe inhaled deeply, then summoned the spiritual energy within him. Countless spiritual swords instantly surged forth from the Qingquan sword box, complemented by the effects of the spiritual blades and shattered linglong, instantly overturning the entire ground. In the next moment, activating the void step, Luo Tianhe appeared on the surface, his gaze fixed on the entrance. The string puppet technique was promptly employed, immobilizing the surrounding apparitions collectively. And with a final shift, he dashed to the entrance. Congratulations on successfully completing the S-rank dungeon. Horror Academy. Mission completion rate. 100. Dungeon completion percentage. 70. Activity bonus. 0. Hidden task progress. 100. Dungeon completion percentage. 10. Total dungeon completion percentage. 80. Reward. 400,000 Underworld coins. Not achieving a flawless completion left Luo Tianhe feeling a twinge of disappointment. Yet it was not devoid of good news. At least he had discovered the elusive 10% progress that no one else had found within the Horror Academy. However, considering the dean might be livid at this moment, Luo Tianhe had no intention of returning for a second run. Thus, the information he possessed would likely have to be sold to other spirit manipulators in exchange for Underworld coins. Shaking off his disappointment, Luo Tianhe turned to Luo Xinhui. Well, it has been a pleasant collaboration. I have brought you out, and I hope we have the chance to meet again. As he spoke, he began to turn away. But Luo Xinhui, gazing at him, bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before finally calling out to him. Teacher, we will definitely meet again. Luo Xinhui summoned her courage to exclaim, and upon hearing her, Luo Tianhe revealed a hint of a smile. Very well, I shall await your return. Chapter 57. Return to the Drunken Immortal Tower. Upon seeing the familiar stronghold once more, Luo Tianhe realized the true significance of having a place to call home in the apocalypse. Merely gazing at the Drunken Immortal Tower filled him with a profound sense of security. Inside the tower, As Yi Lioli and others circulated among players and guests, they collectively froze for a moment upon hearing his voice. In the next second, the women abandoned their tasks, dashing towards Luo Tianhe, enveloping him in an embrace. "Stinky little brother. Have you forgotten all about us? You've been gone for so long." Even the formidable Yi Lioli's tone was laced with deep resentment. As for Mu Xiling and the other three, their expressions were on the verge of tears, evoking a pang of sympathy within Luo Tianhe. "Due to unforeseen circumstances, I was forcibly retained by the dungeon. Rest assured, this will never happen again," Luo Tianhe assured them once more, but before he could finish, Mu Xiling bit her lip and interjected. "Husband, you were such a liar. Last time you promised you'd take me with you if you left. And this time you disappeared for so long without even a word." Mu Xiling spoke slowly, her crystalline tears welling up in her eyes. Did I?" Luo Tianhe scratched his head awkwardly, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, Yu Wushuang came to his rescue, donning a bright smile as she eagerly looked at him. "You must have eaten poorly out there these past few days. Whatever you crave, just tell me, and I will prepare it for you right away." Yu Wushuang's thoughtfulness was evident, and as her words fell, Luo Tianhe's stomach responded audibly, "As long as it's made by my dear Shuang, I would love to eat anything." This declaration was heartfelt. Among his thoughts in the Horror Academy, it was undoubtedly Yu Wushuang's cooking that he yearned for the most. "All right, I will get started immediately. I promise you will be satisfied. Sister, come help me." With Luo Tianhe's affirmation, Yu Wushuang, brimming with excitement, grabbed Yu Wuxia and dashed into the kitchen. Only then did Luo Tianhe have the opportunity to observe the interior of the Drunken Immortal Tower. At that moment, in the hall on the first floor, 3 players stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene at the entrance. They were certain that Luo Tianhe was undeniably human, yet they could not fathom how a mere human dared to associate so closely with a group of killing gods like Yi Lioli. Now, on the 3rd day of their survival in the Drunken Immortal Tower, 16 individuals had entered when the dungeon began, but in such a short span, only the 3 of them remained. The deaths of everyone else had been exceedingly bizarre. What they believed to be rules were often misleading, while areas they overlooked could lead to their untimely demise. Thus far, they had only determined 3 rules. 1. Absolutely no physical contact with the women here. 2. No waste of food. And 3. Everything in the Drunken Immortal Tower comes at a price. The Underworld coins accumulated from the previous dungeon had been nearly exhausted, and if they did not find a way to escape soon, hunger would surely claim their lives here. Guests are present. You are being quite unreasonable. How could you abandon your guests? Upon noticing the 3 players, Luo Tianhe feigned annoyance towards Yi Lioli and the others, then strolled over to their table with a friendly smile that sent chills down their spines. "That why you don't come any closer." In a panic, one of them backed away while shouting, and just as his words fell, Yi Lioli raised her hand, and the speaker was lifted into the air, followed by the sound of cracking bones as he was brutally crushed into a bloody pulp. "Tio dare act insolently towards our boss. You deserved that," Yi Lioli scoffed, not forgetting to mislead the remaining 2 with a casual remark to prevent them from discovering the stringent rule against speaking in a commanding tone. The remaining 2, however, were too bewildered to consider much. Yi Lioli's earlier comment about a boss had left them utterly stunned. The dungeon's boss is still a human? Do be mindful of your tone. What if you frighten the guests? Luo Tianhe turned back to admonish Yi Lioli once more, then faced the 2 remaining players, adopting a more amiable demeanor. "What is it, gentlemen? You don't believe me. How about this? Feel free to give them any order, and I assure you they will not utter a single no." Upon hearing this, the 3 women displayed expressions of feigned grievance. The 2 players hesitated, swallowing hard, and one of them, gathering courage, directed a command at Yi Lioli. "You slap yourself." The speaker fixed his gaze on Yi Lioli, but instead of complying, she was met with an overwhelming force. With a swift motion from Luo Tianhe's hand, accompanied by a dull thud, the one who had just spoken was crushed into a mist of blood. "Believe what I say, and truly, how pitiful. Only one remains. Let me ponder how best to eliminate you," Luo Tianhe remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. Such rudeness that as he spoke, he activated his rule ability and under the effect of a second special rule. The last player was rendered incapable of his heart's rhythm. With the demise of the 2, all players were cleared from the board, and the total of 750,000 Underworld coins from the 26 individuals was directly transferred to Luo Tianhe's Underworld card. Coupled with the expenses incurred by the group during their stay at the Drunken Immortal Tower and the 400,000 reward he had just received, the assets of the Drunken Immortal Tower successfully surpassed the 2 million mark. All right, all SET, is there anything else to address? Eliminating 3 players, Luo Tianhe subsequently turned to gaze at the trio of Yulioli, who had returned to their normal state. At this moment, the 3 were utterly stunned. Indeed, during the past 10 days, they had not allowed a single player to leave alive. However, they had never anticipated such efficiency from Luo Tianhe. It was only at this juncture that they comprehended the sheer terror embedded within the intricate rules Luo Tianhe had established. We have guests at the establishment. Guests have arrived so soon? Those who can afford to stay at Zui Xianlu and are injured this early must surely have intriguing stories and remarkable abilities. Rubbing his hands together, a flicker of anticipation surged within Luo Tianhe. Chapter 58. Business cards and membership cards, brother. Long time no see. It has indeed been a while since we last met. But I must admit, I have been frequenting your Zui Xianlu quite often lately. Wu Liang couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, his fatigued demeanor betraying a lack of rest. What can I say? My wives are exceptionally capable. With a sheepish grin and a scratch of his head, Luo Tianhe deftly shifted the topic to serious matters. Aside from your acquisition business, I presume you also sell items? Shoo, keep your voice down. Upon hearing this, Wu Liang promptly seized Luo Tianhe's arm and led him to a secluded corner. Brother, I consider you one of my own. Otherwise, I would never divulge this information. After a moment of suspense, Wu Liang revealed a business-like smile. Speak up, brother. What do you desire? As long as you articulate your needs, I will do my utmost to procure it for you. Wu Liang spoke with unwavering confidence. And Luo Tianhe harbored no doubts about his words. As an envoy of the Underworld in Jinghai City, Wu Liang possessed the ability to traverse the various dungeons and scenarios with remarkable speed. His only task from the Underworld was to acquire materials and corpses, yet leveraging the privileges granted by the Underworld, nearly all envoys engaged in similar reselling ventures. They would accept unwanted items, materials or spiritual artifacts from others, and then resell them at inflated prices. The additional income generated from such dealings far surpassed the meager salary of an envoy. Although the Underworld turned a blind eye to this. Should anyone report it, the envoys would face dire consequences. Hence, they typically conducted such transactions only with trustworthy individuals that S-grade and above spiritual artifacts. The more, the merrier. I'm open to anything or any other rare items. I'm equally interested. Luo Tianhe stated while rubbing his hands together. This. Wu Liang's expression grew slightly troubled. Brother, I can indeed procure S-grade items, but it may take some time. After all, this business has only just commenced. And such high-level items are exceedingly rare. Wu Liang spoke candidly. And Luo Tianhe displayed no sign of disappointment upon hearing this. I am aware of that. I merely hope you can keep an eye out for such elusive treasures. The more chances we have, the better. Luo Tianhe had no expectation that Wu Liang would immediately produce an S-grade spiritual artifact, especially since he currently lacked sufficient soul coins. Then that is settled. Rest assured, I will at least ensure you receive a suitable item. With that promise, Wu Liang responded to a summons from another dungeon and departed from Zui Xianlu after bidding farewell to Wu Liang. Luo Tianhe flipped open the guest register. Over the past 10 days, Zui Xianlu had hosted a total of 6 guests, with 2 currently residing. None were below A grade, and the 2 staying were both S grade. What astonished Luo Tianhe the most was that among these 2 S-grade entities, one was actually a spirit master. Someone had acquired an S-grade spirit master this early. Luo Tianhe couldn't restrain a gasp, as if he had forgotten just how numerous his own S-grade spirit masters had become at that time. This spirit master had been on the brink of death. Thus they had seized the opportunity to exploit the situation, not only demanding the highest price, but also recording all pertinent details. Noticing Luo Tianhe's interest in the S-grade spirit master, Lin Yuru immediately stepped forward to clarify. This spirit master was under my care at the time, and the entire operation was executed on the spot by me. It must be said, this improvisation truly resonated with Luo Tianhe. While acquiring additional soul coins was inconsequential, obtaining all information regarding the spirit master was of utmost importance to him. To possess an S-grade spirit master at the onset of the apocalypse guaranteed that this individual would inevitably rise to prominence in the future, and for spirit masters, their ability information was akin to their lifeblood. revealing it was tantamount to exposing their greatest trump card, S great ability. Charm, through spiritual contact, allows for short or long-term control of the target. Exclusive rule for spirit masters. Cease combat. Within 30 seconds of entering combat. They cannot be selected as an attack target. Luo Tianhe meticulously examined the information on the spirit master, his heart racing with astonishment. With such a rule paired with this ability, did it not mean he would be invincible for 30 seconds? Only to leave his opponent idle afterward? Understanding the capabilities of this spirit master piqued Luo Tianhe's interest that a spirit master with such an ability, if not harnessed for his own purposes, must be eliminated at the earliest opportunity. Otherwise, once this individual controlled a sufficient number of targets over time, it would be a challenge to even approach them, let alone eliminate them. Wait, shouldn't a spirit master approaching Zhe Xian Lu be classified as a player? How did this spirit master manage to stay here? Luo Tianhe suddenly pondered this conundrum, confusion etched across his face. Then this was created, as long as one possesses it, whether a spirit master or an entity. They can check in as a guest at Zue CNL OU.mu Xiling interjected, handing Luo Tianhe a black card. The front bore the 3 gilded characters for Zue Xian Lu, while the back detailed the establishment's functionalities. You truly understand me. I was just preparing to initiate this matter, yet you have preempted my efforts. Gazing at the business card in his hand, Luo Tianhe felt an extraordinary fondness at this point. He presented the rule document he had obtained from Lu Qingyao and her daughter. After absorbing the document that governed Xian Lu, Luo Tianhe activated the remote teleportation feature for the establishment. Alright, from now on, possessing this business card allows one not only to check into Zue Xian Lu, but also to teleport here, directly from any location without restrictions, provided the dungeon level does not exceed that of Zue Xian Lu. However, each card can only be used once per person. With the new functionality added to the business card, Luo Tianhe reopened a rule document, and before long, he found himself with 3 additional cards. This is a membership card with 3 levels: Azure Gold, Purple Gold, and Black Gold. Deposits of 500,000 soul coins, 5 million soul coins, and 50 million soul coins respectively grant you the corresponding membership card. The 3 tiers enjoy discounts of 10, 20, and 30, respectively, and can access teleportation to Zue Xian Lu at any time. Once a week for Azure Gold, once a day for Purple Gold, and unlimited for Black Gold. After introducing the membership card functionalities to the trio, Luo Tianhe stretched lazily. The profits from dungeons will eventually plateau, but the accommodation offerings at Zhe Xian Lu will undoubtedly gain traction. Thus, lodging is a pivotal direction for our establishment's growth. Upon receiving Luo Tianhe's explanation, the 3 women nodded in silent agreement. By the way, little brother, didn't you go to recruit employees? How did that go? We are quite overwhelmed with just the 4 of us. Yi Lioli suddenly recalled this crucial matter, and as soon as she spoke, all 3 women turned their gazes towards Luo Tianhe. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianhe couldn't help but slap his forehead. Darn it. I got so excited that I completely forgot about that. Chapter 59. The feast at the tavern, please, do not be alarmed. Taking a deep breath, Luo Tianhe earnestly cautioned Yi Lioli and her companions. It is merely the recruitment of new staff. How could that possibly frighten us? Before Yi Lioli could finish her sentence, Luo Tianhe had already released Lu Qingyao and the others from within him. Lu Qingyao and her daughter, Miao Miao, Su Shishir, the medical trio Jiang Meichen, English teacher Sita Lin, director of the art academy Nangang Xuanyue, the sister duo Zhao Manman and Zhao Lianlian, and lastly, the librarian Lu Qianqian. All 10 individuals appeared simultaneously, instantly crowding the hall. While Luo Tianhe had anticipated a larger group due to their extended absence, he had never imagined it would be to such an extent. Hello, 3 elder sisters. I am Miao Miao. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Miao Miao was the first to leap forward, her petite and delicate figure immediately catching the attention of Yi Lioli and her companions, prompting them to cast an exasperated glance at Luo Tianhe. You even ensnared a child. Do you possess any sense of humanity? Indeed, you are more bizarre than the entities themselves. Yi Lioli and Qing Yi chimed in, with Qing Yi taking a step back, as if fearing she might be next in line. Sister, I merely look a bit younger. In reality, I am much older than I appear. Surprisingly, Miao Miao did not lash out at being mistaken for a child. She was acutely aware that despite being an S-grade entity, Yi Lioli before her was on an entirely different echelon. I see that why Yi Lioli exclaimed. her understanding dawning as she shifted her gaze towards the remaining 9 individuals. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Before long, the dark energy within Lu Qingyao erupted under the relentless onslaught of yang energy. That as she collapsed, Luo Tianhe pressed Lu Xini down, taking Lu Qingyao's place as the primary target for the yang energy impact. Even in her weakened state, Lu Qingyao did not remain idle. Gazing at her daughter, who lay atop her, she slowly opened her mouth and bit down on her daughter's softness, channeling her surplus spiritual energy into Lu Xini's body. Under the dual guidance of Luo Tianhe and Lu Qingyao, Lu Xini's entire being became fervently hot as her spiritual energy surged. The speed at which Lu Xini's dark energy erupted was remarkably swift. And within less than 5 minutes, her body was completely filled with spiritual energy, rendering her utterly limp. In contrast, Luo Tianhe, who had been guiding multiple practitioners, appeared increasingly emboldened, already seeking new targets for cultivation. I refuse to believe that I cannot conquer you today. Sensing the shift in circumstances, Yi Liuli finally resolved to take action herself, forcefully pushing Luo Tianhe down and enveloping all his exposed yang energy with her overwhelming dark energy. In response to Yi Liuli's aggressive advance, Luo Tianhe silently guided his yang energy to complement her efforts. However, as time passed, Yi Liuli quickly realized something was amiss, no matter how hard she tried. Luo Tianhe maintained an air of ease, showing no signs of exhaustion. That you've won 1 round. But can you in a second? Gritting her teeth, Yi Liuli summoned her last vestiges of stubbornness and abruptly accelerated her cultivation pace. Simultaneously, under her guidance, the first to complete their cultivation, Mu Xiling and Lin Yiru, digested the recently acquired spiritual energy and rejoined the effort. Thus, leveraging their numerical advantage, the women successfully transformed their cultivation into a relentless siege, with Luo Tianhe remaining wide awake throughout the entire night. Ultimately, through the tireless efforts of the women, Luo Tianhe experienced a surge of yang energy. The abundant yang energy erupted within Miao Miao, colliding with the dark energy inside her, liquefying into pure milky white spiritual energy that filled her petite frame, causing her abdomen to swell noticeably. And this was merely the beginning. Having tasted the fruits of victory, the women became increasingly exhilarated, taking turns to benefit from Luo Tianhe's explosive yang energy. By the time the women finally drifted off to sleep, Luo Tianhe, after experiencing several eruptions, found his accumulated postnatal yang energy completely depleted, sinking into a deep slumber amidst the women's embrace. The price they paid for this endeavor was a collective sense of weakness and soreness, leaving none with the strength to rise. The first collective cultivation session concluded, resulting in a significant enhancement of their spiritual energy. Yet this was merely the beginning. Chapter 61. The Diffusion Promotion Plan. Lazybones. Wake up. Someone's calling for you to settle the bill. The following noon, Qing Yi, the sole survivor of Zhe Xianlu, was reluctantly thrust into the role of attending to guests. However, having previously indulged in leisure, she was ill-equipped for the task of managing accounts. Guests, Luo Tianhe, groggily emerging from a heap of soft warmth, mumbled the word guests repeatedly before suddenly becoming alert. Guests, I'm on my way. Quickly donning his clothing, Luo Tianhe exercised his privileges as the owner, teleporting directly to the counter. The S-Class anomaly, who had been waiting with growing impatience, saw Luo Tianhe materialize before him without warning, causing his irritation to dissipate by 80%. After briefly sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Luo Tianhe, the remaining frustration vanished entirely. Boss, time to settle up. The S-Class anomaly, a muscular figure akin to an iron tower, grinned as he made his request. Certainly, let me calculate your total. Luo Tianhe opened the customer registration records and, after a thorough review, began to recite the accommodation details. S-Class anomaly, Iron Tower, Room Tian, stayed 3 nights. Total accommodation fee, 30,000 Ming coins. Various meals, 28,500 Ming coins. Entertainment, 10,000 Ming coins. The grand total is 68,500 Ming coins. To make it easier, let's round it to 60,000. Upon hearing this, Iron Tower couldn't help but swallow hard. The bill was indeed painful. However, considering his injuries, recovering in 3 days was already a miracle. Boss, can we get a discount? After checking his pockets and feeling a pinch in his finances, Iron Tower hesitated before asking again. Of course. I recommend you apply for a Blue Jade membership card, prepaying 500,000 Ming coins to enjoy a 10 discount on all expenditures. Moreover, with the membership card, you can teleport to our establishment anytime, an absolute lifesaver in critical moments. Realizing that it was futile to expect a bargain, Luo Tianhe smoothly transitioned into a promotional pitch. The mention of teleportation made Iron Tower's eyes light up. For a transient anomaly, this feature was nothing short of a blessing. Boss, I am very interested in the membership card, but my current funds are quite limited. Can I pay in installments? Refusing to give up, Iron Tower tentatively inquired. Hearing this, Luo Tianhe flashed a smile. Forget about installments. However, I can offer you a lucrative opportunity to earn Ming coins. If you play your cards right, you could achieve great success. Iron Tower, who had initially lost hope, was now brimming with excitement. Boss, tell me more. Our establishment is just getting started, but as you've seen, our service is top-notch. We've recently hired a new staff, and our service will only improve. However, our current clientele is limited due to our low visibility. So, if you're willing to help promote us, for every customer you bring, you'll receive a 10 commission on their expenditure. As soon as Luo Tianhe finished speaking, a wave of elation washed over Iron Tower's face. Did I ask what you say true? According to Luo Tianhe, he wouldn't have to incur any costs. All he had to do was promote, no risk if unsuccessful, and a potential windfall if successful. Absolutely true, but to verify your referrals, I will need to create specialized business cards with your information for 1,000 Ming coins each. If you agree, I can provide them right now. A true businessman never misses an opportunity for profit. Luo Tianhe would never engage in a purely loss-making venture. Even if Iron Tower failed to bring in customers, he would still gain something. After all, producing various business cards incurred no cost. 100,000 Ming coins. After deducting the room fee, convert the rest into business cards. Iron Tower didn't hesitate this time. Compared to the 10 commission, a 1,000 Ming coin business card was practically a gift. After all, any guest here would likely spend over 10,000, ensuring at least a break-even commission. 32 business cards. Please take them. Luo Tianhe swiftly handed over the freshly produced cards, which were distinct in that they bore the words recommended by Iron Tower in the lower left corner. Just wait and see. With my connections, I guarantee this place will soon be bustling. After receiving the cards, Iron Tower left the Zui Xian Lu, humming a tune. Watching him depart, Luo Tianhe stretched lazily, but before he could wrap up, a graceful figure approached. Despite being surrounded by beautiful women, Luo Tianhe was momentarily taken aback upon seeing her. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. The woman before him was none other than the S-Class Spirit Master, Chu Shishir, endowed with alluring abilities. You are the owner here? Realizing Luo Tianhe was human, the Spirit Master wore an expression of disbelief, mixed with a hint of concern. Previously, she had willingly divulged her information to the Zui Xian Lu, believing it to be a haven of anomalies with minimal future interactions. But if a Spirit Master was involved, the situation changed entirely. The knowledge of all her information being accessible to a Spirit Master meant that if she ever crossed paths with Luo Tianhe, she and her Spirit Master would be at a severe disadvantage. Indeed, I am. Seems you have fully recovered. Where is your Spirit Master? She should be here to pick you up. The mention of her Spirit Master. Chu Shishir tensed. Why do you ask about her? Relax, I harbor no ill intentions. I'm merely a small business owner with no malicious designs. Luo Tianhe smiled, yet Chu Shishir dared not trust a single word. We are customers. Is your establishment not a legitimate one? Before Chu Shishir could respond, a cold voice interjected from the doorway. Luo Tianhe turned to see a tall woman in sports attire with a high ponytail enter. It was Liang Qingxiu, Chu Shishir's Spirit Master. The words shrewd and competent seemed tailor-made for her, and her impressive spiritual energy fluctuations left Luo Tianhe mildly astonished that in just a matter of days. Her spiritual energy had reached such a commendable level, marking her as an absolute top-tier expert. No, I merely have a request for you, one that would also benefit you. Although internally astonished, Luo Tianhe maintained an expression of calm indifference on his face. Subsequently, he reiterated the promotional plan he had just proposed to the Iron Tower. After he finished speaking, Liang Qingxiu and Chu Shishir exchanged glances, their expressions softening in unison. If that is the case, we might as well give it a try. However, we lack the funds for business cards. You may deduct the expenses from our future commissions that if you agree to this proposal, we can assist you in promotion. Being frugal has always been synonymous with women, and Liang Qingxiu wore an expression of mild disinterest, firmly adhering to the notion of seeking a free ride. There was no helping it. I am least adept at refusing beautiful women. Luo Tianhe let out a wry chuckle, then extended his hand to present 100 business cards inscribed with Liang Qingxiu's name to the two women, but he awaited news from Miss Liang with bated breath. Chapter 62. The Succession of Schemes. Is that it? Just sending her away. Just as Luo Tianhe watched Liang Qingxiu depart, Yi Lioli and the others emerged one after another. What else was I supposed to do? Am I to truly transform our Zui Xian Lu into a black shop? Luo Tianhe shrugged his shoulders, adopting a helpless demeanor. Has no one informed you that the Yin-Yang contract is not solely effective against the Eerie? Any target imbued with spiritual energy and abundant in Yin can be affected, right? I had thought you would take her in, considering her rare S-class spirit mastery. Wai Lioli spoke again, and upon hearing her words, Luo Tianhe was momentarily taken aback. There is this matter too? Luo Tianhe was at a loss as to whether to feel astonished or delighted, his tone suddenly soaring an octave. It seems some individuals have begun to harbor regrets. Qingyi interjected, a glimmer of schadenfreude in her expression, which elicited laughter from the group of girls. No worries. It's never too late to realize this. When we encounter suitable candidates in the future, we shall seize the opportunity and rapidly expand our family. Luo Tianhe chuckled heartily, quickly shifting back to a positive tone. Indeed, we must secure a few more. You must survive until I devise a method to balance your yang energy. Miao Miao hastily chimed in, as if fearing that Luo Tianhe might meet an untimely end at any moment. Miao Miao, don't speak such nonsense. My husband will certainly be fine. As soon as Miao Miao's words left her lips, Mu Xiling immediately pulled her back, interrupting her flow. Lu Cini wore a tense expression, wishing she could rush out immediately to fetch Luo Tianhe. Rest assured, our dear brother has a strong constitution. Even if everyone else perished, he would remain unscathed. Lu Qianqian closed the thick book in her hands and spoke, offering reassurance to the group. The rebirth mirror is practically a bug. Merely by touching it, Lu Qianqian was able to clearly recount everyone's past lives. However, after using the rebirth mirror on the others, Lu Qianqian was profoundly shaken. The widespread failure of the rebirth mirror, with many individuals possessing strength far beneath hers, was a situation Lu Qianqian had never encountered before. All right, let's set my matters aside for now. I am safe for the time being. Luo Tianhe swiftly interrupted the chatter, realizing what it meant to have 3 women in a room, with a gathering of lively voices. Each woman contributed to the cacophony, making it difficult for him to concentrate. Moreover, since emerging from the Horror Academy, the innate Yin energy within Luo Tianhe was sufficient to sustain him for a year and a half, allowing him to confidently plan the development of Zui Xian Lu. Yesterday, Lioli had assigned tasks to everyone, which I will not reiterate, although the influx of guests for dungeons and accommodations is currently modest. We must remain vigilant in our approach. Luo Tianhe redirected the conversation to the matter at hand, and the group instantly adopted a serious demeanor, unlike the places where they had previously stayed. The Zui Xian Lu was an authentic establishment that demanded utmost diligence. Liang Qingxiu and the Iron Tower corresponded to 2 distinct groups, one associated with the Eerie and the other with spirit masters. Though their outreach capabilities were limited, newcomers would inevitably arrive, leading to a ripple effect of growth that I believe that before long, our accommodation sector will flourish. However, we must also bear in mind that we cannot allow our accommodations to disrupt the operation of our dungeons. Luo Tianhe shifted his tone, causing a hint of confusion to flicker across many faces. Husband, do you mean we should prevent our guests from leaking the rules of our tavern? Mu Xiling was the first to react, timidly posing her question. Precisely. Yet it is not entirely so. Luo Tianhe smiled gently, revealing a cunning expression. When the false appears true, and the true becomes false, we must both conceal the rules from arriving guests and judiciously reveal certain aspects, while also interspersing misleading information to guide them astray. Upon hearing this, Sidu Lin provided a more detailed operation plan, and as her words fell, many eyes lit up in excitement that if we proceed in this manner, it shall indeed be intriguing. If the dungeon maintains a low completion rate, even with enticing rewards, players will ultimately avoid it. After all, no one is foolish enough to seek their own demise. However, if we consider the accommodation guests and allow them to divulge certain details, creating the illusion that they are capable of conquering it, we can rejuvenate the dungeon's popularity. Furthermore, due to the substantial rewards of the dungeon, once word of the accommodation spreads among spirit masters, some will undoubtedly come to stay in order to uncover the rules. Through this cyclical process, the two primary sources of currency for Zue Xianlu will stabilize entirely. Does anyone fail to comprehend what Lin Lin has articulated? Luo Tianhe could not help but applaud, then turned to the group with an inquiring gaze. Upon seeing that everyone wore expressions of confidence, Luo Tianhe could not suppress a satisfied smile. Indeed, it was wise to be selective in choosing individuals. One must seek those whose intellect and beauty are both present, for only then can they sustain the Zhe Xianlu. If everyone comprehends this, the remaining tasks will be straightforward. As Luo Tianhe spoke, he waved his hand, and a mountain of business cards materialized before the group. Additionally, there were numerous promotional flyers that Luo Tianhe had drafted on Dash site. In the coming days, our most critical task will be to disseminate these materials. As he spoke, the women eagerly approached to retrieve the flyers, diligently studying the contents displayed. These flyers are not meant to be distributed directly. Rather, we must seek suitable candidates, offer them some remuneration, and then allow them to circulate our Zhe Xianlu's weaknesses as rumors. Luo Tianhe once again revealed his cunning side, and after reading the flyers, the women could not help but admire his resourcefulness. To ensure rapid dissemination of information, one must avoid conventional routes. While rumors may not always be accurate, they certainly capture immediate attention. I can already envision a future where a group of unfortunate players meet their untimely demise within our establishment. Lin Yiru swallowed hard, unable to contain her astonishment. You are truly wicked. Nangong Shuanya seemed to recall her own experience of being duped by Luo Tianhe, biting her lip in complaint. Alas, do you think I wish to be this way? If I weren't a little devious, how would I support this entire household? Luo Tianhe feigned a look of grievance, as if truly burdened with the worries of the group. The women rolled their eyes in unison, and a somewhat embarrassed Luo Tianhe scratched his head. All right, let us set off, my lovely wives. Chapter 63. A flourishing source of wealth. Greetings. To check in, please fill out your Spirit Master information here. For checkout, your total expenditure amounts to 60,000 EN coins. As a turquoise level member, you receive a 10% discount, so you only need to pay 54,000. Behind the counter, Lin Yiru, Zhao Manman, and Zhao Lianlian felt as though they could use 3 pairs of hands each. After half a month of promotion, Zue Xianlu had become a household name throughout the entire Jinghai city. Day and night, there were almost always guests checking in and out. Situations like the current one, where they were overwhelmed with guests, occurred almost every day. This brother, has no one informed you that you cannot leave food uneaten? Would you prefer to pay 10 times the price or endure 3 strikes from our chef? Yu Wuxiao's gentle voice rang out as she caught 2 players with leftover food. 10 times the price. Upon hearing Yu Wuxiao's words, the unfortunate player immediately chose to pay to save his life. After these past weeks, the strength of the employees within Zhe Xianlu had become quite apparent. All were at least A rank, with S rank Eerie beings appearing as well. To withstand 3 strikes from an S rank Eerie being would leave one barely clinging to life. As for the bill he racked up, it merely ensured that he wouldn't starve, and even at 10 times the price, it was not a substantial amount of EN coins, that a total of 26,000. Do you have cash? Yu Wuxiao smiled sweetly, and the player, who had been grumbling moments before, instantly transformed his attitude upon seeing her demeanor. Cash. Here are 30,000. Keep the remaining 4,000 as a tip for you. The leading man placed 30,000 EN coins on the table. To be able to so easily produce 30,000 EN coins, it must be acknowledged that this player possessed a certain level of capability. Yet, regrettably, flaunting wealth is a grave taboo in Zhe Xianlu. No individual who seeks to impress can avoid speaking in an authoritative tone. Take, for instance, the person who just spoke. Thus, I extend my gratitude to my esteemed elder brother. Yu Wuxiao slowly accepted the paper money for the deceased, her gaze meeting that of the generous player, a fleeting glimmer of pale, violet illumination dancing in her eyes. As Meng Huangliang activated. The player, entranced by Yu Wuxiao's beauty, fell victim in an instant. His eyes grew hazy, plunging him deeply into a dream. Within the dream, he was surrounded by countless enchanting women, and while he reveled in their attentions, these very beauties suddenly brandished their blades, piercing him with precision until he resembled a hedgehog. With each thrust, the man collapsed, transformed into a gory heap. Dying in the dream manifested identical wounds upon his real body within the Zue Xianlu, leading the once affluent player to perish amidst a pool of blood. A blissful smile frozen upon his face. His companions, witnessing this transformation, were instantly overcome with terror. Such scenes unfolded incessantly throughout the Zhe Xianlu, with various iterations of the establishment's rules circulating within the circles of the spirit masters of Jinghai City over the past fortnight. That in recent days, the influx of individuals attempting to conquer the establishment had grown. Yet without exception, none had emerged alive from the Zhe Xianlu. As Su Shishir's words hung in the air, Yu Wuxia, Jiang Meichin, and Miao Miao began to navigate through the crowd, collecting viewing fees according to their positions. In this single wave, they amassed a staggering 120,000 coins for the deceased. Shortly thereafter, Nangong Shuangyue and Mu Xiling approached, their meticulously designed garments accentuating their slender, alabaster waists, the snug tops revealing swathes of pristine skin. The delicate veils, while insufficient to fully obscure their extraordinary beauty, only served to heighten the allure, igniting the curiosity of the men present. Soon, a gentle melody emanated from the ethereal artifact purchased by Luo Tianhe for Xiao Yao. And accompanied by the soothing music, the two began to dance gracefully, their movements weaving together like celestial beings, captivating all eyes in the vicinity. As the performance concluded, resounding applause and whistles filled the air, with many recalling the whispers surrounding the Zue Xianlu, where money was the key to indulgence. As the two women stood quietly at the forefront of the stage, Su Shishir reemerged, articulating the words everyone longed to hear. We shall now auction the privileges to spend the night with Sister Nangong and Sister Xiling, starting at 50,000 coins for the deceased. Bidding may commence. 100,000. I want Nangong. What nonsense. I want Mu Xiling. 200,000. 500,000. I want them both. The cacophony of bids rose and fell, ultimately concluding with the sisters' privileges being claimed for 600,000 and 560,000 coins respectively. Congratulations to the two esteemed guests. After 9 o'clock tonight, the sisters will await your arrival in their quarters. Until then, please take a moment to rest. Today's courtesan performance concludes here. Aside from the remaining two courtesans, the other sisters will also be available for service tonight. Please feel free to engage with them. With that, Su Shishir, accompanied by Nangong Shuangyue, gracefully retreated, while those who had been stirred yet failed to secure a bid began to seek suitable targets. The other two courtesans mentioned by Su Shishir were Yi Liuli and Lu Qingyao. These four illustrious courtesans were not chosen by Luo Tianhe, but were instead voted upon by the guests who had frequented the Zue Xianlu over the past fortnight. Yi Liuli and Lu Qingyao, with their unique queenly demeanor and alluring charm, led the votes by a significant margin, while Nangong Shuangyue and Mu Xiling distinguished themselves with their exceptional singing and dancing talents. Although the other sisters were equally stunning. Only 4 courtesan spots were available, relegating the rest to fulfill various duties within the Zue Xianlu, including entertaining guests as night fell. As the clock struck 9, a delicate pink mist began to permeate the entire Zhe Xianlu. Under the influence of this mist, the desires of both spirit masters and strange beings surged uncontrollably. Simultaneously, Yu Wuxia inhaled deeply, gripping a precious orb tightly. As its radiance flickered, Meng Huangliang's powers fully activated, enveloping the entire Zhe Xianlu in a dream. An S-rank artifact, the Shin Dream Pearl, significantly enhances dream-related abilities and can create colossal dreamscapes within a certain range, coupled with the recently released Pink Mist. The Illusory Spirit Mist, an expendable item, greatly reduces sensitivity to illusions and mirages for all within its coverage. Given the size of the Zue Xianlu, utilizing the Illusory Spirit Mist for an entire night would incur a cost of at least 200,000 coins for the deceased. Thankfully, due to Luo Tianhe's acquaintance with Xiao Yao, they received a favorable purchasing price. Nevertheless, considering the profits anticipated from this dream venture, the 200,000 coins seemed trivial. Once the entire Zhe Xianlu succumbed to the dream. Within Luo Tianhe's chamber, the busy sisters gathered around, each presenting reports of their day's endeavors. Chapter 64. The resource monopoly plan in total. Today's earnings amounted to 4,260,000 coins for the deceased, and combined with previous profits and the deposits from various membership tiers, we currently possess 85,420,000 coins. Lin Yuru compiled all the data, presenting a staggering figure that in less than a month since the onset of the apocalypse, we have accumulated over 80 million coins. If these coins were to be used to bolster our strength, they would suffice to elevate a C-rank anomaly directly to the pinnacle of A rank. Zhao Manman chimed in, her perspective as the cashier granting her keen insight into this matter. Indeed, while the decline is evident, the throngs of lustful individuals show no signs of retreating. Word is spread that our establishment has become the premier leisure destination for high-ranking anomalies, with even some mid-tier spirit masters joining the fray. Meow Meow's tone dripped with disdain, her expression tinged with indignation. Among the women, she had performed the least well. Aside from a few with peculiar preferences, hardly anyone sought the company of someone who appeared so youthful. During the previous courtesan voting, she had even been disregarded as a non-participant. Much like Qingyi, it seems our brothel has indeed solidified its reputation. With a wry smile, Luo Tianhe couldn't help but reflect on the terrifying nature of desire. Despite the apocalypse looming, there are still those willing to squander the very coins that sustain their existence in pursuit of indulgence. This was an underestimation he had previously made. Thankfully, with Xiao Yao's assistance in swiftly procuring the illusory spirit mist and Shindream pearl, this business venture was salvaged. After all, it was unthinkable for Yi Liuli and the others to truly engage in serving guests. The brothel's business could indeed thrive, as the sisters bore no significant costs. However, this cannot be our sole source of income, and we must devise additional methods to generate revenue. Lu Qianqian spoke slowly, having undoubtedly borne the brunt of labor among the group in recent days. Once Luo Tianhe had promoted her, as a selling point, Lu Qianqian was inundated with at least 100 visitors daily seeking insights into their past lives. That as word spread, her reputation grew increasingly mythical. Despite her attempts to raise prices and limit the number of clients, her business flourished rather than diminished. That if this continues, she wasn't sure how others would fare, but she was certain to be worn out. Shuanger, how are things going at the farm? Upon hearing this, Luo Tianhe turned to Yu Wu Shuang, the logistics overseer managing both the kitchen and the farm. Regrettably, the multitude of assistants he had promised amounted to just Lu Sini. Having invested 20 million coins for the deceased, we've reached the pinnacle of our capabilities. Now, as long as we have seeds, our farm can cultivate anything. Yu Wu Shuang spoke, passing the challenge back to Luo Tianhe. The seeds available for exchange in the warehouse consisted solely of the most basic crops across various tiers, the only distinction being their transformation from ordinary plants to advanced spiritual plants. For instance, the rice produced now possesses spiritual energy. With Yu Wu Shuang's expertise, these spiritually infused ingredients could be transformed into dishes with various effects. However, even the most skilled chef cannot create miracles without quality ingredients. Despite Yu Wu Shuang's talents, she could only produce basic dishes that restored spiritual energy, healed minor injuries, or moderately enhanced spiritual power. Yet if provided with superior ingredients, the outcomes would be vastly different. In the meantime, we should maximize the farm's potential to produce basic foodstuffs, as we will soon find ourselves in need. Luo Tianhe articulated, and upon hearing this, Yi Liuli's eyes sparkled with understanding, grasping Luo Tianhe's intent. Are we finally planning to take action regarding resources? Yi Liuli inquired, and upon her words, many present began to grasp her meaning. However, others, like Miao Miao and Zhang Meichen, displayed confusion, gazing at Luo Tianhe with puzzled expressions. Indeed, nearly a month had passed, the strength of survivors steadily increasing, and their consumption of food should have escalated. While we have yet to enter a period of scarcity, we must seize this opportunity to monopolize and produce various resources. Luo Tianhe gently waved his hand as he spoke, causing a considerable number of paper money to be piled before the crowd. This could be linked to the membership system of the Drunken Immortal Tower. As long as an individual sells us materials worth more than 100,000 paper money, they will receive a blue gold membership card. Moreover, this is not limited to Jinghai City. Players from around the world can now come to us through the dungeon list. Just as players from Jinghai City can venture to various corners of the globe. Let them spread the word. Regardless of the source of the materials, as long as they exist, we shall acquire them. Do not hesitate to part with paper money. In the end, the prices of these materials will undoubtedly astonish you. Luo Tianhe spoke with a calm demeanor, as scenes from his previous life, where everyone frantically scrambled for resources, flashed through his mind. The prices back then could only be described as astronomical. Furthermore, in this life, Luo Tianhe intends to create a monopoly that far surpasses anyone from his past existence. As he surveyed the room, the expressions of the women present almost simultaneously revealed a hint of reluctance that N01 wished for Luo Tianhe to depart, for no one knew how long this absence would last. Luo Tianhe earnestly assured them. Yet regrettably, not a single person was willing to believe his empty words. Observing the unchanged expressions of the women, Luo Tianhe gritted his teeth and made a resolute decision that a word is a bond. At this proclamation, led by Yi Liuli, the eyes of the women sparkled with newfound interest. Seeing this shift, Luo Tianhe couldn't help but swallow nervously. That it was too hasty. A word is not yet a bond. Gritting his teeth, Luo Tianhe steeled himself and acquiesced. That I refuse to believe that you can devour me whole. Chapter 65. Dungeon. Wilderness Farmstead. After departing from the Drunken Immortal Tower alone, Luo Tianhe promptly summoned the dungeon list. Although this resource had been his treasure in his previous life, this was the first time he intended to formally utilize this exclusive capability of the Spirit Master in his rebirth. The resources in Jinghai City had already been harvested by Luo Tianhe once, and with the Drunken Immortal Tower located in Jinghai City, it wouldn't be long before news of resource acquisition spread, leading to the materials in Jinghai City falling under the control of the Drunken Immortal Tower. Thus, Luo Tianhe decided to directly select a dungeon not situated in Jinghai City. This one would do. His gaze swiftly scanned the various dungeons on the list, finally locking onto a B-grade dungeon. Wilderness Farmstead, located in Chongqing City, which prior to the apocalypse was known as the Granary of Huagua in the northern provinces. Clearing out the resources from the northern provinces may not grant Luo Tianhe immediate monopoly over the materials, but it would certainly allow him to reap substantial profits. After confirming his entry into the dungeon, Wilderness Farmstead, Luo Tianhe turned his attention to a desolate field where a solitary adobe house stood in the center of the wasteland. Surrounding the earthen house were 6 enclosures, each housing chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and pigs, with the last being a dry patch resembling a vegetable garden, containing a few solitary plants that appeared on the brink of death. Aside from Luo Tianhe, 4 other players appeared, 2 men and 2 women, each displaying a hint of caution in their eyes as they carefully surveyed their surroundings. Much like Luo Tianhe, it was evident that these 4 individuals were also seasoned adventurers, well acquainted with the intricacies of dungeon experiences. Among them, the 2 men clearly recognized each other, immediately huddling together upon their arrival. One donned gold-rimmed glasses and wore an astute expression, while the other boasted a muscular build that radiated an air of ferocity. The 2 women were solo players. One appeared to be in her late 20s, with bronze skin exuding a sense of athletic vitality, while the other seemed to be in her 30s, her heavily made-up face striving to conceal the marks of time, her sharp eyes glinting with intelligence in comparison to the others. Luo Tianhe appeared unremarkable, even greeting the newcomers with a cheerful smile. "Welcome, esteemed guests. I hope you find joy and satisfaction during your time here." As the 5 continued to size each other up, an elderly voice suddenly resonated. The group turned to see a stooped old man, his back hunched and a smile illuminating his face, gazing at them. Luo Tianhe discreetly activated his mental perception, confirming that the old man harbored no malicious intent, before boldly stepping forward to engage him in conversation. "You are too kind, sir. We rely heavily on your hospitality during our visit. Politeness breeds no offense." Luo Tianhe's courteous remarks brought a beaming smile to the old man's face. "Oh, my young friend, you are too gracious. This place does not belong to me. I am merely a worker here. The boss is still inside." The old man quickly refuted, then turned to face the group again. "It just so happens that it's mealtime. I believe you must be quite hungry. Please follow me." With that, the old man turned and led the way, and without a hint of hesitation, Luo Tianhe followed closely behind. The other 4 players exchanged glances, ensuring Luo Tianhe was unharmed before cautiously trailing behind him. It must be said that these 4 possessed a modicum of experience. They understood that within a dungeon, it was wise to seek out others to scout the path, significantly enhancing their chances of survival. However, judging by their reactions, their experience seemed to be limited to this knowledge alone. According to the introduction on the dungeon list, this farmstead operated under public rules, and in such a mode, the rules would be disclosed in some manner before entering each scene. Until then, the rules remained ineffective. Luo Tiena's intention to probe was driven by his apprehension of inadvertently triggering the old man's exclusive rules. Although it was merely a B-grade anomaly, the possibility of encountering bizarre abilities could not be dismissed. By the way, everyone, our people here have rather peculiar tempers. Please exercise caution not to provoke them. Otherwise, you'll have to fend for yourselves. Upon reaching the entrance, the old man seemed to suddenly recall something and added this cautionary note before pushing the door open and stepping inside. Luo Tianhe, however, had already committed this statement to memory. This served as a method of announcing the rules, simultaneously signaling the official commencement of the dungeon. Thus, Luo Tianhe did not rush to enter, but instead activated his divine eye, capturing everything around him within his absolute vision. Soon, amidst the cracks of the adobe, a tattered employee badge caught Luo Tianhe's attention. To avoid alarming the others, he discreetly activated his puppet strings, leaving behind an invisible thread. Once that was accomplished, Luo Tianhe boldly stepped into the establishment, and the remaining four, without lingering, followed suit. Just as they pushed the door open, Luo Tianhe, who had already stepped aside, swiftly activated his puppet strings, discreetly pulling the badge into his possession. Utilizing his absolute vision, he concealed the badge from the other's line of sight, silently committing its contents to memory. The badge was divided into two sides. The front displayed employee information. Server, Mo Bebe. Enjoys sweet foods, dislikes being called fat, and is sensitive to any topics related to dieting. The reverse side outlines several rules of the wilderness farmstead. Rule 1. The farmstead adheres to the principle of treating others kindly. No one may engage in behaviors that affect another's emotions. Rule 2. The farmstead does not harbor idlers. Only those who labor are entitled to survive. Rule 3. The farmstead does not tolerate incompetence. Failing to perform one's duties negates the purpose of existence. Rule 4. All life within the farmstead is equal. No one may violate this rule. Note: the badge is extremely important to employees, as the boss conducts regular checks on them daily. Having reviewed the farmstead's fundamental rules, an expression of intrigue blossomed on Luo Tianhe's face. This dungeon is quite fascinating. At first glance, the rules of Wilderness Farmstead appeared unremarkable. Yet in reality, these few rules held boundless potential for expansion. From the perspective of the farmstead, Luo Tianhe had already conceived numerous entrapments that could align with these basic rules. After clarifying the rules on the badge, Luo Tianhe again employed his divine eye to survey the entire hall of the establishment. Ensuring that no other rule requirements existed, he then located an empty table and proceeded directly toward it. Next came the strategy phase. Chapter 66. Offend. Utilize. Casually tearing off a piece of his clothing, Luo Tianhe began to wipe down the tables and chairs with the cool boiled water on the table. His sudden action leaving the other four players dumbfounded. Not only were the players taken aback, but even the old man who had entered with them wore a look of astonishment. He understood what Luo Tianhe was doing. Yet he could not fathom how Luo Tianhe had grasped the rules so quickly. For this reason, the old man even discreetly checked his own badge, confirming that his badge was not missing. After a moment's contemplation, he soon understood. That girl Bebe must have been bullied again by that rascal He Lao San. Bebe, guests have arrived. Come out and greet them. Returning to the counter, the old man bellowed. Moments later, a plump little girl rushed out in a flurry. Welcome, esteemed guests, to our farmstead. I am the server Mo Bebe. Please feel free to make any requests. She stood at attention before the group, offering a warm self-introduction. What's the matter? Are you all not hungry? Why hasn't anyone ordered yet? Seeing that the group remained unresponsive, Mo Bebe pressed further with another inquiry. Hearing this, Luo Tianhe stood up once again. It is not that I am not hungry. Rather, I cannot remain idle if I do not engage in some activity before a meal. I feel utterly uncomfortable. With that said, Luo Tianhe leisurely approached Mo Bebe and playfully pinched her chubby cheeks. Such a delightful little sister. Since this is a farmhouse, are there any activities that allow guests to partake and experience life firsthand? That is precisely what I came here for. Luo Tianhe's bold actions did not go unnoticed by the other four. And just when everyone assumed he was doomed, Mo Bebe revealed a beaming smile. Not for any other reason, but because after Luo Tianhe had finished pinching her cheek, he had casually handed her a piece of chocolate. Of course, we have that, but it falls under San Ji's management. I can take you to meet him. With the sweet treat in hand, Luo Bebe opened up, eager to share information. However, at that moment, an unusual surge of power surged within Luo Tianhe. And in an instant, he felt a 10% depletion of his spiritual energy. It was Mo Bebe's unique rule. Food spirit. Whenever anyone offers her sweet treats, she synchronously absorbs a portion of their spiritual energy, equivalent to half of her own total energy. Fortunately, since Mo Bebe is only at B rank, it is unlikely she could drain Luo Tianhe entirely. Yet, even at B rank, the amount she absorbed equated to a significant portion of his energy. Luo Tianhe, despite his S-rank status, was among the highest in total spiritual energy, surpassed only by Yi Lioli in the entirety of the Drunken Immortal building. After experiencing this anomaly, Luo Tianhe quickly regained his composure. It seemed there was an exclusive rule where receiving sweets resulted in the absorption of the giver's spiritual energy. It appears there are traps hidden in the information on the work badge. Soon, Luo Tianhe reached a conclusion, and his panic subsided. Meanwhile, although Mo Bebe wore a cheerful expression, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Despite having her energy drawn away, Luo Tianhe appeared unfazed. Others might not grasp the extent of Mo Bebe's spiritual energy, but she was acutely aware that triggering her rule could render even an A-rank individual incapacitated. In other words, Luo Tianhe's strength must be at least S-rank, and within that realm, he was undoubtedly exceptional. Such a powerful figure could not be easily managed by the others in this instance. Very well, I shall rely on you, little sister. Luo Tianhe smiled gently, accepting Mo Bebe's offer. Follow me. Upon hearing Luo Tianhe's agreement, Mo Bebe swiftly turned and led the way, disregarding the other for entirely. Her sole desire was to escort the formidable Luo Tianhe away from her designated area, thus leading him outside to a fence. They arrived at a small shed where an uncle with a goatee lay lazily. Sangu, we have a guest. Don't sleep. Mo Bebe rushed into the shed, pulling He Lao San up, and while Luo Tianhe was momentarily distracted, she discreetly whispered a warning in his ear. Upon hearing her words, He Lao San instantly awoke, his drowsiness evaporating, while he hurriedly fumbled for his work badge, trying to conceal it. However, he never anticipated that during this brief moment of hiding his badge, Luo Tianhe had already gleaned all the information contained within it. Under the effect of the Eye of God, as long as the badge was within 100 meters, it was as if it were displayed right before Luo Tianhe's eyes. Farmer He Lao San, lazy and sleepy, loathes being awakened and is fond of alcohol. The back of the badge bore identical information to Mo Bebe's, detailing the fundamental rules of the farmhouse. Normally, He Lao San, who was often asleep, would be roused by a player, thus gaining a reason to act according to the rules. However, engaging with Luo Tianhe would be tantamount to courting death, which is why Mo Bebe had hurriedly awakened him. At this moment, Luo Tianhe was contemplating the information regarding He Lao San's fondness for alcohol. It was likely a trap, similar to the hint about Mo Bebe's love for sweets, just as Mo Bebe had agreed to bring Luo Tianhe here. Refusing his request would have made her the rule breaker. This was also the reason He Lao San had concealed his badge. He feared Luo Tianhe might inadvertently fall into this trap, for he was aware of the limits of his unique rules. He could not possibly defeat an S-rank existence, and he was not prepared to pay an equal price. However, He Lao San's attempt to hide his badge confirmed one thing for Luo Tianhe. All rules that are equal are, in essence, rules of the Underworld. For only Underworld rules would even the peculiar be wary of engaging. This was a significant flaw of the Underworld rules. They did not differentiate between friend and foe. Anyone who touched them would be dragged into the Underworld. Sir, this is our farmhouse's pasture and vegetable garden. You may freely choose whatever you desire, provided you pay the corresponding price in ghost coins that He Lao San, having understood Luo Tianhe's intentions, approached with newfound determination. Guiding Luo Tianhe to interact with the Underworld rules was the only way for the farmhouse to deal with him. Otherwise, the collective strength of everyone in the farmhouse would still be insufficient to even graze an S-rank spirit master. Understood. I know what to do now. As soon as He Lao San finished speaking, Luo Tianhe walked confidently toward the fence, while He Lao San felt an uneasy premonition rising within him. What has he figured out? Watching Luo Tianhe's retreating figure, Lao San couldn't help but swallow hard and turned to Mo Bebe. Though Mo Bebe had no inkling of what was about to transpire, an inexplicable sense of dread compelled her to escape this place of turmoil. While Lao San and Mo Bebe conversed, Luo Tianhe had already reached the nearest Shipi Inn, the entrance of the pen. A weathered wooden sign bore several rules, which Luo Tianhe had already scanned with his eye of God upon his arrival. Not only the sheep pen, but also the entrances to other enclosures had their own set of rules, most of which were similar, primarily detailing the tasks to be performed upon entering. Rule 1 of the enclosure. Anyone entering must complete a slaughtering or planting task. Rule 2. The livestock within the enclosure are afflicted with rabies. Upon seeing blood or smelling its scent, they will enter a frenzy. Killing frenzied livestock carries a risk of contracting rabies. Rule 3. Resources in the wilderness are vast. No resource within the enclosure may be wasted. These 3 rules flashed through Luo Tianhe's mind. And combined with the information from the work badge, a plan began to form. Under the scrutiny of his eye of God, the internal conditions of the goats within the pen were laid bare before him. A peculiar spiritual energy lurked within the goats, seemingly waiting for a triggering condition. This is the source of the rabies, Luo Tianhe murmured to himself, then activated his rebirth mirror to confirm his hypothesis. Using the rebirth mirror to probe into a goat's past life, Luo Tianhe was undoubtedly unique. Ignite spirit. His eyes narrowed, and a faint wave of spiritual energy radiated from him, swiftly enveloping the entire enclosure. Under the effect of Ignite spirit, the peculiar spiritual energy within the livestock dissipated, and once that was accomplished, Luo Tianhe stepped into the center of the sheep pen. Little sheep, it's time for a test of our luck. A devilish grin spread across Luo Tianhe's face as the 1,000 machine sword box flew from his inventory, landing steadily in the center of the pen. The next moment, with a surge of Luo Tianhe's spiritual energy, the box abruptly opened, releasing a swarm of spiritual swords that hovered above the sheep pen, their razor-sharp blades aimed directly at everything within. Indiscriminate attack. I am just like you. Today, we shall see whose life is more resilient. Luo Tianhe declared once more, and the goats in the pen seemed to sense the impending danger, growing restless as they dashed about. Fall. With Luo Tianhe's command, all the swords hovering above the pen began to plummet, their terrifying density rendering escape impossible for anything within. This included Luo Tianhe himself. The sound of blades piercing flesh filled the air, and alongside Luo Tianhe, dozens of goats were simultaneously impaled by a multitude of spiritual swords, resulting in a collective demise. Outside the pen, Lao San stood in stunned silence, utterly dumbfounded by Luo Tianhe's actions, which far exceeded his understanding of humanity. In terms of sheer madness, Luo Tianhe even surpassed his own peculiarities. Equality is equality, but such severe injuries. Lao San's mutterings trailed off as, within the pen, Luo Tianhe began to extract the spiritual swords one by one from his body. Each extraction resulted in a spray of blood. Yet the wounds healed almost instantaneously. Following this method, Luo Tianhe swiftly removed all the swords from his body, emerging as lively and sprightly as he had been before entering. Even if you resolve the issue with the sheep pen, what difference does it make? The pungent scent of blood will still incite the other beasts to frenzy, and with such a widespread assault, how could you possibly avoid any waste? As he witnessed Luo Tianhe's flawless maneuver, Lao San could not help but grit his teeth in silent frustration, his gaze fixated on Luo Tianhe. Regardless of the rules, any infraction would result in certain death. Even an S-class must bow before the rules of the Underworld. However, events did not unfold in the manner Lao San had anticipated. The stench was so overwhelming that even he, positioned at the upwind, could detect it, yet the livestock within the pen seemed oblivious, as if their sense of smell had failed them entirely. Then, with a single hand raised by Luo Tianhe, all the goat carcasses astonishingly floated into the air, not a single drop of the spilled blood wasted. All meticulously collected. Not only that, but as Luo Tianhe activated his splendid fragmentation ability, the goats were disassembled in an instant, with various cuts of meat extracted and categorized, while the blood was tightly packaged in sheepskins and orderly stacked together. Though it may sound lengthy, Luo Tianhe accomplished this feat in less than 2 minutes. Such speed would leave even the most skilled butcher in awe of its all set, third brother. exiting the pen with the neatly dissected goat meat. Luo Tianhe appeared to be merely going through the motions. He Lao San felt no sense of limitation imposed by the rules on Luo Tianhe. The seemingly endless abilities had entirely surpassed He Lao San's understanding of a spirit master. What kind of monster has come to our insignificant place? Filled with dread, He Lao San understood why Mo Bebe had fled so swiftly. This is simply not someone to provoke. My lord, I was blind to your greatness. Please do not hold it against me that I will report to my superior that you have completed all tasks here, and should you require anything, you may rest here today without any hindrance. Whether He Lao San was wise enough to recognize the situation or not, he knew that those who failed to grasp the gravity of the moment would meet a swift demise. Even though He Lao San had become exceedingly obsequious, Luo Tianhe remained scrupulously mindful of the rules. Displaying apparent weakness to lull the opponent into complacency, he intended to use the Underworld's rules to ensnare them. This was not an unprecedented tactic in his previous life. Many high-ranking spirit masters had met their demise in low-level instances due to their overconfidence that my lord, if it is within my knowledge, I shall divulge everything, that He Lao San genuinely had no ulterior motives. He only hoped to expedite Luo Tianhe's departure to his boss, ideally facilitating a direct exit for him. That I recently observed the vegetable garden and noted many unfamiliar plants. Do you happen to have any seeds from them? Luo Tianhe remained resolute in his original intent, having made a mental note of this matter the moment he beheld the garden. He Lao San spoke earnestly, and upon hearing this, Luo Tianhe's eyes instantly brightened. Please, third brother, enlighten me. Chapter 68. Evergreen Sacred Realm. My lord, safe travels. We welcome you to return soon. At the entrance of the agritourism establishment, all its members lined up, warmly bidding farewell to Luo Tianhe. After acquiring the desired information from He Lao San, Luo Tianhe lost all desire to linger further. Upon hearing Luo Tianhe's intentions, He Lao San promptly reported this to the owner of the agritourism establishment. Upon learning of such a notable individual, the owner wasted no time, directly approaching Luo Tianhe to disclose the conditions for passage and escorting him to the exit. The owner of the agritourism establishment did not engage in risky business. Knowing that it was better to avoid trouble, a cautious approach was paramount for survival. Luo Tianhe, in turn, did not impose any difficulties on these perceptive individuals, casually accepting a basic reward before departing. Unfortunately for the other four, their luck did not fare as well. As Luo Tianhe left, some had triggered the Underworld rules by failing to work, meeting a tragic end before the eyes of their peers. What awaited them was an even more complex workload at the agritourism establishment. The Evergreen Sacred Realm was a place he had never heard of before. As Luo Tianhe chose to leave the instance. A flash of light enveloped him, transporting him directly to Chongqing City. According to He Lao San and the others, after the apocalypse descended, a sacred realm emerged on the outskirts of Chongqing City. Moreover, they had gathered their seeds from the periphery of this sacred realm. They could not even fathom what high-grade items lay within and had not dared to venture inside. Even just moving around the outskirts, they felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. This encompassed everything He Lao San knew about the Evergreen Sacred Realm. For more detailed information, Luo Tianhe would have to rely on himself. Heading toward the direction of the Evergreen Sacred Realm, Luo Tianhe traversed past several large supermarkets, the disarray within evident even from the exterior. At this point, players had gradually begun to comprehend the significance of resources, hoarding supplies becoming a consensus among survivors that as long as the price was right, those with ample resources were willing to part with them in exchange for Underworld currency. Even if you were an S-class anomaly, after 2 weeks without food, you would still succumb to hunger. Under such circumstances, if a hearty meal cost you 100,000 Underworld coins, you would have to pay. Just as he almost let this slip his mind, contemplating resources, Luo Tianhe instinctively slapped his forgetful head that he retrieved the black business card he had obtained from the agritourism establishment, infusing it with spiritual energy. Soon after, a swirling mass of black fog arose before him, gradually coalescing into a figure. Who calls upon me? A deep voice resonated, and upon closer inspection, a burly man emerged from the fog, the underworld envoy of Chongqing City. Hubei my lord, would you be interested in conducting a business transaction? Luo Tianhe spoke slowly, prompting Hubei to scrutinize him carefully. S-class spirit master. Surprise filled Hubei's eyes. He could hardly fathom how, in such a short span, an S-class spirit master had appeared, and one whose spiritual energy was remarkably steady. Well then, this level of power should suffice for a conversation with you. A hint of a smile graced Luo Tianha's face as he reiterated his intentions. Please go on. This time, Hubei's tone had noticeably softened. I have come to Chongqing City specifically for supplies, and I hope my lord can assist me in procuring various items at prices that will surely satisfy you. Additionally, if possible, you could sell me information. If you cannot venture out yourself, simply indicate the location, and I will personally retrieve it. I will compensate you with 30% of the value of all acquired resources. Luo Tianha spoke calmly, gradually revealing a soul card from his robes. With this in hand, my lord should be able to trust my words. Hubei's gaze locked onto the soul card, sensing its unmistakable authenticity. His astonishment deepening further. Deal. I am quite efficient. I hope your soul card contains sufficient currency. Once more, Hubei tossed Luo Tianha a business card before vanishing in a swirl of black mist, like many others. As the underworld envoy of Chongqing City, he was too busy for idle chatter. Yet they often took these side jobs more seriously than their primary duties, as their salaries merely allowed them to survive, not thrive. With the task of procuring supplies entrusted to Hubei, Luo Tianha felt entirely unburdened and quickened his pace toward the evergreen sacred realm. With the combined enhancements of Godspeed and carefree drift. Under the night sky, Luo Tianha became little more than a fleeting shadow. In no time, he arrived at the location described by He Laosan, and he was utterly convinced that He Laosan had not deceived him in the slightest. Gazing upward, he beheld a colossal ancient tree stretching skyward several kilometers away, its vast canopy casting a shadow over the land, with a verdant glow encircling its trunk, illuminating the sky. A layer of emerald protection enveloped the ancient tree, resembling a massive crystal sphere, starkly contrasting with the surrounding darkness of the apocalypse. Just a glance was enough to deeply captivate Luo Tianha, as he felt an inexplicable calling from the ancient tree. Suppressing his astonishment, he swallowed hard, feeling the surge of spiritual energy within him as he activated his void step, directly appearing at the boundary of the evergreen sacred realm. However, due to the unpredictable time intervals, numerous anomalies and survivors lingered outside the protective barrier, hoping to test their luck. Yet, just as Luo Tianha prepared to join the throng awaiting entry, the emerald energy shield began to slowly open. The shield has been lifted. Gasps of surprise erupted as all eyes turned toward the entrance, and several nearby anomalies rushed forward, attempting to force their way in. But in the next instant, a thick vine shot forth from within the sacred realm, whipping towards the approaching anomalies and sending them flying before coming to a halt before Luo Tianha. Faced with this bizarre scene, Luo Tianha could not help but take a deep breath. Goodness, what is happening? Am I being chosen right upon arrival? Chapter 69. Sacred Realm Trial. Ancient Chongqing Tree. As Luo Tianha was drawn into the evergreen sacred realm, the newly opened entrance promptly sealed shut. As the vines from the Liao Tian River entered, they gradually coalesced into a wooden plaque after the release from Liao Tian River. Liao Tian's gaze sharpened, and the elegant characters on the plaque came into view. Those who complete the trials of the sacred realm shall receive the heart of the sacred realm. Trial 1. Ignite the sacred divine fire. Trial 2. Heal the evergreen ancient tree. Trial 3. Defeat the millennium devouring python. The straightforward nature of the trials made Liao Tian furrow his brow upon reading them. Clearly, this was not a domain of anomalies, thus the tactics used against such entities were utterly ineffective here. The evergreen sacred realm was evidently a territory dominated by magical beasts, brimming with life energy. Even ordinary anomalies would feel discomfort upon entry. In his previous life, Liao Tian had been engaged with anomalies, with Xiao Yao being the first non-anomalous spiritual being he had encountered. Therefore, concepts like sacred divine fire, evergreen ancient tree, and millennium devouring python were entirely foreign to him. Setting aside how to complete the first two trials, Liao Tian was clueless about the power level of the last one, the millennium devouring python. It was known that among beings of the same rank, magical beasts were generally half a notch stronger than anomalies. Did this imply that they were considering my strength? After much contemplation, Liao Tian found a reason for being chosen. Apart from this, he could think of no other possibility that if I am to undertake these trials, surely I must be informed of the locations of the sacred divine fire and evergreen ancient tree. Just after Liao Tian posed this question, the vines that had transformed into the plaque withered instantly, turning into a heap of useless dry branches that I essay that they will not assist me further. I am left to fend for myself. Gazing around at the vibrant greenery, Liao Tian could not help but feel a headache coming on. Upon entering the evergreen sacred realm, it was evident that its size was drastically different from the outer area. In other words, it was a world unto itself, with an estimated scale of at least 10:1. Externally, it appeared to have a radius of only 3 to 4 kilometers. Yet inside, it must span at least hundreds of kilometers. With a sigh, Liao Tian let the spiritual energy within him surge forth. Relying on others is less effective than relying on oneself. That a glimmer of golden light flashed in his eyes, and his vision expanded wildly, revealing distant landscapes one after another. Before long, Liao Tian pinpointed the towering ancient tree at the heart of the sacred realm. Although the ancient tree appeared vibrant from the outside, Liao Tian's divine gaze revealed that the flow of spiritual energy within it had evidently stagnated. The emerald green energy was tainted with strands of black impurities, obstructing the flow of the tree's energy and even gnawing at its vitality. Moreover, these black impurities had spread throughout the ancient tree. Its enduring existence was likely due to its age and the terrifying vitality and energy it possessed. However, if allowed to develop unchecked, the ancient tree's downfall was merely a matter of time. After confirming that this was indeed the evergreen ancient tree mentioned in the trials, Liao Tian shifted his gaze in search of other targets. After a prolonged search, he finally spotted a gigantic python, at least 100 meters long, in a distant corner. Its massive head was swollen with 2 small lumps, hinting at a potential transformation into a dragon. Beside the giant python, a colossal torch over 10 meters high was enveloped in a layer of verdant light, where flame should have been, but instead, it was shrouded in a faint purple poison gas. The giant python stood guard beside the torch, showing no intention of moving at all. Upon discovering the remaining 2 trial targets, Liao Tian felt no joy. Instead, he frowned immediately. The python, on the verge of transforming, held a status among the magical race comparable to an S-class entity among anomalies. Should it successfully transform, it would transcend into an existence beyond S-class, considering the already formidable combat prowess of magical creatures. Liao Tian had no idea how to tackle this beast. Yet it was evident that the giant python would not consent to this undertaking. Magical creatures possess intelligence. Perhaps they could provide me with some useful information. After a moment of silent contemplation, Liao Tian arrived at a decision. Activating his ability to traverse the void, he flashed forward and, in just 10 seconds, crossed over 100 kilometers, appearing directly beneath the evergreen ancient tree. Standing at the foot of the ancient tree, Liao Tian truly understood the meaning of insignificance. Compared to the ancient tree, he felt akin to a mere insect, even though the ancient tree was gravely ill. The weight of its spiritual energy still made Liao Tian feel breathless. It was hard to fathom how formidable it must be in its prime. It is indeed a human. No wonder that little creature was so excited. As Liao Tian pondered this, a deep voice suddenly resonated. Following the sound, he saw an aged visage materialize upon the trunk. Junior Liao Tian greets the elder tree spirit. He quickly bowed, not daring to show any hint of carelessness. A dying camel is still larger than a horse. If this ancient tree were to become enraged, even a desperate attack could leave Liao Tian grievously injured, since the elder has broached the subject. I shall not waste words. May I approach to examine the elder's condition? Liao Tian spoke straightforwardly, devoid of any superfluous words. Of course, feel free. After all, this old body is already beyond saving. What is there to concern myself with? The voice of the ancient tree spirit echoed again, followed by a surge of emerald light enveloping Liao Tian's body. As he looked around, feeling the unique space entirely composed of spiritual energy. The word astonishment was etched across Liao Tian's face. By heavens, a self-contained space within? Chapter 70. The promise of the ancient tree spirit. Young brother, do not be alarmed. This is a unique ability of my ancient tree lineage, capable of simulating the internal spiritual energy into a world. Within this realm, you can intuitively perceive the state of my body. The voice of the ancient tree spirit reverberated all around. Hearing this, Liao Tian managed to calm himself. He would never believe that such an impressive ability was merely for the sake of medical examination. But he was certain that the ancient tree spirit harbored no malice towards him, at least for now. Gradually acclimating to the sensation within the ancient tree spirit, Liao Tian opened his spiritual energy, carefully sensing the presence of the black impurities within. Can I actually grasp them? As Liao Tian tentatively activated the thread-pulling technique. The black impurities began to float towards him under its pull. In this space of mine, all spiritual energy becomes tangible. There is no need for you to be astonished. The voice of the ancient tree spirit rang out once more. And at that moment, Liao Tian realized something. Within this small realm, the ancient tree spirit could detect his thoughts almost instantaneously, even more directly than Jiang Meichen's psychic connection. Well then, that makes things easier. Suppressing any extraneous thoughts, Liao Tian's voice was calm as he fully activated the thread-pulling technique, sending out numerous fine threads that quickly gathered all the black impurities within the ancient tree spirit. Collecting them was easy, but destroying them was the challenge. These black, spiritual energies. The ancient tree spirit's words had not finished, yet the black impurities Liao Tian held began to dissipate at an increasing speed, vanishing in an instant as if they had never existed. Elder, did you just speak? I was too focused and didn't catch that. Liao Tian continued his actions, using the spiritual blade to slice the black impurities into the smallest energy particles, then employing the flame of spirit to incinerate the refined impurities entirely. Though the process seemed simple, it required Liao Tian to maintain absolute concentration, leaving no room for error. No. I am merely an old man rambling. The ancient tree spirit's voice trembled as the black impurities within dwindled, and its vitality visibly began to strengthen. Done. Not long after, Liao Tian completed the task, wiping away the fine beads of sweat on his forehead, as he couldn't help but exclaim, "Thank you, young brother." The ancient tree spirit's voice trembled with excitement. These black spiritual energies had tormented him for thousands of years, nearly draining him to the brink of extinction. Were it not for his utter lack of options, he would not have taken the enormous risk of appearing in the human realm with the last desperate hope. To his astonishment, the very thing that had plagued him for so long was resolved so swiftly by Liao Tian. Elder, might it be time to release me? Liao Tian swallowed hard, cautiously reminding the ancient tree spirit. Upon hearing this, the ancient tree spirit immediately snapped back from its euphoria. Yes. I shall release you now. As the ancient tree spirit spoke, a swirl of green spiritual energy enveloped Liao Tian. However, just as Liao Tian was about to exit the ancient tree spirit's body, a black seed shot toward him at incredible speed. Caught off guard, Liao Tian had no time to react before the black seed had already merged into his body. Startled, Luo Tianhe immediately prepared to mobilize his spiritual power to resist, but at that moment, the old tree spirit's teleportation took effect, causing him to lose control over his internal energy. In an instant, Luo Tianhe's entire being tensed to the utmost, yet upon closer inspection, he found no discomfort emanating from his body. As he directed his spiritual energy towards the black seed, a formidable devouring power erupted from it, swiftly engulfing the energy that Luo Tianhe had offered. Subsequently, the seed fell silent once more, lying quietly upon Luo Tianhe's heart. Senior Tree Spirit, may I inquire about the origins of this black, spiritual energy within you? Realizing he was unable to resolve the matter himself, Luo Tianhe lifted his gaze to the still, elated old tree spirit. At the sound of his voice, the old tree spirit's expression abruptly shifted from joy to barely concealed embarrassment. Ahem, that's in the past. Let's not dwell on it. Speaking of which, young brother, you must be preparing to confront that millennium-old evil python. Although I, an old man, have yet to regain my spiritual power and cannot intervene, I can lend you a hand. The old tree spirit quickly changed the subject, and before his words had fully settled, a branch resembling jade descended gracefully before Luo Tianhe. This is evergreen jade. During my prime, I could only condense one of these in a year. After infusing it with spiritual energy, it can summon a vine equivalent to my full strength to assist in restraining enemies. Even that devourer python wouldn't be able to move an inch. The old tree spirit proudly introduced his treasure, causing Luo Tianhe's eyes to gleam with excitement. Isn't this an S-rank divine artifact? Senior, how many times can this be used? Swallowing hard, Luo Tianhe looked at the old tree spirit with eager anticipation that it can only be used once. That's its only flaw. The old tree spirit felt a twinge of awkwardness. As Luo Tianhe had saved his life, yet he could only offer a consumable item. However, it wasn't that the old tree spirit was unwilling to provide something better. Rather, he truly lacked the means. After millennia of accumulation, the black spiritual energy had nearly exhausted him, leaving him incapable of condensing another jade branch that upon hearing it was a one-time use. The joy that had just blossomed on Luo Tianhe's face instantly faded. Noticing this, the old tree spirit felt his face flush with embarrassment and hastily sought to amend the situation. Well, let us agree on that. Sighing, Luo Tianhe found himself with no alternatives, realizing that the old tree spirit was indeed unable to produce anything more valuable. By the way, not only this secret realm, but I also have a grand gift. Seeing Luo Tianhe's lack of particular excitement, the old tree spirit's eyes sparkled with renewed energy as he spoke again. A grand gift? Luo Tianhe regarded him with skepticism, prompting the old tree spirit to reveal a knowing smile. Come forth, Yao Yao. Chapter 71. Tao Yao Yao, this is my granddaughter. Tao Yao Yao, do not be deceived by her appearance. She possesses over 1,000 years of cultivation. The old tree spirit introduced the girl with evident pride. Luo Tianhe, it is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Yao Yao. Tao Yao Yao, blushing, felt shy, but Luo Tianhe, having weathered many storms, stepped forward and extended his hand, meeting her gaze with calmness. Under Luo Tianhe's gaze, Tao Yao Yao's shyness deepened, her face resembling a ripened apple, yet she still extended her delicate hand to gently clasp his. Yao Yao greets the esteemed one, that observing her reaction. Luo Tianhe's heart brimmed with confusion. Is it really necessary to be this bashful? I never suggested anything untoward. Years ago, I made a promise with a noble. If someone could complete the 3 trials of this sacred realm, I would be obliged to present my finest disciple to them. Sensing Luo Tianhe's bewilderment, the old tree spirit began to elucidate. Little did I know, this waiting would stretch for millennia. Fortunately, I have finally awaited your arrival, my little benefactor. Once you complete the remaining 2 trials, Yao Yao shall accompany you and serve as your most loyal attendant for eternity. Do you grasp my intent? As he concluded, the old tree spirit cast a meaningful glance at Luo Tianhe, who then received a special reminder in his mind from the old tree spirit. Yao Yao is a rare peach tree spirit. Cultivating with her not only enhances your spiritual power, but may also bestow unique traits based on individual constitution, an exceptional partner for dual cultivation. Upon hearing the old tree spirit's words, Luo Tianhe understood. It seemed that Tao Yao Yao was already aware of her fate. Whoever took her away would essentially become her master for life. Hence her blushing demeanor. Thank you for the guidance. Senior, I shall surely slay that devourer python. Luo Tianhe spoke slowly, and as his words fell, the eye of God locked onto the location of the devourer python. Taking a deep breath, he activated his internal energy to its most vigorous state and summoned the Qinji sword box. In the next moment, countless spiritual swords flew from the box under Luo Tianhe's command, swiftly obscuring a significant portion of the sky. That S-rank growth-type treasure. The old tree spirit, well-versed in such matters, immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the Qinji sword box and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. However, the old tree spirit's surprise was just the beginning. As Luo Tianhe focused, the effects of rapidity were bestowed upon all the spiritual swords, which under the eye of God's targeting ability, merged in midair into a long river, soaring towards the location of the devourer python. Is this sword control technique? No, it's the result of multiple abilities overlapping. The old tree spirit speculated incessantly from the sidelines, but in that moment, Luo Tianhe had no time to pay him any mind. Though the move appeared dazzling and ensured Luo Tianhe's safety, simultaneously activating both rapidity and the eye of God over such a wide area posed a considerable strain on his spiritual energy. At this distance, Luo Tianhe could only maintain it for a maximum of 15 minutes. If he could not defeat the devourer python within that time, he would be left utterly defenseless. Meanwhile, the devourer python, resting with closed eyes, suddenly felt an intense sense of danger and instinctively looked up, witnessing the terrifying rain of swords above. Scatter, Luo Tianhe commanded, and in an instant, thousands of spiritual swords dispersed, creating a scene that left the devourer python utterly dumbfounded. What level of sword immortal can command such a vast array of spiritual swords? Have mercy, exalted one. Before Luo Tianhe could act further, the devourer python unexpectedly spoke, lowering its massive serpent head in submission. What astonished Luo Tianhe was how the creature's voice could carry such distance. Simply opening its mouth possessed such penetrating force. How powerful must this creature be? Swallowing hard, Luo Tianhe realized he had indeed underestimated the devourer python. But why do you occupy this sacred realm and monopolize the sacred fire, disrupting its operation? Luo Tianhe pressed further, and the devourer python hesitated. What? Lost for words now? The cold voice echoed again, and simultaneously, all the spiritual swords emitted a resonant hum at Luo Tianhe's command. Seeing this, the devourer python panicked. Exalted one, please calm your wrath. My entry into this sacred realm was purely accidental. During my tribulation breakthrough, I inadvertently breached the space and stumbled upon this sacred realm, discovering that consuming this divine fire could aid my cultivation. Thus I claimed it as my own. The devourer python recounted its past misdeeds, and upon hearing its tale, Luo Tianhe couldn't help but question his own understanding of morality. How does this sound like a fundamentally good demon? Chapter 72. The change of ownership in the sacred realm. Considering this, it seems you are indeed not deserving of death. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Tianhe spoke once more, and upon hearing his voice, the heavenly devouring python became instantly agitated. Thank you, esteemed immortal, for sparing my life. Do not rejoice too soon. While you may escape the death penalty, the living punishment is inescapable. Luo Tianhe's tone shifted, yet the heavenly devouring python showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, it became even more exhilarated. Esteemed immortal, if you do not find me unworthy, this little demon is willing to follow you and atone for its sins. At this moment, the heavenly devouring python was also calculating its own interests. It reasoned that since Luo Tianhe could enter this sacred realm, he must possess a means to exit, and it had been trapped here for thousands of years, desperately seeking a way out. Although it had failed its tribulation in the past, years had passed, and the python's strength had significantly improved. Unfortunately, within this sacred realm, the laws of heaven and earth did not apply, preventing it from undergoing the tribulation to transform into a dragon. Thus, if it could be taken out by Luo Tianhe, it would be able to break through its current limits and metamorphose into a true dragon. Moreover, in the eyes of the heavenly devouring python, Luo Tianhe was a formidable immortal. With such a powerful ally, coupled with its own enhanced strength, ascending to immortality would be a simple feat. I did not expect you to possess such awareness. Then I shall accept you. Now, offer your life essence. Pretending to ponder for a moment, Luo Tianhe spoke in a leisurely manner. Seeing its long-cherished wish fulfilled, the heavenly devouring python immediately summoned its inner spiritual power, forcing out a drop of its life essence. The contract of the demon clan, initiated by blood, allows the master to control the life and death of the demon. The drop of life essence floated into the air. Luo Tianhe decisively activated his ability to traverse the void, appearing directly around the essence, and swallowed it whole. Following this, Luo Tianhe quickly drew a spiritual formation, encapsulating the ingested essence with the yang energy within him. This method enabled him to establish a binding contract that was superior to ordinary spiritual or blood contracts. As long as his yang energy remained, the contract would be eternally effective. Furthermore, this pure yang formation had the added benefit that, should Luo Tianhe desire it, he could transform the contract into a yin-yang contract through the union of yin and yang. As Luo Tianhe gently descended from the air, the heavenly devouring python was left utterly stunned. Esteemed immortal. Its gaze towards Luo Tianhe was filled with disbelief, as it began to question its own existence. The fluctuations of spiritual power it sensed from Luo Tianhe were worlds apart from what it had imagined an immortal's strength to be. If nothing else, a being of Luo Tianhe's caliber could easily devour 100 or more pythons after undergoing tribulation. What? Are you questioning your master? Luo Tianhe spoke coldly, with the contract in hand. Even if the heavenly devouring python were to grow stronger, it could not stir up any waves that I dare not. I wouldn't dream of it. Realizing the truth, the python understood it had been deceived. Yet, there was no recourse. The blood contract was established, and it could keenly sense that Luo Tianhe now held complete dominion over its life and death. Eradicating it was merely a thought away. Rest assured, I shall eventually become the immortal you speak of, and I believe you wish for me to take you away from here. That is something I can indeed accomplish. Sensing the python's inner disappointment, Luo Tianhe could not help but offer a word of comfort, providing a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing this, the python's eyes sparkled with renewed excitement. The despondency that had settled over it was replaced by exhilaration. Regardless of whether Luo Tianhe was truly an immortal, all that mattered was escaping this wretched place. Observing the python regain its vigor, Luo Tianhe smiled faintly and slowly approached the sacred flame that the python had claimed as its own. Is this spiritual power truly yours? However, even without the shrouding purple mist, the sacred flame showed no sign of reigniting. Master, the energy of this divine flame has been completely absorbed by me. To reignite it, you would need at least 100 young men's yang energy. You might require, before the python could finish, Luo Tianhe had already placed his hand upon the torch of the sacred flame. While I may lack other resources, if it's yang energy you seek, I'm afraid we have an abundance of that. The yang energy the python referred to was not innate, but rather the postnatal yang energy that everyone could gradually restore. With a vast reservoir of innate yang energy as support, Luo Tianhe's capacity for postnatal yang energy could only be described as inexhaustible. In the next moment, as a tremendous amount of postnatal yang energy surged forth from Luo Tianhe, the once dim sacred flame began to flicker back to life. Witnessing this spectacle, the heavenly devouring python's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with confusion and disbelief. What on earth was happening? How could a mere human possess such an immense amount of yang energy? Success, mission accomplished. With the sacred flame fully reignited, Luo Tianhe clapped his hands in satisfaction, exhaling a long breath. Subsequently, as the sacred flame blazed anew, spiritual energy began to flow gently throughout the entire ever-bright sacred realm. Stimulated by this energy, all flora surged with rapid growth, many of which were peculiar species unknown to Luo Tianhe. Soon after, a slender tendril of flame drifted from the sacred flame, gracefully soaring towards Luo Tianhe's brow. Feeling the warm and gentle spiritual energy of the flame, Luo Tianhe instinctively closed his eyes and allowed the flame to meld with his forehead. Moments later, he reopened his eyes, a unique sensation flooding his mind. Within his consciousness, a small, tranquil divine flame floated serenely. As Luo Tianhe drew closer to the divine flame with his awareness, everything within the ever-bright sacred realm came into view. The heart of the sacred realm, once possessed, granted complete control over the ever-bright sacred realm. The ownership of the sacred realm had shifted. I am finally free. A verdant light suddenly illuminated the direction of the ancient tree spirit. As the light flickered, the ancient tree rapidly shrank, ultimately transforming into a kindly old man. Following this, a greenish glow rose before Luo Tianhe, and the old man stepped forth. Little brother, I entrust my granddaughter to you. Please take good care of her, that if fate allows, we shall meet again. Gently patting Luo Tianhe's shoulder, the ancient tree spirit said with hidden meaning. Before Luo Tianhe could respond, the ancient tree spirit burst into laughter and vanished from sight. Chapter 73. Overview of the Sacred Realm. The ancient tree spirit departed without a moment's hesitation, not even lingering for a second in this secret realm, leading Luo Tianhe to suspect that this sacred realm was perhaps a hot potato, causing the old tree spirit to show no sign of attachment. Master, would you like me to introduce you to this sacred realm? As Luo Tianhe pondered, Tao Yaoyao bit her lip and shyly inquired. Upon hearing this, the heavenly devouring python perked up, eagerly bringing its massive head closer. Although it had been trapped here for thousands of years, the python had hardly moved, existing in a state akin to hibernation while absorbing energy from the sacred flame. Therefore, it was quite curious about what this sacred realm truly was, especially since it was a rare place where even the laws of heaven and earth could not intrude to the hotel. Responding to the inquiry, Luo Tianhe turned to acknowledge her, and upon receiving permission, an excited gleam appeared in Tao Yaoyao's eyes as she began to speak animatedly. This sacred realm spans approximately 45 million acres and has existed for 8 654 years that it houses over 2,600 varieties of herbs, fruit trees, flowers, and crops. However, due to the exclusive laws of the sacred realm, the plants here struggle to mature into spirits, so all flora exists in a rare, high-age state, and their produce far surpasses any documented effects. Since I transformed into human form, I have been collecting the products of some rare spiritual plants, and the current yield is quite considerable. As she spoke, Tao Yao Yao produced a beautifully embroidered pouch adorned with peach blossoms from her waist. This is my treasure pouch. All the collected spiritual fruits, herbs, and crops are contained within the as Tao Yao Yao handed the pouch to Luo Tianhe. He felt a rush of excitement, his outstretched hand trembling slightly. Was this not a case of someone delivering a pillow just when he was ready to sleep? Surely, this was not a tailor-made benefit for him. As Luo Tianhe probed his spiritual energy into the treasure pouch, he discovered an astonishing array of items, many of which he could not even name, although he could sense the rich spiritual energy emanating from them. He had no idea what their purposes were. Since these are your belongings, I suppose I should return them to you. What is wrong, master? Tao Yao Yao looked at him quizzically, a hint of panic in her eyes. Do not be alarmed. It is simply that it would serve no purpose for me to keep them here, as I do not know what they are for, and that would be a waste. Observing Tao Yao Yao's reaction, Luo Tianhe sighed, revealing his ignorance. Upon hearing this, Tao Yao Yao's disappointment vanished, replaced by sheer excitement. That I in that case. Let me accompany you, master, as we explore this sacred realm. I am familiar with everything here and know how to utilize them. Tao Yao Yao voiced her thoughts, and naturally, Luo Tianhe had no reason to refuse. After all, this would soon be his domain, and it would be unwise to be oblivious to its intricacies. Very well, he replied with palpable delight. Then turned to the sky-devouring python. Do you have a name? Shuang. Upon hearing Luo Tianhe inquire about its name, the sky-devouring python immediately raised its head with pride that it was evidently quite pleased with its name, as it was bestowed upon it by a scholar during its early days of cultivation. Blood Shadow. Hey, I didn't expect your name to be rather imposing, reflecting on the image of the sky-devouring python's meek demeanor. Luo Tianhe found it hard to associate such a fierce name with it. From now on, I shall call you Shadow. After a brief contemplation, Luo Tianhe assigned a nickname to the sky-devouring python. Although the creature was utterly reluctant, it knew its life was still in Luo Tianhe's hands and could only swallow its discontent. Understood, master. Just as the sky-devouring python responded, Luo Tianhe had already seized Tao Yao Yao and leaped onto the python's head. Yao Yao, lead the way. Let Shadow carry us. With this, the sky-devouring python was instantly relegated to the role of a mount. Thus, thanks to the python's speed, within a single day, Luo Tianhe, under Tao Yao Yao's guidance, became reasonably familiar with the entirety of the sacred realm. Although he could not recall the names and uses of all the plants, he had gained a general understanding. The sacred realm was divided into 4 distinct regions, each situated in the cardinal directions, each cultivating different spiritual plants. To the east lay the agricultural plant zone, filled with a plethora of celestial grains and vegetables. Indeed, a paradise for Yu Wushuang in the future. To the south was the fruit and tree zone, where a variety of celestial and divine fruits were cultivated. However, it seemed that only 1 or 2 of each type of fruit tree were planted, as if deliberately preserving the seeds among the fruit trees. 2 particularly captured Luo Tianhe's attention. Point 1 was the 1,000-year peach tree, the true form of Tao Yao Yao, laden with peaches the size of basin, each one looking irresistibly tempting. Upon trying a bite, he felt his inner spiritual power surge, and his body radiated a unique, lustrous glow under the special spiritual energy of the peach. It rejuvenated, strengthened his bones, and even enhanced his spiritual power. A mere mortal consuming one would extend their life by at least a century. Unfortunately for Luo Tianhe, the duration of his life was not something a peach could dictate. The other tree was the legendary ginseng fruit tree. Under its vast crown, a few ginseng fruits hung, resembling human infants as described in mythological tales. From the ginseng fruits, Luo Tianhe sensed a spiritual energy even stronger than that of the peaches. Alas, having not fully absorbed the benefits of the peach, he resisted the urge to sample one of the ginseng fruits on Tao Yao Yao's advice. After all, this tree had existed for thousands of years, and with only a handful of fruits, it could not withstand extravagance. To the west lay the spiritual herb field, where rare and precious herbs were neatly arranged. Merely approaching the field filled Luo Tianhe with a refreshing vigor, even accelerating the flow of his inner spiritual power. Lastly, to the north was the most daunting area for Luo Tianhe, the poison zone. Here, various toxic flowers and plants were cultivated. Just a distant glance made him hastily depart with Tao Yaoyao. Although it was his territory, poison did not recognize its master. He certainly could not afford to perish from the toxins on his very first day. Sigh, master. Why the sigh? To possess a treasure mountain, yet remain ignorant of how to utilize it. How can one not sigh? Luo Tianhe spoke, unable to suppress another sigh. Upon noticing this, Tao Yaoyao's expression turned curious. Why do you say that, master? Like a curious child, she eagerly pressed for more information. Did you not mention earlier that the sacred realm is abundant with spiritual plants, making it an excellent choice for alchemy? Only through alchemy can their true potential be realized. Yet, I have no one under my command who understands this, that am I not merely guarding a treasure mountain, helpless to make use of it. Luo Tianhe spoke slowly, already searching his memories for any knowledge of skilled alchemists. After a thorough contemplation, he could not recall any peculiar individuals renowned for their alchemical prowess. I can. Upon hearing Luo Tianhe's concerns regarding alchemy, Tao Yaoyao's eyes sparkled as she boldly offered her assistance. You can refine alchemical potions. With a millennium of cultivation, a comprehensive understanding of flora, beauty, a melodious voice, and now the ability to concoct elixirs. A true polymath. Indeed, from the day I took on a human form, the Elder Tree Spirit monitored me closely, ensuring I completed my alchemical studies daily. To date, I have spent over 1,000 years refining potions. I should be considered somewhat accomplished, at least proficient in what is documented in the alchemical texts. Wait, could you recount the story of how this sacred realm was established? Just as Luo Tianhe was reveling in the delightful surprise, he sensed something amiss, an inexplicable feeling of being manipulated. The details of that time are unclear to me. I only heard the Elder Tree Spirit recount it. Tao Yaoyao donned a contemplative expression, slowly relaying the tale she had heard from the Elder Tree Spirit. Over 8,000 years ago, the Elder Tree Spirit was at the peak of its power, a paragon among the Tree Spirit clan. Yet youthful and impetuous, it made many errors. Just before the Elder Tree Spirit's impending doom, a human cultivator subdued it. However, the death penalty could be avoided, yet the living punishment remained. This human cultivator utilized the Elder Tree Spirit's abilities to establish this sacred realm and simultaneously made an agreement with the Elder Tree Spirit. 8,000 years later. At any time, should someone complete 3 trials, it would be the day the Elder Tree Spirit regained its freedom. Additionally, the human required that during this period, the Elder Tree Spirit nurture a descendant to assist the new master of the sacred realm after its departure. The alchemical texts I study were left by that individual, indicating that the Elder Tree Spirit's nurtured offspring must master this skill. Only by fulfilling these promises and the Elder Tree Spirit genuinely recognizing its errors could it attain true freedom. Otherwise, the day it left the sacred realm would be the day of its demise. Having concluded her narrative, the sky-devouring python, intrigued, chimed in, I too failed my tribulation and was saved by a human cultivator, who then tore through space and brought me here. Could it be the same person? Luo Tianhe furrowed his brows at this revelation. So, when the sacred realm was first established, there was no shadow present, yet the trials mentioned shadows. His expression bore disbelief. Could such feats truly be accomplished by a human? Even with the experiences he had faced, he could not fathom the power required to predict events thousands of years into the future. It seems so, Tao Yaoyao conceded, her countenance reflecting surprise at Luo Tianhe's insight. Luo Tianhe, engulfed in silence, pondered the implications that if the sequence of events indeed unfolded this way, he had reason to speculate that his entry into the sacred realm was meticulously orchestrated. The seemingly insurmountable trials now appeared trivial to him. The entire scenario felt as though someone was orchestrating events from behind the scenes, having prepared a flawless sacred realm to be handed to Luo Tianhe, who was in dire need of it. He then recalled his initial encounter with Yi Liuli, suddenly appearing in his rebirth, entrusting him with the Zue Xianlu, and ultimately arriving at the establishment to aid him in its expansion. Yet one question lingered in Luo Tianhe's mind. If they truly aimed to assist him, why did these individuals not appear in his previous life? Waiting until this lifetime? Was it due to the nature of rebirth? What had changed upon his return? Questions surged from the depths of his being, and despite his fervent contemplation, no answers emerged. With a sense of reluctance, Luo Tianhe turned to the sky-devouring python, his gaze filled with determination that startled the creature. "Help me. I wish to find that individual from your past, to delve into my past." As the spiritual energy within him rapidly drained, scenes from the sky-devouring python's history flashed before Luo Tianhe's eyes. Just as he felt the strain of his diminishing energy, he quickly advised the python. With its assistance, the depletion of Luo Tianhe's spiritual power diminished, ultimately freezing the images amidst a tempestuous sky. Beneath the billowing thunderclouds, the colossal sky-swallowing python raised its head in defiance. With each bolt of azure, lightning crashing down, the python opened its gaping maw and consumed a significant portion of the lightning. Yet, despite its efforts, many arcs of lightning still struck its form, charring its flesh in an instant. However, this was not the end. As it endured the 8th wave of the 9-tiered tribulation, the python found itself utterly exhausted, devoid of any capacity to resist. Just as the 9th bolt of tribulation was about to descend, a figure suddenly appeared amidst the lightning. With a mere wave of one hand, the figure caused the raging storm of lightning to freeze in midair. Then approached the python and effortlessly tore open a rift in space, kicking the python into it. Upon confirming that the figure before him was indeed the target he sought, Luo Tianhe promptly focused the power of the rebirth mirror, preparing to glean information about the mysterious individual. However, at that moment, the enigmatic figure abruptly turned to meet Luo Tianhe's gaze. A familiar voice echoed, and Luo Tianhe felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity wash over him. In the next instant, a wave of dizziness surged through his mind, and all images rapidly receded, ultimately causing him to collapse unconscious. Chapter 75. Master, I am here, Sister Yao Yao. If we lose our master like this, will we be trapped here forever? Luo Tianhe fainted for 2 hours, prompting the sky-swallowing python to speculate anxiously, "Do not speak nonsense." The master merely experienced a disturbance in his spirit and temporarily fainted. "Once I refine the awakening pill, he will recover shortly." The python was not afraid of anything else. Its greatest fear was being trapped in this realm. For the python, this sacred realm felt rather constricted. Moreover, as long as it could escape this sacred realm, the python was quite confident in overcoming the tribulation, and at that point, it would transform into a dragon, rapidly enhancing its power. With such anticipation, the python obediently remained by the side, silently waiting for Tao Yao Yao to complete her alchemy. "All right, it's done." After over 2 hours of refining, Tao Yao Yao finally ceased her efforts as the alchemical furnace opened. A rich fragrance of herbs spread through the air. Subsequently, a total of 49 golden pills transformed into streaks of light under Tao Yao Yao's guidance, flying orderly into the porcelain vial she held. Once everything was settled and the furnace stored away, Tao Yao Yao retrieved an awakening pill and approached Luo Tianhe. Upon shattering the pill, it vanished into thin air, and it could not be propelled by spiritual power. Given that the master was unconscious, how could he ingest it? The pivotal question raised by the python caused Tao Yao Yao to bite her lip. That "I belong to the master. Administering a pill is not a challenge." Tao Yao Yao spoke slowly, seemingly explaining to the python, but more so encouraging herself. She then placed the pill in her mouth, chewed it thoroughly, and gently lifted Luo Tianhe's head, pressing her soft, fragrant tongue against his. After a tremendous effort, Tao Yao Yao successfully helped Luo Tianhe consume the awakening pill. Feeling his spirit stabilizing, her anxious heart finally calmed. Sister Yao Yao's Luo Tianhe ingested the awakening pill. His condition improved significantly, causing the sky-swallowing python beside him to become restless. "What is it?" As Luo Tianhe regained his composure, Tao Yao Yao's spirits also lifted. "Can you refine a tribulation pill?" The python's eyes sparkled with anticipation as it fixated on Tao Yao Yao. The low success rate of beasts overcoming tribulations generally stemmed from their inability to harness external aid like humans. However, should they receive comprehensive preparations akin to humans, their tribulation would become significantly easier. "What difficulty is there in refining a tribulation pill? I used it for practice when I was training." Saying this, Tao Yao Yao rummaged through her treasure pouch and soon produced a porcelain vial. "There are 9 in total. This should suffice for you." Tossing it casually, the python caught it in its mouth, cherishing it as if it were a treasure. The tribulation pill could greatly reduce the damage inflicted by the heavenly tribulation and even allow one to bypass the trial of inner demons. If the quality of the pill was sufficiently high, it could even completely disregard the tribulation, treating it as a means to refine the body and stabilize spiritual power. This is more than enough. The python was overwhelmed with excitement. With the aid of the tribulation pill, its success in overcoming the tribulation was nearly guaranteed. Moreover, if fortune favored it, absorbing the energy from the tribulation could solidify its transformation into a dragon. While the python reveled in its excitement, Luo Tianhe, who had consumed the awakening pill, finally regained consciousness. Opening his hazy eyes, he gradually sat up with Tao Yaoyao's assistance, his mind racing with the images he had seen through the rebirth mirror. Inundated with confusion, that hadn't the rebirth mirror revealed the past? How could someone disrupt my memories? A multitude of questions surged in his mind, yet none were within his grasp to decipher. Master, do you feel any discomfort? Observing Luo Tianhe lost in thought, Tao Yaoyao couldn't help but ask nervously, No, just some matters I couldn't comprehend, but I don't intend to dwell on them anymore. It is what it is. Hearing Tao Yaoyao's voice, a smile crept onto Luo Tianhe's face. Whoever it is, based on what I currently know, this person pulling the strings behind the scenes harbors no ill will towards me, and has even been assisting me. As for the truth, it will naturally reveal itself when I possess sufficient strength. With this clarity, Luo Tianhe slowly rose to his feet, surveying the entirety of the sacred realm. Let's go. It's time to take you both out. As his calm voice resonated, the sky-swallowing python instantly grew animated. Master, when we leave this secret realm, it would be best to keep me at a distance, that if all goes as expected, my emergence should trigger the heavenly tribulation. So please do not involve yourselves. Despite its excitement, the python did not forget to issue a warning. Due to the bond of their contract, if Luo Tianhe, as the master, were to perish, the python, as a spirit beast, would follow suit. Rest assured, I possess the ability to protect myself. Once Luo Tianhe's words fell, the entire sacred realm quaked violently. Under the control of the heart of the sacred realm, everything within the secret realm transformed into glimmers of light, piercing into Luo Tianhe's brow. Simultaneously, the external world began to clarify, and ultimately, as the sacred realm vanished completely, the trio appeared before the eyes of all the eerie beings and survivors waiting outside the secret realm. The 9-tiered tribulation has arrived. At that moment, Luo Tianhe grasped Tao Yaoyao's hand, activating his ability to traverse the void, and both figures swiftly appeared outside the area engulfed by the tribulation. Meanwhile, the sky-swallowing python consumed all 9 tribulation pills in one go. Enveloped in a golden radiance, its coppery eyes fixated on the thunderclouds above, in the next instant, a torrential downpour of lightning cascaded down, and the unprepared eerie beings and survivors were instantly reduced to ashes. Yet, as the primary target of the assault, the sky-swallowing python remained unscathed. Realizing the extraordinary potency of the tribulation pills crafted by Tao Yaoyao, the python seized the opportunity, abandoning any defense against the tribulation, and began to absorb the energy from the lightning, fervently refining its body. The entire tribulation lasted a full 10 minutes. Once the thunderclouds dissipated, Luo Tianhe fixed his gaze upon the spot where the sky-swallowing python had stood, his heart racing with alarm. Where did it go? What happened to such a large snake? Master, I am here. In an instant, Luo Tianhe found himself frozen in place. Chapter 76. Sweeping through Chongqing City following the sound. Luo Tianhe turned to see a graceful beauty clad in a flowing white gown, gazing at him with delicate eyes. Her long, black hair was elegantly styled into an intricate updo, and her flawlessly shaped face was adorned with exquisite features. The contrast of her snow-white skin and gown made her appear like a star shining in the night. Are you Shuang? Luo Tianhe couldn't help but inquire, for if not for the contract's resonance emanating from her, he would never have believed it. Such a formidable python had transformed into a stunning woman. It is I, Master, Shuang replied, and upon hearing her voice, Luo Tianhe couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, then realized something was amiss. You are called Shuang. Which character? The character for snow, Shuang slowly explained, and Luo Tianhe suddenly comprehended that in her true form, Shuang, being a beast, had a voice that was somewhat deep, making it difficult to discern her gender. Additionally, Luo Tianhe had initially assumed her name was Shuiying, leading him to mistakenly believe in her gender. And no wonder she seemed timid. It turned out she was a girl. Have you advanced now? In his excitement, Luo Tianhe shifted to more pressing matters. Yes, the tribulation was quite manageable. I have now advanced to the sky-swallowing flood dragon, having already posed a challenge to Luo Tianhe's strength as a python. The prospect of her power now, post-transformation, filled him with anticipation that in terms of dealing with the Eerie beings. What would you say your strength is, swallowing hard? Luo Tianhe inquired once more as for the Eerie beings. I cannot say for certain, as I have never truly engaged with them. However, I estimate that dealing with those of S rank should pose no difficulty. The snow shadow exhibited a contemplative demeanor, and upon hearing a sound, the nearby Tao Yao Yao promptly raised her hand. I know, she exclaimed, retrieving a map adorned with the ancient characters for catalog of 10,000 demons. The Devourer of Heaven, a rare, ancient beast, possessed the innate ability to consume all, rendering it the nemesis of all spiritual entities. The succinct introduction failed to reveal any significant clues, causing Luo Tianhe to furrow his brow in confusion. What does this mean? He directed a puzzled gaze towards Tao Yao Yao. Spiritual entities refer to a classification of certain life forms, while the anomalous beings constitute the largest group among them, implying that the snow shadow inherently restrains all such anomalies. Furthermore, the Devourer of Heaven belongs to the dragon lineage, its strength likely oscillating between the peak of S-class and SS-class anomalies. Considering the restraining relationship, the snow shadow should have no difficulty dealing with certain SS-class anomalies. After Tao Yao Yao's explanation, Luo Tianhe finally grasped the situation. Turning to the snow shadow, he felt an exhilarating sense of fortune. Yao Yao, what about you? Having established the strength of the snow shadow, Luo Tianhe shifted his attention back to Tao Yao Yao. A millennium of cultivation. Luo Tianhe was equally uncertain of what that truly entailed. I am not adept in combat, but if it comes to it, I should be able to handle some ordinary S-class anomalies. However, there are some with particularly unique abilities that I might struggle against. Tao Yao Yao's words were rather conservative, yet Luo Tianhe interpreted them differently as long as there were no extraordinarily overwhelming abilities. She could certainly contend with S-class anomalies. Fully cognizant of their strengths, Luo Tianhe could not help but take a deep breath. Goodness, this unprecedented opportunity felt like an immense gift bestowed upon him. First, there was the sanctuary, a grand repository of resources, and now the snow shadow, a formidable force in battle. Even the versatile Tao Yao Yao exhibited no weakness in combat. Though unaware of this individual's true intentions, Luo Tianhe was certain that their goal was to facilitate his rapid growth. The efforts made for him, calculated over millennia, were immense. He simply could not let such kindness go unreciprocated. With that resolve, he decided to test the waters in Chongqing City. Determined, Luo Tianhe turned his gaze towards the city of Chongqing, cloaked in night. After the apocalypse, modern technology and weaponry had crumbled, plunging the night into utter darkness. Consequently, the night had transformed into a haven for anomalies. Yet now, Luo Tianhe intended to convert it into a graveyard for those very anomalies. Having been cooped up in the sanctuary for so long, he was eager to stretch his limbs tonight. Let's proceed, Luo Tianhe articulated slowly, then conveyed his directives to the snow shadow and Tao Yao Yao. Eliminate all encountered anomalies and collect any visible food. Rest assured, the mission will be accomplished. Upon hearing the prospect of immediate action, the snow shadow instantly became animated, a streak of light flashing past as she vanished from sight. Expanding her consciousness, she swiftly locked onto two targets, reappearing beside them in an instant. With one hand seizing each, the power of consumption activated, and the two anomalies were immediately transformed into pure spiritual energy, surging into the snow shadow's being, leaving only two anomaly orbs in their place. And this was merely the beginning. As the thrill of combat surged within her, the bloodthirsty instincts of the beast erupted, propelling her into a relentless state as she darted through the entirety of Chongqing City. With strength sufficient to overpower SS-class anomalies, none could stand as a worthy opponent against the snow shadow. In just a few minutes, she had amassed over 30 anomaly orbs of various ranks. Meanwhile, as the snow shadow engaged, Tao Yao Yao also sprang into action. However, unlike the snow shadow, Tao Yao Yao held no interest in slaying anomalies. Instead, the collection of resources brought her greater satisfaction, as spiritual energy surged. A soft pink radiance emanated from her, and wherever the pink light touched, all flora transformed into her eyes. Perhaps feeling the vegetation was insufficient, Tao Yaoyao summoned more spiritual energy, causing numerous emerald branches to erupt from the ground. Gaining ample visibility, she revealed a smile. Following that, under her command, a multitude of vines appeared at resource-laden locations, swiftly wrapping the materials into her treasure pouch. During this time, several anomalies collided with her defenses, only to be torn apart on the spot. Luo Tianhe observed the duo's performance, his divine eye wide open, silently appreciating the spectacle that the snow shadow, and Tao Yaoyao continued to traverse Chongqing City. The number of anomalies and resources began to plummet dramatically. Within 2 hours, both paused, having found no further targets worth pursuing. It seems my earlier assumptions were rather conservative. Swallowing hard, Luo Tianhe couldn't help but exclaim. A glimmer of excitement dancing at the corners of his mouth as a brand new plan gradually took shape in his mind. Chapter 77. A new business this will do. After sweeping through all the resources in Chongqing City, Luo Tianhe did not rush to depart with the snow shadow and Tao Yaoyao. Instead, he sought a comfortable apartment nearby, preparing to rest for a while. Master, you two rest first. I will keep watch. Upon entering the apartment, the snow shadow felt a sudden tension, quickly fabricating an excuse. Yet before she could turn, Luo Tianhe waved a hand, and a powerful gravitational force drew her into his embrace. Without a hint of pretense, as he pulled her close, the innate yang energy within him stirred. Have you heard of the Yin-Yang Pact? I intend to strengthen our bond. Luo Tianhe's voice resonated softly. And upon hearing this, the previously anxious snow shadow instantly became elated. Although she had taken on human form, her essence remained that of a demon clan member, where there were few convoluted concepts. Every action was aimed at becoming stronger. The Yin-Yang Pact that Luo Tianhe mentioned was well known to her and represented an absolute boon. Prior to transforming into a dragon, the snow shadow primarily absorbed the moon's yin energy to enhance her cultivation. Thus, as her cultivation rose, the quantity of yin energy within her also increased. Although the lightning tribulation had purged some of her yin energy, it could not resolve the long-standing imbalance of yin and yang within her. Yet the Yin-Yang Pact could. Once completed, the snow shadow's body would restore the balance of yin and yang, not only stabilizing her spiritual energy, but also liberating her future cultivation methods from the constraint of solely absorbing yin energy. Master, leave it to me. Recognizing the benefits, the snow shadow became proactive as her spiritual energy surged, shattering the barrier of clothing between them, accelerating the flow of Luo Tianhe's yang energy. There was no need for Luo Tianhe to intervene. The snow shadow had already swallowed the burgeoning innate yang energy. For Luo Tianhe, this was manageable, as he had some mental preparation. However, Tao Yaoyao, on the other hand, was completely unprepared, staring in disbelief as the snow shadow seamlessly entered the process. Beginning the Yin-Yang Pact with Luo Tianhe, she found herself momentarily frozen. Though she had known for a millennium that such a day would come, the moment it arrived, Tao Yaoyao finally realized that her psychological preparation over the past 1,000 years had been in vain. Presently, she was at a loss for what to do. Fortunately, Luo Tianhe was no stranger to such situations. Sensing Tao Yaoyao's helplessness, he decided to relinquish the dominance of the Yin-Yang Pact entirely to the snow shadow, drawing Tao Yaoyao into his embrace with a gravitational pull. Feeling the warmth emanating from Luo Tianhe's body, saturated with yang energy, Tao Yaoyao couldn't help but swallow hard. Gradually, with Luo Tianhe's guidance, she began to lose herself in the overflow of yang energy. Her eyes becoming increasingly dazed. Master, please give me your yang energy. Just as Luo Tianhe aided Tao Yaoyao in entering this state, the snow shadow hastened her pace, with the innate talents of a serpent demon. Her slender waist twisted with remarkable speed, swiftly extracting the innate yang energy from Luo Tianhe. Ultimately, with a low exclamation from Luo Tianhe, a torrent of innate yang energy surged into the snow shadow, officially completing the Yin-Yang Pact between them. Yet Luo Tianhe's work did not end there. Activating the yang energy within him, he quickly regained his combat prowess and pressed the now surging yin energy within Tao Yaoyao down before him. Channeling the tumultuous innate yang energy directly into her being. Dada. Upon receiving the innate yang energy, Tao Yao Yao could not suppress a cry of pain. Yet under Luo Tian's gentle care, she soon adapted to the sensation of yin and yang converging, guiding the yin energy within her to absorb the incessantly overflowing yang energy from Luo Tianhe. Unlike the snow shadow, Luo Tianhe had taken complete control this time, his hands gripping Tao Yaoyao's delicate waist as he began to propel the surging yang energy within her. Initially slowly, then gradually increasing in speed and intensity, Dadaes Luo Tianhe escalated the pace and impact of the innate yang energy. Tao Yaoyao gradually became more entranced. The foundation for the yin-yang pact lay in powerful physical support. And in this regard, Tao Yaoyao clearly could not match the snow shadow. Among demon clans, there existed an inherent advantage in this aspect. However, under the deliberate leniency of Luo Tianhe, Tao Yaoyao still managed to hold on until the conclusion of the yin-yang contract, absorbing the innate yang energy within Luo Tianhe's body into her own. Just as Luo Tianhe and Tao Yaoyao were engaged in the cultivation of this innate energy, Shuang, having just completed her contract, had already fully absorbed the innate yang energy and was gazing greedily at Luo Tianhe once more. Master, Shuang is still not full. Could you possibly give me a little more? Shuang said, having already climbed onto Luo Tianhe, completely disregarding the possibility of rejection that in the following 3 days, Luo Tianhe took Shuang and Tao Yaoyao into seclusion. Unlike the enigmatic Yi Liuli and others, Luo Tianhe was astonished to discover that Shuang and Tao Yaoyao could repeatedly absorb the innate yang energy from his body, provided they were given time to absorb the moonlight's yin energy. In just 3 short days, the amount of innate yin energy Luo Tianhe had absorbed reached that of 10 individuals. Unfortunately, this paltry amount was still vastly insufficient compared to the total innate yang energy within him. Nevertheless, Luo Tianhe decided to pause his cultivation. During these 3 days, although primarily focused on cultivation, he was, in fact, waiting for Hu Ben. Feeling that the time was ripe, Luo Tianhe infused spiritual energy into the business card left by Hu Ben. Moments later, accompanied by a surge of black mist, Hu Ben's figure gradually solidified. What is the situation, brother Hu Ben? Luo Tianhe's voice rang out, and upon realizing it was Luo Tianhe who summoned him, Hu Ben's face involuntarily flushed with embarrassment. Brother, I don't know what happened. There were plenty of resources in Chongqing City, but it seems they evaporated overnight, and I can't find anything at all. Hu Ben said, gritting his teeth, recalling his earlier bravado, now wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Seeing Hu Ben's demeanor, Luo Tianhe could hardly suppress a laugh that of course you can't find any resources. The entire Chongqing City has been cleared out by me and no worries, my brother. I called you over this time to discuss a new business opportunity that Luo Tianhe spoke. Tao Yaoyao stepped forward, waving her hand to reveal a row of porcelain vials that appeared on the table. Immediately, all the porcelain vials opened simultaneously, and a rich medicinal fragrance instantly filled the entire apartment. Upon catching a whiff of the elixirs, Hu Ben's eyes widened in astonishment. That divine-grade elixirs? You intend to sell them? Swallowing hard, Hu Ben suppressed the urge to pounce on them right then and there, and he looked up at Luo Tianhe. Disbelief etched across his face. From the fragrance of the elixirs, Hu Ben could ascertain that they were indeed divine-grade. The highest quality elixirs, and regardless of their basic effects, once they reached divine grade, they became incredibly rare and sought after. He simply could not fathom that someone would be willing to sell such treasures. No, I don't intend to sell them. I plan to give them away, Luo Tianhe replied slowly. Upon hearing the first half of his statement, disappointment flickered across Hu Ben's face, but it quickly transformed into utter astonishment upon hearing the latter half. Give away? To whom? Hu Ben exclaimed, his voice rising, and after asking this question, he fervently hoped that Luo Tianhe's answer would be him, that of course, they are for those who can assist me, such as you. Brother Hu Ben, with the enhancement of telepathic connection, Luo Tianhe clearly perceived Hu Ben's thoughts, and a single sentence shattered all of Hu Ben's defenses. From that moment forth, Hu Ben was completely captivated. A single divine-grade elixir could make him quite wealthy. With just a few more, he could live a comfortable life without even serving as a messenger of the Underworld. Brother, if you need any assistance, just let me know. Whatever I can do, I will do immediately. If I can't do it, I will find a way to make it happen. That I will not let you down, with a generous reward at stake. Hu Ben had already made up his mind that to help Luo Tianhe, even if he could no longer serve as the messenger of the Underworld, he was willing to go all out. Since you say so, I won't hold back. With a devilish smile, Luo Tianhe gradually articulated his request that I wish to establish a network entirely composed of messengers of the Underworld, a network that spans across the globe, allowing me to grasp information from all corners of the world at any time. Furthermore, in addition to transmitting information, there may be other tasks I require from time to time, such as procuring resources and selling goods. Any messenger of the Underworld who becomes a member of this network will immediately receive a divine-grade elixir as a reward, and they will also have an opportunity to receive an elixir once a month. Additionally, completing a task I assign or delivering a message I need will yield extra elixir rewards. Of course, I am aware that recruiting a large number of messengers of the Underworld may infringe upon certain taboos. So I hope you can assist me in expanding this network while ensuring safety. After laying out his demands, Luo Tianhe then dangled the bait that if you agree, you may take one of each elixir here. Upon hearing Luo Tianhe's final words, Hu Ben gasped. The risks Luo Tianhe mentioned were indeed present, but in the face of such immense benefits, they paled in comparison for Hu Ben. Rest assured, boss, from today onward, I am your subordinate. Instantly changing his address, Hu Ben's attitude spoke volumes. Following this, Luo Tianhe summoned the innate yang energy within him to draft a contract. The Do you mind signing a contract? Presenting the contract before Hu Ben, Luo Tianhe quietly observed him. Hu Ben showed no hesitation. After confirming that there were no issues with the contract, he infused his spiritual energy into it, completing the signing. Pleasure to cooperate. I will await your good news. Taking out 10 elixirs, Luo Tianhe handed them directly to Hu Ben. Once the elixirs were in his hands, Hu Ben was entirely certain of their quality. Not only were they divine grade, but they were also top tier among divine grade elixirs. Rest assured, boss, I will provide you with a satisfactory beginning within 3 days. Ecstatically stowing away the elixirs, Hu Ben immediately declared his commitment. While Hu Ben might have lacked in other areas, he certainly did not lack friends among the messengers of the Underworld. Being the loyal individual he was, that I will await good news, that as soon as Luo Tianhe finished speaking, Hu Ben vanished in a swirl of black mist, while Luo Tianhe stood up and stretched lazily. Over the past 3 days, I have completely conquered both of them with my strength, and I have also become aware of the existence of Zui Xianlu and Yi Liuli among others. Luo Tianhe remarked, eliciting a hint of shyness from both Shuiying and Tao Yaoyao. Tao Yaoyao couldn't help but ask, the distance between Chongqing City and Jinghai City cannot be covered by just 1 or 2 teleports. Otherwise, you wouldn't need to specifically travel to this side. That depends on Shuiying's speed, Luo Tianhe replied, turning to look at Shuiying, who immediately understood his meaning. Leave it to me. Am I now considered a dragon knight? With a chuckle, Luo Tianhe leaped on Shuiying's back, and as she summoned her internal spiritual energy, the sound of howling winds enveloped the trio. This is exhilarating. On Shuiying's back, Luo Tianhe, feeling the wind rush past him, couldn't help but shout. This sensation was distinctly different from when he cast spells himself. Without the need to control the spiritual energy, he could better savor the scenery outside in that moment. He understood why the great deities in stories often had mounts. The feeling of being able to travel without worrying about anything was truly delightful. Moreover, this mount not only served as a means of transportation, but could also assist him in his cultivation. With Shuiying racing at full speed, it took less than half a day for the trio to glimpse the outline of Jinghai City. As Luo Tianhe pointed the direction, Shuiying dove down, accompanied by a thunderous roar, and the 3 landed directly at the entrance of Zui Xianlu. Upon hearing the thunder, several graceful figures rushed out from within. Zhao Manman's delighted voice rang out, and moments later, a flurry of beautiful women swarmed out. Upon confirming it was indeed Luo Tianhe, the group's eyes betrayed a hint of disappointment. What's wrong? Are you unhappy to see me? Luo Tianhe said nonchalantly, and upon hearing this, the women immediately reacted, rushing to his side to seize resources. Yi Liuli took the lead and began recounting everything that had transpired at Zui Xianlu over the past few days. Chapter 79, Upgrading Again. The Peach Garden Secret Realm. The retention rate for all visitors to Zui Xianlu had reached nearly 40%, out of 10 people, were willing to obtain membership cards. Of course, this occurrence, in a certain sense, reflected the formidable power of the spirit masters at present. Those who could spend 500,000 Ming coins on a membership card indicated that they possessed even more coins. However, what Luo Tianhe did not expect was that while Zui Xianlu flourished, the instant's business surprisingly did not follow suit and instead showed signs of being completely abandoned. Merely a few waves of self-important individuals had perished at Zui Xianlu, and the remaining survivors had learned their lesson. Although somewhat unexpected, Luo Tianhe quickly accepted this reality. Regardless, profit is guaranteed. The worst-case scenario is merely losing a channel, rendering the extortion of funds from Huangquan no longer feasible. Aside from this unfortunate news, Yi Lioli and her companions promptly presented a series of joyous announcements. Through tireless absorption of spiritual energy, Yi Lioli has ascended to the SS grade anomaly, while Lin Yiru and the others of slightly lower rank have all been promoted to S grade. The remaining members, who are already at S grade, may not have advanced further. Yet their reserves of spiritual energy have significantly improved, marking a considerable enhancement in their overall strength. With a uniform S-grade lineup, coupled with the recent influx of guests at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, the establishment has met the criteria for an upgrade, evolving into an S-grade dungeon. Consequently, the Soul Spirit Chingy has also successfully attained S-grade status, acquiring the ability to leave the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, while Luo Tianhe's utilization of the illusion sound ability is no longer confined to the premises. How many Ming coins do we currently possess? After gaining a rough understanding of the changes at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Luo Tianhe posed the question he had long anticipated. 1.2 billion. Yi Lioli replied slowly, extending her hand towards her attire to retrieve a crimson gold Ming card from her strikingly white bosom. Once we reach 10 billion, I summoned Wu Liang to assist in acquiring this Ming card at the king level, and he also delivered an invitation. Receiving the Ming card and invitation from Yi Lioli, Luo Tianhe could not help but gasp in astonishment. That he had anticipated that running a business would be lucrative, but he had never imagined it could be so profitable so quickly. Was this not the very essence of economic freedom? Taking a deep breath, Luo Tianhe carefully opened the invitation, revealing a line of golden characters that immediately captured his attention. Esteemed King of the Underworld, you are cordially invited to visit Huangquan Bank, where we shall provide you with a more detailed introduction to our services, enabling you to manage your personal finances more effectively. That a concise statement, signed by Huangquan Bank, caused Luo Tianhe's heart to skip a beat. What exactly Huangquan entailed remained a mystery to all, but based on the information at his disposal, it resembled a unique organization. This organization governs all dungeons, restraining numerous anomalies while possessing absolute wealth. Since the previous life, countless survivors had sought the location of Huangquan, eager to uncover its secrets and grasp the truths of the apocalypse. Unfortunately, most merely fantasized about it. However, according to rumors, a survivor from the last life, who had once profited from material wealth, had visited Huangquan, though many dismissed it as mere hearsay. Now, it seemed evident to Luo Tianhe that this was indeed true. Although the specifics of Huangquan Bank remained unclear, he was convinced that reaching there would facilitate the exploration of Huangquan. That if 10 billion was sufficient for a visit, what services would be available at 100 billion? Contemplating this, Luo Tianhe felt a surge of excitement, further solidifying his resolve to continue earning. The adage that money makes the world go round appeared to hold a grain of truth, that we now have a new avenue for making money. Luo Tianhe chuckled, introducing the figures of Shuiying and Tao Yaoyao to everyone, particularly emphasizing Tao Yaoyao's identity as a divine-grade alchemist, which visibly startled Yi Lioli and the others. Their understanding of medicinal pills mirrored that of Shuiying's. They had heard of them, but had yet to witness their existence. Amidst their astonishment, joy filled the air. Not only do we have Yao Yao's alchemical skills, but I also have another surprise, Luo Tianhe declared, turning towards the farm behind the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Upon returning to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, the voice of Huangquan echoed in Luo Tianhe's mind. The sacred realm in his possession could merge with the farm. Although the effects of this fusion remained uncertain, Luo Tianhe firmly believed it would yield a result greater than the sum of its parts. Confirmed fusion, extracting the heart of the sacred realm from his brow. Luo Tianhe silently affirmed his decision. That in the next moment, the heart of the sacred realm shattered into countless specks of starlight, gradually integrating into the entirety of the farm under the watchful eyes of the onlookers. Subsequently, the farm began to tremble violently, its area visibly expanding at an astonishing rate, while numerous plants not native to the farm appeared one after another. At last, as tranquility returned, the farm exhibited a dramatic transformation. Its area had expanded to a staggering 60 million acres, surpassing the previous secret realm. All plants originally belonging to the secret realm had been transplanted, including the Millennium Peach Tree that was Tao Yao Yao's true form. Moreover, all the transplanted spiritual plants appeared notably sturdier than those in the secret realm, each enveloped in a faint glow, perpetually permeating the essence of spiritual energy. Soon after, Luo Tianhe revealed the information regarding the newly transformed farm, prompting everyone to gather around. Upon reviewing the details of the new secret realm, expressions of delight illuminated each individual's face. Peach Orchard's secret realm provides the most suitable growth environment for all types of spiritual plants, enhancing their natural growth rate by tenfold, and allowing for expedited growth of designated plants through the consumption of Ming coins or other sources of spiritual energy. The secret realm is equipped with an infinite spatial warehouse, accessible to all members of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion at any time, though it can only store non-living entities. The warehouse produces one seed of a spiritual plant not found within the secret realm each month until all types are accounted for. Yao Yao, you may have to work a bit harder from now on. After examining the effects of the Peach Orchard's secret realm, Luo Tianhe couldn't help but swallow hard, quietly expressing his admiration. In response, Tao Yao Yao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Now, there was no need to worry about insufficient materials. Does this mean I can utilize the plants here? With eyes fixed on the intriguing flora filling the farm, Yu Wushuang could hardly contain her excitement. The prospect of encountering such an array of high-grade ingredients had previously been unimaginable. Of course, if you don't develop new dishes, how will we profit? Luo Tianhe replied with a sly grin, as if already envisioning the bustling business at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Rest assured, leave it to me, and there will be no issues. With a spirited affirmation, Yu Wushuang dove headfirst into the farm. Previously, even the most skilled chef would struggle without quality ingredients. Despite Yu Wushuang's innate culinary talents, she could not create top-tier dishes without them. However, the situation had changed. Now, she feared she might not recognize all the plants in the garden and their respective effects. Similarly, the newly joined Tao Yao Yao felt liberated from concerns over material loss, allowing her to experiment endlessly until she concocted entirely new pills. The apprehension of wasting materials, which had once held her back, was now a thing of the past. That if materials run out, we can just expedite their growth using spiritual energy. Observing the two women engrossed in their endeavors, Luo Tianhe spoke up, prompting Lin Yiru to spring into action. If you're interested, you can learn from them. The more individuals who master these skills, the more advantageous it will be for us. Upon hearing Luo Tianhe's words, the reactions from the women varied. Among them, Lu Qingyao, Zhang Meiqin, Sita Lin, and Mu Xiling exhibited evident enthusiasm that I want to learn how to make spiritual dishes from Wushuang. Lu Qingyao, embodying the role of a mature wife, expressed her desire to revive her former expertise. Me too, Mu Xiling quickly chimed in, aspiring to be someone who could captivate Luo Tianhe's appetite. Then go seek out Wushuang. Just listen to her about what needs to be done. With that, Luo Tianhe turned his attention to Zhang Meiqin and Sita Lin. What about you two? Alchemy. They both exclaimed in unison, only to immediately lower their heads in nervousness afterward. But go find Yao Yao and ask her to take you two along during her alchemy sessions. Start with the basics, and I'll assist you with any issues regarding the alchemy furnace. With Luo Tianhe's approval, the four women joyfully followed suit. As the six departed, Luo Tianhe turned to gaze at Yu Lioli, who let out a sigh that we are already short-handed, and even with the addition of the new Shuiying, we are effectively down 4 personnel. The workload is undeniably substantial. The others may manage, but without Wushuang, we won't be able to handle customer orders, which has always been a significant source of income. Yu Lioli appeared troubled. This was a dilemma she could not resolve, as currently, only Yu Wushuang possessed the skills to create spiritual dishes. Indeed, this posed a problem. Luo Tianhe stroked his chin, pondering briefly before his eyes brightened with an idea. Tell me, considering the current reputation of our Drunken Immortal Pavilion, how many people do you think would apply if we advertised for new staff? Upon hearing this, Yu Lioli instantly understood that I will arrange it right away. Yiru, Man, Lian, follow me. In a mere moment, a crowd of customers had gathered outside, eagerly waiting. Meanwhile, Luo Tianhe busied himself. After the women left, he retrieved the hair left by Xiao Yao and Wu Liang's business card. As he infused spiritual energy into them, Wu Liang appeared before Luo Tianhe shortly thereafter. "Boss Luo, it's been a while." Upon seeing Luo Tianhe again, Wu Liang exhibited a level of excitement far greater than before. "Indeed, it had been a long time. Could you kindly wait a moment? Xiao Yao should arrive shortly." Luo Tianhe slowly opened his mouth, and upon hearing this, Wu Liang quickly waved his hand to "No rush, no rush, just wait a moment." For Wu Liang, the business in other parts of Jinghai City had become insignificant. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion alone was enough to rival the profits from the entire city. Just from this wave of deposits from Luo Tianhe, he had already earned a staggering 1 million Ming coins. However, Xiao Yao did not keep the two waiting for long. Soon, accompanied by a plume of smoke, the dazzling Xiao Yao gradually appeared before them. Previously, he was merely a wild merchant, but since he had latched onto the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, he had transformed into an exclusive trader. Every business opportunity presented by the Drunken Immortal Pavilion had allowed him to earn substantial profits. Now, aside from the directives from the pavilion, he had completely disregarded the dealings of others. Upon seeing Luo Tianhe, Xiao Yao immediately became excited, even failing to notice Wu Yang's presence, as he stepped forward and pulled out 2 wooden boxes from his backpack. Luo Tianhe slowly accepted the heavy wooden boxes, a profound and ancient aura wafting towards him, as the strings of the marionette play were activated. The 2 wooden boxes simultaneously opened. Almost instantaneously, 2 sharp beams of light flickered. And moments later, 2 hiltless ancient swords came into view before Luo Tianhe that S-rank Ming artifacts, Shixue, an ice attribute spiritual sword, infused with spiritual energy, can summon the power of extreme cold. S-rank Ming artifacts, Qilian, a fire attribute spiritual sword, infused with spiritual energy, can evoke the true flame of Samadhi. Shixue and Qilian are a pair of coupled swords. When combined, they can trigger a combined strike, although I am not entirely certain of the specifics of this effect. Xiao Yao began to slowly introduce the details of Shixue and Qilian, and after a brief test, Luo Tianhe immediately revealed a satisfied smile. 50 million Ming coins should suffice, right? Luo Tianhe spoke slowly, and upon hearing this, Xiao Yao instinctively gasped that it should be noted that he had spent less than 10 million to acquire these 2 spiritual swords. That's too much. Too much. There's 1,000. I believe they are worth that price. And you are worth that price as well. Before Xiao Yao could finish his sentence, Luo Tianhe interrupted him, his grandiose tone making Xiao Yao swallow hard. "Rest assured, Boss Luo, I will certainly find even more powerful spiritual swords for you later." Words were futile. After accepting the Ming coins, Xiao Yao could only express his gratitude with a more earnest promise. "All right, I absolutely believe you. However, that is not the purpose for which I summoned you both here today." Luo Tianhe smiled as he spoke, and only then did Xiao Yao notice that Wu Liang was still standing behind him, waiting. The 2 titans of the trading world in Jinghai City exchanged glances, their keen instincts sensing something unusual. The fact that Luo Tianhe had called them both together could only signify one thing. A significant business opportunity was on the horizon. "Boss, what do you need us to do?" "Please, just say the word." Wu Liang immediately expressed his willingness, the simplicity of his address making everything clear. At this moment, he acknowledged only Luo Tianhe as his boss. "That I prefer to lay out the terms first." Luo Tianhe said slowly, proceeding to take out a row of porcelain vials from his storage space. Neatly arranging them before the 2 Luo Tianhe opened each vial. A rich herbal aroma instantly filled the room. And Wu Liang and Xiao Yao simultaneously displayed expressions identical to those they had shown earlier with Hubei.s superlative elixirs. They exclaimed in unison, and upon hearing this, Luo Tianhe slowly nodded. "Indeed, and I can provide this continuously. If you have specific requests, you may even name certain elixirs." Luo Tianhe continued, then put the porcelain vials away. As he did, Wu Liang and Xiao Yao's fervent gazes locked on a Luo Tianhe. "Boss, whatever you need, just let us know." The appearance of the divine elixirs sent Wu Liang into a frenzy, simultaneously solidifying his resolve to stick closely to Luo Tianhe. For Xiao Yao, it goes without saying that even if Luo Tianhe were to dismiss him, he would find a way to stay. "Firstly, I need to continue procuring supplies, but the scope is not limited to Jinghai City alone. It encompasses the entire world, which requires your connections as harbingers of the Underworld. Luo Tianhao explained, reiterating what he had discussed with Chongqing City and Hubei. After listening to him, Wu Yang agreed even more swiftly than Hubei, not pausing to consider feasibility, but rather instantly thinking about who would be most suitable to recruit. Secondly, I require some reliable personnel, and I also need your assistance with that, Brother Wu Yang. Subsequently, Luo Tianhao outlined his standards for hiring to Wu Yang, who promptly agreed, but could not help but internally lament. There are already so many beauties here. Isn't that enough? What kind of physique are we talking about? Wu Yang looked at Luo Tianhao with eager anticipation, believing that such simple tasks hardly merited the compensation of divine elixirs for now. That's all. But there will certainly be new tasks in the future, and I will notify you as needed. With that, Luo Tianhao turned his gaze toward Xiao Yao. Upon noticing, Xiao Yao's eyes immediately lit up. The word expectation clearly written across his face. Brother Xiao Yao, the tasks I need you to undertake are quite similar to Wu Yang's, the only difference being that the individuals you need to engage with are not the same as the peculiar ones. As Luo Tianhao spoke, Xiao Yao's eyes flickered as he quickly grasped Luo Tianhao's intent. That's so. Boss, you wish to begin engaging with other demonic races? Are there any strength restrictions or any special requirements? Xiao Yao diligently considered all possibilities, firing off questions one after another. Not only the demonic races, but also spirits, beasts, and monsters. During your time as a wandering merchant, you must have had some contact with them. Right. They should be less wary of you, making communication easier. As for the strength aspect, they should not be below rank A in peculiarity, but if they possess special abilities like yours, exceptions can be made. There is one special requirement, though. I do not want any men, Luo Tianhao stated nonchalantly, and upon hearing this, both Xiao Yao and Wu Yang felt a tightening in their chest that no men. So, it seems we are both definitely unable to formally join the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. A sense of disappointment washed over both of them, and this sentiment did not escape Luo Tianhao's keen perception. However, this special requirement was not absolute. If someone could significantly benefit the Drunken Immortal Pavilion or possessed exceptional abilities, men could be considered. With this assurance from Luo Tianhao, the spirits of the two were instantly reignited that if that were the case, they both met the criteria without a doubt. After all, when they first began assisting the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, there had been fewer than 10 people in total. Understood. I'll go find people right away, Xiao Yao exclaimed, about to rise, but was halted by a gesture from Luo Tianhao. Hold on, I haven't finished speaking yet. Taking a deep breath, Luo Tianhao slowly stood up. In addition to the expansion of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, there are some preparatory tasks we must also undertake. Firstly, we need to investigate all accessible information on high-level spirit masters. If any location reveals a faction comprised of spirit masters, we must gather all relevant information as quickly as possible. Secondly, we need to collect information on all available dungeons, especially those with high rewards but low clearance rates. The final task is to keep an eye on a particular peculiar entity. Her name is Hu Xin'er, and her current strength should be between rank A and S. Luo Tianhao stated, and Wu Yang and Xiao Yao were eager to imprint every word into their memories. You too can share these elixirs. Keep one of each type as your reward, and the remainder will serve as your startup capital, as engaging with people will inevitably require some initial investments. He retrieved the porcelain vials once more, and in that motion of taking them out and putting them away, Wu Yang and Xiao Yao felt as if they were on a roller coaster, completely at the mercy of Luo Tianhao. Well, that concludes what I needed to say. Now, we await good news from both of you. Luo Tianhao reclined on the couch, silently observing as the two nervously divided the elixirs before them. Once they confirmed that the elixirs were indeed divine, their anxiety escalated further. Boss, then I shall take my leave. Swallowing hard, Xiao Yao was so nervous that he stuttered. After receiving Luo Tianhao's permission, he hurriedly retreated. He dared not slack off in the tasks assigned by Luo Tianhao. What's the matter? Is there something you'd like to say? Noticing Wu Yang's hesitance, Luo Tianhao inquired. Boss, I have two matters I'd like to gently remind you of. Wu Yang took a deep breath, summoning his courage to speak. He was unsure if what he was about to say was unnecessary, but he wanted to take a chance if it proved helpful to Luo Tianhao. He would consider it a win. Feel free to speak, Luo Tianhao replied with a slight smile, adopting an attentive demeanor. The first is concerning the survivors in Jinghai City. Due to the existence of our Drunken Immortal Pavilion, the survivors have gained an additional platform for communication. The number and quality of survivors in Jinghai City are evidently higher than in other cities that I in the dungeons across Jinghai City, aside from here. They are mostly in a state of depletion and are on the verge of collapse that as soon as the unscrupulous words fell, Luo Tianhe immediately nodded in agreement that he had indeed noticed this. For according to the timeline of his previous life, it was inconceivable that so many human spirit masters could afford to reside in a place like the Drunken Immortal Tower at this juncture. Yet, the reality was that the number of spirit masters had subtly begun to surpass that of the enigmatic guests, a situation greatly attributed to the existence of the Drunken Immortal Tower. Here, spirit masters congregated, exchanging information, thereby becoming intimately familiar with the rules governing various instances, thus enhancing their success rates. Normally, establishments like the Drunken Immortal Tower did not emerge until over a year later in his previous life. Therefore, Luo Tianhe had effectively created conditions for the survivors of Jinghai City to grow rapidly ahead of time. The swift ascension of the survivors' collective strength presented a double-edged sword for Luo Tianhe. Chapter 82. What is the Yellow Springs regarding the rapid enhancement of the survivors' strength? What are your thoughts? Although Luo Tianhe had formulated some ideas in his mind, he still quietly directed his gaze towards the unscrupulous one and inquired. The unscrupulous one seemed to have been prepared for this. As the moment Luo Tianhe's words finished, a confident glimmer sparkled in his eyes that I believe this situation has its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage lies in the fact that these individuals will increasingly become reliant on the Drunken Immortal Tower, and their swift enhancement of strength implies they will accumulate more soul coins, thereby increasing our profits. The downside is quite apparent. The inherent flaws of humanity will not change. Once their strength reaches a certain level, they will become arrogant, leading to discontented voices, which could gradually evolve into new factions that might diminish our income or even pose a threat to us. However, as things stand, they have not yet grown strong enough to reach that level. So currently, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. That I asked the unscrupulous one concluded his thoughts. Luo Tianhe nodded in satisfaction. That I asked there any solution to this? He asked again. The unscrupulous one took a deep breath. There are certainly methods. In chaotic times, one must employ strict measures. Should anyone exhibit such tendencies, they must be swiftly apprehended and dealt with as a warning to others. However, mere slaughter can only intimidate. It will not engender true obedience. That I in summary. It is essential to instill fear while also providing benefits, thus serving the dual purpose of intimidation and silencing dissenting voices. Only in this manner can we secure our position. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianhe couldn't help but applaud. Brother, you truly are a shrewd businessman. You've thoroughly studied the nature of humanity. That as Luo Tianhe's words fell. The unscrupulous one appeared visibly relieved. That it was evident that he had made the right gamble. That in that case, I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. Should there be no issues, after all, your status should render you the least suspect in the eyes of most, Luo Tianhe remarked, glancing at the unscrupulous one, who immediately responded affirmatively. Rest assured, I will ensure that no one in Jinghai City threatens the standing of the Drunken Immortal Tower. With the unscrupulous one's assurance, Luo Tianhe nodded in satisfaction. By the way, you mentioned earlier that the instances in Jinghai City are on the brink of bankruptcy. Did I ask there any way you could assist me in procuring a batch of rule tokens? Luo Tianhe, ever perceptive, sensed an opportunity, despite the fact that the matter of instances was not the primary focus of the unscrupulous one, that elevating the Drunken Immortal Tower and absorbing a significant amount of rule tokens would undoubtedly be a shortcut. However, if Luo Tianhe were to conquer each instance individually, the time required would be unfathomable. And no problem. This is quite simple. Several instance owners have already hinted at this to me. You can rest assured. I will drive the prices down to the lowest. With yet another task secured, the unscrupulous one felt a sense of relief. Only with such a workload did he feel justified in the salary he received. And it also provided him with a glimmer of a chance to formally join the Drunken Immortal Tower. What is the second matter? The second matter concerns the invitation from the Yellow Springs Bank. As he spoke slowly, Luo Tianhe's eyes instantly brightened. He had contemplated the previous topic, but this one was something he was eager to understand. Do you have any suggestions? Taking a deep breath and forcefully suppressing his excitement, Luo Tianhe inquired in as steady a tone as possible. Boss, how much do you know about the Yellow Springs? After a moment of silence, Luo Tianhe revealed a faint smile. Strictly speaking, I should say I know nothing at all. With no intention of concealing his ignorance, Luo Tianhe candidly confessed. The unscrupulous one nodded silently in response, then pressed his lips together, a determined glint flashing in his eyes. Boss, after sharing this with you, I entrust my life into your hands. With a serious tone, he began to elaborate. The Yellow Springs is essentially a vast machine, sustained by our peculiar groups serving within it. Even the Lord of the Yellow Springs can only be considered a cog within this enormous mechanism. The entities we serve adhere to a set of celestial rules known as the Path of the Yellow Springs, the origins of which remain shrouded in mystery that on the foundation of this definition. The remaining details became easier to grasp. The unscrupulous one paused briefly before continuing. From now on, when I refer to the Yellow Springs, I mean the machine I previously mentioned, not the set of rules. The space occupied by the Yellow Springs is independent of the current world, containing 10 halls, each responsible for different functions. The Hall of Yama oversees the Yellow Springs, with its lord managing the personnel of the remaining 9 halls, administering punishments and rewards, and overseeing the Hall of Punishments, Hall of Personnel, and the Hall of Imperial Guards. The other 9 halls oversee financial matters, instances, peculiarities, inspections, interdimensional travel, recruitment, external affairs, internal affairs, and communications, respectively. Those traversing the real world as Yellow Springs personnel are referred to as Yellow Springs envoys. However, even among the Yellow Springs envoys, there exists a division of labor. For instance, I belong to the Hall of Financial Affairs, thus my responsibilities revolve around soul coins. The Yellow Springs Bank is also part of the Hall of Financial Affairs. Yet within this hall, there are not only the Yellow Springs Bank, but also the Fondue Bank and the Soul Transit. The unscrupulous one elucidated the functions of the 9 halls. Luo Tianhe felt as though he was on the verge of cognitive overload, but he had anticipated the complexity of the Yellow Springs. Yet he had not imagined it to be this intricate. Furthermore, such a convoluted institution was merely serving others. So, the Yellow Springs was not the ultimate antagonist of the apocalypse. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, Luo Tianhe took a good 3 to 5 minutes to regain his composure. As his previous life memories collided with this newfound understanding of the Yellow Springs, numerous questions began to resolve themselves with clarity. What you've shared is something a Yellow Springs envoy cannot disclose to outsiders. Correct? Indeed. If you were to report me now, I would undoubtedly meet my demise, and you would receive a substantial reward in soul coins. The unscrupulous one chuckled, showing no concern that such an event might transpire. Fortunately, I currently lack nothing but soul coins. Otherwise, you would be in peril. Luo Tianhe jested, and as his words fell, both men burst into hearty laughter. So, your suggestion is that I should refrain from hastily meeting with the Yellow Springs Bank personnel? Returning to the original topic, Luo Tianhe grasped the unscrupulous one's intent. Precisely. It's wise to compare options before making a decision, that as long as you can exercise patience, what you gain will undoubtedly surpass what you currently possess. Chapter 83. Amass grain. I understand now. I know what to do. You may go about your business. After hearing the unscrupulous one's words, Luo Tianhe formulated a plan in his mind, and the unscrupulous one slowly retreated. With everyone moving in an orderly fashion, Luo Tianhe took a deep breath and quietly leaned back against the sofa. Since the apocalypse struck until now, a full 2 months had passed at this moment. Luo Tianhe had reached a level of power and economic standing that far exceeded the zenith of his previous life. Moreover, his greatest asset now was the developmental potential of the Drunken Immortal Tower. With the addition of Tao Yao Yao and the resources of the Holy Realm, the potential of the Drunken Immortal Tower could be considered limitless. Therefore, what Luo Tianhe craved most at this juncture was time. Given sufficient developmental time, Luo Tianhe could experience boundless growth. Barring unforeseen circumstances, conflicts of interest with these individuals were inevitable in the future. However, unlike other regions, Jinghai City was significantly influenced by the Drunken Immortal Tower. For the majority of survivors, their development pace should not differ greatly from that of the previous life. This speed evidently could not keep up with the Drunken Immortal Tower. With this in mind, there was no need to target anyone specifically. Should any foolish individuals arise, they would be eliminated without hesitation. With this thought, Luo Tianhe murmured to himself, and finally, several familiar faces surfaced in his mind. When will we settle accounts with you all? A myriad of thoughts surged in his mind, and amidst the incessant contemplation, Luo Tianhe gradually succumbed to a deep slumber. Over the next 2 months, he entered a state of seclusion, And with the substantial support of numerous spirit coins, alongside continuous training with the ladies, his spiritual power grew relentlessly that in merely 2 months, Luo Tianhe successfully broke through to SS rank. Among the ladies, Mu Xiling, Lu Qingyao, Nangong Xuanyue, and Miao Miao also ascended to SS rank. However, this enhancement in strength represented but a minor shift for the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, according to Luo Tianhe's arrangements. With the tireless efforts of Wu Yang, Hubin, and Xiao Yao, the tasks he assigned were nearly all accomplished. The information network of the Huangquan envoys was fully established, with Hubin and Wu Yang managing it, and over 2,000 Huangquan envoys had joined, nearly covering all major cities worldwide. Presently, the scale of the Huangquan business team was gradually expanding, facilitated by the allure of divine-grade elixirs, making the expansion of the business team remarkably simple. The first task of the business team was currently in full swing. Under the robust economic support of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, they were feverishly acquiring resources from across the globe that in less than half a month, they had expended over 500 million spirit coins. Furthermore, since this acquisition was conducted by a group of Huangquan envoys, the prices of the resources were driven down to an extreme, and despite such a large-scale acquisition activity, Luo Tianhe found that market prices showed no signs of rising. To this end, he directly allocated 100 million spirit coins as a bonus for the business team. Without their efforts, acquiring these resources would have cost Luo Tianhe a billion, thus the 100 million bonus was hardly significant. With the completion of the resource acquisition, the business team immediately dove into their next task, investigating the information of all survivors in dungeons. However, this work had only just begun, and no results had yet emerged. Besides the good news from the business team, the recruitment efforts of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion were also proceeding remarkably smoothly. Since the pavilion announced its recruitment notice, the doors had nearly been shattered by the influx of strange beings applying. Even with Luo Tianhe's stipulations that A-level and below strange beings, as well as male strange beings, would not be accepted, the queue of applicants continued to fill the hall daily. The twin sisters Lin Yiru and Zhao Manman, responsible for recruitment, were now overwhelmed by the sheer number of applicants. Nevertheless, their efforts were not in vain. Within less than half a month, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion had meticulously selected and recruited 60 individuals, comprising 40 A-level peak and 20 S-level. With the addition of these 60 new members, the staffing issue of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion was promptly resolved, meeting the demands of customer service and significantly accelerating the pace of wealth accumulation. During this time, Wu Yang also sent over 10 S-level employees through the Huangquan business team. Unlike those recruited by Luo Tianhe himself, these 10, sent by Wu Yang, possessed qualifications that surpassed even those of Yi Liuli and her peers in various aspects. Adopting an open-minded approach, Luo Tianhe retained these 10 individuals and appointed them as team leaders, each leading 6 employees recruited by the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, as for the elder figures like Yi Liuli. They no longer needed to fret over the pavilion's operations. Once their daily tasks were delegated, assisting Luo Tianhe in his cultivation became their sole responsibility. Considering the current low rate of external activity among the demon clan, finding 3 with shape-shifting abilities in such a short time was already quite impressive for Xiao Yao. Luo Tianhe then assigned the 3 to the Peach Garden's secret realm, specifically to assist Tao Yao Yao and Xue Ying in managing the spiritual plants within the realm. With the staffing issue resolved, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion's focal task shifted towards resource production. Under the acceleration effect of the secret realm, the yield of various spiritual plants surged dramatically, especially after Luo Tianhe invested 100 million spirit coins, resulting in an abundance of low-level spiritual plant products filling the warehouse. With the preparations for resources now fully completed, Luo Tianhe awaited the moment when resources would run completely dry outside, and food would become the greatest challenge for the survivors that time. It would be the moment for the resources he had acquired to be converted into tangible benefits. Why the long face again? Is there something troubling you? Nestled in Luo Tianhe's embrace, Mu Xiling, clad only in a thin garment, delicately peeled a grape and slowly offered it to his lips. Following their recent intense training, the mature aura surrounding Mu Xiling had become increasingly pronounced, exuding a mature charm at all times that I don't know what's wrong with me. I've been inexplicably anxious these past few days that I consulted the life and death mirror, but all I saw was a shroud of mist. Luo Tianhe spoke slowly, his brow knitting together, It's inevitable to attract attention when one grows in stature. But if you are genuinely concerned, I have a suggestion that Mu Xiling smiled sweetly, and upon hearing this, Luo Tianhe immediately lowered his gaze to meet hers. What suggestion? Chapter 84. An initial visit to Huangquan. I do not support the practice of goods before payment here. Giving Luo Tianhe a sidelong glance. Mu Xiling turned her head aside. Understanding her gesture, Luo Tianhe promptly scooped her up into his arms, channeling his inner yang energy directly into her body. Faced with this sudden maneuver, Mu Xiling couldn't help but let out a soft hum. But she quickly adapted, biting her lip as she began to absorb Luo Tianhe's yang energy. Now can we talk? As he guided the yang energy to flow within Mu Xiling, assisting her cultivation. Luo Tianhe inquired. The Fengdu Bank sent invitations as well, didn't they? Just go to Huangquan and gather them together. I trust you can figure out the rest. While assisting Luo Tianhe in his training, Mu Xiling was panting heavily. Yet she articulated her thoughts one by one. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianhe immediately grasped her meaning. That I'll remember this favor. With his brow relaxing, Luo Tianhe accelerated his training speed. And under the intense impact of the yang energy, Mu Xiling trembled with exhilaration. An hour later, after ensuring the drowsy Mu Xiling was comfortably settled, Luo Tianhe stepped out of the room, channeling spiritual energy into the business card left by Wu Liang. Moments later, Wu Liang promptly appeared before him. Boss, what are your instructions? Wu Liang, concise and to the point, had fully adapted to her role as a subordinate after 2 months of interaction. That I plan to visit the bank. Please arrange meetings with representatives from the 3 banks. Luo Tianhe stated, and Wu Liang immediately comprehended his intent, that if you need to bring someone along, they can simply reside within you. Upon saying this, Wu Liang was enveloped by a cloud of black mist, gradually vanishing from Luo Tianhe's sight. After Wu Liang's departure, Luo Tianhe pondered briefly before summoning Yi Liuli and Miao Miao, sharing his plans in a simple manner, which instantly excited them. As 5 minutes elapsed, Luo Tianhe promptly crushed the jade slip left by Wu Liang. A wave of black mist enveloped him, and after a brief moment of dizziness, a magnificent palace appeared before his eyes. Boss Luo. As soon as Luo Tianhe materialized, Wu Liang rushed forward. Unlike at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Wu Liang had to exercise restraint in Huangquan. It has been arranged. The representatives from the 3 banks are already present, and their expressions are quite entertaining. You'll have a good show to witness soon, Boss Luo. With an expression akin to one anticipating a spectacle, Wu Liang's words drew a faint smile from Luo Tianhe, who followed her into a side hall. This is the reception area of the Golden Yen Hall, though it has not been utilized for quite some time. You are the first human to visit Huangquan in decades, Boss Luo, Wu Liang explained as they entered the side hall. This must be Boss Luo. I am Luo, she from Huangquan Bank. The moment the 4 entered, a hearty voice rang out. Luo Tianhe turned to see a well-dressed man approaching with respect. Was there any doubt? Do the people from Huangquan Bank lack discernment? Boss Luo, I am Shu Weiniang, the representative from Fengdu Bank. You may call me Weiniang. Trying to use your old tricks on Boss Luo is futile. Did you not see the 2 beauties standing beside him? What do you have to compare with them? Before Luo Tianhe could respond to Weiniang, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard interjected with a cold snort. Then turned to Luo Tianhe with a cheerful expression. Mingxing Du Qian, it is an honor to meet the true visage of Boss Luo. Just a brief introduction, and the atmosphere among the 3 was already charged with tension. It was evident that Luo Tianhe's deposits held significant importance to them. Gentlemen, shall we sit down and converse? Luo Tianhe smiled faintly, neither accepting nor rejecting any overtures, and walked into the reception room surrounded by the 3 representatives. As everyone settled into their seats, Miao Miao and Yi Liuli nestled against Luo Tianhe on either side, curiously surveying the expressions of the 3 representatives. What is this? Are the 3 of you not hoping for Boss Luo to speak first? Wu Liang, providing excellent support from the side, broke the silence directly. Upon hearing the voice, the 3 representatives exchanged glances. Luo, she hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and was the first to stand up. Boss Luo. The Underworld card you are currently using is indeed from our Huangquan Bank. As long as you continue to maintain your account with us, we can expedite your upgrade to the Emperor of the Underworld level, allowing you to enjoy the highest tier of VIP treatment. Consequently, you will benefit from the most favorable interest rates and our premier one-on-one VIP service. Luo, she articulated each word meticulously, and as soon as he finished speaking, Shu Weiniang immediately scoffed that it's merely a temporary card. It seems your Huangquan Bank has simply been fortunate enough to secure this business. Moreover, your offers are rather meager. What kind of nonsense is this preferential treatment? Shouldn't the highest tier be the Huangquan level? Shu Weiniang retorted, leaving Luo, she thoroughly flustered. She then turned to Luo Tianhe with a charming smile. Boss Luo, if you transfer your deposits to our Fengdu Bank, you would instantly qualify for the top-tier Fengdu card at AS for interest rates. I need not elaborate. We will provide you with a personal security team, all at S-level oddities, whom you can summon at any time through the Fengdu card. Furthermore, you may make one request each month, and as long as it falls within our capabilities, we will gladly assist you free of charge. As soon as Shu Weiniang concluded her pitch, Luo Tianhe's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was precisely what he desired. Before he could bask in his delight, Du Qian interjected. What Fengdu Bank can offer, we at Mingxing can match. Moreover, before my arrival, our bank president assured me that should you deposit Mingbai with us, she would directly communicate with you and, if necessary, personally assist you in resolving any issues. With that, Du Qian stepped forward and handed Luo Tianhe a dossier. Upon glancing at it, Luo Tianhe could not help but gasp in astonishment. On what grounds do you accuse Fengdu Bank of exploiting women? Isn't your approach even more ruthless? Chapter 85. A timely aid. Mingxing is truly audacious. Even the bank president is willing to step in. Luo, she smirked, seemingly unfazed that if Fengdu Bank exerted such pressure, he might have felt a twinge of concern, especially given the substantial capital Fengdu possessed. However, he had no fear of Mingxing. He could not fathom Luo Tianhe being reckless enough to deposit Mingbai in a nearly bankrupt bank. What good is having the bank president involved? Boss Luo, you may not be aware of our situation, but Mingxing is currently facing severe liquidity issues, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, with many employees having already jumped ship. Shu Weiniang slowly articulated the bank's pain points. Upon hearing this, Du Qian's lips twitched involuntarily. Boss Luo, please ignore their ramblings. While it is true that Mingxing is indeed... Enough with the explanations. Luo Tianhe interrupted him. The moment he spoke, Du Qian's expression darkened slightly, while Luo, Shi, and Shu Weiniang wore victorious expressions, already contemplating how to eliminate their remaining competitor. Arrange for your bank president to meet me. I should be selecting you, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Luo Tianhe continued, and upon finishing, everyone except him and Yu Liuli was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Knowing the risks, you still choose to proceed? Boss Luo, please wait. I will contact the bank president immediately. After a moment of shock, an excited Du Qian lost all semblance of his earlier composure. Initially, he had the least confidence among the three regarding securing Luo Tianhe's deposit. Otherwise, he would not have adopted such a demeanor. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself in the winning position. Even if our business doesn't succeed, we maintain our integrity. You both may leave your business cards, while I have primarily chosen Mingxing for my deposits. Should I require assistance in the future, I should still be able to procure 3 to 5 billion Mingbai. Turning to the dejected and puzzled Luo, Shi, and Shu Weiniang, Luo Tianhe's casual remark revitalized the two. 3 to 5 billion? Absolutely, Boss Luo, overwhelmed with excitement. They hurriedly presented their business cards, both realizing that they had underestimated Luo Tianhe's financial prowess prior to this meeting. The ability to deposit 3 to 5 billion Mingbai at any bank positions one as a top-tier client. Had they known, the benefits they could have negotiated would have been significantly better than what they proposed earlier. That a wave of regret surged through them, while Wu Liang, observing the scene, shook his head. Prior to their arrival, he had cautioned everyone to treat Luo Tianhe with utmost care, lest they find themselves regretting it. Now, it appeared that apart from the nearly bankrupt Mingxing, the other two banks had retained some reservations. Although Shu Weiniang and Luo, Shi were now filled with remorse, Wu Liang felt that their regret was far from sufficient. One day, they might find themselves unable to even weep for their losses. Boss Luo, we can head over to Mingxing now. They should be prepared. After watching Shu Weiniang and her companion depart, Wu Liang promptly reminded them, I asked it that quick. Luo Tianhe stood up, unable to suppress a sigh. While I do not understand why you chose Mingxing, their description of the bank's current state was not exaggerated. Mingxing is indeed on the verge of bankruptcy, with virtually no business, leaving them idle. After Wu Liang's remark, Luo Tianhe maintained an indifferent demeanor. Rest assured, with me here, Mingxing shall not face bankruptcy. With a parting comment, Luo Tianhe strode purposefully toward the direction of Mingxing, flanked by Miao Miao and the other women. You must be Boss Luo. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of Mingxing, a tall, elegant woman in a black, form-fitting qipao, her hair elegantly coiled, warmly greeted them. The high slit of her dress revealed flawless, captivating legs that could easily captivate any man's gaze. The bank president? Luo Tianhe inquired slowly, eyeing the alluring woman before him. Yes, indeed. I am the bank president, Fong Lin. Fong Lin, exuding warmth akin to a receptionist, noted Luo Tianhe's presence and immediately offered a welcoming smile. Shall we head inside to discuss? I would like to assess the current state of Mingxing. That as Luo Tianhe entered the bank, he quickly grasped the dire situation facing Mingxing. Out of dozens of counters, only one staff member sat idly, and the vast hall was devoid of any customers conducting business. However, the hall was exceptionally well lit, illuminated by dazzling pearls of light, leading Luo Tianhe to suspect that Mingxing might not even be able to afford its electricity bills. Honestly, have you reached a point where you owe money? Luo Tianhe could not help but ask. Upon hearing this, Fong Lin became visibly anxious. She had anticipated that his inquiry might be probing, but she never expected him to strike so close to the heart of the matter. Ahem, we do owe a little, but it's not significant. Clearing her throat awkwardly, Fong Lin opted for honesty. Since Luo Tianhe chose to come here, even when aware of Mingxing's impending bankruptcy, she surmised that he might not be overly concerned about it. Thus, Fong Lin decided to take a gamble. How much is not significant? Luo Tianhe pressed on with his inquiries, causing Fong Lin to take a deep breath. You keep digging, don't you? It's only about 2 billion or so. Gazing upward at the ceiling, Fong Lin felt a pang of guilt. For a bank to owe over 2 billion Mingbai was no small feat. 2 billion is indeed not much, Luo Tianhe mumbled to himself. Upon hearing his words, Fong Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. Not much. Just how wealthy are you? Shock was evident on Fong Lin's face, and in the next moment, she gasped and collapsed to the ground, clutching Luo Tianhe's leg tightly. Boss Luo, you must save our Mingxing. I cannot allow it to go bankrupt on my watch. That would tarnish my reputation forever. If you can help me resolve this crisis, I will do anything you ask. Fong Lin pleaded desperately, her earlier composure as a sophisticated woman completely dissipating. However, Luo Tianhe seized upon the essence of her words. Anything, you say? Tilting his head toward Fong Lin. He smiled coyly as he posed the question. Chapter 86. Seizing the opportunity. What do you want me to do? Fong Lin felt an unsettling tension rise within her as she beheld Luo Tianhe's mischievous smile, an ominous premonition creeping in. Well, since you are willing to go to such lengths, do you still care about what I might ask of you? Luo Tianhe retorted, leaving Fong Lin momentarily speechless. Alas, I have unwittingly sold myself. The crux of the matter is, who would have thought that this fellow would take such an exaggerated statement seriously? You must understand that I can undoubtedly resolve your financial crisis in the Underworld, and even lead your institution to become the foremost among the 3 major banks. Under such circumstances, what do you believe you should be willing to pay? As Luo Tianhe spoke again, he boldly increased his stakes, causing Fong Lin's heart to race with anxiety. Why should I trust you? What if you are merely boasting? As far as I know, your recent consumption of Underworld currency has been extraordinarily high, leaving you with only a few 100 million in deposits. Fong Lin struggled desperately. But upon hearing his words, Luo Tianhe produced a porcelain vial from his robes. The moment the vial was opened, a rich aroma of medicine swiftly permeated the air. With your capabilities, you should recognize what this is. How much do you suppose one of these could fetch in Underworld currency? As he spoke, Luo Tianhe poured out a divine-grade elixir and placed it directly into Fong Lin's hand. After taking the elixir and observing it multiple times to confirm that she was not dreaming, Fong Lin swallowed hard that if this vial contained nothing but divine-grade elixirs, selling it for over 10 billion would be no problem at all. Fong Lin replied truthfully, acknowledging that for such a precious item, any price would be conceivable. The price she quoted was based on the last appearance of a divine-grade elixir in the market several hundred years ago. Given that no such elixirs had surfaced in the Underworld during that time, the current price could only be higher. What if we add these? Luo Tianhe produced a multitude of porcelain vials, each filled with divine-grade elixirs, rendering Fong Lin utterly speechless. Goodness, has someone emptied the lair of a divine alchemist? Enough, enough! From this day forth, I, Fong Lin, am yours. Whatever you need me to do, just say the word." In an instant, she sprang to her feet, eager to relinquish everything to Luo Tianhe. She firmly believed that everything he had just said was merely a trivial matter to him. Moreover, Fong Lin became even more certain of one thing. Luo Tianhe was not short on funds. What he lacked were certain privileges that only the Underworld could provide, and she just so happened to be able to offer a portion of those. Let us first discuss how your institution fell into bankruptcy, that if there are no unforeseen circumstances, it should not have reached this stage, right? Luo Tianhe inquired, perplexed at how someone as astute as Fong Lin could allow a bank to deteriorate to such a state. Upon hearing this question, Fong Lin's face immediately contorted with a hint of resentment. "This is a long story. Let us retire to the VIP room and discuss it leisurely." With that, Fong Lin gestured for them to follow, leading Luo Tianhe and his companions to her designated VIP room for entertaining distinguished guests. It all began approximately a year ago. Once seated, Fong Lin recounted her experiences that a year prior, the Underworld issued a sudden notification indicating that it would soon connect with the real world, heralding a resurgence of spiritual energy and the emergence of numerous mysterious realms. The creation and maintenance of these realms required substantial amounts of Underworld currency, prompting the three major banks to receive a notice. The banks were invited to fund the establishment and upkeep of these realms, with a promise of profit sharing based on their investment when the realms generated income. Naturally, the three banks seized upon this rare opportunity. Believing that the frail humans entering these realms to confront the unknown were essentially courting death, that it was indeed the case that the banks made a handsome profit in the early stages. However, Fong Lin invested the majority of her funds in Jinghai City. Yet, she remained unaware of the troubles plaguing Jinghai City. All she could see were continuous losses from the realms there, with the number of survivors and completion rates rising steadily. Within just a month, the Underworld Bank not only lost all its previous gains, but also incurred debts exceeding 10 billion in Underworld currency. Once this news broke, the various entities that had deposited their funds in the bank rushed to withdraw their investments. And the relationships Fong Lin had painstakingly built crumbled under the pressure of the crisis, as everyone chose self-preservation. Thus, the bank's funds were swiftly depleted, leaving it with a debt of over 2 billion in maintenance fees. Subsequently, employees collectively resigned, resulting in the current state of near bankruptcy. As Fong Lin recounted her story, a sense of awkwardness washed over Luo Tianhe and his companions that it seemed the Underworld Bank had come to them precisely because it was in dire straits. Without the existence of the Zui Xianlu, Jinghai City could never have been so unique, and thus the bank's collapse would not have occurred. Therefore, Luo Tianhe viewed this as a case of cause and effect, albeit at the unfortunate expense of Fong Lin. Ahem. Rest assured, the deficit will soon come to an end. Luo Tianhe hastily cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Indeed, our esteemed boss has already begun preparations to acquire the regulatory mandates for the various realms in Jinghai City. Once the realms dissipate, the bank will no longer be responsible for maintenance fees, Ye Luli quickly added, and upon hearing this, Fong Lin was nearly moved to tears. It should be noted that the regulatory mandates in Jinghai City are akin to hot potatoes. While acquiring these mandates would indeed upgrade the realms, the maintenance costs would simultaneously skyrocket. Even though Fong Lin had long urged the various realms in Jinghai City to sell their mandates, not a single one had been sold, and she could only watch as her debts ballooned. "Luo, you are truly my savior," Fong Lin exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude, while Luo Tianhe feigned composure. "There is no need to view me as a benevolent benefactor. Simply do not regard me as the enemy of your father. I will resolve the issues plaguing the bank. Now, it is time to discuss the terms." Guilt aside, Luo Tianhe was not one to be overly magnanimous. He intended to extract his due. "Feel free to speak, Boss Luo." Grasping onto this lifeline, Fong Lin had no intention of letting go. "First, I require a 30% share of the bank's future income. Second, I demand full disclosure of all privileges held by the bank and the right to invoke them at any time. Third, I want you." Luo Tianhe, with clear objectives, made the last demand, which left Fong Lin momentarily stunned. "How direct? No problem. I agree." Chapter 87. Underworld privileges. Fong Lin decisively acquiesced, fully aware that Luo Tianhe was taking advantage of her predicament, yet feeling she had no alternative. Furthermore, she believed that aligning herself with such a wealthy spirit master would not be detrimental. Even while working in the Underworld, it did not change the fact that Fong Lin was a being of the unknown. For one like her, finding a reliable spirit master was far superior to toiling in the Underworld. Moreover, Fong Lin was convinced that even if she became Luo Tian's spirit, he would not wish to let her abandon the position of bank leader. Should the bank genuinely flourish as Luo Tian described, it would not remain under the control of her kind, and he would likely be unable to sleep soundly. That Wu Liang begin the acquisition of regulatory mandates, prioritize Jinghai City, without limit to quantity, having secured Fong Lin's agreement. Luo Tian felt unrestrained and immediately issued commands to Wu Liang. Understood, boss. I will resolve this within a day. That Wu Liang promptly responded, and Fong Lin was momentarily taken aback. What is going on? You work for him? Fong Lin's disbelief was palpable, but after a moment's thought, she quickly grasped the situation. Given Luo Tian's financial resources, securing a messenger from the Underworld should not pose a challenge. You will soon learn, as the bank leader, that there are many in the Underworld who work for the boss besides you, and me. Wu Liang left with a mysterious smile, immediately setting about fulfilling Luo Tian's directives, a task that had become second nature to him. Please take a seat. Let us discuss the affairs of the bank in detail. As Wu Liang departed, Luo Tian gestured towards the sofa opposite him, inviting Fong Lin to sit. Complying, Fong Lin settled down, her wide eyes fixed on Luo Tian, eager to respond to his inquiries. Why are you staring at me? Speak for yourself, noticing Fong Lin's dazed gaze. Luo Tian prompted her, leaving her momentarily flustered. What should I say? Swallowing hard, Fong Lin wore a naturally oblivious expression paired with an astute demeanor, creating a stark contrast. Casting her a sidelong glance, Luo Tian could not help but sigh. Tell me about your rights as the bank leader. I would like to know what I can do moving forward. As soon as Luo Tian finished speaking, Fong Lin's expression brightened with realization. Oh, you mean that? I am well aware of it. With renewed vigor, Fong Lin began to explain, while Luo Tian and his companions exchanged glances of exasperation that if she did not know this, her role as the bank leader would indeed have been in vain. Firstly, the leader has the authority to determine the hiring of all employees within the bank. I decide who to employ. Secondly, I can summon a security team, which is protected by the Underworld and can wield certain powers from it. Thirdly, I have the authority to establish various tiers of VIP cards, with the highest tier possessing privileges that are second only to my own. Fifthly, I can freely appear at the location of any individual holding our Underworld card, disregarding any geographical constraints. Sixthly, the Underworld Society will record all user information, and as the leader, I have the unconditional right to access this information. Fong Lin enumerated a series of 6 privileges, and upon hearing them, Luo Tian fell into a prolonged silence. Eventually, Luo Tian ceased his contemplation, and a faint smile graced his face. Closed for business? Fong Lin exclaimed in surprise. What difference does it make if you are closed? You might as well take the time to rest. Luo Tian's words struck a chord, and as soon as he finished speaking, Fong Lin's spirits visibly drooped. Indeed, there was little difference. Rest assured, it won't be long before the Underworld Society is operational once more. Oh, by the way, let's go ahead and distribute wages to the remaining employees. Pay them 3 months' worth at double the salary, deducting from my account. These individuals are the invaluable backbone who have shared in the trials of the Underworld Society. What Luo Tianhe referred to were essentially a bank teller and Du Qian, the bank manager. However, for Luo Tianhe, having these two was sufficient. Quality trumps quantity in the realm of talent. As long as 2 seeds are planted, the rest can be recruited anew. Upon hearing this, Fong Lin immediately became excited, and then, seemingly struck by a thought, she looked at Luo Tianhe with a pleading expression. That boss, could you possibly grant me 3 months' salary as well? With her head bowed and fingers fiddling, Fong Lin appeared quite embarrassed as the leader. Her salary was also deducted from the earnings of the Underworld Society, and she hadn't seen any Underworld currency for over a month. Given that Fong Lin was a confirmed spendthrift, if her salary was not disbursed soon, she would be in dire straits. Would my people be lacking in funds? Luo Tianhe replied nonchalantly, before his words could fully settle. Yi Lioli raised her hand, and a staggering 20 million Underworld coins were piled onto the coffee table. Take this. The sisters from the Drunken Immortal Tower are all entitled to this standard. Yi Lioli smiled charmingly, leaving Fong Lin utterly flabbergasted. Sisters? This is the standard? How much will the salary be for a month? Thank you, boss. Receiving the underworld currency, Fong Lin promptly dashed out. Congratulations to our great boss Luo. For now, even the business of the Underworld Society is underway. Once Fong Lin left, Yi Liuli and Miao Miao felt unrestrained and approached Luo Tianhe, seeking any excuse to flirt with him. Rest assured, what is mine is yours, and this Underworld Society is merely the beginning. Wrapping his arms around the two, Luo Tianhe relished their softness, a crafty glint sparkling in his eyes. Before long, Fong Lin burst back through the door, only to find Luo Tianhe and the others already prepared to depart. Luo Tianhe spoke slowly, and upon hearing him, Fong Lin obediently followed behind the three that arriving at the entrance of the Underworld Society. As Yi Liuli and the others merged with Luo Tianhe, Fong Lin promptly stepped forward, activating the teleportation ability of the Underworld Society's leader. Goodness, so many people? As her vision cleared, Fong Lin gasped at the bustling hall. A scene she had not witnessed in far too long. This is just the beginning. Soon you will understand where my confidence to revitalize the Underworld Society comes from. Luo Tianhe spoke softly, and after releasing Yi Liuli and the others, he turned and ascended to the second floor. Chapter 88. The Dragon Head of Jinghai, locking onto enemies following Luo Tianhe upstairs. Fong Lin grew increasingly anxious as the number of people around them dwindled. Upon reaching Luo Tianhe's room and seeing him with his shirt removed, Fong Lin finally comprehended what she was about to face. Come help me take a bath. The aura from the Yellow Springs is too peculiar and needs to be cleansed. Luo Tianhe spoke slowly, stepping into the warm spring water. Hearing this, Fong Lin bit her lip, stealthily approaching Luo Tianhe and gently pressing her delicate hand on his shoulder. The matters concerning the underworld are essentially settled. Now, tell me about yourself. The comforting pressure relaxed him. Luo Tianhe began to speak, and immediately, the anxious Fong Lin swallowed hard. That was perhaps 300 or 400 years ago when I inherited my father's business, disguising myself as a man to become the manager of a pawn shop. Yet, I never anticipated that my true identity would eventually be exposed. Though I managed the pawn shop well, I was met with skepticism from the depositors, who withdrew their funds en masse, leading to the pawn shop's bankruptcy. My competitors took advantage of this, even attempting to coerce me into marrying their foolish son. Ultimately, unable to endure the humiliation, I resorted to poison. Afterward, I transformed into an anomaly and arrived in the Yellow Springs, becoming an employee of the Golden Yama Hall, eventually ascending to the position of leader of the Underworld Society, where no one cared that I was a woman. Yet, alas, I found myself trapped in the same cycle once more. At this point, Fong Lin couldn't help but smile bitterly, a hint of desolation in her voice. Does the position of leader of the Underworld Society not require strength? Luo Tianhe couldn't help but inquire, aware that Yi Liuli had trained for thousands of years to reach the peak of S-Class, and that she had only recently broken through to SS-Class with his assistance. Of course there are requirements. I only gained the qualification to contest for the leader position after reaching SS-Class. You reached SS-Class in just 300 or 400 years. Luo Tianhe's voice was laced with incredulity, and upon hearing this, Fong Lin revealed a proud smile. For other anomalies, it may indeed pose difficulties, but for me, it was not a challenge. Fong Lin explained, and upon hearing this, Luo Tianhe became instantly exhilarated. You are a purine body. What's wrong? Under Luo Tianhe's intense gaze, Fong Lin felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. It's nothing. I'm simply amazed that I've stumbled upon a treasure, that I happen to be a pure yang body. As he spoke, Luo Tianhe released the innate yang energy from within him. As Fong Lin felt the warmth of Luo Tianhe's innate yang energy, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. The combination of pure yin and pure yang bodies in a contract would undoubtedly yield a terrifying enhancement. It is no exaggeration to say that even without the Underworld Society's affairs, Fong Lin would unhesitatingly agree to form a contract with Luo Tianhe. I believe we can begin. With a slight smile, Luo Tianhe could no longer contain himself, reaching out to pull Fong Lin into the hot spring. Without hesitation, Luo Tianhe adjusted his state and directly channeled his innate yang energy into Fong Lin's body. Although Fong Lin lacked experience in yin-yang contracts, her strong instincts allowed her to immediately demonstrate the advantages of her pure yin body, the yin and yang energies intertwined. The spiritual power within both their bodies began to surge simultaneously. And Luo Tianhe's control over the innate yang energy reached unprecedented intensity. The already boiling hot spring erupted with waves as their cultivation intensified, accompanied by Fong Lin's comfortable sighs, causing her previously stagnant cultivation to rise at a remarkable speed. The lengthy cultivation process lasted a full hour, and when Luo Tianhe finally paused, a torrent of innate yang energy surged into Fong Lin's body. Simultaneously, the thick innate yin energy within Fong Lin responded back to Luo Tianhe. Accompanied by a long moan from Fong Lin, the peak barrier that had obstructed her for years shattered, and with the support of substantial spiritual power, she directly broke through to SSS class. Meanwhile, Luo Tianhe simultaneously acquired Fong Lin's unique ability, Wishes of All Beings. Wishes of All Beings allows for extreme enhancement of any attribute, with the magnitudes of enhancement proportional to the consumption of spiritual power. When someone issues a request, if the intent is to fulfill another's wish, the enhancement effect is doubled. This ability of yours doesn't seem particularly impressive, Luo Tianhe remarked, cradling the now listless Fong Lin at his words. Fong Lin shot him an exasperated look. Foolish boss, you truly lack discernment. If it weren't for the inconvenient surroundings, I would undoubtedly demonstrate just how formidable I, the foremost combatant of the Golden Yama Hall, really am. Fong Lin pouted, her demeanor a mix of defiance and pride. Who would have thought you held such a title? I must seize the opportunity to witness your prowess firsthand. But for now, you should rest well, my first-rate combat princess. Luo Tianhe teased as he lifted the defenseless Fong Lin and gently placed her on the bed, cleaning her up before lulling her to sleep. Subsequently, he stealthily exited the room. However, after absorbing Fong Lin's innate yin energy, Luo Tianhe would not have to worry about sustenance for at least 3 to 5 years. Leaving the room, Luo Tianhe stretched lazily, a smile gracing his face that a day swiftly passed. And the following evening, Wu Liang promptly sought out Luo Tianhe, presenting him with an impressive 36 volumes of rule books. Boss, there are a total of 36 volumes. Within Jinghai City, aside from our Drunken Immortal Tower, no other instances remain. Before Luo Tianhe, Wu Liang wore a respectful expression, and his casual remark was akin to declaring that Luo Tianhe had ascended to become the leader of Jinghai. Well done. Is there anything else you wish to report? Accepting the rules document, Luo Tianhe nodded in satisfaction. Yes, the 4 individuals you asked me to locate have all been found. 2 in Tian'an City, 1 in Hanhai City, and 1 in Anliang City that I have already arranged for surveillance on them. And should you require it, I can bring them to you at any moment. That Wu Liang spoke again. And upon hearing this, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Luo Tianhe's eyes that in his previous life, it had been these 4 scoundrels who had betrayed him in the dungeon. The images of their faces surfaced in his mind, and a fierce smile crept onto Luo Tianhe's lips. Luo Tianhe spoke calmly, and Wu Liang immediately grasped his intent. The true torment of a person lies not in directly annihilating them, but in allowing them to ascend to great heights, only to let them crash down brutally. Understood. I will take action at once. That in a month's time, you will undoubtedly be satisfied. Chapter 89. The transformation of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. As Luo Tianhe settled into a state of ease at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, the monotony of daily cultivation and counting wealth made time pass swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a month had slipped by quietly. According to Luo Tianhe's directives, Wu Liang and Hu Bin, the 2 principal managers of the Huangquan business team, were required to report to him once a month. When the day arrived, Wu Liang and Hu Bin were already waiting at the entrance of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. And aside from the 2, Xiao Yao had also come over. Although Luo Tianhe had not mandated that he report monthly, Xiao Yao was no fool. He would never pass up an opportunity to impress his boss. Inspection. Did you bring me any delicacies? As Wu Liang and the others awaited nervously, a melodious voice suddenly rang out, causing their hearts to tighten in unison. The little demon had arrived again. Just as this thought crossed their minds, Qingyi appeared before them in a swift motion, extending her right hand towards them. That don't tell me you all forgot to bring me gifts, that if you didn't, don't blame me for not letting you in. Qingyi spoke coldly, and upon hearing this, the 3 immediately produced their respective offerings. How could we forget, miss? We wouldn't dare, Wu Liang said, presenting a box of crystal-clear fruits to Qingyi. This is a specialty from Gubei country. Crystal love.it is cool, sweet, and melts in the mouth, boasting excellent effects for beauty and revitalization. Knowing you enjoy sweet treats, I specially had someone acquire it, and I also brought seeds to plant in the Peach Blossom's secret realm, so we can enjoy it daily at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. As Wu Liang finished speaking, both Hu Ben and Xiao Yao felt a sudden pang of dread that we've been outdone by this fellow. Very well, stand by. Satisfied with the crystal love, Qing Yi turned her gaze towards Hu Ben and Xiao Yao. Realizing they could not avoid her, the two stiffened their resolve and presented their offerings. Ahem, miss, this sachet is called Chong Xiang Si. Although it is a low-grade nether tool, it can retain fragrance for years. Wearing it for an extended period grants the wearer a unique scent, extremely alluring to men. Hu Ben explained cautiously, only to see Qing Yi's excitement upon seeing Chong Xiang Si surpass that of the crystal love. With this, I wonder if you still dare to treat me like a little girl. Qing Yi mused silently, then smiled as she accepted Hu Ben's sachet. Miss, this is mine. A Linglong wine flask, a unique nether tool that can pour out any wine you desire. However, for those with special effects. It can only simulate the taste, not the effects, Xiao Yao said, swallowing hard, his face showing concern. All types of wine? That's amazing. To their astonishment, Qing Yi, appearing like a young girl, had a profound passion for wine. Very good, you all performed excellently. You may enter it if you can't find your way, just call for me. Having accepted the 3 gifts, Qing Yi turned and departed, vanishing in an instant. The 3 stood there momentarily stunned, their faces filled with confusion. Initially, they had not noticed, but upon relaxing, they realized that the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Qing Yi were actually at the SS level. Moreover, wasn't Qing Yi's ability supposed to be illusory sound? It dawned on Wu Liang, who suddenly slapped his thigh, that that's right. I previously delivered over 30 rules documents to the boss. Given the situation, he must have utilized them all to as Wu Liang's words fell. The 3 couldn't help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Absorbing over 30 rules documents, even in an SS-level dungeon, would be regarded as a top-tier existence. What kind of maintenance fee would that incur each day in nether coins? SS level. Did that mean the boss now had at least 5 SS-level anomalies under his command? Hu Ben recalled the standards for SS-level dungeons or shops. While other conditions were manageable, the most challenging hard standard was that there must be at least 5 SS-level anomalies present. As Hu Ben finished speaking, Xiao Yao gasped sharply. Reflecting on when he first arrived at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, it had only been an A-level dungeon that he never imagined that in such a short span. Luo Tianhe would have 5 SS-level anomalies under his command. Let us go, we must secure our positions. That Wu Liang swallowed hard, his determination to rely on Luo Tianhe growing ever stronger. With that, the 3 took a deep breath and stepped into the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Upon entering the hall, they were once again left in a state of awe. What the heck? What is this situation? Looking around, the hall was at least 4 times larger than before, with decorations exuding opulence. In the center of the hall, a massive stage showcased 6 beautifully adorned female anomalies passionately dancing, while a crowd of enthusiastic patrons responded fervently. Scattered throughout the hall were tables and semi-private booths, all filled with guests, and numerous elegantly dressed female anomalies mingled among them, laughing and chatting. Occasionally, 1 or 2 servers carrying dishes passed right in front of the trio, and the rich aroma alone invigorated them. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the dishes were imbued with abundant spiritual energy. Boss Wu, these 2 must be Hu Ben and Xiao Yao, right? While the 3 were still in a daze, a stunning girl in a bright red sleeveless qipao approached them. Guo Qian? Wu Liang stared at her for a moment before unable to contain his exclamation. It wasn't that his memory was poor. It was simply that Guo Qian had changed drastically when she arrived. She had only just broken through to the S level, hiding in the corners and scarcely daring to speak to others, let alone absorb spiritual energy from surviving attacks. Her ascent to the S level was purely due to talent and time. Yet the Guo Qian before him now was evidently an SS-level anomaly, exuding confidence and poise, her entire aura having transformed completely. What's wrong? Boss Wu, don't you recognize me? Guo Qian smiled charmingly, and upon seeing this, Wu Liang couldn't help but swallow hard. It wasn't that he didn't recognize her, but rather that he was genuinely intimidated. Her current strength was likely far beyond his own. Wu Liang gave a wry smile. Before coming here, he had thought his own progress over the past month was considerable. Yet he never anticipated that the true employees of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion had already crossed a boundary. This is all thanks to your guidance, Boss Wu, that if you hadn't brought me to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, I wouldn't have achieved today as success. When the opportunity arises, I will certainly express my gratitude. But for now, please follow me. The boss is already waiting for you. With that, Guiqian turned and led the way that Wu Liang and the others exchanged glances, swallowing hard as they followed her. Throughout the journey, they could hardly close their mouths. Chapter 90, Dungeon Chronicles. Heroes roll following behind Guiqian. The trio felt as though they had never set foot in the Drunken Immortal Pavilion before, while the exterior appeared unchanged. The interior was an entirely different realm. The overall space had expanded at least fivefold, and many new areas such as indoor gardens and activity zones had emerged, with the number of existing rooms having multiplied significantly. Moreover, within the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, they distinctly sensed an abundance of spiritual energy. Cultivating here was at least 3 times faster than outside. Not only that, but the trio felt no constraints from any rules, indicating that Luo Tianhe had abolished all regulations in the Drunken Immortal Pavilion after elevating to the SS level. What astonished them the most was the sheer strength of all personnel within the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Over 100 individuals, all at the S level or above, with group leaders like Guiqian having reached SS level. As for the veteran members, they had all attained SS level, their stable spiritual energy even hinting at proximity to SSS level. The domineering figure, Yi Lioli, had effortlessly risen to the same SSS level as Fong Lin. With such strength, it seemed there was little issue in Luo Tianhe's refusal to impose rules. The trio could scarcely fathom what kind of individuals would dare cause trouble in a Drunken Immortal Pavilion of such caliber. Bosses, we have arrived. Upon arriving at the entrance of Luo Tianhe's abode, Guiqian halted and gestured invitingly towards the 3 unscrupulous individuals that at last, I have awaited your arrival, before the trio could step inside. Luo Tianhe had already emerged from the room, his face alight with excitement as he gazed at them. Observing this, Guiqian silently retreated. The 3 unscrupulous ones, upon seeing Luo Tianhe clad in his nightwear, felt a sudden twinge of trepidation. Boss, please, no need for such formality. They felt an overwhelming urge to kneel right there. Given the current standing of Zui Xianlu, it was entirely plausible that Luo Tianhe could contend fiercely with Huang Quan. The courtesy extended by such a figure was far beyond what they could bear. Let us not be so restrained. Regardless of how Zui Xianlu may transform, I remain unchanged, as do we, everlasting partners. Steadfast and true. Luo Tianhe chuckled, regarding the trio as though they were treasures. Over the past month, he had nearly been driven to madness. The monotony of daily life without any novel occurrences was stifling. He yearned to progress with his endeavors, yet found himself thwarted by either untimely circumstances or insufficient information. Thus, in the latter half of the month, he had been counting the days eagerly for the arrival of the 3 unscrupulous individuals. Here, these are prepared for the 3 of you. Hurry and enhance your prowess. It will facilitate your future endeavors outside. As he spoke, Luo Tianhe produced 3 porcelain vials, containing new elixirs meticulously researched by Tao Yaoyao. They were the Spirit Elevation Pill, the Foundation Stabilization Pill, and the Realm Breaking Pill. The Spirit Elevation Pill rapidly enhances spiritual power. The Foundation Stabilization Pill aids in solidifying the foundation after rapid enhancements. And finally, the Realm Breaking Pill assists in accelerating breakthroughs. The only unfortunate aspect is that these concoctions are effective only for those below SS rank, rendering them useless for ascension to SSS rank. Otherwise, the strength of Zui Xianlu would be far more formidable than it currently stands. Thank you, boss. Upon hearing Luo Tianhe elaborate on the effects of the elixirs, the trio instantly displayed overwhelming gratitude. Wu Liang and Hu Ben had stagnated at S rank for years, unable to take that final step into SS rank, while Xiao Yao had barely managed to reach S rank only after arriving at Zui Xianlu. With the aid of Tao Yaoyao S3 elixirs, there was no doubt that all 3 would soon ascend to SS rank. Alright, come in and discuss. What progress has been made on the tasks I assigned you? Sit down, one at a time. Let us be thorough. I am not lacking in patience. After inviting them to take a seat, Luo Tianhe gazed at them with eager anticipation. I will go first. Hu Ben spoke up, producing a thick stack of volumes and placing them before Luo Tianhe. Over the past month, I have primarily focused on gathering information regarding dungeons worldwide, compiling a comprehensive record. Through meticulous analysis, we have identified approximately 560,000 dungeons globally, with 10% classified as S rank or above and 1% as SS rank. Notably, there are currently no SSS rank dungeons. After arranging personnel for testing, inquiries, and investigations, we meticulously filtered and documented all reliable information gathered. While this is considerable, it hardly seems sufficient given the sheer number of dungeons. Luo Tianhe remarked, glancing at the mountain of volumes before him. Boss, what you see is merely the table of contents. Hu Ben replied slowly, his understated words leaving Luo Tianhe momentarily speechless. What on earth? Just the table of contents is this extensive? In the main body, we have categorized rules, potential strategies for flawless completions, and documented failure cases. Hu Ben recounted the contents with the familiarity of one well-versed in the subject, leaving Luo Tianhe feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. In summary, as long as a player has entered a dungeon and emerged alive, we have recorded every piece of information obtainable. Finally concluding, Hu Ben took a deep breath. Luo Tianhe casually picked up a directory, his heart swelling with admiration at the clarity of the information presented. Initially, he had merely envisioned compiling rules for various dungeons, never anticipating Hu Ben's meticulousness. Such a monumental task could hardly be accomplished solely by the operational team. Recording this alone within a month seemed nearly impossible. Indeed, I did not rely solely on the operational team. I also recruited individuals with unique abilities. They may not excel in combat, but they excel remarkably in documentation and analysis, making them worth 1,000 ordinary workers. Hu Ben did not conceal this fact, and Luo Tianhe had no intention of probing further. The results were all he needed to see. Herein lies 100 million Ming coins, distributed among the brothers who participated in the work. As for the promised elixirs, you may collect them from Situ Lin shortly. After distributing the rewards, Luo Tianhe turned his gaze towards Wu Liang. Noticing this, Wu Liang promptly produced a thin booklet, though his was a simple affair. With a bold title Heroic Roll emblazoned on the cover, "Is yours also a table of contents?" Luo Tianhe inquired hastily, fearing another mountain of documentation. No, mine is straightforward. There are not many spirit masters worthy of recording at present. As he spoke, Wu Liang opened the booklet and began recounting the spirit masters listed within. Though few in number, there were still over 200 individuals, and Wu Liang had memorized all their information. When it comes to diligence, neither Wu Liang nor Hu Ben would yield to the other. Chapter 91. The alliance of all beasts. The work on the heroic roll was commendable. Is there anything else? Satisfied, Luo Tianhe set the heroic roll aside and looked up at Wu Liang, who now wore a slightly fierce smile. Wu Liang then handed over another booklet containing information on 4 individuals. And upon examining it, Luo Tianhe could not help but smile. The details of their spirit abilities, personalities, ranks, and hobbies were all meticulously documented. Had it been any more detailed, Wu Liang could have noted the colors of their undergarments. The Dao Tian Alliance. Its name remains unchanged. Luo Tianhe mused silently upon recognizing the familiar organization, a hint of ruthlessness creeping into his smile. Now that they have grown, they must surely understand the depths of despair more acutely. Luo Tianhe spoke slowly, and at his words Wu Liang felt a surge of excitement. The thrill of elevating someone only to crush them beneath one's heel was an exhilarating prospect he anticipated eagerly. As Wu Liang and Hu Ben concluded their reports, Xiao Yao, who had remained silent until now, began to fidget with anticipation. Although he was not as competitive as Hu Ben or Wu Liang, he firmly believed that the information he had brought was undoubtedly of the utmost interest to Luo Tianhe. "Boss, I have located the Fox Fairy." Xiao Yao swallowed hard before simply uttering those few words. And the moment he finished, Luo Tianhe sprang from his seat. "Where is she?" In a flash, he was before Xiao Yao, and in his excitement, Luo Tianhe seized Xiao Yao by the collar. Witnessing Luo Tianhe's reaction, Wu Liang and Hu Ben were momentarily taken aback. In all the time they had known him, they had never witnessed Luo Tianhe exhibit such a lack of composure. Xiao Yao, even more unfortunate, could feel the overwhelming surge of spiritual energy emanating from Luo Tianhe, nearly overwhelming him. It was only at this moment that Xiao Yao comprehended the true magnitude of Luo Tianhe's status as an SS rank spirit master. Although Xiao Yao had encountered other SS rank individuals, none had ever matched the sheer force of Luo Tianhe's spiritual energy. Boss. With Luo Tianha's energy pressing down on him, Xiao Yao struggled to breathe, managing to stammer out 2 words. Hearing this, Luo Tianha realized his exuberance had perhaps gone too far. He quickly released his grip, inhaling deeply to regain his composure. My apologies. I became a bit overzealous. Where is she? Luo Tianha tried to calm himself as he pressed for further details. She is with the Alliance of All Beasts. They have taken her in. The Alliance is located in Nanjiang City. And here is the token for entering the mystic realm of all beasts, which contains the specific coordinates. This time, Xiao Yao was wise, eager to convey every detail without delay, hoping to avoid another bout of impatience from Luo Tianha. What is the Alliance of All Beasts? Luo Tianha inquired, furrowing his brow as he examined the token for the mystic realm. In his previous life, he had never heard the fox fairy mention anything about the Alliance of All Beasts. Such matters were not something she would keep from him, leading Luo Tianha to realize that his rebirth had indeed altered her experiences. Speaking of which, the establishment of the Alliance of All Beasts can be said to have been facilitated by you. Boss. Once he sensed Luo Tianha had regained his composure, Xiao Yao cautiously began to explain. Following your guidance since arriving at Zui Xianlu, I have primarily been engaging with various factions of beasts and spirits. They possess a plethora of rare and unusual items that we require, yet they are at a loss for how to monetize these treasures. Thus, a few small factions began to consciously gather the items we needed to procure and commence collective action. The circles of these 4 factions were exceedingly small, and it wasn't long before several groups made contact, discovering their shared objectives, leading them to swiftly establish cooperative relationships. Moreover, with the acquisition of a substantial amount of spirit coins, their cultivation speed accelerated, and with the assurance of their newfound strength, their activities expanded accordingly. Ultimately, after several months of development, they established the Wan Yao Alliance, founded upon several major factions, and fortuitously located a secret realm that served as the Alliance's headquarters. Although named the Wan Yao Alliance, it actually encompassed individuals from various races, including even the enigmatic ones. It was under such circumstances that the young Lady Siener joined the Wan Yao Alliance. Xiao Yao succinctly narrated the origins of the Wan Yao Alliance, simultaneously affirming Luo Tianha's conjectures that it was indeed his appearance that altered the developmental trajectory of certain individuals. The Wan Yao Alliance, Siener, and even Luo Tianha's 4 rather unsavory teammates were all influenced by him. Therefore, it could be said that I am quite the esteemed guest within the Wan Yao Alliance. Luo Tianha couldn't help but jest. And upon hearing this, Xiao Yao immediately nodded in agreement. However, it was not merely a matter of being an esteemed guest. Under my promotion, the members of the Wan Yao Alliance regarded you, the boss, as a deity. Each time I went to procure items, their leaders would inquire if they could meet you. Previously, I had always declined, but unexpectedly, they managed to locate Sienna. With Xiao Yao's confirmation, Luo Tianha let out a sigh of relief. Considering Sienna's abilities, she was likely regarded as a treasure within the Wan Yao Alliance by now. All other matters could wait. I must visit the Wan Yao Alliance, without a hint of hesitation. Upon receiving news of Sienna, Luo Tianha could no longer afford to delay. Xiao Yao, come with me. The 3 unscrupulous companions had yet to fully comprehend the situation when Luo Tianha had already pulled Xiao Yao away, disappearing from the scene. Let us confirm, is this the right direction? Just as Xiao Yao regained his composure, Luo Tianha's voice resonated in his mind. After achieving SS level, Luo Tianha's telepathic abilities had also advanced. He could now hear others' thoughts and communicate through mental resonance. Indeed, boss, at this speed, we will arrive in no more than 3 hours. After providing an affirmative response, Xiao Yao saw Luo Tianha take a deep breath. Hold on tight. 3 hours is a wait I cannot afford. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yao felt a tightening in his chest and promptly channeled all his spiritual energy to firmly grasp Luo Tianha. In the next moment, an immense surge of spiritual energy erupted from within Luo Tianha, and with the full activation of his swift movement technique, the 2 transformed into streaks of meteoric light across the sky. Sienna, I shall see you soon. Chapter 92. The transformation of Sienna below is the secret realm of Wan Yao. Keeping a vigilant eye on the coordinates of the secret realm, Xiao Yao shouted. And upon hearing this, Luo Tianha immediately brought Xiao Yao to a halt. Boss, you are remarkably fast. Ugh. As soon as they landed, Xiao Yao could not finish a sentence and dashed to the side to vomit. The journey, which would typically take 3 hours at SS level speed, was traversed by Luo Tianhe in less than 30 minutes due to his acceleration. Throughout the journey, Xiao Yao had been anxious that Luo Tianhe might inadvertently be torn to shreds by the surrounding turbulent winds. This should suffice. Standing outside the secret realm, Luo Tianhe took out the token Xiao Yao had given him, and with a surge of spiritual energy, a golden light erupted from the token, causing a gap to open in the barrier before them. Seeing this, Xiao Yao quickly got up to follow. Who goes there? As soon as the two stepped into the secret realm, a crisp voice rang out. Moments later, 2 children leaped down from a tree, glaring intently at the advancing Luo Tianhe. These little rascals dare to block anyone. This is Boss Luo. Fearing that Luo Tianhe might be displeased if obstructed, Xiao Yao hurriedly approached and admonished them sternly. Upon seeing Xiao Yao, the children's wariness vanished instantly. Big brother Xiao Yao. The 2 little ones had no time to ponder Xiao Yao's earlier words. To them, he was a walking candy dispenser, just to clarify. Those were merely 2 newly transformed little monkeys. Do not hold it against them. Xiao Yao quickly added, and upon hearing this, Luo Tianhe shot him an exasperated glance. Rest assured, I am perfectly fine. Nothing you fear will occur. As long as no one obstructs me from taking Xian'er, I guarantee a peaceful coexistence with the inhabitants here, and perhaps even offer them a fortuitous opportunity. Luo Tianhe spoke slowly, having evidently regained his composure. Upon arriving at the secret realm, he sensed the familiar fluctuation of Xian'er's spiritual energy, which was enough to put him at ease. There was no denying that Luo Tianhe in his previous state had been utterly terrifying. Moreover, Xiao Yao was well aware of the Wan Yao Alliance's current strength. Should a conflict arise with the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, it would undoubtedly leave nothing but remnants behind. Then I can rest easy. Otherwise, I would become a historical sinner of the demon race. Xiao Yao candidly expressed his previous concerns, and upon hearing this, Luo Tianhe, already in high spirits, broke into laughter. Let us go. Take me to meet the elders here. Since they have taken Xian'er in, I must express my gratitude that as soon as Luo Tianhe finished speaking, Xiao Yao promptly led the way. They traversed a dense thicket and soon arrived at the heart of the secret realm, where a massive forest palace came into view. This was a secret realm tree, though the heart of the tree had perished, rendering further upgrades impossible. Its grand form served as a dwelling, and the demon race did not mind this. Xiao Yao gradually elucidated, and Luo Tianhe finally realized why this place seemed somewhat familiar. This withered tree was of the same species as the previous elder tree spirit, so this entity is called the Secret Realm Tree. This must be Boss Luo. As Luo Tianhe and Xiao Yao conversed, an elderly yet excited voice suddenly rang out. Luo Tianhe turned to see 5 old men gazing at him with great enthusiasm, hurrying towards him, albeit with staggered steps that suggested they might fall at any moment. However, Luo Tianhe was not deceived by appearances. The spiritual energy within these 5 elders was remarkably robust. Moreover, they were all of SS-level existence. These 5 were the elders of the Alliance. The 3-eyed divine ape, the silver-armored steel-backed beast, the 10,000-year banyan tree spirit, the dream-eater monster, and the shun demon. Standing beside Luo Tianhe, Xiao Yao swiftly introduced the 5 elders, briefly outlining their respective abilities. You elders are too polite. I am merely the owner of a small shop. After acquiring the information about the 5, Luo Tianhe stepped forward to engage in pleasantries. From the elder's words, Luo Tianhe confirmed that Xiao Yao had indeed not exaggerated. The inhabitants here were genuinely grateful to him, their behind-the-scenes benefactor. Their eagerness seemed to indicate that they wished to appoint him as their leader on the spot. Look at this old fool. Boss Luo, please come inside. We have already prepared a feast. You must stay here for the night. The 5 elders, one more enthusiastic than the other, led Luo Tianhe into a room as soon as the eldest, the 3-eyed divine ape, spoke, and the remaining 4 followed suit without allowing for any objections. However, what they referred to as a feast seemed rather hasty to Luo Tianhe. Aside from the uniquely fragrant wine, he genuinely saw little else on the table. It was nearly filled with fruits, and fruits prepared in various ways. What is this? Is the entire Wan Yao Alliance vegetarian? Boss Luo, please do not find it amusing. The time was too short, and these fruits were prepared quickly to present well. The meat dishes are still being prepared. Let us start with these. The third elder, the 10,000-year banyan tree spirit, was perceptive enough to deduce from Luo Tian's subtle expressions that he was thinking about meat dishes. There is no need for you elders to trouble yourselves. This is already wonderful, that I have been feasting on lavish meals at home every day. I can hardly consume any more, Luo Tian spoke candidly. While others might boast about their lavish meals, no one doubted him given his status. Those capable of producing such a wealth of spirit coins were not merely boasting about their culinary experiences. As long as Boss Luo does not mind, that is sufficient. That I am rather straightforward. Let me toast to Boss Luo, expressing our gratitude for assisting our factions in escaping from hardship. The second elder, the silver-armored steelback beast, declared as he raised his cup and downed it in one gulp, revealing himself to be quite the boisterous elder. With the second elder setting the tone, the others could hardly remain idle. The five old men, each a fan of fine spirits, unleashed an array of persuasive drinking tactics, and before long, they had engaged in over an hour of drinking with Luo Tianhe, all with a table laden with fruits. Does Boss Luo have any new requests this time? If there are any, please feel free to mention them. We, the Wanyao Alliance, will certainly comply immediately. After a few rounds of drinks, the fourth elder of the group, Shermu, finally shifted the conversation to serious matters. The wine was not consumed in vain. The boss behind the scenes was personally present, and with such a rare business opportunity, how could the five astute individuals let it slip away? My purpose in coming here was, in fact, to take someone away. Luo Tianhe showed no signs of inebriation, his intentions as clear as day. Lao Ban Luo, who has caught your eye? Speak freely, as long as they are from our Wanyao Alliance. We will wholeheartedly support your decision. Elder Wu, the canine, declared with an air of authority, almost eager to offer one of his own promising descendants to Luo Tianhe. Even to serve under Luo Tianhe would surely be preferable to remaining in the Wanyao Alliance. Fox Fairy. Taking a deep breath, Luo Tianhe slowly pronounced the name of the Fox Fairy, each syllable deliberate, the sound of his words. The five elders, who had been brimming with confidence just moments ago, simultaneously adopted grim expressions. Lao Ban Luo, it might be somewhat challenging for you to take her away. The Sama Xinyuan sighed, and Luo Tianhe's brow furrowed at the response. What do you mean? This matter cannot be easily explained in a few words. Lao Ban Luo, you should come with us to see for yourself. Sensing that Luo Tianhe was unable to tolerate the suspense, Elder Sam promptly interjected. As his words fell, the displeasure on Luo Tianhe's face morphed into confusion. Why does this sound so off? Could it be that the Fox Fairy has encountered an accident? Chapter 93. I am prepared. Following the five elders, Luo Tianhe felt a knot of anxiety tightening in his throat. Should something have truly happened to the Fox Fairy, he could hardly fathom how he would cope. Here we are. They arrived at a tranquil treehouse, where the five elders simultaneously halted and cleared a path for Luo Tianhe. Observing this, Luo Tianhe swallowed hard, stepping forward with trepidation. As he approached the wooden dwelling, a robust flow of life energy surged toward him. Peering cautiously through the window left in the wooden door, he glimpsed the Fox Fairy adorned in white, tending to the myriad flowers and plants within. In that fleeting moment, she resembled Chang'e from the Moon Palace, ethereal and untouched by the mundane world. However, under the influence of his divine eye, Luo Tianhe quickly discerned that the Fox Fairy's condition was far from favorable. Her internal spiritual energy was in disarray, her realm having plummeted to merely the threshold of A-class anomalies, and even the simplest of movements seemed to require immense effort. Were it not for the abundant life energy within the treehouse, the Fox Fairy might not even have been able to remain conscious. How long had she been in such a state? Witnessing the Fox Fairy's frailty, Luo Tianhe's heart ached, and he immediately turned to the five elders. The Grand Elder, Sama Xinyuan, sighed heavily, having witnessed the Fox Fairy's descent from the pinnacle of S-class to her current plight. Previously, she had been able to harness some spiritual energy, but now she was practically bound to this treehouse. Has she mentioned the cause? Luo Tianhe clenched his jaw, fury etched across his face. Should the Grand Elder reveal who had harmed the Fox Fairy, he would undoubtedly unleash all his might to exact vengeance. That we did inquire, yet she has steadfastly refused to divulge. The Grand Elder spoke slowly, and upon hearing this, Luo Tianhe turned once more to the Fox Fairy. Then it seems I must ask her myself. Nervously standing at the entrance, Luo Tianhe inhaled deeply. Although only a few months had passed since their last parting, it felt as though centuries had gone by. This time, no one would harm you while I am here. Not even the heavens themselves. Gently pushing open the wooden door, Luo Tianhe stepped inside the treehouse, his heart racing. That I told you not to come see me. I'm fine. The fox fairy spoke without lifting her gaze as she sensed someone entering. Upon seeing Luo Tianhe, she paused momentarily. Though we have never met, I feel a connection between us, don't you? The fox fairy smiled brightly, her eyes shimmering with light as she gazed at Luo Tianhe. Yes, we know each other well, though you may not remember. With gritted teeth, Luo Tianhe suppressed the anguish within him and approached the fox fairy. Gently taking her hand, "May I examine your condition? Perhaps I can offer you healing." "That would be wonderful." The fox fairy responded with joy, her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked up at Luo Tianhe. He, meanwhile, nervously extended his spiritual energy into her body, seeking a clearer understanding of her state. Almost instantly, his brow furrowed in concern. The more he probed, the worse her condition appeared. The divine eye revealed only chaotic spiritual energy. And even the fundamental yin and yang within her was in turmoil, her life force swiftly waning. In short, the fox fairy was akin to a flickering candle flame in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. "Do not worry. I am here voluntarily. I am already so happy that you found me so quickly." Observing the deepening furrow in Luo Tianhe's brow, the fox fairy reached out with her other hand and gently ruffled his hair. Her tender words momentarily caught Luo Tianhe off guard, and he looked up at her, his eyes brimming with joy. "You remember me?" No, the fox fairy decisively shook her head, yet a gentle, warm smile remained upon her lips. "However, I know you must be very important to me, for no one understands better than I why I have ended up like this," the fox fairy continued, and Luo Tianhe's joy turned into overwhelming confusion. "I don't understand." Luo Tianhe gazed at the fox fairy, his expression resolute in his quest for clarity, prompting her to let out a quiet sigh. My ability, the Song of Time, allows me to forcibly initiate a time reversal, granting everything a chance to start anew, the fox fairy recounted, leaving Luo Tianhe momentarily speechless. "So, this transformation of the fox fairy was all because of me. Do not blame yourself. I have always been acutely aware of the cost of time reversal. Thus, my willingness to invoke it signifies that there is someone more important to me than my own life." As she spoke, the fox fairy slowly turned her gaze toward Luo Tianhe. "Therefore, your presence brings me immense joy. If you insist on compensating me, then please recount the story of us. It would help alleviate my last regret." With a playful smile, the fox fairy delivered her request in the most casual tone. As the sole listener, Luo Tianhe felt a lump in his throat, tears threatening to spill from his eyes. "All right, I will tell you." Luo Tianhe gritted his teeth, struggling to force out a few words. "Wait, can I rest my head on your shoulder while I listen? It would be more comfortable," the fox fairy gently suggested, and before Luo Tianhe could respond, she had already nestled comfortably against his chest. "I am ready. Please begin." Chapter 94. As long as I live, you shall not perish. Cradling the fox fairy, Luo Tianhe recounted the myriad moments of their previous life, painstakingly detailing their story for nearly an entire day. Yet, the fox fairy remained unsatisfied, urging him to share the entirety of his experiences in this life as well. Though only a few months had elapsed, she was eager to learn how Luo Tianhe had fared. Naturally, he would not refuse, continuing to embrace the fox fairy as he shared the smooth journey of his current existence. "It seems my choice was indeed correct. To save you brings me great joy." Upon hearing Luo Tianhe's tale, the fox fairy stretched luxuriously, a satisfied smile gracing her features. "Given your current strength, there should be no further mishaps. Now I can finally rest easy. You must strive to live on, for my efforts must not be in vain." After once more patting Luo Tianhe's head, the fox fairy let out a large yawn. With a smile that radiated warmth, she gazed at Luo Tianhe. Unable to contain himself any longer, he abruptly stood and enveloped her in his arms. "Wait for me. As long as I live, you shall not perish. I believe in you. I will wait until you heal me." The fox fairy comforted him, patting his back tenderly. "By the way, even though my body is in poor condition, I am still a peculiar being. My abilities remain intact. If you wish to heal me, you must first master my powers." The fox fairy suddenly recalled something, then pushed Luo Tianhe away gently, slowly placing her hand on her garment. In the next moment, the light within the treehouse dimmed, and her cool, soft form pressed against Luo Tianhe. "Regardless of whether you can heal me or not, Carrying my abilities is akin to carrying me. That a gentle voice resonated by Luo Tianhe's ear. And under the guidance of the fox spirit, the innate yang energy within him began to circulate. After a night of tenderness, with the completion of the yin-yang contract, the fox spirit acquired a significant amount of innate yang energy from within Luo Tianhe. Fortunately, beneath the suppression of this yang energy, the chaotic yin-yang energy within the fox spirit stabilized to a degree. The stabilization of this energy greatly improved the fox spirit's condition. However, upon inspection, Luo Tianhe discovered that this stability was merely temporary. Under the influence of the laws of time, this equilibrium was gradually collapsing, reverting back towards chaos. Moreover, the issues plaguing the fox spirit extended beyond just the yin-yang energy. Nevertheless, the mere balance of this energy was sufficient to enhance the fox spirit state, which awakened a realization in Luo Tianhe. Try one of these. In a moment of delight, Luo Tianhe produced a foundational elixir and presented it to the fox spirit. No. There's no need to waste such a precious item on me. It will at best only alleviate my symptoms. Recognizing the aura of a divine-grade elixir, the fox spirit promptly pushed the pill back towards Luo Tianhe. Observing this, Luo Tianhe immediately retrieved a collection of porcelain vials from his infinite warehouse. Rest assured, consume these without hesitation. I can produce them in abundance. Gazing upon the array of divine-grade elixirs before her, the fox spirit's eyes widened in astonishment. That divine-grade elixirs, mass-produced? What kind of alchemist could achieve such a feat? And even if the alchemist possessed sufficient ability, how many precious materials must they have? Although her heart was filled with disbelief, the reality laid before her left the fox spirit with no excuses left to decline. She picked up a foundational elixir and swallowed it. Under its effects, her severely damaged foundation was immediately repaired. Yet a single foundational elixir was far from enough to restore the fox spirit completely. And the destructive influence of the laws of time continued unabated as long as it's effective. Realizing the elixir's benefit to the fox spirit, Luo Tianhe's excitement surged. From now on, consider these as candy. Should you run out, I will have them delivered. Piling a multitude of foundational elixirs before the fox spirit, Luo Tianhe proceeded to produce elixirs that replenish spiritual energy and life force. Additionally, he unveiled a plethora of immortal fruits that could extend one's lifespan, which could be harvested abundantly in the Peach Blossom's secret realm. The fox spirit stared in wide-eyed wonder as Luo Tianhe continued to present a dazzling array of rare items, leaving her utterly speechless. If she were to consume like this, perhaps she could indeed hold on until Luo Tianhe discovered a cure. For the first time, the fox spirit felt a newfound confidence in her survival. Is this truly the spirit I know? As she began to reveal a genuine smile from her heart, Luo Tianhe felt the weight on his heart lighten considerably. Though I am uncertain how you acquired these items. It must have cost a fortune in dark coins. Are you not afraid of me consuming all your resources? The fox spirit pouted, adopting a playful, threatening stance towards Luo Tianhe. That if you truly can eat this much, then you must indulge. I've been vexed about how to spend my dark coins, and if you consume it all, it will save me the trouble. Pinching the fox spirit's nose, Luo Tianhe's eyes radiated affection. Shifting from jest to seriousness, he swiftly adopted a grave demeanor. All right, I am ever ready. The fox spirit struck a playful salute, striving to appear serious, which caused Luo Tianhe to break into laughter. This is how it should be. Dante always wear a stern face. Smile more. Now let us go. I'm still waiting for you to heal me. With a tone of triumph, the fox spirit pushed Luo Tianhe towards the cabin's door. Next time you come, remember to tell me stories. She waved cheerfully as she ushered Luo Tianhe out of the wooden house. Meanwhile, as Luo Tianhe departed, the 5 elders immediately received the news and hurried over. How did it go, Boss Luo? The Grand Elder inquired anxiously, clearly fearing Luo Tianhe's ire towards the 10,000 Beasts Alliance. Thank you, esteemed elders. Had it not been for you, I may not have seen the spirit again. Taking a deep breath, Luo Tianhe bowed sincerely to the 5 elders, who were instantly flustered and rushed to help him up. Boss Luo, we cannot accept such gestures. Aiding the spirit is merely our way of repaying a debt. The Grand Elder spoke hastily, and Luo Tianhe showed no intention of lingering on gratitude that an amount of thanks could compare to tangible reciprocation. Esteemed elders, I wish to discuss the collaboration between the Drunken Immortal Pavilion and the 10,000 Beasts Alliance. Would you be interested? Chapter 95. Xiao Yao suggestion. Yes. As soon as Luo Tianhe finished speaking, the five elders nodded vigorously in unison. Then let us find a more suitable place to converse, so as not to disturb the spirit. Absolutely, Boss Luo, please follow us. Leading Luo Tianhe to the Alliance's conference hall, the five elders ceded the main seat to him, taking their places quietly below. Boss Luo, if there is anything you need, feel free to ask. We of the 10,000 Beasts Alliance will do our utmost to fulfill your requirements moving forward. Once seated, the Grand Elder, as the spokesperson, promptly declared. The intention was clear. Moving forward, the 10,000 Beasts Alliance would revolve around Luo Tianhe. What I need is personnel, Luo Tianhe stated without hesitation, but the five elders were collectively taken aback. They were aware of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion's strength from Xiaoyao. While the 10,000 Beasts Alliance had numbers, their power paled in comparison. Thus, what use would personnel be? How many do you require? We can organize a selection immediately and ensure to send you the most promising candidates. The Grand Elder pondered briefly, formulating a thought. Luo Tianhe likely desired elite individuals akin to the Moon Spirit Rabbit Trio. After all, who wouldn't he want more good seeds? Moreover, the Grand Elder was willing to send these promising individuals to Luo Tianhe, as their growth rate would far exceed that of remaining in the 10,000 Beasts Alliance. Grand Elder, you misunderstand. I need everyone from the 10,000 Beasts Alliance, Luo Tianhe reiterated, and upon hearing this, the five elders' expressions shifted from confusion to astonishment. Was he intending to directly absorb them, while not entirely unacceptable? Was there truly a need for such directness? Boss Luo, do you mean? The Grand Elder swallowed nervously, questioning. Utilizing the Yellow Springs envoy from Huangquan, I have organized an information network traversing the Yellow Springs. But their limitations concerning terrestrial matters are significant, primarily revolving around dungeons. However, you are different. Your freedom is unrestricted, and the abilities of the beasts and spirits vary widely, each with their own strengths that if organized properly. You could establish a far more reliable intelligence network than the Yellow Springs envoy. Luo Tianhe gradually articulated his intentions, and upon hearing this, the five elders' faces lit up with understanding. No problem. We'll take care of it. We will ensure that Boss Luo can grasp real-time information from every corner of the earth as swiftly as possible, the Grand Elder assured, thumping his chest. This was no difficult task for the 10,000 Beasts Alliance. As Luo Tianhe mentioned, there were indeed countless individuals with unique abilities within their ranks. With even slight organization, they could form a formidable espionage team. That I appreciate your efforts, esteemed elders. From today onward, I will provide 100 divine-grade elixirs, 200 million dark coins, and a ton of various rare immortal fruits and crops to the 10,000 Beasts Alliance each month. Additionally, if the 10,000 Beasts Alliance has any other needs, do not hesitate to inform me. I will do my utmost to accommodate. However, I expect to see a prototype of the intelligence network within a month. Once established, its sole mission would be to exhaust every effort in finding a cure for the spirit. Having concluded his statement, Luo Tianhe's gaze swept across the five elders. Now, do you have any further questions? In response, the five elders, still in shock, hurriedly shook their heads. They could hardly fathom the extent of Luo Tianhe's generosity. Under such conditions, what questions could they possibly have? As soon as the five elders agreed, Luo Tianhe began to make his exit. From this moment forward, he intended to waste not a single second. I will have Xiaoyao deliver the items. He will be responsible for our communications moving forward. With that final remark, Luo Tianhe activated his ability, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao, who had been waiting outside, immediately approached. It seems everything went smoothly. Seeing Luo Tianhe's beaming demeanor, Xiaoyao stepped forward to offer his congratulations. The spirit will not face any immediate danger, but regardless, she must be healed for it to be considered resolved. In that regard, I have a suggestion. As soon as Luo Tianhe finished speaking, Xiaoyao promptly continued. There are numerous ancient ruins throughout this world, and within these ruins, many powerful beings have left behind secret methods. There may very well be a way to heal the spirit among them. That I once had the fortune to enter a place that exuded an aura of countless treasures. Regrettably, my abilities were woefully inadequate, and I could only escape, overwhelmed by my own insignificance. With a sigh, Xiaoyao lamented, while Luo Tianhe's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of such ruins. Where can one find such relics? His voice was tinged with delight, and his face radiated eagerness. That I truly do not know, Xiao Yao replied, his brow furrowing. The activation of all ruins comes with specific conditions, unpredictable in time and location. Were it not for the ancestral memories passed down through our clan of spirit-seeking mice, I might not even be aware of the ruin's existence. Upon hearing this, Luo Tian's earlier enthusiasm swiftly transformed into disappointment. Then why did you mention it? You've only led me to false hope, he sighed, instantly losing interest. Although the location of the ruins remained a mystery, theoretically, we could control the refresh rate of the entrance. Just as Luo Tianhe was about to give up, Xiao Yao spoke again, inciting a fury in Luo Tianhe that made him wish he could strangle Xiao Yao. That I heard of someone who spoke too much and met a tragic end. Luo Tianhe's face darkened as he uttered these words, causing Xiao Yao to break out in a cold sweat. Most ruins exist in isolated spaces, and due to their unpredictable nature, the entrances in the real world also appear randomly. To meet the conditions for opening a ruin's entrance, the concentration of spiritual energy must reach a certain level. Once depleted, the entrance will close. Hence, if we artificially create a location abundant in spiritual energy, we stand a considerable chance of attracting a ruin, transforming that spot into an entrance. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Yao transformed into a rapid-fire speaker, divulging the remainder of the information in one breath. Had it not been for Luo Tianhe's interjection, Xiao Yao could have droned on for half an hour, at that rate. Luo Tianhe might have turned words into action. Procrastination, indeed, can be fatal. Chapter 96. Life mentors if that is the case. Then it is quite simple. With a newfound clarity, Luo Tianhe revealed a slight smile, seizing Xiao Yao and once again entering a state of fervent pursuit. After several minutes of swift flight, the outline of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion came into view. With a swift dive and a sudden halt, Luo Tianhe landed steadily at the entrance, while Xiao Yao, once released, immediately rushed aside to vomit. From this day forth, Xiao Yao vowed never to hitch a ride with Luo Tianhe again. Each time Luo Tianhe was absent for more than a day, Yu Lioli and the others couldn't help but speculate whether he had encountered some trouble or might have been dismembered by others. All right, I'm fine. Everything is as it should be. Surrounded by the ladies, Luo Tianhe felt a warm surge in his heart. Observing their meticulous concern, he felt as though they could count every hair on his body. Meow Meow, with her cherubic face and bright eyes, keenly sensed the changes in Luo Tianhe. Meow Meow is right. You seem to have aged. Nangong Shuanyue, the boldest among the group, bluntly expressed her feelings to this. The other girls could not help but snickered. It's not aging. It's maturity and stability, Lu Qingyao interjected sagely, and the others nodded in agreement. All right, enough guessing. I've simply been out once. How could there be so many changes? Luo Tianhe quickly interjected to halt their speculation that if they continued, he feared this outing would lead to revelations he wished to keep private. You stingy fellow. Not even allowing us to speculate. Clearly, you're flustered. Meow Meow pouted, rolling her eyes at him. Look at you, little rascal. You've grown some skills. Haven to you. Just wait until I teach you a lesson. Realizing what was about to unfold, Meow Meow felt a twinge of panic within. But her stubbornness was unparalleled. Let us see who will be begging for mercy soon. With a cold huff, Luo Tianhe entered a cultivation state, and as the young energy surged into him, Meow Meow became an utterly defenseless lamb. Sisters, save me, before long. Under Luo Tianhe's relentless cultivation, Meow Meow, clinging to him, gasped for help. Hearing her cries, the other girls, whose spiritual energy had been stirred, shed their restraints one by one and joined in the cultivation, rescuing Meow Meow. Yet confronted with the sheer volume of girls, Luo Tianhe showed no sign of retreat. With both young energy and spiritual power surging within him, he began to conquer one after another. After a grueling 6 hours, witnessing the girls collapse, panting, with their delicate forms scattered before him, Luo Tianhe displayed a triumphant smile. So, little rascal, do you dare to speak back again? He picked up the defiant Meow Meow once more. His expression fierce. Seeing this, Meow Meow, having been defeated thrice, displayed a look of sheer terror. I understand my mistakes, boss. I will definitely obey from now on. With glimmering tears in her big eyes, Meow Meow adopted the most sincere, pleading demeanor. Since you recognize your errors, I shall grant you an opportunity. Tidy up the cultivation tools. Luo Tianhe spoke coolly once. Meow Meow understood and obediently bent down to meticulously clean his cultivation tools. By the time Luo Tianhe left, thoroughly satisfied, Miao Miao had even skipped dinner. After exiting the room, Luo Tianhe swiftly appeared in the Peach Garden's secret realm, where the busy moon spirit rabbits immediately rushed to him upon sensing his presence. "Hello, boss." The three girls bowed in unison, and adorned in the work uniforms arranged by Yi Lioli, their soft, white form swayed enticingly before him. "All right, no need for such formality." Struggling to swallow, Luo Tianhe quickly steadied his nerves. Were it not for the arduous cultivation he had just endured, he would have suspected he might lose control entirely. By the way, you haven't told me your names. Yet he helped them up. Luo Tianhe realized he was still unaware of their identities. I am Xiao Tsong, the moon spirit rabbit, knowledgeable about herbal properties and possessing the ability to assist plant growth. I am Xiao Ma, the thunder tiger, specializing in strength and capable of controlling lightning. I am Xiao Yu, the Pegasus. My advantage lies in speed. Each introduced herself. Luo Tianhe's mind conjured images of three mentors. Your names, who bestowed them upon you? He inquired, intrigued. That person must be a genius. Of course, he refrained from voicing the latter sentiment. It was Sister Miao Miao. She said she specially selected these names for us, and that you would surely like them. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tsong looked at Luo Tianhe with anticipation. Instantly, he recalled Miao Miao's mischievous grin. Well, she did not deceive you. I genuinely like them. Concerning the three life mentors, it was indeed difficult for Luo Tianhe to utter anything but admiration. Yay! The boss likes us. As his words fell, the three girls erupted in jubilant leaps. Though they appeared mature, their time since transformation was remarkably brief, akin to that of a child. Xiao Tsong, you mentioned you were most familiar with herbal properties. Correct? Following their exuberance, Luo Tianhe cautiously turned to the innocent Xiao Tsong. Indeed, boss. What type of herbs do you need? Upon hearing Luo Tianhe's request, Xiao Tsong eagerly approached him, grasping his arm tightly, her soft, white form pressing against him. Not to be outdone, Xiao Ma and Xiao Yu quickly joined in. Determined not to let Xiao Tsong monopolize his attention, I require spiritual plants that can enhance the surrounding concentration of spiritual energy. The stronger, the better. Luo Tianhe articulated his needs, and the three girls instantly entered a deep state of contemplation. Moments later, their eyes lit up in unison, and they shouted together, Bitter Spirit Vine. Chapter 97. The Power of Laws. What is that? Observing their synchronized excitement, Luo Tianhe furrowed his brow. Although he had not managed the Peach Garden's secret realm, he was familiar with its high-grade spiritual plants. However, the name Bitter Spirit Vine did not ring a bell. It is perfectly normal for you not to know, boss, as its practical value is rather low. However, it is essential for the cultivation of spiritual plants, Xiao Tsong explained promptly, and Luo Tianhe listened intently. The Bitter Spirit Vine, as a spiritual plant, thrives in extremely harsh environments. Lacking sufficient spiritual energy, it has developed the ability to condense spiritual power, storing the energy it collects for its growth. This particular characteristic remains effective even in areas abundant in spiritual energy, which is why they are typically cultivated alongside other spiritual plants to enhance the surrounding energy concentration and accelerate the growth of spiritual flora. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianhe gradually grasped Xiao Tsong's intentions. Therefore, as long as we plant a substantial number of bitter spirit vines in areas where we need to enhance the spiritual energy concentration and infuse the surroundings with ample spiritual energy, the energy will coalesce and remain intact under the influence of the bitter spirit vines, thus achieving the desired effect you seek, boss. After listening to Xiao Tsong's words, Luo Tianhe's face lit up with delight. Well then, I entrust this task to the three of you. Is that agreeable? We guarantee to accomplish the task. The three of them beamed with joy, thrilled to receive a task from Luo Tianhe for the first time. By the way, please select a location near our shop, ensuring it is visible from within and as spacious as possible. If you need any soul coins, just apply to Lioli and mention that it is a task I assigned to you. Luo Tianhe spoke casually, adopting an air of a carefree manager. Understood, we will proceed with the arrangements immediately, ensuring your satisfaction, boss, the three girls exclaimed, already in motion, while Luo Tianhe leisurely strolled through his secret realm. Ever since upgrading to the Peach Garden secret realm, he had entrusted the management of this place entirely to Shui Ying and the three girls, with the celestial fruits he consumed regularly being picked and delivered to his room by others. Thus, Luo Tianhe had not delved deeply into the workings of his versatile logistics warehouse that in a sense. This could be considered Luo Tianhe's first encounter with the Peach Garden's secret realm, my goodness. Is this the ginseng fruit tree? Gazing at the lush grove before him. Every tree hung with fruits resembling infants of varying sizes. Luo Tianhe couldn't help but drool. Until now, he had only consumed the prepared fruits. This was his first experience with freshly picked ones. That it is worth noting that without the ripening effects of the Peach Garden's secret realm, coupled with a substantial investment of soul coins, it would take over 10,000 years for these fruits to ripen. Channeling his spiritual power and following the picking method discussed with Tao Yao, a glistening ginseng fruit gradually floated down, ultimately landing in Luo Tianhe's hand. Unable to contain himself, he took a bite, savoring the sweetness of the freshly picked fruit, which was utterly incomparable to what he had previously tasted. Delicious. Unable to suppress his exclamation, Luo Tianhe became utterly lost in the orchard. He sampled an array of celestial fruits and then made his way to the herbal and vegetable sections, fully embodying the spirit of his ancestors, Shen, embracing an attitude of welcoming all. Although tasting them raw did not match the exquisite flavor processed by Yu Wushuang. The freshness was unparalleled. In this elevated mood, Luo Tianhe suddenly realized that the long-standing stagnation he had experienced had begun to loosen. What could be the reason? Overwhelmed with surprise, Luo Tianhe furrowed his brow. Ever since his spiritual power had reached the pinnacle of SS level, no matter how he endeavored to enhance his power, it felt as if it had sunk into the ocean without a trace. Apart from increasing his energy reserves, there had been no signs of a breakthrough. Yet he had never anticipated that a simple indulgence in this place would lead to a loosening of his bottleneck. As Luo Tianhe gradually entered a meditative state, his previously chaotic thoughts transformed into a blank slate. With the issue of his bottleneck becoming the sole focus of his mind, he began to gain a glimmer of insight. First and foremost, Luo Tianhe dismissed the least likely cause. The loosening of the bottleneck was undoubtedly unrelated to consuming celestial fruits. Hence, the only difference from before lay in the addition of the Fox Immortal's abilities. Based on prior experience, acquiring new abilities could indeed enhance one's strength, yet it did not facilitate a breakthrough of the bottleneck. Therefore, while the Fox Immortal's abilities were an important factor, they were not the pivotal point. Reflecting on the unique nature of the Fox Immortal's abilities, Luo Tianhe gradually discerned the connection. The law, the Song of Time, as the exclusive ability of the Fox Immortal, inherently possessed the power to alter laws and forcibly reverse time. Furthermore, during his observations of the Fox Immortal's state, Luo Tianhe had frequently encountered the chaotic time laws within her. Thus, upon obtaining the Song of Time, he had established a preliminary connection with the laws of time. However, throughout this journey, he had been preoccupied with thoughts on how to cure the Fox Immortal, which had kept his body in a tense state, causing him to overlook his comprehension of the laws. Yet, after engaging in activities within the secret realm, Luo Tianhe had fully relaxed, allowing the spiritual energy within him to resonate with the laws brought forth by the Song of Time, resulting in a slight loosening of the bottleneck. With this realization, a spark of illumination flickered in Luo Tianhe's eyes. There is no doubt, the key to breaking through to SS level lies in mastering the power of the laws to a certain extent. At this moment, the girls who had labored throughout the night had not yet fully awakened, but Luo Tianhe's sudden return prompted everyone to sit up immediately. What good fortune has transpired? Why the excitement? Yi Liuli quickly noticed the change in Luo Tianhe and rushed to him, inquiring, "Liuli, weren't you already at SS level? Could you share the differences you've felt since your breakthrough?" As a peculiar life form, the weird does not experience bottlenecks. As long as the spiritual energy is sufficient, one can break through to the corresponding level. The difference lies in the fact that using the carefree flight has become smoother. And I can distinctly sense a unique power unlike any I felt before, aiding in enhancing the strength of my carefree flight. Upon hearing this, Yi Liuli pondered for a moment before expressing her thoughts. Can you wield that unique power? Show me. Luo Tianhe looked at Yi Liuli with eager anticipation, but upon hearing her, a hint of hesitation appeared on her face that I haven't tried it before, but I can give it my best effort. Chapter 98. Seclusion. The collapse of the girls following Luo Tianhe's suggestion. Yi Liuli swiftly mobilized all her spiritual power and fully activated carefree flight. Under the effects of carefree flight, Yi Liuli gradually floated into the air. Yet this time she did not directly manipulate carefree flight to create various effects as before. Rather, she diligently sought to capture that elusive, unique power. Gradually, under Yi Liuli's full concentration, that originally ethereal sensation began to crystallize. And as she fully grasped that feeling, an overwhelming sense of suffocation surged through the entire Drunken Immortal Tower, affecting all non-weird entities present that it felt as though the oxygen inhaled had suddenly ceased to function, causing a painful sensation of asphyxiation throughout their bodies. Even Luo Tianhe was not exempt. "Sister Liuli, stop now." Seeing Luo Tianhe's face turn a shade of deep purple, Lin Yiru urgently shouted, calling Yi Liuli to a halt. As Yi Liuli retracted her divine powers, the suffocating sensation vanished in an instant, and the pained Luo Tianhe gasped for air, yet his face was filled with unrestrained joy. This is the sensation. The power of the laws. Though it was evident that the laws Yi Liuli could manipulate differed from the laws of time, the sense of suppression emanating from a higher-level power was strikingly similar. At this moment, Luo Tianhe was entirely convinced of his hypothesis. From now on, I shall enter seclusion. Seizing the moment, elated beyond measure, Luo Tianhe lost all interest in engaging in any other activities. Once he successfully breaks through to SS level, no force in this vast world shall hinder his progress. "No worries, you may enter seclusion. We will manage the affairs of the shop." Yi Liuli immediately reacted, realizing that Luo Tianhe had surely discovered a method for his breakthrough. And she decisively responded. Upon hearing this, the girls in the room nodded in agreement, each displaying a determined expression, as if to convey to Luo Tianhe, "Feel free to enter seclusion. We absolutely will not disturb you. By the way, I instructed Xiaocong and the others to create a spiritual energy gathering point near our shop. Make sure to keep a close watch over it until I emerge from seclusion. And do not allow anyone to disturb the energy inside." Given the matter concerning the Fox Immortal's affliction, Luo Tianhe hurriedly emphasized, "Understood, my sisters, and I will take turns keeping watch." Yi Liuli replied once more. And in that moment, Luo Tianhe felt completely reassured. "Then I entrust this to all of you." Using the Song of Time as a foundation, Luo Tianhe prioritized grasping the laws of time as a breakthrough point, immersing himself wholly in the comprehension of the laws. Observing Luo Tianhe entering this focused state, the others quietly tiptoed out of his room. Once outside Luo Tianhe's room, Yi Liuli immediately gathered everyone together, with Wu Shuang being the fortunate one granted an exemption. However, she understood that her role would be merely to attend to their daily needs. Although the operation of the Drunken Immortal Tower no longer required the girls' direct involvement, necessary management tasks still demanded their participation. After all, Dong Qian and the others were not in a position to make significant decisions, and with the increasing strength of the Spirit Masters, it was unpredictable when something might go awry. Disrupting the order of the Drunken Immortal Tower was one concern, but should it affect Luo Tianhe's seclusion, that would spell trouble to this moment. Nothing within the entire Drunken Immortal Tower held greater importance than Luo Tianhe's breakthrough to SS level. Thus, under Yi Liuli's leadership, the girls wholeheartedly dedicated themselves to their tasks, while time quietly accelerated. For a month, Luo Tianhe remained utterly silent. After 2 months, the aura surrounding Luo Tianhe began to grow chaotic. By the 3rd month, his spiritual energy gradually stabilized, and faint signs of a breakthrough emerged. Meanwhile, Yi Liuli, who never anticipated that this retreat would last so long, was on the verge of exhaustion. The 3 unscrupulous individuals continued their monthly reports. And naturally, the responsibility of receiving these reports and assigning new tasks fell upon Yi Liuli. Initially, resources in various regions became critically scarce, leading to unprecedented chaos among the Spirit Masters. Yi Liuli commenced the allocation of the supplies she had stockpiled prior to this turmoil. Subsequently, due to an influx of funding, the Underworld operations began to officially resume, and both the Huangquan Bank and the Fengdu Bank immediately began to create obstacles. Soon after, the information network of the Myriad Demons Alliance was completed, prompting Yi Liuli to inspect various locations and assess the operational status of the intelligence network. Following that, the collective strength of the Spirit Masters surged dramatically, leading to disturbances gradually surfacing within the Zhui Xianlu. After several fierce suppressions, these individuals took their grievances outside and established a Qianwei residence, preparing to rival the Zhe, Xian, Lu. All the pieces Luo Tianhe had set in motion began to take their places on the vast chessboard of the apocalypse during these brief 3 months. The Zue Xian Lu, having amassed a fortune in underworld coins from resource sales, became a thorn in the side of spirit masters worldwide. Everyone recorded their grievances about being ruthlessly exploited, and the only reason for the absence of an uprising was their continued dependence on the high-priced resources of the Zui Xianlu. However, an increasing number of individuals, like those at Qianwei residence, had realized the potential of self-constructed copies for crop cultivation, and it would not be long before the resource sales from Zui Xianlu would come to an end. Yi Lioli had to grasp the situation meticulously, and even with the assistance of Lin Yiru and others, she was still the most fatigued among them. When would the boss finally emerge from seclusion? The women gathered once again to discuss the rather bleak situation, and after a lengthy meeting, exhaustion was evident on everyone's faces, with Jiang Meichen unable to suppress a complaint that it was only at this moment that they realized how fortunate they were to have a boss like Luo Tianhe, who could withstand everything. Before this, their only concern had been how to extract the yang energy from Luo Tianhe. Recently, during the last few visits, the stability of the boss's aura had noticeably improved. It should not be long now that Yu Wushuang forcibly administered a dose of encouragement to everyone. But regrettably, had she not begun saying this a month ago, they might have actually believed her. The boss has emerged from seclusion. At the sound of this, the entire room fell into a momentary stupor, followed by an overwhelming wave of joy washing over their faces. Sisters, we are free. Chapter 99. Crushing the rules of Huang. I ask this what you think of me. Surrounded by a group of pitifully beautiful women, Luo Tianhe could not help but mutter in disbelief. The stance of Yi Lioli and the others suggested they wished to bind him to their sides. As soon as Luo Tianhe finished speaking, Miao Miao immediately launched into a tirade, recounting the trials the women had endured over the past 3 months. During this time, the others chimed in to supplement her narrative, painting a picture of Luo Tianhe's absence as a true apocalypse. So many interesting events transpired. It seems I missed quite a bit while I was closed off, upon hearing the women's accounts. A glimmer of anticipation appeared on Luo Tianhe's face. The sight caused everyone to momentarily freeze. Did I ask this the difference between a normal person and a pervert? After enduring so many distressing events, he seems excited instead? Now you have 2 choices. One is to join me for a stroll outside, and I shall help you take your revenge. The other is to stay in the shop and rest well, as you can simply await the results of the forthcoming events. Surveying the room, Luo Tianhe casually presented the 2 relaxed options. Upon hearing this, Yi Lioli and the others exchanged glances and then turned their heads in unison to look at Luo Tianhe. We'll follow you. We are eager to see how you will resolve all these troubles. Then follow me. We shall first address the matter of this Qianwei residence, which should cease operations. Luo Tianhe smiled lightly and with a casual wave. They had already arrived at the entrance of Zue Xian Lu Qianqian. Please take care of things in the store. If anyone dares to come in and cause trouble, simply eliminate them. Turning back to the busy Dong Qian, Luo Tianhe issued his orders. Given the current strength of Zue Xian Lu, there is no need to concern ourselves with anyone's expressions. Understood. Dong Qian immediately complied, while Luo Tianhe, accompanied by the group of beauties, strode purposefully towards the not-so-distant Qianwei residence. That it must be said that these individuals had quite the audacity to open a shop right across from Zhe Xian Lu. This establishment is rather imposing. But alas, it is about to be dismantled. Standing at the entrance of Qianwei residence, observing the decent flow of customers, Luo Tianhe could not help but express a thought. The next moment, as Luo Tianhe slightly raised his hand, everything around them instantly froze, with the sole exceptions being Luo Tianhe and Yi Lioli and the others. Let us go. We shall enter and have a look. With that, Luo Tianhe took the lead. Stepping into Qianwei residence, the customers who obstructed their path turned to ash as Luo Tianhe approached. The spirit blade can be this formidable. Su Shishir instantly recognized her own ability. However, even as an SS-level practitioner, she could not replicate the effect Luo Tianhe was demonstrating. The instantaneous disintegration of the target's body, spiritual energy, and soul left nothing but remnants behind. Su Shishir had always believed such phenomena existed solely in the theoretical realm of the spirit blade. Yet she was now witnessing it firsthand. Not only witnessing, but Luo Tianhe executed it with such ease. This is SS's level. Filled with astonishment, the others followed Luo Tianhe directly into Qianwei residence, where the patrons inside, like those outside, were now frozen in place, as if a pause button had been pressed. Unprincipled. Observing the throng in the main hall, Luo Tianhe summoned Wu Yang, who appeared before him in a flash of dark mist. Sensing the dense spiritual energy radiating from Luo Tianhe, Wu Yang's face immediately lit up with surprise. Congratulations, boss, on your successful breakthrough. There is no need for flattery. You should have all the information regarding the patrons of Qianwei residence. Right, gather them together for me. Understood. Wu Yang, being exceptionally astute, recognized that although not everyone from Qianwei residence was on his list of heroes, he had proactively collected information on all patrons since the establishment opened. He had long suspected that once Luo Tianhe emerged from seclusion, he would not allow the existence of Qianwei residents to persist. Boss, how should we handle the others? Wu Yang glanced around and promptly inquired about Luo Tianhe's intentions. Today they can come to Qianwei residence. Tomorrow they could venture elsewhere. Can you guarantee that the patrons here are merely dining and harbor no chaotic intentions towards us at Xianlu? Wu Yang understood. Immediately grasping Luo Tianhe's meaning, Wu Yang unleashed a torrent of black mist from within. Under Wu Yang's control, the mist transformed into numerous black spears, shooting towards all the remaining patrons in the hall. Having received the elixirs bestowed by Luo Tianhe, the promotion issue that had plagued Wu Yang for years was resolved, and after ascending to SS level, his strength was now incomparable. That AS patrons within Qianwei residence fell one after another to Wu Yang's assault. Luo Tianhe had already brought the group of women to the room of Qianwei residence's owner. Inside, the owner was indulging in pleasure with a voluptuous woman. Upon Luo Tianhe's entrance, with a mere wave, the voluptuous woman and the owner's tools of indulgence were reduced to mere ashes. Such sordid sights were not something Luo Tianhe wished for his women to witness. The AS Luo Tianhe and the others settled onto the sofa. It was not long before Wu Yang entered, dragging in all the members of Qianwei residence. Boss, everyone is here. Wu Yang manipulated the black mist to hurl a dozen or so members of Qianwei residence into the room. Upon seeing this, a faint smile crept onto Luo Tianhe's lips as he lifted the time-stopping effect. Did I end the next moment? Everyone regained their ability to move, yet their consciousness remained suspended at the moment of time's halt. As they resumed their actions, the abrupt change in environment caused everyone to flinch. Particularly, the owner of Qianwei residence, bewildered by the loss of his tools, stood frozen in place. Everyone, look over here. The sound of Luo Tianhe's voice. The patrons of Qianwei residence turned their gazes towards him. Luo Tianhe did not capture too much attention, but the enchanting women beside him left everyone in a state of awe. Where on earth did so many top-tier beauties come from? Yet soon after, the crowd snapped back to reality as they recognized Yi Liuli and her companions, the upper echelons of Xianlu people from Xianlu. How dare they come to our territory and cause a ruckus? One of the higher-ups, emboldened by his position, began to act arrogantly, but before he could finish his sentence, he was seized and brutally torn apart before everyone's eyes. To speak so insolently, you deserve to die. How dare you act against us? Upon witnessing Mu Xiling commit murder, the owner of Qianwei residence's expression turned vicious in an instant. The next moment, the rules of Huangquan were triggered, and a multitude of crimson hands emerged from the ground, reaching directly for Mu Xiling. From the moment Qianweijiu was established, its proprietor had anticipated that Xianlu might come to challenge with force. Thus, the inaugural decree of Qianweijiu was the Huangquan rule. Anyone who dared to raise a hand here would face retribution from the Underworld. The intention was to render Xianlu incapable of retreating like a turtle. In Chapter 100, the adage money can move mountains echoed through the air. What of killing you? Luo Tianhe sneered coldly. As the effects of the Song of Time activated, under the influence of the law's power, all blood hands were instantly immobilized, unable to advance even an inch. Following this, Luo Tianhe produced his Ming card. Infusing it with spiritual energy, and a graceful figure gradually materialized before the crowd. Master, it has been so long. I thought you had forgotten about me. Upon her appearance, Fong Lin immediately bestowed Luo Tianhe with a look of deep resentment, her nostrils slightly flaring as her brows furrowed. The aura of Huangquan. Has someone triggered the Huangquan rule? Tilting her head slightly, Fong Lin quickly spotted the blood hands held in place by Luo Tianhe. Such lowly beings dare to harm my master. With a disdainful snort, Fong Lin stepped forward, and a multitude of Ming coins erupted from her Ming card, gradually enveloping the blood hands in a shroud of spiritual energy. Moments later, all the blood hands dissipated as if the Huangquan rule had never been invoked at all. The exclusive privilege of the Ming Xing Guild, purchased by paying Ming coins, one could negate the Huangquan rule and manipulate its power. With the number of coins required dependent on the intensity of the rules affected or the strength of the power exerted. Feel free to kill as you please. For 10 million Ming coins. You can negate it once. With me here, the rules are as good as non-existent. To disregard the Huangquan rule? What manner of monster is this? What did you just say? As Fong Lin positioned herself behind Luo Tianhe, he turned to the proprietor of Qianweijiu and inquired nonchalantly. His words. The owner of Qianweijiu trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to his knees before Luo Tianhe. Mr. Luo, you are magnanimous. It is I who have been blind. I beseech you not to hold my ignorance against me. The owner of Qianweijiu bowed fervently, and seeing this, his subordinates quickly followed suit. Since you have been blind, there is no need to keep you around. Luo Tianhe remarked coolly at his words. Zhao Manman stepped forward, activating her gravitational power, and forcibly extracted the owner's eyeballs. Now, I wish to witness a spectacle of mutual slaughter. Among you, only one may survive. As for who that will be, that depends on your own efforts. Upon hearing this, the senior members of Qianweijiu were momentarily stunned, but soon, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in many of their eyes. Moments later, the first to act emerged. With a swift motion, a knife fell, severing the head of a hesitant high-ranking member, and this act shattered any remaining glimmers of hope among the others that survive. They must heed Luo Tianhe's words. In an instant, the room transformed into a grand coliseum, with former allies now pitted against one another. Observing their swift descent into violence, Luo Tianhe could not help but inwardly ridicule his past naivety. How foolish one must be to believe in the loyalty of friends and comrades. In the face of life and death, how many could truly keep the essence of friendship at heart? As the high-ranking members of Qianweijiu enacted their bloody drama, Luo Tianhe and his companions remained silent witnesses until, eventually, only one from Qianweijiu stood amidst the carnage. Luo Tianhe could not restrain his applause. Cold-hearted and decisive, a fine prospect, the lone survivor was the very individual who had initiated the violence. Though merely an A-level spirit master, he had managed to endure amidst 3 S-level spirit masters. Mr. Luo, if you do not mind, I, Kong Huan, would like to serve under you. As Luo Tianhe's words fell, Kong Huan immediately knelt before him. Witnessing this scene, Luo Tianhe's assessment of him rose a notch. If he were to question Luo Tianhe about being let go at this juncture, his chances of leaving Qianweijiu alive would likely be in doubt. Yet this desperate plea for survival significantly enhanced his odds. On what grounds do you believe I would wish to keep you? You have seen for yourself, my subordinates are not lacking in strength, because I am ruthless and willing to do anything. Surely, you have many dirty jobs that your regular subordinates would find inconvenient to handle. But with me, you can command as you wish. Kong Huan presented his case, and upon hearing it, Luo Tianhe's eyes brightened. Indeed, a promising candidate. Not only is he ruthless and attuned to the situation, but he also possesses a sharp mind. Once this is signed, you will be mine. Without hesitation, Luo Tianhe raised his hand, and a contract floated slowly towards Kong Huan. Seeing this, Kong Huan readily infused his blood, mixed with spiritual energy into the contract, allowing it to merge with his being. From this moment forth, his fate would be entirely in Luo Tianhe's hands. You will come to cherish your choice. With the contract established, Luo Tianhe sent several ceramic vials and a Ming card soaring towards Kong Huan. Your current strength is insufficient for my tasks. First, consume these elixirs to bolster your power. Afterward, contact Wu Liang and have him procure a suitable anomaly for you. The Ming card contained 500 million Ming coins, intended as your startup capital. I require you to assemble a team, and you are free to decide who you wish to recruit. However, this team must remain a secret from everyone. Do you understand my meaning? After Luo Tianhe finished speaking, he quietly observed Kong Huan. Kong Huan pondered for less than 2 seconds before revealing a smile. laced with malice. I understand, from now on, this team shall be called the Hidden Division, the Hidden Division. A force that does not exist in this world, but can continually assist Luo Tianhe in resolving troubles, will strike with lethal intent. I have stated, this is your division. How you manage it and its name is entirely your prerogative. All I require is results. There are no further inquiries. You may withdraw. When you believe you are ready, come find me at Zhe. Xian Lu. Luo Tianhe offered a faint smile, and as his words concluded, Kong Huan promptly retreated. Well, this matter with Qian Weijiu is settled. What shall we attend to next? Stretching lazily, Luo Tianhe turned his gaze towards Yi Lioli. Aside from Qian Weijiu, there are many organizations harboring intentions against us lately. However, if we were to eliminate each one individually, it would consume considerable time. Wouldn't it? Yi Lioli furrowed her brow. The AT's inquiry. Luo Tianhe took out his main card, that MY Queen. Let us not forget what we lack the least of. Are you not aware of the saying that money can move mountains? In Chapter 101, to facilitate another success. Upon hearing this, Wu Liang immediately swallowed hard. Just at this price, he was tempted himself. Boss, may I ask a question? Seizing the moment, Wu Liang hesitantly inquired. What question? Speak. Can our business team undertake this bounty? Wu Liang weakly posed, even avoiding mentioning himself, instead using the business team as a shield. Of course. Why should the fruits of our labor benefit outsiders? If you can eliminate them all, I would be even more pleased. As Luo Tianhe's words fell, the excitement on Wu Liang's face was palpable. In that instant, he even contemplated foregoing the bounty altogether, opting to consume it internally within the business team. I know what you are thinking, and I do not intend to restrict you. However, within 1 week, every name on that list must be accounted for. If not, the business team's rewards for next month will be halved collectively. Having seen through Wu Liang's intentions, Luo Tianhe promptly poured a bucket of cold water on him. AT's words. Wu Liang hurriedly knelt. I was wrong. I assure you the task will be completed on time. Leave now, and refrain from harboring such thoughts in the future. Luo Tianhe spoke coldly, and the relieved Wu Liang hurriedly retreated. This issue is resolved. Are there any other troubles? Once more, Luo Tianhe turned to Yi Lioli. Yet this time she hesitated. Although there were many unfinished matters, suddenly being questioned by Luo Tianhe left her unsure of where to begin. If there are no pressing issues, shall we visit Huangquan? Seeing Yi Lioli's reluctance to speak, Fong Lin timidly raised her hand. Yes, there is still a multitude of unresolved matters on the Mingxing side. With Fong Lin's prompt, Yi Lioli immediately grew animated. Then let us proceed. Luo Tianhe adopted an accommodating demeanor, glancing at the eagerly shining eyes of the women. It seems I need not solicit opinions. As you all are so curious, let us go together. Although Huangquan essentially governs all anomalies, even those like Lu Qingyao and her daughter, who had previously collaborated with Huangquan, had never truly visited it. Bringing along a few more people should pose no issues. Upon finishing his words, Luo Tianhe turned to Fong Lin, who immediately shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum. Oh problem. I can go anywhere. After a brief pause, Fong Lin then offered a questioning glance. Shall we set off now? At any time, came the reply, engaging in a question-and-answer exchange. As soon as their conversation concluded, a surge of spiritual energy erupted within Fong Lin, enveloping everyone present in a faint black mist. With the dissipating black fog, they found themselves within the office of Mingxing Fong Lin. Upon arriving in the underworld, everyone, except for Luo Tianhe, rushed to the windows, peering out with curiosity. Observing this, Luo Tianhe could not help but sigh, subsequently summoning Huber directly. Boss! In the midst of the black mist, Huber's figure gradually emerged. Upon realizing he was still in the underworld, he was momentarily taken aback. Find a few guides to take the ladies on a tour of the underworld. Understood. Huber promptly responded, then approached Yi Lioli and the others with a respectful demeanor. Ladies, we can go out for a stroll. The underworld is quite fascinating. And with our people leading, you won't face any obstacles elsewhere. As soon as Huber finished speaking, excitement sparkled in the eyes of the women. Particularly, the way Huber addressed them as ladies made them feel immensely pleased. Then we'll head out for a while. If anything comes up, just call us. Before departing, Yi Lioli made sure to greet Luo Tianhe. Rest assured, you can go explore, and I'm more than capable of handling things here. Please take good care of everyone. Even though we're in the underworld, if any trouble arises, don't hesitate to deal with it. Luo Tian's confidence was extraordinary. After gaining a deeper understanding of the operational dynamics of the underworld, he realized that as long as one possessed sufficient wealth and power, even the denizens of the underworld need not be feared. In simpler terms, weren't they all merely working for a living? As Yi Liuli and the others left under Huber's guidance, Luo Tianhe promptly wrapped his arm around Fong Lin's slender waist and settled onto the sofa. Now tell me, how is the current situation with Mingxing? As he spoke, his hands began to roam over Fong Lin, who, having missed out on the previous collective cultivation session due to her focus on Mingxing, had not cultivated for a full 3 months, making her spiritual energy exceptionally sensitive. Feeling the unique sensations coursing through her body, Fong Lin could not help but squirm in Luo Tianhe's embrace. Yet she was compelled to answer his question, biting her lip to suppress her excitement. Mingxing has returned to normal operations, but the guard team has yet to be re-established. Most importantly, we have lost all previous clients. And no new ones have come in recently, so aside from our own savings, Mingxing has no other income. Moreover, it seems that the other 2 banks have taken an interest in us, frequently inquiring about your information. I suspect the lack of clients is related to them. Fong Lin panted as she spoke, and in the brief exchange, Luo Tianhe had already removed the barriers between them, embracing Fong Lin into a state of cultivation. If Mingxing can go bankrupt, then surely the Huangquan Bank and Fengdu Bank can as well. As he guided the yang energy to flow rapidly within Fong Lin, his mind continued to churn. Yes, that is feasible. Clinging tightly to Luo Tianhe's neck, Fong Lin felt utterly drained, her entire being collapsing against him. The business in Huangquan is not extensive. Why should the 3 banks share it, since they wish to undermine one? We shall assist them. Luo Tianhe spoke nonchalantly, simultaneously accelerating his cultivation speed. Under the intense surge of yang energy, a long-lost sensation of comfort washed over Fong Lin, prompting her to let out a drawn-out moan. As a tremendous explosion of spiritual energy surged within her. Upon concluding their cultivation, Fong Lin nestled against Luo Tianhe, akin to a docile kitten. Master, when shall we take action? Chapter 102. The process of bankruptcy immediately. Of course, gently caressing Fong Lin's delicate face, a ruthless smile spread across Luo Tianhe's features. Let us commence with the first task, recruiting a guard team. What is the standard salary for the guard team? Under normal circumstances, the team leader earns 50,000 Ming coins per month, the deputy team leader 25,000, and regular members receive 10,000 Ming coins that we can recruit 1 team leader, 2 deputy leaders, and up to 100 members. Fong Lin began to explain, and upon hearing this, Luo Tianhe could not help but scoff. Such meager salaries are hardly enticing that I will issue a recruitment notice shortly. Seeking 1 SSS level team leader at 50 million Ming coins per month, 2 SS level peak deputy leaders at 25 million Ming coins each, and 100 SS level members at 10 million Ming coins each. Luo Tianhe's extravagance was evident. The total monthly salary alone would amount to a staggering 11 billion Ming coins. Upon hearing this, Fong Lin immediately gulped. Master, just how many Ming coins do you possess? Is it truly wise to spend so lavishly? Isn't all my Ming coins stored with you? Just check for yourself. I'm not entirely sure of the exact number, but we should be far from exhausting it. Luo Tianhe replied with a light chuckle. Upon receiving his permission, Fong Lin swiftly accessed Luo Tianhe's account information. Though she had always held the authority as the president of Mingxing, she had never dared to look at Luo Tianhe's account without his consent. As soon as the account was opened, Fong Lin gasped in astonishment. 500 trillion. Staring at the figures in Luo Tianhe's account, she thought she must be seeing things, while she was aware of Luo Tianhe's wealth from selling supplies. She had never anticipated it to reach such heights. Do not be surprised. This amount is still on the rise, Luo Tianhe said casually, showing no shock at the figure. Before the apocalypse, the global population had already surpassed 10 billion. Afterward, although the number of survivors diminished significantly, there were still around 3 to 5 billion, that with the assistance of the Huangquan business team, Luo Tianhe had expanded his supply business worldwide, fully controlling the entire supply market. 500 trillion, on average, equates to each survivor having spent merely a few thousand Ming coins on his supplies. Moreover, it would still take a month or 2 before the survivors could achieve complete self-sufficiency. So Luo Tianhe's recent spending pace was still outstripped by his earnings. That I will announce the recruitment notice right away. After viewing Luo Tianhe's savings, Fong Lin felt invigorated. her previously languid body now filled with energy as she dashed out. With the help of the Huangquan business team, the recruitment information for Mingxing rapidly spread throughout the underworld and even across the entire strange realm. Within just 2 days, a plethora of SSS level and above guards appeared within Mingxing. Additionally, the staff at Mingxing underwent a significant overhaul, with many old employees being lured away from Huangquan Bank and Fengdu Bank due to Luo Tian's exorbitant salary offers. This marked the first painful blow that Luo Tian dealt to the two major banks. The massive loss of experienced employees plunged the operations of the two banks into chaos, resulting in a slew of business errors. Even though the two banks realized that Mingxing was behind this turmoil, they were rendered powerless to retaliate, as they could not match the conditions Luo Tian had set. Just as they were preparing to endure this hardship, Luo Tian's second strike swiftly followed. Mingxing issued another announcement. Any deposit exceeding 100 million Ming coins would receive a blind box of divine-grade elixirs, guaranteed to contain divine-grade elixirs. For every 100 million deposited, this offer would apply without a cumulative limit. Furthermore, deposits exceeding 1 billion Ming coins would allow the depositor to choose 5 divine-grade elixirs, again with no cumulative limit. As this news spread, the entire strange realm trembled as if struck by an earthquake. Although Luo Tianhe had previously distributed numerous divine-grade elixirs, most recipients consumed them for personal use, with very few being sold, hence they remained a scarce commodity. This latest move sent all high-level anomalies, trapped in stagnation, into a frenzy. The prospect of obtaining divine-grade elixirs meant a greater chance of breaking through, a temptation that higher-level anomalies found increasingly irresistible. In the realm of the bizarre, strength often equated to wealth. Within just 5 days, many high-level anomalies deposited their entire fortunes into Mingxing, with the source of these Ming coins naturally being the other two banks. As significant funds were drained, panic ensued within the two banks. In less than 10 days, leveraging his substantial capital and divine-grade elixirs, Luo Tianhe effectively forced both banks back to the dire state that Mingxing had previously experienced, a scenario they had never anticipated. However, this was far from the end. Luo Tianhe's ultimate goal was to see both banks completely bankrupt and vanish from the underworld, prompting him to deliver his final blow. He sought to bribe the king of the Golden Yama Palace, severing the last financial lifeline of the two banks. Under normal circumstances, this funding would typically be approved, as it was a guarantee given to the 3 bank presidents by the king of the Golden Yama Palace when the banks were established. Previously, Mingxing had relied on this funding to sustain itself until Luo Tianhe's emergence. However, this guarantee was verbal and lacked contractual constraints, thus whether it would be approved was entirely at the discretion of the king of the Golden Yama Palace. Having lost the final opportunity for a comeback, the two major banks faced total annihilation. Bereft of clients, funds, and employees, all that remained was their dwindling capital. During this tumultuous period, the banks did contemplate a joint resistance. However, the presence of the formidable guardian squad of the underworld instilled a paralyzing fear, stripping them of any courage to fight back. With an SS-level security force, no amount of money could entice anyone to disrupt the operations of the underworld. After all, wealth is meaningless if one does not have the means to enjoy it. Once all avenues, both overt and covert, were sealed off by Luo Tianhe, the presidents of the two banks tragically confronted the most excruciating reality. They were utterly powerless except to witness their institutions descend into bankruptcy. Ultimately, coming to terms with this grim truth, the two presidents resigned themselves to fate, absconding with the last of their funds and declaring their banks insolvent. Thus, within the realm of the Yellow Springs, the underworld emerged as the sole banking entity. This also signified that from this moment forth, Luo Tianhe wielded control over the economic lifeblood of the entire bizarre realm. For Luo Tianhe, the underworld currency had truly transformed into nothing more than a mere digit.